The traffic light glowed red, holding back the crowd of pedestrians waiting impatiently for the signal to change. Among them stood a young man absorbed in the screen of his phone, his expression twisted with irritation as he read the messages. Someone reminded him that today was June's birthday. He replied that he already had plans, but they insisted he at least bring a gift. At last, the light flicked green, releasing the crowd across the road. Even as he walked, a nearby chat asked where he was. He told them to go without him. One friend even offered to buy him food, but he refused. Caught in the tide of people, the young man bumped shoulders hard with an older passerby. The man snapped at him to watch where he was going, and the boy apologized quietly. He sighed to himself, thinking the day was already bad enough without strangers crashing into him. He tried to remember what June liked so he could choose a gift, but before he could gather his thoughts, a deafening roar rolled across the area. People stopped and looked around in confusion. Someone wondered out loud if it was an earthquake. Then lightning, massive beyond imagination, tore down from the sky. The crowd froze in disbelief. From the point of impact, a shock wave burst outward, sweeping away everything in its path. Panic erupted, cars exploded, buildings collapsed, and people sprinted forward, leaping over debris. Another colossal bolt struck a nearby building, and it too began to crumble as shattered glass blasted outward. Screams filled the air. People ran in every direction, trying to escape the falling wreckage, but not everyone managed to get away. A man clutching his head called out to a woman who lay unconscious. Smaller bolts of lightning began to rain from the sky, each one carving destruction wherever it fell. People and cars were tossed like toys. Covering his head, the young man ran with all his strength, dodging burning vehicles and the stampede of terrified pedestrians. A girl burst out of the metro station, screaming for help, not knowing where to run. He shouted to her and beckoned her toward him. She rushed forward, but before she could reach him, an ambulance plowed through the street and struck her. He kept running, unable to understand what was happening, desperately hoping this was all a dream. Lost in his thoughts, he reacted too late when a truck came hurtling toward him. His life flashed before his eyes. He threw an arm over his head, a useless gesture but braced for impact. It never came. He slowly opened his eyes, trembling. His fear gave way to confusion as everything around him blurred. His body twisted, his mind spun, as if he had been tossed inside a washing machine. A flash of lightning lit the sky once more, followed by another earth-shattering strike somewhere in the distance. His eyes snapped open fully. He looked around without moving, trying to understand. A moment ago he had been hit by a truck, hadn't he? With effort, he rolled onto his back, and what he saw made his breath catch. Above him hung two moons, one blue and one red. Enormous griffin-like birds soared across the sky. Naked and lying on unfamiliar ground, he could only stare in disbelief. Then came a terrible roar. He scrambled to his feet and turned toward the sound. As he stepped closer, his jaw clenched in shock. A massive bear was roaring furiously, foam flying from its mouth, while a pack of wolves circled it. Two wolves clamped onto its paw, and others crouched, ready to strike. Eyes wide, he watched the violent struggle, until suddenly the scene shattered. Instead of the bear, a doctor in a white coat stood before him, calmly writing in a notebook. The doctor repeated his question. Had the boy really awakened on another planet with two moons and witnessed wolves attacking a bear? Realizing how absurd it sounded, the young man lowered his eyes and said nothing. Jotting down the answer, the doctor asked the next logical question. How had he managed to return from that other world? The boy understood the question perfectly, but he had no idea how to answer. The wolves tore into the bear with brutal precision, sinking their fangs into its neck and ripping away chunks of flesh. Under the relentless assault, the bear's massive body lifted off the ground before crashing back down with a roar that sent stones flying in every direction. The pack moved as one. The largest wolves charged forward while the smaller ones stayed behind, surrounding the fallen bear and tearing it apart. Hidden between the rocks, our hero watched in terrified silence. He was so focused on the carnage that he failed to notice a snow-white wolf cub sneaking up behind him. The cub stared at him with calm curiosity, showing neither threat nor friendliness. Panic surged through him, and he cursed inwardly as fear filled his eyes. He bolted. Running with everything he had, he leapt over rocks as dust clouds burst beneath his feet. Dawn crept across the sky, painting it orange. But he could not slow down. His lungs burned, sweat stung his eyes, and every breath felt like fire. Still, he ran. Then, without warning, a translucent message appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. It read, "Your physique has increased by 1. He stared at it in confusion, unable to understand what it meant. Distracted, he never noticed the rock jutting from the ground until his foot caught on it. He stumbled and fell, straight onto a slope. Instead of hitting the ground once, he tumbled down the hill, crashing through bushes before finally dropping off a small ledge and landing headfirst into thick grass. He lay there coughing uncontrollably, tears and sweat dripping onto the earth. When he finally caught his breath, he wondered whether the strange sounds he heard were real or just illusions from exhaustion. Then something caught his eye. Bushes around him were heavy with red fruit, shaped like a cross between tomatoes and apples. His stomach growled loudly. One fruit lay on the ground, ants crawling across its skin. Seeing the insects unharmed, he reasoned the fruit probably wasn't poisonous. Kneeling, he grabbed one and bit into it hungrily. But midway through chewing, he froze. Something was watching him. He felt the gaze before he saw it. The grass rustled, and a deep rumbling sound rolled out from the shadows. Then a single massive red eye appeared, a vertical slit pupil staring straight at him. Terror pinned him in place. A giant snake with shimmering blue scales lunged from the grass, jaws wide. Paralyzed by shock, he stared into its eyes, accepting his fate. But before the snake could strike, a huge frog burst out of nowhere, clamping its jaws around the snake's throat. The two creatures tumbled away, the frog dragging the writhing serpent with it. Our hero sat frozen, fruit still in hand, listening to the grotesque sounds of the frog devouring the snake. He hiccuped, finally closed his mouth, and told himself this world was insane, or perhaps he was the insane one. Rain began to pour, drenching the strange forest. Water slid down enormous leaves, collecting in a puddle before dripping in a narrow stream. Perched on a tree branch, a makeshift cloth tied around his hips, our hero leaned back against the trunk and opened his mouth to catch the water. He drank greedily. 67 days had passed since he arrived in this alien world. Below him, the same wolf pack still prowled, tracking him without rest. He watched them with weary resignation, knowing they could catch him at any moment. But wolves were only one of the dangers. He needed a safer place. Night fell again, and the two familiar moons lit the sky. A year passed. Now stronger and more resilient, he discovered a giant bunch of bananas, each one as large as he was. With great effort, he tore a single banana free. It slipped from his grasp, but he caught it before it fell. Another message appeared. Your strength has increased by 1. Feeling the truth of it in his muscles, he hauled the enormous fruit onto the branch. While eating, he reflected on how he had managed to survive, or perhaps simply adapt to the madness around him. Below, the white wolf cub stood beneath the tree. It had been following him persistently for months. With cheeks stuffed full of banana, he realized he had almost grown accustomed to its presence. He might even miss it when it wandered out of sight. A warm stream of liquid suddenly slid down his back. Startled, he looked upward and immediately cursed under his breath. At the top of the tree sat a massive gorilla, baring its teeth as it began to descend with startling speed. Drool sprayed from its mouth as it lunged downward, swinging its enormous fists. Our hero tensed, watching the creature surge toward him. With one mighty blow, both fists slammed into the branch where he sat, shattering it into splinters. But he reacted in time, grabbing the hanging liana with one hand, while still managing to keep hold of his banana with the other. Dangling in the air, he cast an indifferent glance at the gorilla and muttered that perhaps she'd get lucky next time. But luck wasn't on her side. The branch she landed on snapped beneath her weight, sending her plummeting. The white wolf cub below watched wide-eyed as the giant body fell and landed right beside him. The impact blasted rocks and branches outward, and the cub was thrown back by the shockwave. Still clinging to the liana, our hero noticed the wolf cub's injury. A branch had pierced its paw. Before he could react, the gorilla, astonishingly still alive, slammed a massive hand into the ground and pushed herself upright. Her attention shifted from him to the cub. The wolf bristled, refusing to retreat even as the gorilla growled, lowering her gaze to him. She raised a massive fist. The blow sent the cub flying with a pained whine. Then something blurred through the air. Our hero, having let go of the liana, launched himself toward the gorilla. He landed on her back, and gripping his makeshift stick, drove it into her eye. Blood gushed as she roared in agony. But she was far from defeated. With both hands she grabbed him by the shoulders and hurled him like a rag doll. He slammed into the cliffside, the impact knocking the air out of him. Struggling to breathe, he managed to see the white cub scrambling to its feet and running. The gorilla charged again, flattening everything in her path. He stared at her through pain-blurred vision, bitterness curling his lips. He muttered that it had been foolish to get into this fight at all. The memory shattered as the doctor's voice cut through. Why had he done it? Why risk himself? Our hero sighed and replied that he could not keep running forever. Constant escape solved nothing. The doctor stared, unsure how to respond. Then the boy smiled faintly and added that wherever one went, there was always a ruler. In the memory, he sat slumped against a tree, unable to move. The gorilla thundered toward him, ready to crush his skull, until a massive white wolf launched from the side, jaws snapping for the gorilla's throat. Stunned, our hero watched as the pack closed in, attacking from all directions. Blood smeared his own face, but he barely noticed. Darkness overtook him, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he realized the wolves had not harmed him. The cub had circled him protectively. He concluded that the pack believed he and the cub belonged together, and so they defended him. Soon he learned the truth. The white cub was the pup of the Crimson Wolf Pack's leader. Under the dual full moons, their howls echoed across the forest. The wolves stood atop a high ridge and howled in unison, They sprinted through the forest with fierce harmony, and he ran with them, the white cub at his side. He wasn't just surviving anymore, he was becoming part of their world. Gasping for breath on a hilltop, he stopped. The cub stopped with him, tongue lolling as it panted. He scooped the cub into his arms and carried him as he ran once more with the pack. Time passed. The cub grew into a massive white wolf, and our hero remained by his side. 2 years had passed since he had arrived in this strange world. A lone wolf howled atop the hill, and the crimson wolves answered in perfect unison. He lifted his head and howled with them. He often thought the wolves must have accepted him as one of their own. Over the years he grew stronger, strong enough to sprint up sheer cliffs without struggle, and that was no surprise. It had already been 31 years since he first arrived in this strange world. A giant snake suddenly burst from the rocks below and slithered rapidly uphill after him, but he had anticipated this. Drawing his knife, he muttered that even after all this time he still had no idea how to escape this world. He had never found the slightest trace of civilization. With one swift motion, he slashed the snake open from its jaws almost to its tail. The wolves below leapt in to finish the job, tearing apart the rest of the creature. Soon after, they hunted a boar. Running alongside the wolves, he felt fully integrated into the pack, participating in their endless battles for territory. He swung from the vines while watching the wolves chase the boar. Then he leapt, letting out a hunting roar. Mid-air, he released the liana, drew his knife, and plunged down onto the boar's head. The blade slid in effortlessly. A flock of birds burst into the cloudless blue sky as he stood atop a hill. Realizing 120 years had passed, he was certain now, he was the only human on this planet. He remembered mourning fallen wolves. He had made countless furry companions and lost just as many. Sitting on the cliff with a blood-soaked knife, he realized he no longer knew how long he had been here. Centuries had passed. He did not understand how he was still alive. The doctor's voice intruded on the memory, concluding that even after 500 years and becoming the wolves' leader, he had found no civilization at all. So how had he returned to Earth? Our hero Sit's gaze drifted back into the memory. On a moonlit hilltop, a pack of crimson wolves charged toward an opposing tribe of gorillas. Both sides bristled, growled, and prepared for war. He ran with the wolves, wearing crude boots he had fashioned over the centuries. The two forces collided, howling and roaring as the battle erupted. He looked like a beast himself now. Knife in hand, he pushed off the ground with all his strength. Suspended in the air, he drew back his arm to strike a gorilla. Then a thunderclap shook the battlefield. The sound was unmistakable. It was the same sound he had heard on Earth, all those centuries ago. He froze in disbelief. His consciousness twisted, spiraling away as the world distorted around him. Everything slowed. The battle, the roar, the charging gorilla. Lightning struck the ground where he stood and swallowed him whole. When the flash faded, he was gone. Only his ancient knife remained. Suddenly, a ruined city appeared. Cracked buildings lined a broken road where 3 people walked cautiously. A radio in one of their hands beeped repeatedly. One of them halted. Great. A woman with long hair turned and said, "We stature going this way." The device screeched louder. Her companion protested. "But Captain," she cut him off, explaining that the spatial energy readings were off the charts. "Send the coordinates to portal control. Now," the other man ordered. The youngest pressed a button on his instrument. Coordinates sent. A pillar of light exploded open before them. "The portal is opening," someone shouted. All 3 scrambled back. One muttered that they had no idea what might come out. Another admitted he had a very bad feeling. They sprinted away, but the shockwave blasted outward, throwing them like ragdolls. Coughing, one man screamed in terror that the portal had opened. Another clung to a wall, shouting that he didn't want to die. Only the woman stood firm. She turned toward the portal, hand gripping the hilt of her katana. "I selt buy time. Run," she barked. One of the boys fumbled with his device, calling the bureau for emergency backup. The portal glowed like a blazing red circle as the woman faced it head-on. "Come on," she thought fiercely. "Come out, I'll tear you apart." A silhouette stepped into view within the crimson glow. Her breath caught. Her defiance faltered. She stared as the haze dissolved and a human figure became visible. It was him. Her fear melted into stunned disbelief. "Is that truly a human?" she whispered, as a tremor ran through her body. Our hero, after centuries living like a beast, stumbled out of the portal in utter confusion. His instincts, sharpened by 1,000 years among predators, lashed out first. He opened his mouth and released a deafening scream. It sounded nothing like a human voice. It was the roar of a wild animal. The girl standing before the portal froze in absolute shock. Her hand gripped the hilt of her katana so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She had prepared herself to face an unknown enemy, but the creature emerging from the portal, this man radiated a primal, suffocating pressure that made her tremble. Steve snarled at her, his eyes sharp and predatory. She could hardly believe he was human at all. Her instincts screamed that this was a beast, not a man. But then the roar abruptly stopped. Steve's strength drained. He sank to his knees, then collapsed entirely as the portal's fading hum quieted behind him. The two men who had called for reinforcements approached cautiously. They stared at the unconscious figure on the ground, astonished that a human had come through. The girl's fear eased, replaced by bewilderment. What had she just witnessed? What kind of power did this man possess? She looked at his sleeping face and admitted silently that she had never felt such overwhelming pressure, not even in the highest level dungeons. She could not understand who or what he was. One of her companions radioed in, saying reinforcements were no longer needed. Someone had returned, and they needed medical support immediately. Steve sat on a hospital couch as the doctor switched off his recorder. The man smiled gratefully and said he would pass Steve's testimony to the Bureau of Awakened People. Steve's vitals were normal. He would be discharged soon. Steve lowered his head and quietly called the doctor by name. The doctor, already at the door, paused in surprise. Steve told him that for the first time in 1,000 years he was speaking to a civilized human being and thanked him for listening. The doctor replied that Steve had shared an extraordinary story and that the world should be thanking a hero who survived a millennia-long ordeal. Steve watched him leave, suspicion flickering in his eyes. The door clicked shut. Down the hallway, the doctor walked to his office, deep in thought. He found Steve fascinating. His story was so vivid and detailed that he could have been a novelist, but all the same he had to file the report. The Bureau of Awakened People towered over the city, several high-rises with helipads dotting their roofs. In the captain's office, the girl with the katana, Jean, scanned a file. "Is this information correct?" she asked. The captain blinked. "What step's wrong?" "This says he sits rank F." The captain nodded. "A rare case. If he were rank E, the state would grant us benefits." John frowned. "Rank 5 means he sits basically an ordinary civilian. Someone like that shouldn't sit even be able to cross a portal." "Are you certain this isn't sit, an error?" "Maybe he was lucky," the captain suggested. "Or hiding. He could have stumbled across a return stone by accident." He handed her a tablet. "Here." The doctor sips report from the hospital. The diagnosis listed post-traumatic stress disorder and a prescription for antidepressants. Jean Sip's eyes narrowed at a specific line. "He exhibits wolf-like behavior." She remembered the man emerging from the portal, that overwhelming pressure, those wild eyes. At the time, she had trusted her instincts. Now she wondered if she had imagined it. Everything seemed too surreal. "This is his file," she confirmed. "Yes." Regardless of the details, the captain said, "We still treat him as a returned." Jean requested permission to deliver the documents personally. The captain stared, confused why she insisted, but she simply replied, "I need to see it with my own eyes." Though years had passed, the hospital looked the same as any other. Steve lay on his bed, thinking, 2 weeks since his return. 2 weeks in a world he once belonged to, yet now felt alien. He had long wished for this day, but now that he was here, he didn't know what to do. A nurse entered with a food tray, telling him it was time to eat. His stomach growled loudly. Only now did he realize he was starving. The dishes looked delicious, and he decided survival came first. A knock sounded. The door opened immediately, and Jean stepped inside. She stopped cold. Steve was squatting on the couch, eating like a feral animal. No cutlery, no restraint, just raw instinct guiding his movements. When he glanced at her, it was only briefly, as if assessing a presence near his food. Jan managed to greet him. Steve paused mid-bite and muttered, "That smell, that blonde hair." He crouched beside her, sniffing lightly. "You seem familiar." Jean stiffened. "I stamped the first person you saw when you returned." She remembered how he looked emerging from the portal, a predator. Even now, watching him devour food, she questioned her instincts. Was he dangerous, or simply broken? Steve licked the tray clean and set it aside. "The food is good." Then he asked, "What is this Bureau of Awakened you mentioned?" Jean blinked. "Why are you speaking so casually to me?" Steve stared in confusion, then replied simply, "I seppen 1,000 years older than you." Jean remembered the doctor's diagnosis, wolf-like behavior, and looked away. Reminding herself that Steve was technically still a patient, she placed the papers before him and explained that the Bureau of Awakened People existed to help individuals like him adapt. Everything he needed to know was written in the document. All he had to do was read carefully and sign the consent form. Steve picked up the pen and immediately sniffed it. Jean stared at him. "Why do you keep sniffing everything?" He replied, almost offended. 1,000 years have passed, and you still use pens." Jean snapped, "Sign it. Don't draw with it." He apologized softly and added, "Useps is still the same as you were 1,000 years ago." She muttered a curse, called him a Neanderthal, and thinking he really was just an idiot, pointed once again to where he needed to sign. While she waited, she noticed him doodling instead, sketching a wolf on the corner of the page. Slightly embarrassed to interrupt, she asked, "Did you learn to draw there?" "I already knew how," he replied. "And did you learn anything else?" She pressed. "Magic, voodoo, martial arts?" He blinked at her. I lived in the forest to survive. John finished the sentence for him, annoyed. So you spent 10 years running for your life. Steve stopped drawing. 10 years? What are you talking about? To become a real returnee, someone who can pass through the portal, you need to kill monsters and absorb their spatial energy, but you probably just stumbled onto a travel stone. She sighed. I misread the situation. Steve repeated in disbelief. 10? I wasn't set in the jungle for 10 years. I was there for 1,000. John Sepp's voice rose. Stop joking. You Steph been gone since 2015. It's Sepp's 2025. 10 years. Steve snatched the documents, flipping through them frantically. The dates were there, clear, undeniable. Only 10 years had passed on Earth. He felt the world tilt beneath him. Jan tossed him a card. Your awakened ID. Half of your medical expenses will be subsidized, so read the documents, and when you recover, go back to your family. She left without waiting for a reply. Steve stared at the closed door. Family. A word he had forgotten. He clutched the documents, trembling as he read. If only 10 years had passed, were they still alive? His eyes widened when he reached the page listing his relatives. His mother, his father, both dead. The words echoed in the empty room. He whispered it again, hollowly. They Sept are gone. Hands shaking, he flipped through the document, until he found his younger brother's name. Chad, alive. Steve surged to his feet and ran from the room. He only had one thought. Find Chad. Nurses called after him, but he didn't stop. He burst into the doctor's office and shouted for Dr. Baldy. The nurse scolded him, but Baldy only looked up, startled. Then he smiled kindly. What Sep's wrong? Steve stood firmly. I need your help. My brother is alive. I have to find him. Please discharge me. The doctor folded his hands calmly. You stir healthy enough to return to society, but why not wait until your brother comes to visit? He stir calm. You don't understand, Steve insisted. I stem not here to ask permission. Baldy chuckled at his defiant tone. Is that so? He paused, running a finger down the crease of his trousers as he considered something. Then he said, all right. Steve blinked. Really? Yes, but on one condition. Moments later, Steve sat in the back seat of a taxi, thanking the doctor repeatedly and promising he would never forget the favor. Baldy stood beside the vehicle, looking rather pleased with himself. He instructed the driver, he hasn't set fully recovered. Make sure he arrives safely. The taxi pulled away, and Steve's journey to find his brother began. The yellow taxi rumbled away into traffic while Dr. Baldy and the nurse watched from the curb. The nurse crossed her arms and scolded him gently. You paid his hospital bill, bought him clothes, even paid for his taxi. Why? We usually just let frank patients take care of themselves. And why does he call you Dr. Baldy like you steer old friends? The doctor chuckled. Why? I stem not even sure myself. Maybe, he thought for a moment, smiling faintly. Maybe I want to keep listening to his story. The nurse blinked in disbelief. Why listen to that nonsense? They returned to the office. The door handle hung mangled, flattened like clay. The nurse sighed. I already called a repairman. I still don't know how it broke like this. A sudden image flashed, Steve gripping the handle in panic, crushing it as easily as a twig. Dr. Baldy didn't answer right away. He sat down slowly, hands on the chair Sip's armrests, closing his eyes. This was the second door handle Steve had destroyed, and the doctor realized something unnerving. He hadn't smelled anything strange about Steve, yet the man had monstrous strength. Meanwhile, the taxi crawled through evening traffic. On the tablet mounted to the dashboard, breaking news interrupted the broadcast. A reporter announced that due to miscalculating a portal's appearance time, monsters had emerged into an unprotected field. The screen showed a towering, nightmarish creature with rows of teeth, and a second twisting mouth growing from within the first. The ministry had deployed the Army and Air Force. The situation was contained in 50 minutes, but at a heavy cost. 2 tanks destroyed, 12 soldiers and awakened dead. The broadcast ended, replaced by the flashy intro to a fighting show. League of Zoom, a televised battle club for awakened warriors. 2 C-rank fighters appeared on screen. The commentator said the winner would challenge the world's second-ranked warrior. Steve watched quietly, not understanding any of it. The driver, however, was thrilled. Look at that footwork. If I were awakened, I set quit this taxi job and join a guild. Steve asked calmly, are there hunting grounds here too? The driver nearly swerved. Hunting grounds? What, did you hit your head that hard? Steve didn't argue. He only said, just explain it without beating around the bush. So the driver did. 10 years ago, the day of the great catastrophe, portals opened all over the world. Monsters poured in. Helicopters tried to shoot them down, but it didn't matter. 10% of humanity died that day. Steve Sepp's chest tightened. Since then, the driver continued, the military can handle everything, so mercenaries awakened fight the monsters instead. They get licenses, get paid, join guilds. Steve asked, how does one get a mercenary license? The driver laughed. Not just anyone. You have to be awakened and pass the Bureau Sits exam. Steve absorbed this new reality. It felt more alien than the world of wolves. By sunset, the taxi reached the outskirts of the city. Narrow streets, small houses, old cars lining the curbs. The driver parked beside a two-story brick home. "This is it," he said. "Spend time with your little brother." Steve thanked him, swallowing hard. He approached the house slowly, heart pounding. Was Chad really just behind that door? An elderly woman at the window noticed him and leaned out, annoyed. "Who are you?" "I came to see Chad," Steve answered. The old woman froze when she heard the name. She stared at him closely, her expression shifting from shock to anger. "You brat." Still wet behind the ears. "How dare you speak to your elders like that?" Steve blinked in confusion, completely lost. He waited for an explanation but none came. The woman simply glared at him like he had offended her somehow. And Steve, who had fought beasts and survived a 1,000-year nightmare, found himself utterly baffled by an old woman in a window. The old woman snapped that no Chad lived here and barked at Steve to leave immediately. She slammed the window shut, leaving him standing on the doorstep in pure confusion. Maybe he was at the wrong house. But then he heard shouting inside. "Those creditors keep coming here. I'm sick of it." And a child-sip's trembling voice answered, "Has that scary man come back?" Steve froze. A child afraid of a loan collector? His confusion deepened as he listened. The old woman soothed the child, saying the man hadn't returned yet. Steve couldn't understand how this world supposedly civilized could terrify a child who had done nothing wrong. He approached the front door. Inside, the old woman muttered that the boy's father worked non-stop, yet their debts only grew. The child asked, "Is Daddy drowning in debt?" And the woman quickly hushed him, telling him to keep eating. A mailbox hung crookedly beside the door, stuffed full of envelopes. Steve took one out. The name on it, Chad. The sender, a debt collection agency. Steve Sepp's stomach tightened. Chad, a debtor? He stepped away, unwilling to trouble the old woman further. As he walked down the street, he mulled over what he'd learned. In the wild world, strength was law, but here, money was strength. And without it, even a child suffered. His fists clenched. He needed power, real power, if he was going to survive in this world and help his brother. Lost in heavy thoughts, he arrived at the Bureau of the Awakened. He entered without issue, and approached the scanning terminal. When he placed his ID card down, a message appeared. "Does not match." A bored receptionist at the checkpoint looked up. "Your mercenary application was rejected. You don't meet the requirements." Steve frowned. "But I sep an awakened Frank." "Oh, you start at rank F, alright," she said, "but you don't have enough awakening points." "I just came out of the portal 2 weeks ago," he insisted. She laughed. "Normal people can go through portals, they be ripped apart." "I felt that pain before," Steve murmured. "Leave the fantasies at home," she sighed. "Go to school or earn points in the field, then come back when you're properly awakened." Steve drifted toward the reward wall, reading the poster, goblins. $500 each. He read it twice, not understanding what goblins they meant. Exhausted, he stared blankly. He needed answers, and money. From above, the city looked divided, tall walls carved through every district. He remembered asking a taxi driver about them earlier. "Oh yeah," the driver said, "they surround the whole city. Check the Maps app." "What app?" Steve had asked, causing the driver to stare at him like he'd grown another head. The driver explained the city's structure, 12 districts, gates separating them, and gates leading out to the fields. Steve realized he absolutely needed a phone. The taxi stopped at a massive gate, marked 27. The driver pointed ahead. "This is the field gate. Good luck, man." Steve thanked him and stepped out, staring at the towering structure. According to what he had learned, crossing through these gates meant entering the hunting grounds, hostile zones filled with monsters. He walked through the checkpoint cautiously, then approached 2 armed soldiers guarding the entrance. "What brings you here?" one soldier asked. Steve replied firmly, "I in here to hunt." The soldier scowled. "License?" Steve lowered his head. "I don't have one." The second soldier stepped forward. "Civilians are banned from entering the field." But before anything else could be said, a loud commotion erupted from the entrance. "Close the gate," someone shouted. "It's too late," another voice yelled. An SUV blasted out of the field, smashing through barriers. A grotesque creature clung to the driver's neck, its fangs buried deep. The vehicle swerved violently, flipping and slamming into a concrete wall with bone-shattering force. A soldier grabbed his radio, screaming, calling Special Squad. "We have a breach." The others advanced slowly toward the overturned vehicle in a tight formation, weapons raised. The commanding officer barked orders to establish a line. Something inside the SUV twitched. The soldiers held their breath. Steve stood behind them watching the scene unfold, yet compared to the horrors he had survived for centuries, he felt a familiar deadly calm settling over him. Something was coming out. The soldiers steadied their rifles as something inside the overturned SUV began to move. "Take aim," the commanding officer shouted. A massive green hand, bleeding, clawed, and inhuman, smashed through the shattered window. Then the creature pulled itself out, its long fangs glinting as it growled. "Fire!" The soldiers unleashed a deafening barrage. Explosions of gunfire echoed through the gate as dozens of bullets tore into the creature. It screeched, shaking under the impact, its body shredded with holes before collapsing atop the wreckage. "Cease fire. All clear. Call an ambulance." Only then did one soldier notice something strange. "Where steps that guy? The one who came in a taxi? The crazy one? He ran away. Must have been scared." But Steve hadn't set run from fear. He had slipped through the gate. He walked slowly down the broken road, whispering to himself, "Is this really a field?" He closed his eyes and let his senses open. He could smell everything, hear everything. The field was alive, and he felt all of it. He climbed a rubble-covered hill, staring at the ruined buildings stretching across the horizon. The sun painted the sky orange as it set behind the shattered silhouettes of a fallen city. Darkness soon followed, and he stood still beneath it, feeling a familiar comfort. Night. A world he understood. He stepped forward off the cliff without hesitation. His body plummeted. His eyes closed. Now, the hunt begins. He landed hard, one knee striking the asphalt. Dust exploded around him. The ground cracked beneath the force, yet he rose smoothly, ignoring the damage. Hand to the ground. Leaning forward, he lunged. The pavement detonated beneath his feet as he surged ahead. So fast he became a blur. The dust trail behind him was the only sign of his passage. He leapt upward, ascending the height of an entire building. But midway, something felt wrong. His breath faltered. His strength dipped. He barely managed to grab the edge of the roof. Panting, he pulled himself up and wondered if returning to Earth had weakened him. Under the full moon's glow, he stood at the rooftop edge, hands tucked in his pockets. Concentrating, he sniffed the air. Something answered. He turned his head toward it. He jumped off the building, landing lightly, then sprinted toward the source of the scent, the same building he had noticed earlier from atop the hill. Inside that crumbling structure, a white wolf, its fur stained crimson with blood, was cornered. 3 monsters surrounded it, their eyes gleaming with triumph. The largest growled deeply, savoring its imminent kill. But the wolf refused to bow. It pressed itself against the wall, snarling defiantly. Steve approached quietly, step by step. The wolf met his gaze. "Do you want help?" he asked silently. And in the wolf's eyes he saw the answer. Yes. The monsters lunged. Steve smirked. He rushed forward with a speed that blurred his outline. "You're all my prey now," he growled. His fist connected with the first monster's skull. Crack. And it dropped instantly, its head splitting open like a crushed watermelon. Suddenly, a glowing message materialized before his eyes. "Searching for your class. Searching for your class. System error." More windows popped up, multiplying rapidly. "What?" Steve muttered. "System error?" He waved dismissively. "Delete." And they vanished instantly. Along with his distraction went the monster's patience. A pack surrounded him, teeth bared. One monster charged. Steve struck once. Its teeth shattered into powder. Another lunged. Steve slammed a fist into its skull and sent it flying. The third tried to flee, scrambling up the wall in terror, but a sound behind it made it turn. Steve was already there. He grabbed its head with one hand, stopping it cold, and hurled it down. The creature hit the ground with a heavy broken gasp. The battlefield fell silent, except for Steve's steady breathing and the soft growl of the white wolf behind him. The hunt had only just begun. The monster's neck snapped on impact, its body collapsing in a heap. Steve leapt down after it, landing lightly beside the corpse. Dust settled around him. And then another glowing window appeared. "Your class is derated. Resetting statistics. Impossible. Failed to obtain new abilities. Fatal error." Steve stared at the last message, his eyes widening. He remembered this error hundreds of years ago in the jungle. When his constitution reached its maximum, the system had stopped increasing it. No matter how much he trained or fought, he never received another improvement message. And now he realized something else. Statuses existed on Earth too. "Maybe that's why I feel weaker," he muttered. Another window blinked into existence. "Access to store. Open." "A store?" Steve whispered, stunned. He pressed the button. A new interface appeared. Velk points. 7. Water bottle. 1 Velk. Bread rye. 2 Velk. "That's it?" Steve groaned. Still, he chose water and bread. A bottle and bun materialized in front of him, hovering in midair before dropping softly at his feet. A faint whine snapped him out of his thoughts. The white she-wolf, bleeding heavily, lay against the wall, a small wolf cub crying beside her. Steve approached slowly so as not to frighten them. Kneeling beside the she-wolf, he stroked her muzzle. She was dying. Her breaths were short and ragged. "Poison," the cub whimpered. Steve sighed. "I didn't come here to be a babysitter," he said softly. Talk to me. But the she-wolf could no longer respond. Her eyes fluttered shut. The wolf cub stared at him with impossibly sad eyes. Steve sighed again. Fine, I get it, he muttered. Maybe this meeting was meant to be. Instead of taking the water, he reached into his jacket and pulled out the rye bun. He placed it gently in front of the cub. Eat. While the cub ate, Steve returned to the battlefield. 7 dead monsters. He counted them all. A car would have been useful, he said with a tired exhale. The sun rose over the ruined city, painting the world gold. Steve stood with his eyes closed, soaking in the warmth. Later, he sat beneath a large tree. The cub slept curled in his lap. Before him lay the freshly covered grave of the she-wolf. He stroked the pup's back. It's Step's time to go. At gate 27, chaos erupted. Cars were backed up. Drivers argued with soldiers about quarantine procedures. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Heads turned. Eyes widened. A soldier whispered, "Is that?" From the gate, Steve walked out, calm, steady, carrying a wolf cub in one arm, and strapped across his back. 7 monster corpses, still dripping blood. A driver gaped. He carried all that by himself? Another choked. Did he kill them alone? The soldier finally recognized him. It's Tim. Steve marched straight into the Bureau of Awakened People and returned to the clerk who had denied him earlier. Her jaw hung open as she calculated his earnings. For 7 goblins, that sits $350,000. 3 heliotrope minerals, $60,000. Quarantine and puppy vaccinations, deducting $200. Total payout, $410,000. Steve blinked. What sipsed heliotrope? She held up a glowing red stone. This is taken from a goblin sit's heart. Value depends on size and energy. She added, since you don't sit have a bank account, you sell get cash, but you should open one. You said we're capable. Steve stared at the thick stack of bills in his hands. If I keep hunting, money won't set to be a problem. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, a white van pulled up to a small corner store. The driver greeted the owner. Where sips Chad? Haven't seen him lately. Part-time job, the young man replied. Poor kid Sep's suffering from debt. Field work is tough, Chad admitted, but the pay Sep's worth it. The owner handed him a chocolate bar. Bill likes these. Chad handed over a bottle of beer. Count that too. The van rolled off again. Chad, cheerful and humming to himself, was on his way home, completely unaware that his older brother, whom he thought long dead, was finally back in the world, and getting closer with every step. Suddenly, someone behind Chad called his name. He turned, startled by the familiar voice, but before he could react, a baton struck him brutally from behind. Chad collapsed, the groceries spilling out of his bag across the ground. The man holding the baton grinned cruelly, saying he was glad to see Chad again. He added that they were starting to think Chad had abandoned the child and run away. Blood trickled down Chad's forehead as he stared at the group of men in terror. The quiet neighborhood filled with sobs and the dull sound of blows. The man with the baton looked Chad over and commented mockingly that the boy's face had improved. Then he lowered the baton to his shoulder and began shouting. He complained that he had lost count of how many times he had come here for the money. Chad apologized repeatedly, trying to endure the pain. He held out a wad of cash. Everything he had earned, $240,000. The man counted it aloud, $160 for the month, $120 in interest, gasoline, dry cleaning. He sat down on the steps, unimpressed. Too little. 2 more men stood behind Chad, blocking his escape. Hearing this, Chad trembled violently, tears welled in his eyes. I shall get the rest, I swear. 3 days, please. I shall get it in 3 days. The man struck him again. And do you know how much interest builds in 3 days? He raised the baton once more. If you lie to me again, he never finished the sentence. A voice cut through the street like a blade. Hey, freak. Everyone turned. Steve approached with calm, steady steps, and beside him padded a small white wolf cub. The man frowned and demanded to know who he was, but Chad had already recognized him. His breath caught. His eyes widened. His voice broke. Big, brother. Steve's face was carved in stone. No smile, no softness, only a cold, controlled fury burning behind his eyes. He saw only one thing, his little brother on the ground. Chad rose shakily from his knees, unable to believe who stood before him. The bandit stared between them, confused. Steve took one step, then another. He stopped before Chad, knelt down, and looked him directly in the eyes. Chad, he whispered with a tenderness that contradicted his intimidating presence. Is it really you? Chad stared back at him, overwhelmed. The only word he could form was brother, and with that single word old memories resurfaced, memories Chad had buried long ago. He remembered being beaten by 4 bullies at school. One searched his pockets while another mocked him. Chad pleaded that he had nothing left. The boys didn't believe him. He looked up then, and saw Steve walking by holding bags of trash. Steve, Chad screamed. Help me. The bullies turned in surprise, but Steve only walked past them toward the dumpsters. He didn't even glance at his brother. He simply threw away the trash and walked back, ignoring Chad as he begged. The bullies resumed beating him, telling him that real friends were supposed to help with money. Chad cried through the pain, watching Steve walk away. His brother had abandoned him once, and Chad never forgot that feeling. Later, when the red domes appeared over the city and monsters began crawling out, Chad was home watching the news. The broadcast was interrupted by a violent knock at the door. Chad ran in fear, thinking, "Mom?" But it wasn't his mother. It was his aunt and uncle. They said they couldn't reach his parents and asked where Steve was. Before anyone could answer, an explosion ripped through the hallway. The blast threw Chad across the room. The wall collapsed, stones flying everywhere. A monster with 3 long snake-like necks rose above the destroyed street. As people screamed in terror, Chad lay bleeding on the floor, paralyzed with fear. Through the broken wall, a giant monstrous eye stared directly inside. He held his breath, certain he would die. But the monster didn't see him and moved on. Sitting in the wreckage, Chad thought bitterly that he no longer cared if Steve vanished from the world entirely. And now, seeing his brother standing before him after 10 years, he realized that these were the exact thoughts he had carried all this time. Steve smiled faintly. "You still gotten older, Chad." Chad still stared at Steve in disbelief. For 10 years he had truly believed his older brother was dead. Now Steve stood before him, alive. Their reunion was interrupted when the bandit crouched beside Chad and mockingly asked if he had hit his head. Pointing at Steve, he sneered, "How could this brat possibly be your older brother?" That was the moment Steve's expression changed. Before anyone could react, Steve grabbed the man's head and slammed him toward the ground. Then, with effortless force, he hurled the bandit backward. The man flipped through the air and crashed against the wall, knocking a stack of wooden rods onto himself. Chad watched, stunned. He had never seen anyone move like that. The 2 other thugs growled at Steve, furious that their leader had been tossed aside so easily, but Steve didn't even acknowledge them. He looked only at Chad. "Are you hurt?" Chad shook his head. "I stamp fine." The bandits took Steve's calmness as disrespect. One rushed forward and kicked Steve in the neck. Steve didn't flinch, didn't react, didn't even look at him. A heartbeat later, the thug screamed as he was launched sideways, his leg twisting into an unnatural shape. He collapsed onto the pavement, clutching his shattered limb. The last thug froze where he stood, trembling. He immediately understood. Steve was awakened. Steve turned his gaze on him. "You, come here." The boy backed away in terror, babbling that he never attacked anyone and had tried to stop the others. Steve wasn't interested in harming him. He pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and dropped it on the ground. "Take it," he said coldly, "and get out." The boy bowed repeatedly, scooped up the money, and fled. Steve helped Chad to his feet. Together they walked home in silence, the wolf cub trotting happily beside them. When they arrived, it was already dark. Stars glittered above the small old house. The same elderly woman who earlier shouted at Steve now stared at the brothers in complete shock. She looked from Steve, to Chad, to the wolf cub, then back to Steve. Is this really your older brother?" she whispered. Chad grinned and nodded. "Yeah, it's Steve." Steve handed her a bag. "This is beef." Suspicious, the woman opened it. Fresh, good quality meat filled the bag. Her eyes widened before she muttered a quiet curse under her breath. She sighed and ushered them inside. "You should have told me sooner you had family." The boy fell asleep waiting. Inside, Bill, the little boy, slept on the floor. The wolf cub immediately padded over, sniffing his hair curiously. Steve knelt beside him. "Is he your son?" "His name is Bill," Chad said softly. "He sets everything to me." "What about his mother?" Chad's smile faded. "She chose a different life." "It's my fault." The wolf cub gently licked Bill's head, comforting him even in sleep. Steve watched them both with sadness. "Let's get a drink," he suggested quietly. Chad accepted. Later, in a small diner, the brothers clinked glasses. Neon lights reflected off the table. Chad still couldn't believe Steve had returned, and returned stronger than any awakened he had ever seen on TV. Steve Sepp's tone shifted seriously. "How much do you still owe?" Chad hesitated. "About $5,000. Steve grinned. That amount didn't worry him anymore. "I can cover that, now that I have a job." Chad blinked. "A job? What job?" Steve tilted his head. "You tell me. What's your job?" Chad drank from his glass, embarrassed. "I loader, a delivery driver. No one else takes the dangerous routes, so they pay me well." "Is the truck yours?" Steve asked. "No, it belonged to the old lady Sepp's son. She lends it to me." "And what does her son do now?" Chad's face darkened. "He died during a delivery. She took care of his boy Bill, like her own. She saved us." Before Steve could respond, Bill woke up back home. The wolf cub licked his face, making him giggle. He ran into the kitchen with the pup in his arms. "Daddy." Chad turned, smiling brightly. You, star awake. Bill stared curiously at Steve. Who sets that? That Sep's your uncle, Chad said proudly. Bill shyly waved. Can I play with the puppy? Steve couldn't help but smile warmly. Of course. Bill Sep's squeals of happiness echoed through the house. As he played with the cub, Chad laughed. He Sep's wanted a puppy for years. Yusef made his whole world. Steve didn't respond at first. He simply watched them, his family, with a quiet, unfamiliar warmth growing in his chest. After a moment, he looked at Chad. Why don't we work together, he said. Chad blinked, stunned by the offer. Work together? What do you mean? Steve insisted he would handle everything himself. All Chad had to do was help with the truck. Chad blinked in confusion, asking what job Steve was even talking about. With a dark, confident grin, Steve revealed his plan: monster hunting. Chad was sure he'd misheard and asked again, only to get the same answer. The next day, Steve arrived at the Bureau of the Awakened. The receptionist looked over his documents with clear excitement. She told him he was officially registered as an Awakened, and immediately boosted his level. He received his new identification card, stamped with his class, Druid, rank F. She explained that he would now receive government payments directly to that card. Then she handed him a box containing a phone, a gift for newly awakened hunters. She reminded him to download the mandatory application, which would send him mission details and available hunting locations. If he captured enough monsters, his rank would rise to E, earning him extra bonuses. She added that with persistence like his, people like him could help save the land. Finally, she informed him that the system errors in his status screen had been resolved and told him to try opening it. A translucent window appeared before Steve, filled with numbers and attributes he didn't fully understand. Some values, like harmony, were shockingly low, and he wondered how difficult it would be to raise them. Meanwhile, on a sunlit highway, a white delivery van sped between mountain shadows. Chad's phone, mounted on the dashboard, rang. The screen displayed a single word: brother. Chad congratulated him on the new phone and asked if he had finished registering. He explained he had only one last delivery before coming to meet him. When he learned Steve still needed to pass the mercenary exam, he warned him that being rank F would make killing monsters difficult. But Steve cut the call short, irritating Chad, who wondered how his brother could have changed so drastically. As Steve walked through the city checking his phone, he received a notification for monster hunting bonuses, and unknowingly passed by an active portal. At the gate's entrance, traffic was backed up. Drivers honked and shouted for the line to move faster. Among the stopped cars sat a green SUV that blended easily into the crowd. Inside were young men in white jackets. The man in the passenger seat stared tiredly out the window, while the three in the back trembled nervously, preparing for their first real battle. The driver tried to calm them, reminding them that as awakened, they had nothing to fear. If they passed this trial, they would be accepted as core members of the Shinra Guild. Determined, they promised to do whatever it took. The man in the passenger seat scowled at their enthusiasm. He believed they had no real ability, and were only present because of their wealthy families. In his mind, they were destined to fail again. At the checkpoint, a soldier reviewed his monitor and called for the next person. When he looked up, he was startled. Steve stood alone in a fresh tracksuit with no visible equipment. The soldier asked if he was entering the gate by himself and requested his pass card. When Steve tapped it to the terminal, it flashed green. The soldier noted his name and rank F status. As Steve approached the entrance, the soldier tried to stop him, asking if he understood how dangerous the gate was. Inside the SUV, the passenger noticed Steve walking straight toward the gate. The soldiers debated whether they should even allow someone with no equipment to go in alone. Then another soldier recognized him as the man who had killed 7 goblins at Gate 27 the previous day. The SUV's occupants overheard this, stunned that he intended to enter again and without gear. Once the system unfroze, the soldier waved the SUV forward. The man in the passenger seat abruptly ordered the driver to chase Steve, startling him, but the driver obeyed, accelerating through the gate. They turned the same corner Steve had taken, but as the SUV screeched to a stop, the men stared in disbelief. The path ahead was empty. Steve had vanished completely. The driver looked around in confusion, trying to understand how someone they were seconds away from catching had disappeared without a trace. The man watching from the shadows wore a sinister smile, convinced he had found an easy target. But at that very moment, Steve was already sprinting through the forest, kicking up clouds of dust with every long, powerful stride. When he finally slowed to a stop, he planted one foot forward, bent over with his hands on his hips, and tried to catch his breath. The run told him everything he needed to know. His body truly had weakened. Opening his status menu only confirmed it. If he wanted to survive, training was unavoidable. Then he heard something ahead. Steve straightened, focusing on the faint noise. Voices. Human voices. One snarled, "Come on, attack, coward." Another shouted back, "Do you want to die?" From the sound of metal clashing, Steve guessed they were sword fighting. He glanced left, pinpointing the direction, and a predatory smile crept across his face. This wasn't monsters fighting. This was a clash between awakened. He couldn't resist watching. A scream cut through the forest as a severed hand, still gripping a sword, sailed through the air trailing blood. Someone roared, "Attack!" Steve broke into a run and climbed onto the top of a ruined building overlooking the scene. Below, chaos unfolded. 3 men in green uniforms were surrounded by a group of rough-looking bandits dressed in brown, while one bandit barked threats, demanding they drop their possessions and leave. The men in green clearly didn't want to fight. Steve watched silently, noting their trembling stances and unwillingness to engage. A blue pickup truck suddenly pulled up beside the confrontation. A large, muscular man stepped out and planted his foot in the dirt. "Why is it taking so long to deal with them?" he demanded. The boys in green froze when they saw him. Someone whispered his name. Shiek, the notorious C-rank robber, with a 400 million bounty on his head. That number caught Steve's attention. 400 million. Even he couldn't pretend that wasn't impressive. The bandits mocked the green-uniformed boys, saying they should have surrendered earlier. Now it was too late. Sheik rubbed his hands together and smirked, introducing himself and daring anyone brave enough to catch him. The boys in green panicked, realizing the stories were true. One even begged to leave everything behind if they'd be allowed to walk away. Sheik dashed forward without warning. Too late. That's not fun anymore. One of the green-uniformed boys tried to stop him, voice full of terror, insisting they didn't care about their belongings anymore. Before Sheik could strike, a figure dropped from above. Steve landed between the two groups with a heavy thud, hands still buried casually in his pockets. Dust billowed around him. Everyone froze. Sheik, the boys in green, even the bandits in brown. Steve stepped forward as the dust settled. Sheik asked who he thought he was. An angel descending from heaven, but Steve ignored the taunt. He pointed at him and asked only one thing. Is the bounty really 400 million? Towering over him, Sheik demanded to know who he was. Steve replied with a cold seriousness, I just need the money. The bandits recoiled, dumbfounded. The boys in green stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. Sheik burst out laughing, delighted by the absurdity. With a sneer, he asked if Steve actually thought he was from the commission. Steve didn't answer. He simply stared. Then Sheik's eyes glowed red. He told Steve that anyone who looked into his eyes for 5 seconds would be unable to move. Steve stood frozen in shock as his own body began to glow a faint shade of red. He couldn't understand what was happening. One of the boys in green recognized the technique and went pale with fear. Sheik chuckled, confident his ability had worked, and ordered the green-uniformed boys to seize Steve. Cautiously, the boys approached him. Why did you interfere? They demanded. Behind them the bandits stood ready, though far less certain. But then something impossible happened. Steve moved. In one swift motion, he struck Sheik. Everyone froze. The bandits gaped. The boys in green stared wide-eyed. No one understood how Steve had broken the immobilization skill. And the most shocked of all was Sheik himself, unable to comprehend how this newcomer, this rank theft nobody, had just landed a blow on him. Steve tightened his other fist, preparing to strike again. His lips curled into a feral, animalistic grin. That's just magic, he said, as if dismissing Sheik's ability entirely. Sheik flinched at his tone, staring at Steve in disbelief. Teeth clenched. You're funny, Steve added, raising his fist as his eyes glowed bright blue. Sheik's own red eyes widened in fear. He tried to regain control, roaring, "Stop." His eyes flashed red. To everyone's surprise, Steve's body froze. His fist halted mere centimeters from Sheik's face. With a smug smile, Sheik taunted him, claiming he wasn't so simple after all. Drawing a knife from his belt, he swung it, and advised Steve never to let his guard down. But before the blade even reached its target, Sheik's nose smashed against Steve's rising knee. The knife tumbled from his hands. What else can you do besides that pathetic trick? Steve asked, almost disappointed. Anything more interesting? He threw a punch at Sheik's face. The man tried to trigger his magic again, starting the incantation, but never finished it. Steve silenced him with a brutal hook, knocking out several teeth. A second blow crashed into Sheik's solar plexus, forcing the air from his lungs. The final kick struck his ribs, folding him over. Steve grabbed Sheik's jacket, and with a single decisive movement, flipped the large man over his shoulder. Sheik crashed through a nearby window, shattering the glass and scattering shards across the ground. Breathing evenly, a faint smile on his lips, Steve said, "Too easy." The men in green stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Steve had taken down Sheik so effortlessly. With Sheik unconscious, Steve turned to the brown-clad bandits holding their swords out defensively. "Are you planning to attack?" he asked. They vigorously shook their heads, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. Steve ordered them to gather together, and they rushed to the spot he pointed to. He then asked the green-uniformed boys if they had any rope. One grinned nervously and said he did. Steve turned back to the bandits and asked how much they would pay for their freedom. They panicked, babbling that there was no bounty on them, that Sheik was the only wanted man, and that they were victims who had been threatened. Meanwhile, Shek regained consciousness and listened in outrage as the men claimed Steve was now rich thanks to capturing him. Tears welled in his eyes as he shouted that they were traitors, leeches who clung to him for their share. Steve looked down at him, surprised he was awake already. The green-uniformed boys spoke up, insisting the brown-clad bandits were lying and that capturing all of them would earn a higher reward, but the bandits objected, insisting they were only servants. Shek tried appealing to Steve directly, asking if the government's rules didn't bother him. He said that inside this place, Steve was free to do anything, and if Steve spared him, he would consider Steve a king. Before he could finish, Steve's sneaker slammed into his face. "Sleep a little longer," Steve said. Shek collapsed again, unconscious, a clear imprint of Steve's shoe marking his cheek. Steve turned to the bandits. "There's a reward for them too?" he asked. The green-uniformed boy confirmed they were all criminals. The bandits wilted with despair as Steve commented that there were far too many of them. One of the green-uniformed boys brightened suddenly, saying they had a truck. Steve liked that idea. With a wicked smile, he wished the bandits good night. The forest filled with the sounds of fists, groans, and desperate protests, some insisting there was no bounty on them even as they were knocked out. Soon a red pickup truck sped down the ruined highway, its bed stacked with tied-up bandits like firewood. The driver glanced gratefully at Steve. "Thank you for saving us," he said. "I didn't want to save you," Steve replied flatly. The boys in the back protested, saying that, whether he wanted to or not, he had helped them. That made him their savior. Steve sighed and accepted it since arguing seemed pointless. On the way, he asked the driver about his abilities. The man said he had the skills of a fencer, a stalker, and a scout. Steve was stunned. 3 abilities. The driver explained he had started with one and learned the others through practice. Steve sat back thinking, skills could be acquired? The idea intrigued him. The driver was equally confused, wondering how Steve didn't already know something so basic. Remembering the moment Shek had shouted, "Stop," and how effective it was, Steve concluded that learning a magic-type skill might be a very good idea. As the pickup sped through the ruined forest, something ahead caught Steve's eye. Through the cracked buildings and leaning trees, a massive blue dome shimmered against the pink sky. The truck was heading straight toward it. "Is that the portal?" Steve asked. The driver stared at him as if he had asked where the sun came from. "That SIP's a level 1 portal, the easiest kind. It SIP's where we were headed in the first place." Steve sighed, disappointed. "Too bad I don't still have a mercenary license yet. Otherwise I could go in." The driver almost choked. "You don't still have a license? At all?" Steve, missing the shock in his tone, simply answered, "Not yet." The driver kept glancing at him in disbelief. He explained that when portals opened, the military would bombard them first. Only a fraction of monsters survived the initial strike. Level 1 portals gave very little experience. To grow stronger, hunters needed level 2 portals, but those were filled with terrifying creatures. That was why the driver couldn't understand how someone who had never cleared even a level 1 portal had managed to defeat a level C criminal like Shek. Only now noticing the man's expression, Steve asked, "What SIP's wrong?" The driver struggled for words and finally managed, "What level are you?" "F," Steve said. The driver nearly veered off the cliff. Before he could say more, Steve leaned forward. "I have a request." The driver tensed. Up ahead, the military had set up a perimeter around the portal. Tanks, armored vehicles, and ambulances were stationed nearby. As the haze inside the portal thinned, the first silhouette appeared. One of the boys from the green SUV. 4 others followed him, and one supported a blonde teammate, whose arm had been reduced to a bloody stump. The team hurried toward the medics. The captain, jaw clenched with rage, complained loudly that guilds accepting members like this should be wiped out. Another tried to calm him, saying many younger awakened behaved this way now, but the captain wasn't comforted. He believed rich kids bought monsters through underground brokers, pretended to finish them off, then hired bounty hunters to boost their levels before joining guilds. When monsters were stronger than expected, casualties followed. He was tired of a world ruled by money. As he approached the soldiers, he asked why there was so much noise in the level 1 zone. The soldier replied that 10 robbers had been caught, among them the notorious Sheik. The captain was stunned. Who captured him? Someone high-ranking? No, the soldier said. A boy, rank F. The captain and his partner froze. How? The soldier explained casually. He beat him up, broke his nose, cheekbones, ribs, both sides. The captain immediately remembered the lone figure who had entered the gate without equipment. His blood ran cold. "Where is he now?" he demanded. The soldier pointed toward the portal. "He entered just now, I think." Without another word, the captain sprinted toward the portal, ignoring his partner calling after him. He needed to see the truth for himself. Reaching the checkpoint soldier, he shouted his rank. The soldier turned, startled, and asked what the matter was. "The man who captured Sheik," the captain said. "Did he enter the portal?" Right then, Steve stepped out of the portal with one of the rescued boys. "That didn't set hurt at all," Steve said. looking down at his clothes, and these didn't set disappear. The boy explained, items made in our world can set pass through portals. These clothes are crafted from other world materials. They set are extremely expensive. Steve wasn't listening. Something behind them caught his eye, a glowing doorway suspended in the air. What seps that? That seps the portal gate, the boy said. Inside the portal splits into 38 subportals. We entered number 24. As Steve watched, the glowing door vanished. Why did it disappear? He asked. They need to clear the area first, the boy replied. Then it reappears. Clear it? You mean kill everything inside? No, just the boss. Steve rolled his shoulders, warming up. Wait here. I still be quick. Wait, what? How could I stay here alone? But Steve was already sprinting forward, ignoring him entirely, ready to dive into the next fight. A crater blasted open where Steve had stood, dust rising in thick pillars. The boy he left behind watched him vanish into the portal's interior, stunned. What kind of person was he? Perhaps one of those exceptional fighters, but then he reminded himself, someone who defeated Shikarant Says could surely handle a level 1 dungeon. Suddenly, horror struck him. He had forgotten to tell Steve something vital, the location of the exit door after the boss died. If Steve didn't reach it in time, he would be trapped in the dungeon forever. Panic poured through him as he sprinted forward, praying he could catch up. Meanwhile, at the portal control booth, a soldier stared at his monitor reading door 24 closed. He reported the update to the captain. The captain cursed loudly. Steve was sealed inside. Inside portal number 24. A faint fog drifted through the forest. 3 goblin-like monsters patrolled between the trees, weapons raised. One heard a noise and spun around with a growl, only to have its head crushed by a single punch. The second monster was struck in the gut and flung sideways. The third collapsed when Steve drove a blow into its stomach, dropping its knife. Steve picked the weapon up, examining it with mild interest. Pretty good, he muttered. He crouched beside one corpse and stabbed the knife into its chest. Even behind his bandana, the rot smell of monsters filled his nose. He retrieved a red mana stone from the creature and studied it. 1 stone from 3 monsters. Money isn't a problem anymore. His priorities had shifted, but leveling up is more important. The boy finally reached the battlefield and stared at the heap of slain monsters. How many had Steve already cut down? His eyes glowed white as he activated his tracking skill and located Steve's direction. Steve, meanwhile, was examining his status screen. He had enough points to buy 2 skills, Beast Taming and Tree Spirit Summoning. He opened the description for Beast Taming, but 2 monsters crashed down on him from above. Steve sensed them instantly. He spun, smashing one in the face with his fist and striking the other with his elbow. Both monsters spiraled away through the air. A new notification appeared. Achievements, 545, breaking another monster sip's jaw. Steve grinned. He leveled up again, but then a red error message flashed. Irrecoverable error. Additional synchronization initiated. Again, Steve groaned. But this time, after the glitch, his stats increased. His level rose by 1. He unlocked the skill menu. Tree Spirit Summoning, 100 points. I'll take it. A bright orb appeared before him, glowing softly. Inside floated a tiny winged creature, a fairy-like being Steve vaguely remembered seeing near the jungle before, thinking it was a firefly. Tree Spirit, he said, find the remaining goblins. The spirit darted off and hovered, projecting a beam of light into the soil. It read the memories of trees and plants, but slowly, its level was low. Steve browsed the remaining skills and bought reconnaissance with the rest of his points. Kneeling, he placed his hand on the ground. White light filled his eyes. Tracking. The information came, but it was all about the dead. Then, something deeper in the forest caught his attention. Not goblins. Something bigger. Something hostile. He grinned. Without hesitation, he bolted toward the sound. After sprinting across the forest, Steve climbed a small rise and scanned the clearing. Below, the boy who had followed him was pinned against the ground. A massive goblin, twice the size of the others, was about to drive a spear into him. Steve appeared beside him in an instant. "What are you doing here?" he asked calmly, as if they weren't seconds away from disaster. The boy's eyes widened with relief the moment Steve appeared. A massive goblin hovered over him, its knife descending toward his face. Steve frowned. "I told you to wait for me." The boy trembled, clearing his throat. I was attacked." Obviously, he muttered in a helpless plea for help. Steve smiled faintly. "Yeah, I see that." The knife crept closer, grazing the boy's skin. He screamed as the blade nearly touched him. At that exact moment, the goblin sensed danger and spun around. It barely managed to lift its shield, just in time to block Steve's brutal kick. The shield saved its life, but not its balance. The force hurled the monster several meters sideways. The goblin staggered up, refusing to surrender, shield raised as it prepared to counterattack. It never got the chance. Steve's kick shot upward, smashing into its jaw. Bone cracked loudly, and the creature flew backward into a boulder. Stones shattered around it. Steve didn't set pause. He sprinted after it. Bleeding heavily, the goblin bared its teeth in desperation. Steve leaped high, raising the stolen knife overhead, and drove it down into the creature's chest. A notification flashed. Level up. Plus 120 experience. Steve chuckled. Generous today. Behind him, the boy stared, stunned by Steve's effortless brutality. Steve turned. So, will the exit door open now? The boy snapped out of his daze. Yes. Of course. Right on cue, the door reappeared. The two stepped through and returned to their world. Soldiers noticed them immediately. Hey, isn't that the guy who caught Shiek? One asked. Yeah, the other replied. The captain set's been looking for him. He glanced at the monitor, then laughed in disbelief. No way he cleared it that fast. The rescued boy thanked Steve and returned to his group. Steve simply nodded. Good work. Feeling hungry, he headed toward the storage room to retrieve his belongings. The captain approached him, an imposing man with a sharp expression. Good to meet you, he said. I Stemp Morris, commander of the 27th Attack Squad. Steve blinked. Who? Morris smiled and introduced himself again, handing over a business card for Sillig Guild. Then he invited Steve to talk. They sat in a diner, sipping coffee. Sillig is a top guild, Morris said proudly. You Stet have excellent opportunities to grow. Steve calmly shook his head. Not interested. Morris stared at him, baffled. No one refused invitations from major guilds. He tried again, leaning forward. If you Citra already committed somewhere else, we can offer formal transfer terms, very generous ones. No. Steve took another sip of coffee. Morris sists patience frayed. Sillig is ranked 4th nationally. That is not a low standing. Whatever you want, the guild can match. Steve set his cup down sharply, smiling wearily. I just don't want to work for anybody. Morris froze, unable to respond. He had never met someone so strong yet so uninterested in power or prestige. With the conversation over, Steve stood and left. Steve arrived at his younger brother's house, but no one was inside. He looked around. Guess they steer out. He climbed to the roof, lay back on a table, and basked in the warm sunlight. Maybe Chad and his son were spending time together. The thought made him smile. An elderly woman climbed up with a basket of laundry balanced on her head. What are you doing lazing around in the middle of the day? She scolded. Steve grinned. Perfect weather for a nap, Granny. Wanna join? She huffed. Can't sit, you see, I sit been busy hanging laundry. Steve stood and began helping her. She supervised, occasionally correcting his technique. After a moment, she became strangely serious. Are you really Chad Sit's older brother? Yes, Steve said, still hanging clothes. Her face brightened. Amazing. You actually grew up. Steve pretended to be offended. I've grown up plenty. You rascal, she laughed. Steve couldn't help smiling back. The old woman shook a sheet, her voice softer now. She said it would have been strange if Steve hadn't changed. After all, monsters had attacked. People had died and the world itself had turned upside down. Then, thoughtful and worried, she added that since he had returned after 10 years, he needed to take care of himself so as not to cause Chad grief. Steve realized she wasn't worried about him. She was worried about his brother. He gave her a grateful smile. I fine. I once die that easily. Those who say that, she replied dryly, are the first to die. Chad and his son Bill came home just then, greeting the old woman on the stairs. When she told them Steve was on the roof, they hurried up. Bill rushing ahead with the puppy. Steve placed an envelope on the table. Chad held it, confused. What sep's this? $40,000, Steve said casually. Pay off all your debts. Chad opened the envelope, stunned. Where did you get this kind of money? Steve only smiled. Go pay it off. Then let's have dinner. Chad Stitt's eyes grew misty. How can I repay you? Steve looked at Bill rolling around with the puppy. I don't need anything, just come back soon. Chad turned away, wiping tears, murmuring that he understood. Steve suddenly called out in a conspiratorial tone. Chad turned, still sniffling. Pick up some meat and booze on the way? Chad laughed through his tears. I get everything. Watch Bill for me. Steve agreed. While Bill played with the wolf cub on the roof, Steve opened his status menu. Object detected. Assign name. He turned to the boy. What should we name him? Pecky, Bill answered immediately. Steve repeated it. Pecky? Yeah, that sip's good. He confirmed the name. A window appeared. Pecky. Level 1. Combat power. 3. Steve threw a ball, and Pecky shot forward at incredible speed, startling Bill. The boy praised him, calling him back, and Pecky returned wagging his tail happily. As the sun set, the two lay down on the table, exhausted. Bill murmured, Why is Dad taking so long? Steve stared downward. He should be here by now. He noticed Chad's truck had arrived in the parking lot, but Chad wasn't coming out. Let's go meet him, Steve said. Bill sprinted ahead and called out joyfully to his father's silhouette, but as they got closer, their smiles died. Chad was soaked in blood. It dripped from his head, nose, and mouth. Bill froze. Dad? Chad swayed, barely staying upright. He whispered his son's name before collapsing. Bill screamed and ran to him. Steve froze in shock. Then something in him snapped. Bill's desperate cries pulled him back, and anger surged through him like fire. Across the city, in a dim shop on the first floor of an old apartment block, a sign hung, "Trust interest-free loans. Instant approval." Inside, men in suits played cards while another worked at a computer. "How's betting this week?" the computer operator asked. His partner listed numbers. They discussed match results. Male versus Jorans, the insane upset from last time, the guild beyond the horizon, and the gambler's expectations. Then a noise outside. Everyone fell silent. "What's going on out there?" the man at the computer barked. Two men went to check. The door slammed open. A figure stepped in, face covered in blood. They stared at him. "It seems," the man said shakily, "Yusuf got a problem." A hand clamped over his head from behind. He screamed as he was yanked backward. His body vanished from the doorway, flung like a rag doll into the darkness. Panic erupted. What the hell was that? Is someone attacking us? This is an intrusion. Two men rushed forward, only to have the wounded man's body suddenly drop on top of them, smashing them into a table and scattering cards everywhere. The remaining men grabbed weapons, shouting at the unseen attacker to show himself. Then, slowly, a silhouette filled the doorway. Only the eyes were visible. Glowing blue. Steve stepped into the loan office like a storm breaking through a wall. Literally, he tore the front door off its hinges with one hand and lifted it above his head. The suited men stared in terror. "Psycho," one yelled. The door flew at them the next instant, smashing into bodies and furniture alike. Men toppled like toys. Windows shattered. Glass rained across the room and the office dissolved into chaos. Steve didn't slow. He tore through desks, overturned chairs, and slammed anyone who stood into the floor. His foot came down on one man's face, blood pooling from the crushed nose. The man at the computer trembled, unable to look away from the carnage. He and his assistant watched as Steve approached with cold fury. "Who is this guy?" the man whispered. I think he sips awakened," the assistant stammered, "and I think I sip seen him before." He never finished. Steve kicked the table they sat at, sending both men crashing backward with screams. One howled that his leg was pinned under the heavy wood. Steve swept the monitor and keyboard aside, climbed onto the table, crouched down and asked, voice low and dangerous, "Are you Mr. Scott?" Mr. Scott, drenched in sweat, nodded wildly. Yes, I stem Scott. Who are you?" Steve slammed an envelope onto the table. "I sipping here to pay off Chad Sip's debt." Scott Sepp's eyes bulged. He sputtered that Steve must be insane, that awakened ones couldn't just attack innocent civilians. "You one-stet get away with this." Steve Sepp's palm smashed across his face. Teeth flew. "Is that," Steve said calmly, hitting the other cheek, "how you treat someone who comes to pay you?" Another slap. Another. Scott's head snapped from side to side as Steve lectured him. "You could have taken the money and stayed quiet, but no, you had to act tough. You had to cross the line." Blood dripped from Scott's mouth as he begged for mercy. Steve Sepp's eyes glowed. "So what will it be? Accept the payment quietly, or get beaten to death?" "I'll do it. I'll do everything," Scott cried, lisping through broken teeth. Every man in the room dropped to his knees, heads bowed. In trembling unison they shouted, "The debt of Mr. Chad has been paid." "Louder," Steve ordered. They screamed it this time. Steve nodded. "If I ever see you again, you die. Avoid me." They collapsed into deep bows as Steve jumped down from the table. As his footsteps faded, Scott seethed. Rage twisted his swollen face. One of the men peeked up. "He set's gone." Scott grinned despite the blood. "Does Steve really think he has no connections? Those two are dead already." Morris entered another office where two analysts sat. He told the manager it was urgent. The kid at the computer asked what he needed. "Pull up a profile," Morris said. Steve Sepp's information appeared on screen. "He sets a top-level newcomer," Morris said. The kid blinked. "Rank F. Registered today and still top level?" "Exactly. Impressive. Isn't said it." But when they attempted to access classified details, the screen flashed. "Access denied." Both stared at it. "Why would his file be locked?" the kid asked. "Try digging illegally," Morris said. The kid rummaged through hidden systems, bypassing firewalls. Finally, got it. They read Steve's history and stared in disbelief. "He sets really level F. And missing for 10 years. Why is all this sealed?" They scrolled to his combat data. The kid choked. "What kind of bread and water is this?" "What?" Morris demanded. The kid pointed at the entry. "It says he beat Sheck using only bread and water." They both imagined Steve throwing buns and water bottles at the giant criminal while Sheik begged him to stop. "Suspicious," the kid muttered. 10 years gone. Restricted data. Maybe he sips a government agent. Or a hunter, Morris said, eyes narrowing. Either way, Steve Yinning was far from ordinary, and the world was just beginning to notice. The man in the office didn't want to accept the boy's conclusion that Steve might actually be a government agent, but the boy smirked, saying that at this point it was almost guaranteed. He had already dug up everything he could about Steve, and Morris realized that Steve's cold, distant demeanor now made more sense. With a sigh, Morris suggested they go out for coffee, though his mind still churned. Why would an agent get involved in something like this? He didn't have an answer. He merely asked the boy to keep watching Steve. The boy insisted Morris surrender instead, completely misunderstanding the captain's intentions. Morris snapped back that he only wanted Steve monitored for unusual activity, but the boy stubbornly refused to understand, thinking Morris was trying to hide something. Steve arrived at the hospital. Chad sat by the window, head wrapped in bandages, but smiling when he saw him. Steve placed a pile of fast food on the table. "Why did you buy so much again?" Chad asked. "It'll help you recover faster." Steve shrugged. Chad chuckled and said the bandages would come off tomorrow. He asked if Steve's exam was also the next day. "Yeah. If you pass and join a guild, it'll be great," Chad said hopefully. Steve closed his eyes. In the jungle, he had been the king of the forest, living by his own strength, not relying on others. Could he really join a guild and live under someone else's authority again? Chad sensed his hesitation. "Want me to research guilds for you?" "No need," Steve said. "I stem planning to start my own guild." Chad stared at him. "You stared creating one? Not joining?" Steve just nodded. The day of the exam. The exam was held at the Bureau of the Awakened. Jean, the blonde swordswoman with a katana, was walking through the corridor when the department head called her name. He immediately launched into frustration. 2 riots in your district this week. If a portal had opened, the entire city would have been wiped out. Jane wasn't surprised. "Can't set you handle anything without me." His anger turned to pleading. "Please. I septum dealing with portals every morning. I septum exhausted." "Write a resignation letter," Jean said dryly. The man pretended not to hear her. Then he suddenly snapped again. "Why are you destroying perfectly good swords?" "Again, I just can't focus lately," she answered calmly. "I've had enough of your stories," he shouted, shoving a paper into her hands. She looked at it and scowled. "You stir sending me out again? I wanted to rest today." "You're not the only one suffering. And it's not your first mission," he complained. Jean sighed heavily and turned away. "I've had enough." "Enough of what?" he yelled after her. "The whole atmosphere is suffocating. And stop firing the new recruits. We need one more in the team." Jane shot back that when they took anyone they died on missions. That only angered him further. Inside the exam hall, crowds filled the hall, buzzing with tension. Some muttered that they had to pass this time. Others groaned that it was already their 4th attempt. A young livestreamer talked to his camera. "I set him at the Awakened exam. Wish me luck. If I pass, I said I'll start filming hunting content. Thanks for the $20 donation. Link is in the bio." Just then, 3 exam instructors in red caps entered. The boy cursed filming was banned. He cut the stream and turned around, only to see Steve standing silently behind him staring at the phone. "You've never seen someone broadcast before?" the boy asked. Steve blinked. "Who were you talking to?" The boy waved him off. "Forget it, old man." "Old man," Steve repeated. "Used are interesting," Steve commented. "Used are weird," the boy shot back. The show began on the podium as the instructors stepped forward. The lead supervisor addressed the crowd. "I shall be overseeing your 3-day exam. These 21 guards behind me will accompany you for the next 3 days and 2 nights." The hall fell silent. The survival test was about to begin. The hall erupted into movement as examinees formed lines. Everyone prayed not to end up under Jean's supervision. Her squads were notorious. Anyone assigned to her was usually thrown out immediately. The man on the podium announced that all entrants had received numbered tickets. Assignments would be decided by a lottery. As he read off names, each person hurried to their designated overseer. Donnie, the live streamer, heard his name and wilted when he was placed under Warden number 15. Steve Sepp's name followed. He approached Station 15 and froze in pleasant surprise. Standing beneath the sign wasn't just any warden. It was Jean. The blonde swordswoman stared straight ahead, ignoring everyone, until the sense of being watched pulled her attention sideways. Then she saw him. Steve, smiling at her like they were old friends. Her eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. The assignments finished, and examinees were sent to their dormitories. Groups murmured anxiously, complaining loudly if they had drawn the blonde. Others peeked around curiously at the rooms, impressed there was even a training hall. Donnie walked with his head down. He muttered to himself that he must have cursed his luck. Assigned to Jean again, in front of his subscribers he'd bragged, but in reality he felt doomed. Examinees filtered into room 15. Some changed clothes, others sat nervously. Steve noticed Donnie sulking on a bench and sat down across from him. "You were giggling a minute ago," Steve said. "Why so sad now?" Donnie glared. "Why should I be happy?" "What do you mean?" Steve asked genuinely. "Do you even know what that blonde is like?" "They call her a witch," Donnie snapped. Steve frowned. A witch? Jean? Donnie groaned. If she steps in a bad mood, she sets a ruin the whole squad. There goes my $2,000. Steve didn't set understand. If you fail, that means you Cetra weak. What does the warden have to do with it? Donnie stared at him as if slapped. What did you just say? He decided instantly that he hated Steve. Why are you talking to me like that? Donnie barked. You look younger than me. Steve smiled. Want to deal with me? This is the perfect place. The locker room went silent. Donnie shot to his feet. You think I septum weak? Are you serious? Yes, Steve answered calmly. The word lit Donnie Sep's fuse. You stir dead. Come on. He stormed toward the training room, tearing off his jacket. The others, excited and terrified, followed. Inside the cage, Jean entered the locker room and found it empty. Her irritation flared instantly. Where did everyone go? Meanwhile, her entire squad crowded into the training hall around a massive metal cage. Donnie and Steve stood inside. If we get caught, we're finished, someone whispered. Another sighed. We star in the Blonde Sips squad. We star if finished anyway. Donnie scowled at Steve. You jerk, acting all cool. You haven't heard of Stone TV, a rising YouTube fighter. What Sep's a YouTuber? Steve asked. Some kind of food? That nearly made Donnie faint with rage. You stir mocking me. Behind them, the crowd cheered. Go Donnie, get him. Donnie threw a series of flashy punches at the air. Straightening out idiots like you is my hobby. I've got tons of views on my exam videos. Steve listened quietly, expression unreadable, and then said, interesting. Donnie Sep's vein popped. Stop talking nonsense. You psycho. He lunged. Take this. He swung at Steve Sep's face with everything he had, and Steve didn't move an inch. Then, enough. The voice cracked through the air like thunder. Everyone turned. Jan stood there, eyes cold as winter. Donnie swallowed hard. Blonde witch. Out, she barked. Every examinee exploded out of the training room as if chased by demons. We stir dead. We stir so dead. Jean strode toward the cage, glaring. Do you idiots want to be eliminated on the first day? Donnie forced a smile. No, of course not. Just stretching. Jean cut him off. Then let's get rid of one of you immediately. Both boys froze. A sinister smile curved on her lips. Whoever loses is expelled. Begin. Silence shattered into panic. The fight, now official, was about to start. Donnie forced a shaky grin. She's insane, he thought. But Steve understood the order perfectly, and had absolutely no objection to carrying it out. Donnie puffed up his chest and glared. You asked for this. Donnie set cry afterward. Steve smiled warmly. I actually feel sorry for you. Shut up and move already. Donnie shouted, swinging a wild punch. He never finished. Steve's fist slammed into Donnie's face faster than anyone could follow. The boy collapsed flat on the mat, unconscious in a single hit. Silence. Steve kept his fists raised, expression calm. Jean's eyes widened. She had expected Donnie to lose, but not like that. She looked sharply at Steve, instantly convinced he was the instigator. She remembered him from the portal, the strange smell, the unsettling sense of familiarity. From day one, he had irritated her. But Steve only tilted his head and asked, what about you, want to try too? Jean blinked. What? If you want, he repeated, you can come up here. Understanding dawned and fury followed. Steve offered a deal. If he won, she wouldn't expel Donnie. John stared at him as if he were an idiot. Impossible. Still, she removed her katana, set it aside and stepped into the cage. She moved like someone born in battle. Tilting her head, she asked, are you unusual? Steve blinked. What do you mean unusual? She didn't answer. Instead she attacked. Survive, she said, and I still tell you. She burst forward. Steve dodged the first blow easily, slid aside from the second and blocked a third with effortless precision. Jean accelerated, fists, elbows, knees, striking with deadly rhythm. He avoided everything. Then she switched to kicking, unleashing a flurry so fast the air cracked. Steve blocked them as if swatting away leaves. Then, Steve Sep's posture shifted. He sensed danger. Jean's eyes flashed. She prepared a technique he couldn't dodge. If you win, she whispered, you can ask for something else. She flipped backward through the air and kicked Steve full force in the chest. He flew across the cage, limp, showing no sign of life. She landed lightly. Something felt wrong. She turned her head toward the trajectory, only to hear a voice above. You stir stronger than you look. Steve had landed on the bars instead of crashing into them. Jane Sep's breath caught. How did he withstand that? No time to think. She lunged. She was smiling now, alive, exhilarated. This time I won. Hold back. Her heel drove into Steve so hard the floor cracked, splinters bursting. Steve fell onto his back. Jean descended from above, ready to finish him. He rolled aside easily. Her punches rained down. He blocked each one. She spun into a low, sneaky kick. He stopped it with a single hand. Then he crouched, one hand blocking, the other curling into a fist. He smiled, waiting for his moment. He struck. Jean barely had time to curse. A blue glow erupted around her torso, a barrier formed by her awakened ability. Steve's fist smashed into it. The shield shattered like glass, sparks flying in every direction. She was thrown to the floor. Blue lightning like sparks danced around her as she struggled up, stunned. He broke my shield? Steve was already raising his fist again. My turn. John sat on the ground, staring at him. You Stetcher insane. But Steve only shouted with bright-eyed excitement. This is fun. A mischievous smile tugged at her lips. You really are unusual. My intuition was right. Steve didn't understand. He just blinked at her, confused, fist still raised to attack. She suddenly stood straight, extended her hand toward him, palm out. Her expression was serious. I lose, she said. Steve froze. Why? It was just getting fun. But Jean had made her decision, and the entire squad would soon learn why. Jean let out a long exhale and said the fight had to end. Not because she couldn't continue, but because the room was far too small to use real skills. Next time, she added, we shall fight somewhere with more space. Steve nodded with a sad little smile, genuinely disappointed. He hadn't planned to continue the fight anyway. Jean growled in irritation. Say whatever you want. I already admitted defeat. Steve looked at her curiously. Are there many strong women like you in this world? I don't think so, she answered. Steve Sepp's eyes lit up with satisfaction. Then I choose you, he said. Please bear my child. Jean froze. What did you just say? Steve repeated the offer calmly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. A slap cracked through the cage so loudly that Donnie woke up on the floor. John marched out, muttering curses, glaring daggers at Steve. Donnie blinked in confusion. Why was Steve getting hit? Why was he lying on the floor? Slowly, memory returned. The first punch, the instant defeat, the threat of expulsion. He collapsed to his knees. How humiliating, thrown out before even taking the exam. Then he noticed Steve walking past and glared at him. You feel better after humiliating me? Donnie snapped through tears. Steve gave him a gentle smile. You didn't lose. Donnie blinked. What? From above, unseen by the students, a surveillance camera quietly recorded everything. In another room, the man with glasses stared at the footage, stunned. Did Jean really lose? Back in the training room, Steve told Donnie, go on, and walked away. But Jean said the loser gets kicked out. How am I supposed to stay? Donnie shouted after him. I asked her not to kick you out, Steve replied simply. Donnie stared blankly, his cheeks still swollen. What? Why did she hit you then? He added. Steve only shrugged. None of your business. He kept walking, leaving Donnie behind in dazed confusion. Then a thought struck Donnie. Did they agree that I could stay if Steve survived her strike? Tears welled up, his face twisted with gratitude. That man, he's a real man. He burst into tears. Brother. Wiping his eyes, he ran after him. Let's go together. Suddenly a voice echoed through the speakers. Awaken Steve Yinin, report to the Warden Sip's office. Both boys froze. Is that your name? Donnie asked. Seems like it, Steve replied. Steve knocked, entered, and sat across from the man who had just witnessed the entire fight footage. The warden placed a recorder on the table. Everything said in this room will be recorded. Steve swallowed nervously. I just saw your sparring session with Jean. She Seps a B rank awakened. Are you unusual? She asked me the same thing, Steve replied. What does that even mean? The man stared. You really don't know. He began explaining. There were 3 known planets connected to Earth through the bridging portals. Aruka, a peaceful world of elves and dwarves, where earthlings learned magic, crafting, and artifact making. Kushan, a divided world where the Man tribes and the Chungwan people battled for dominance. If the portal opened in Man territory, war. If it opened elsewhere, exchange. Midul, home to warlike orcs and terrifying monsters. When a portal opened there, battles erupted instantly. People who return with powers from these worlds, he continued, cannot be measured by normal awakened rankings. We call them unusuals. Steve listened with polite boredom. When the explanation ended, he said, that Sep's all pretty complicated. But then he added quietly, actually, it's Sep's not just 3 planets. The warden blinked. What do you mean? His mind raced. He can be from one of those 3. Was he raised in a dungeon? No. That wouldn't make him capable of defeating a B rank. Where did you come from? The man finally asked. Steve answered plainly, I already told that bald doctor everything. I lived 1,000 years with wolves. The warden dropped his pen. And the recorder kept running. The warden stared at Steve in stunned silence, replaying the wolf story in his head. 1,000 years. Wolves. B rank defeat. None of it made sense, and yet Steve had said it with absolute sincerity. Steve tilted his head. So is the conversation over? The man jolted out of his thoughts. Yes. Yes, you may return to the dormitory. He tried to smile but his face twitched. Steve thanked him and left. The moment Steve closed the door, the warden slumped back and muttered, so the rumors might be true. Just then, a man entered and saluted. Senior Sergeant Sheldon reporting. The warden instructed Sheldon to take over as Warden 15. Sheldon blinked. Jan isn't set coming? The warden clicked his tongue. She ran away. Ran away? How? The warden adjusted his glasses. Because Steve is in Team 15. Sheldon stiffened. He was ordered to keep a close watch on Steve during the entire exam and file a detailed report afterward. A voice echoed through the dormitory. All examinees, put on your uniforms and assemble at the stadium. Groans erupted. It begins. At the stadium, each warden stood beneath their squad numbers. Sheldon stood at 15, and the moment the group saw John wasn't there, cheers exploded. She sips gone. Thank the heavens. Sheldon replaced the witch. Sheldon introduced himself with a grin, and announced today's tests. Run 100 meters, in 9 seconds. Complete 40 triathlons in 1 hour. Easy, right? The group erupted in complaints. That sip's unfair. People have different builds. Not everyone is a sprinter. Nearby, a chubby girl finished the 100 meters in 13 seconds. Eliminated, the warden declared. I am a healer. Lower the bar. Monsters won't slow down for healers, he replied. Then he called, Group 15, Donnie, to the start. Donnie swaggered forward. 9 seconds, child's play. His teammates panicked, but Donnie grinned and flashed a victory sign at Steve. The whistle blew. Donnie exploded forward, feet kicking up dust. He crossed the finish line triumphantly. 8 seconds, Sheldon read. Passed. Donnie cheered, until Sheldon called the next name. Steve Yaning. Steve stepped up calmly, set his feet on the blocks, and stared down the track. Donnie yelled, Let's go, brother, while the rest watched nervously. The whistle blew, and Steve vanished. All they saw was a shockwave of dust exploding behind him. The finish line sensor beeped before anyone could register what had happened. Donnie Sip's jaw dropped. He Sips not human. Inside the administration office, a phone rang. The warden picked it up. Sergeant Sheldon Sip's voice came through. Sir, Steve passed. His results are beyond shocking. Sending video now. The warden tensed. What about journalists? Sheldon turned, and froze. Journalists were already alive with excitement. Cameras aimed at Steve like hunters spotting prey. A phone rang again. A woman answered. Returnee Management Bureau. This is Manager Kim. This is Major Swan, the caller said. ISEP sent you 2 videos. Please review immediately. She opened them. Steve's run captured in full detail. Her eyes widened. What? What is this? On screen, Steve's figure tore across the track at impossible speed. The Major Sep's voice echoed through the phone. Seems the doctor wasn't lying after all. Manager Kim bit her lip. If this man is truly unusual, if his answers were real, then Steve may be a returnee from a 4th unknown planet. She slammed her hand down. Stop all journalists. Block all access immediately. The assistant checked his phone. Too late. There's Sep's already an article about Steve Sep's record-breaking run. Shut it down, she snapped. Clear every article. But outside it was too late. Journalists surrounded Steve like bees around nectar, cameras flashing, microphones shoved toward him. Just one comment. Sir, how did you run that fast? Please give us a moment of your time. Are you the returnee from the unknown planet? They piled closer and closer, and Steve stood at the center of the storm, as calm as ever. Steve stared blankly at the wall of shouting journalists, unable to understand why they were screaming his name. He didn't say a single word, he simply blinked, confused. Meanwhile, Manager Kim was piecing everything together. The timing of the portal incident, the unexplained energy dispersion, the chaos at the center. If Steve had crossed a 4th unknown world without a protective suit, the system would indeed have registered him as F rank. That meant every strange error in his data matched the theory. It also meant her department would gain full authority over him. But before she could strategize further, a squad of security guards stormed into the stadium and began dragging journalists away. They blocked every passage, ignoring the reporters' desperate pleas for interviews. Inside the cafeteria, the examinees gathered at tables, buzzing about how Steve had drawn such media attention. Behind the frosted windows, journalists hammered at the glass, shouting questions. Steve didn't care. He calmly devoured a mountain of food while Donnie stared with sparkling admiration. Of course, Donnie thought, I couldn't have been knocked out by some normal kid. I should have recorded that fight. Steve caught Donnie staring. What are you looking at? Finished eating? Donnie jumped. I still get you something to drink. You story probably thirsty. As Steve polished off the last of his enormous lunch, Donnie hurried away thinking, just looking at the way he eats, you can tell he's built differently. Back in the locker room, Steve sprawled across a bench. Donnie sat opposite, scanning the half-empty rows of lockers. So many people failed already, Donnie muttered. Then he gasped, remembering something. Steve sat up. What is it? The next exam is a dungeon. It's better to go in a big group. I hope they redistribute squads. Steve lay back down and closed his eyes. It's fine, I don't need anyone. Donnie nearly applauded. He's so confident. And he has every right to be, he thought. Yeah, but dungeons are unpredictable. Different skills help. Steve answered, that sips, and cut himself off, suddenly switching topics. When we first met, you were talking to yourself on your phone. What was that? That, YouTube. Steve sat up. What is YouTube? Donnie stared. You really are from the mountains, aren't you? You could say that, Steve replied. To demonstrate, Donnie showed him his phone. This is YouTube. This number is subscribers. This one is views. Steve pointed to a particular video with hundreds of thousands of views. What is that? A mukbang. People eat a lot of food on camera. On screen, a woman lifted a huge piece of meat and bit into it. Steve leaned forward, fascinated. Donnie sweated nervously. His appetite really is inhuman. I know a lot of YouTubers like this, Donnie said. I could get you into a collab video. Steve nodded firmly. I remember the promise. Donnie blinked. His enthusiasm, his intensity, it was overwhelming. You're a good guy, Steve said out of nowhere. Donnie flushed, remembering how much attention Steve had drawn from journalists. He really could become a superstar. Strong, handsome, viral potential. Steve added, join my clan. Donnie froze. Your what? My clan, Steve repeated calmly. I am creating one. You can join. Donnie stared speechlessly. His mind stalled. His childhood flashed before his eyes. The cheap boxing gloves, the endless sparring, the constant failures in the license exam, the friends who told him awakening was his only way out, now that boxing couldn't feed a family. And now, this. The most talked about awakened of the year, asking him to join his clan. Donnie Sip's breath hitched. His eyes trembled. Steve waited patiently for his answer. Donnie had clung to YouTube like a lifeline back when none of his friends believed he could succeed. And now, watching Steve, he felt as if luck had finally started favoring him. This was the kind of content people loved, and he was thrilled. With absolute sincerity, he declared that he'd follow Steve to the ends of the world. Steve said he appreciated that, then gently reminded Donnie about the mukbang video. Tears welled up in Donnie's eyes as he promised he wouldn't forget. In his heart, he whispered to himself that success was built on connections. Steve noticed the sudden tears and asked why Donnie was crying, but Donnie brushed it off and asked him not to pay attention. Then he composed himself and explained something important. You could only start your own clan with 3 members. Before Steve could reply, the locker room door burst open. Someone stepped inside. The boys turned around, confused, studying the figure in the doorway. It was a bald man dressed like a monk, a weapon strapped across his back. The boys eyed him warily, waiting for him to speak. Donnie broke the silence first, asking where the monk had come from. The man introduced himself as Munch from Team 15, ending his sentence with a calm Muma Buddha. The boys exchanged surprised looks. Donnie asked how a Buddhist monk could possibly be a hunter, but Munch didn't answer. He simply stared at them in silence. Before the tension could settle, a voice echoed through the speakers. Everyone was ordered to assemble in the briefing room after changing into their combat suits. The boys were stunned. Donnie grumbled that not only were they being dragged out at night, but they also had to show up in combat gear. Steve wondered aloud if the dungeon raid wasn't supposed to happen tomorrow. Munch quietly explained that depending on the situation, the raid could be moved up. Mumata Buddha, he added again. Donnie was horrified. How could they start a raid without proper warning? In the briefing room, the head warden announced that it was time to begin. The major stepped forward and explained that their test would take place inside a dungeon located at the 5th station, currently under the supervision of the Phoenix Guild. When Steve asked about the guild, Donnie explained that although the Phoenix Guild wasn't among the top elites, it was still quite respectable. But Steve focused on something else. He asked what under surveillance meant. Donnie was baffled by the question and finally became convinced that Steve truly wasn't from around here. He explained that the state couldn't manage all the portals that appeared and disappeared daily, so it hired private clans to guard them. When a clan signed a contract with the government, it became a guild. The more dungeons a guild managed, the more people it attracted. Steve summarized it simply. It was like a hunting game where the state earned money. Donnie confirmed it. Hearing this, Steve thought about his own desire to form a clan. He missed the feeling of being part of a pack. He even joked that maybe he could rule an entire state someday. Donnie continued explaining that owning a dungeon was great, but only if you had the proper permissions. Steve barely reacted. He was already fixated on their real goal, creating their own guild. Donnie laughed nervously and reminded him they had to pass this exam first. Steve stared blankly, and Donnie wondered if he was dealing with an idiot. The Major resumed the briefing. On the screen appeared an image of the dungeon abandoned for 15 days, level 1, and structured like a labyrinth. He explained that weaker monsters meant less danger, but also meant a greater abundance of spatial energy. The raid briefing officially began. Donnie swallowed hard. The problem with labyrinth dungeons wasn't the monsters, it was getting lost. One wrong move and you were trapped. Clutching his head, he muttered that he could really use an intelligence-type skill right about now. Steve overheard and casually revealed that he had such a skill. Donnie was thrilled for a moment, then froze. The exam hadn't even begun, and Steve already had a skill worth more than 20,000. A dangerous thought crossed his mind. What if Steve was actually rich? Meanwhile, Munch sat quietly, lost in his own thoughts. Donnie turned to him next and asked what his awakened skill was. Munch hesitated, debating whether he should speak. Finally, he answered with just a single word, but that one word drew him deep into his own memory. He remembered the temple, the Buddha statue, and the Tibetan bowl in his hands. He had been meditating, producing a resonant sound that echoed through the hall, but the sound had drawn something else. Monsters began gathering outside, dozens, then hundreds. Another monk had rushed in, shouting for him to stop immediately. Confused, Munch had asked what was happening, but the man only yelled for him and the other monks to escape. Behind the monk, a monstrous creature emerged, ready to strike. Munch's mind snapped back to the present when the Major announced that the briefing was over. Donnie whispered to Steve that something was seriously wrong with this guy. The Major laid out the final instructions. They would proceed to the target point, engage the monsters under guard supervision, and read the manual carefully. He wished them luck, and the buses rolled out. They soon arrived at the portal, glowing with blue light while a helicopter hovered above. Guards hurried the boys along, warning them that anyone who wasn't prepared would not make it out alive. The warden checked on Team 15, and Donnie leaned toward Steve, advising him to secure his gear properly. Sheldon told them that once they entered the dungeon, they could act freely and pretend he wasn't even there. But he also warned them that even if the team performed well, they could still be left behind because the exam was based on individual scores. Donnie grew uneasy. With only 3 people on their team, he asked if Sheldon would help them if something went wrong. Sheldon just gave a knowing smile, said nothing, and told them to keep moving. When they stepped off the bus, Steve asked Donnie why he looked so nervous. Donnie forced a guilty smile and insisted he wasn't scared, though he failed to finish his sentence. Even Munch, the monk, remained calm as he asked the warden whether he could use his personal weapon. The warden confirmed that he could, and the boys headed out. Donnie was stunned. This was only an exam, yet the monk already carried a weapon made of dimensional matter. At the portal, the guard directed the 14th team inside, then told Team 15 to proceed through the right entrance. Sheldon smiled with satisfaction and ordered them forward. As they stepped into the portal, the warden announced that their team had officially entered. Steve took the lead, which made Donnie panic. Why was he walking in front? It was dangerous. Donnie hurried to warn him but instantly regretted speaking. Making noise before reaching the safe zone would lower his score. Suddenly, a skeletal monster in a robe lunged out from the side. Steve didn't flinch. With a single blow, he shattered the monster's skull. Donnie said the creature must have been attracted by his own scream, but at least they took it down. Impressed, he declared Steve perfect. As expected, Donnie then asked if Steve would use his recon skill if anything else went wrong. Before Steve could answer, a soft click echoed through the hall. A tile under Munch's foot began glowing. Donnie recognized it instantly. He opened his mouth to explain, but he didn't even finish the word trap before a storm of arrows came raining down. Munch reacted immediately. He reached behind him, grabbed his weapon, and began deflecting arrows with incredible speed. The moment triggered another memory back at the temple, when his meditative chant had drawn a horde of monsters. The military had responded with missiles, and his mentor, badly wounded, had fought desperately to protect him. Munch had begged for forgiveness, believing the catastrophe was his fault. The missiles wiped out the monsters, and the temple along with them. Back in the present, Munch continued deflecting arrows with that same weapon he had carried ever since. Donnie watched in awe, praising his skill. Then another click sounded. A second tile lit up bright white. The floor beneath the boys dissolved, sending all 3 plummeting downward. They hit the bottom hard. Steve and Munch landed on their feet, but Donnie lay in a heap of rubble, groaning loudly. He stared blankly at the ceiling, mourning the fate of his ambitions, but then a growl echoed from deeper within the tunnel. Donnie jumped up, horrified, and declared that they must be cursed magnets for monsters. Munch apologized, explaining that his monk abilities naturally attracted them. Donnie froze. His skill attracted monsters? Steve, on the other hand, was delighted. To him, this was perfect. Now he wouldn't even have to go looking for enemies. He stared ahead with a calm smile and said it was even better this way. He was too lazy to hunt them one by one. Munch stared at him, stunned. Steve suddenly leapt upward, flipping effortlessly through the air as though weightless. Donnie gasped and wondered aloud if Steve was even human. Standing atop the rocks, Steve told Munch that he liked him and invited him to join the clan. Munch blinked, unsure he'd heard correctly. Meanwhile, the sound of dozens of approaching monsters filled the tunnel. Steve turned to face them, eyes narrowing. He activated his reconnaissance skill, and a blue glow flickered across his pupils. Instantly he located the primary target, a skeleton draped in a red robe. In a single burst of inhuman speed, Steve sprinted toward it. Donnie stared at the horde in horror, convinced they were doomed. Just then, a long staff crashed down in front of him. It was Munch's. From above, the monk shouted for Donnie to grab it. Donnie seized the staff without hesitation. Setting aside all fear, he suggested they lure the monsters into the pit, and then hunt them from above. Groaning, he hauled himself out of the hole with Munch's help. Once they climbed out, they stared at the battlefield in disbelief. Dozens of monsters lay dead. They could hardly speak. Donnie whispered that it was insane. Up ahead, Steve calmly told them to clean up the monsters along the route and follow him. Inspired by his confidence, Munch and Donnie charged forward. Donnie grinned and said with absolute conviction that Steve was definitely crazy, and somehow, that made him the perfect leader. Munch effortlessly scattered the attacking monsters with sweeping strikes of his weapon, sending them tumbling in every direction. As he fought, he wondered if Steve had detected the trap using his reconnaissance skill. The monk was impressed, both by the speed of the reaction and by Steve's overwhelming strength. One of the monsters crept toward Steve from behind, crawling along the wall. Steve defeated the creature in front of him, then turned toward the faint sound behind him. The skeletal monster didn't get the chance to reach him. Munch's staff shot through the air and buried itself in the creature's neck, all while Donnie shouted encouragement. Steve finished the job with a single kick that sent bones flying across the stone floor. Far away, at the observation headquarters, a soldier suddenly reported that a team was exiting the dungeon. His partner was confused. Only 30 minutes had passed. Major Swan approached, explaining that teams were usually allotted 5 hours. He asked which team it was. Watching the footage of the boys walking out of the portal, the soldier replied that it was Team 15 and that their vitals looked normal. Swan immediately called Sergeant Sheldon, demanding to know why the boys were already returning. Sheldon, who had been monitoring them, casually explained that they were done. He added that it was hard to gauge level 1 stats from the footage, but even so, Steve's performance was exceptional. Meanwhile, the city street buzzed with activity. People strolled, rushed, talked, argued, and in the middle of it all was Donnie, filming with a camera in hand. He spoke enthusiastically to his viewers, promising a behind-the-scenes look at life inside Steve's clan. He read a comment aloud asking what he would show that day, and with great excitement he announced that they were celebrating a housewarming party. From inside the newly registered clan building, Donnie's cheerful voice introduced the clan's food manager, an unofficial breadwinner. A grandmother appeared on camera chopping greens. Donnie asked her to greet the viewers. Her focused expression twisted into a fierce glare as she raised her knife and told him to leave before she made him part of dinner. Donnie froze as his ear began to bleed slightly from fear, but he didn't dare argue. Inside, Bill sat at the table with his father and asked why the grandma wanted to let someone in for dinner. Donnie read comments, insisting she looked like a gangster, and he hurried to clarify that she wasn't one. Another viewer asked why they had a Buddha statue. Donnie explained that it belonged to the third member of the clan, the monk they had seen before, whose mysterious power attracted people. He walked into another room with the camera and greeted the others. Steve turned to wave. Donnie pointed the camera at Munch, who was sitting at a dining table piled with food. Donnie introduced him as the clan's monk and asked him to say hello. Munch looked embarrassed, unable to speak. Eventually he gathered the courage to lift his staff and show it to the audience, saying he'd been through a lot. But before he could finish, a loud scream interrupted him. A white truck screeched to a stop in front of the house. Chad leaned out the window and shouted to Steve that everything was ready. The boys ran outside, grinning. Donnie rushed after them asking about the bill. Soon a white van was speeding through a rundown district, with a quadcopter hovering above, filming. Steve spotted it and asked what it was, offering to smash it. Donnie sighed and admitted he didn't even know what a drone was. Inside the van, the driver announced that they were headed for the 4th station, the 30th Gate quest. He pointed out the glowing blue portal and explained that this would be the clan's first official quest. Donnie, smiling, said his skill was video memory and promised to upload everything to YouTube later. The boys stepped through the portal. Immediately they were surrounded by bats. Steve was baffled. Donnie explained that this dungeon belonged to the bats. He then asked whether Steve had a long-range skill. Steve said no. Donnie frowned, wondering how they were supposed to catch airborne monsters without one. Munch, who had been silent this whole time, told them confidently to leave it to him. Steve and Donnie exchanged skeptical looks. Then Munch knelt, placed his bowl on the ground, and began striking it with his staff. A sharp ringing sound filled the cave. Above their heads, the bats began to move strangely, forming tighter and tighter clusters. Donnie stared upward, asking if the monk's ability was causing this reaction. The bats gathered into a massive flock, and then dove toward the boys. Every single one of them aimed straight for Munch. Calmly, the monk rose to his feet and lifted his staff. Flames erupted as he swung it, creating a blazing ring in front of him that incinerated the swarming creatures. Then from the darkness, an enormous bat emerged, far larger than the rest. Donnie shouted with exhilaration that they had finally reached the dungeon's final challenge. Steve struck the giant bat with a single decisive blow, slicing the creature cleanly in half. As the remaining bats fell, Donnie exhaled in satisfaction and declared the mission complete. Seated atop a mountain of monster corpses, Steve quietly noted that the door ahead had opened. They should hurry. Donnie, still thrilled, said he would record everything. Back at headquarters, a young man approached a girl who was staring wearily at her monitor. He reported that they had examined all 4 headquarters stations, capable of completing 20 missions per day, and now Steve's clan had gone so far as to incinerate a nearby dungeon. Reading the storm of comments under Donnie's latest video, the girl clutched her head, frustrated. They had barely imposed an embargo, and yet Steve's clan already had a streamer broadcasting everything. The young man added that the video had jumped to 3rd place in trending and asked if they needed to step in. The girl replied that she was aware of its popularity, but then something on the screen caught her eye. It was a clip of a fight, a Russian fighter, known as the Bear, squaring off against a mysterious figure called Hero. The video claimed Hero had defeated him with a special move, and was now naming his next opponent. The next challenger, a tall dark-haired man, looked powerful, confident, and strangely unusual. The clip posed a question: what would happen if the authorities were forced to intervene, and what if this opponent marked the beginning of Hero's reappearance? Suddenly the girl rose from her seat and told the young man to prepare for contact with Steve. Grabbing her jacket with determination, she announced that she would handle the meeting personally. The market square bustled with life, vendors shouting, customers bargaining, children running between stalls. Steve, Donnie, and Chad sat together at a cafe table. Chad asked if Munch was joining them. Donnie confirmed he was, though he wondered aloud where the monk had disappeared to since there were no temples nearby. Chad explained that Munch was living in the city with the surviving monks from his temple. Donnie complained that without Munch their efficiency dropped dramatically. Chad suggested taking a day off since their clan's progress had been extraordinary. Donnie lit up at the idea. Chad added that their capital had already reached 80,000. Donnie cheered again. He had earned 2,000 simply collecting stones, and now they could enter second-level dungeons. Steve raised an eyebrow at Donnie's proud grin. Donnie proudly looked at his monitor, admiring the reward he'd earned. Next to his name, Steve noticed Donnie's rank and profession displayed on the screen. Steve folded his arms, thinking to himself that he had spent only 3,000 on skills, and already surpassed most people. With that in mind, he smiled and agreed today would be a day off. Chad shut his laptop and said he planned to take his son and grandma to the park. Steve's eye caught a sign beside him that read "No information." The grandmother entered carrying food for the puppy, and the same message appeared next to her. But next to Pecky, the puppy, there was detailed information on level and power. Steve wondered if dogs could awaken too. After thinking it over, Steve called his younger brother. The boy answered in surprise, saying he had been repairing his old car lately, but it was expensive and difficult. Steve smiled and suggested that he simply buy a new one. The boy's eyes lit up immediately. With a sly grin, Steve agreed to help. He called Pecky as well, and the puppy's tail wagged furiously. At the dealership, the manager presented a blue Hyundai Dragon. Chad's face glowed with excitement. Every mercenary dreamed of owning one. The manager explained that it ran on heliotrope fuel and cost 80 million, making it the best machine on the market. Steve asked his brother if he liked it. The answer was immediate. Of course. Steve told the manager he would pay in cash, and asked if they could take the car immediately. Soon the brand new blue car shot through the ruins of the city. Chad was ecstatic, declaring that the vehicle was incomparable to his old van. Steve agreed, saying even the passenger seat felt incredible. He added that he should have bought something like this sooner. Chad finally asked why they were headed toward the 4th station, entrance 23, an area that had been closed for a long time. Steve grew serious. He explained that a long time ago Chell had told him he couldn't awaken because he had no money. Chad's smile faded. He looked at Steve, confused, not understanding where the conversation was headed. With that same steady seriousness, Steve replied, "He will awaken today." Chad froze when he heard Steve's words. Sweat broke across his face as the blue car continued down the ruined road, passing collapsed buildings overgrown with grass. His hands trembled on the steering wheel, fear and panic rising in waves, but he kept driving. He didn't dare say anything. Suddenly, Pecky, who had been quiet in the back seat, bristled and let out a low growl. Steve smiled faintly and asked the pup whether he could smell goblins. Chad's voice trembled as he insisted he wasn't ready, begging Steve to leave before anything happened. But Steve ignored him. He stepped out of the car, saying he'd be back soon and instructing Chad to wait. Panicking, Chad lunged toward the door and begged him not to go. But the only thing left where Steve had stood was swirling dust. Steve had already vanished into the rain. Chad stared at the empty air, overwhelmed. His brother's speed was unbelievable. Meanwhile, at the instant loan office, Steve and Chad's video had caused quite a stir. The employees had watched the YouTube clip over and over. One asked if that really was Steve. Another confirmed it, adding that he was now a growing internet star. The supervisor growled that someone like Steve couldn't be measured or controlled. The men argued about how dangerous this made him. Finally, the man at the computer ordered a list of cooperating guilds. The other replied that if this was Station 4, then the job would fall to Mr. Vincent, a mercenary known for removing debtors without hesitation. He'd already taken care of 6. The supervisor smirked darkly and commanded them to call Vincent and pay him whatever he asked. Thunderclouds rolled across the sky, gathering into a storm that promised violence. Rain caught Chad's grandmother as she shopped with his son. She urged the child to hurry. Then a black car slid to a stop in front of her, blocking the road. 3 people in black suits stepped out, 2 men and a woman. The woman approached, flashed an ID, introduced herself as part of the bureau, and asked where they could find Steve. The grandmother said nothing. She simply stared at the badge in silence. The same storm hammered down on Chad, still waiting in the new car while rain smeared the windows. He muttered that he couldn't see anything, and that Steve had been gone for 30 minutes. Once again, Pecky growled at something ahead. Then the head of a giant goblin slammed into the car door window, shocking Chad into a scream. The monster's body slid down the glass, leaving only a clawed hand and harsh breathing visible. The car door suddenly swung open. It was Steve, telling Chad to get out. Chad stumbled out, still shaking but calmed slightly when he saw his brother standing there. The wounded goblin lay on the ground, growling and trying to rise. The monster lunged at Chad. The boy screamed and shielded himself with his arms. A knife dropped onto the wet pavement, the metallic clatter echoing through the empty street. Steve turned to Chad and ordered him to follow and kill the monsters. Chad picked up the knife with trembling hands and begged Steve to stop. Steve turned sharply and demanded to know what was wrong. Stammering, Chad asked if he truly had to awaken now. But Steve was unyielding. "If you are weak," he said, "and you one set survive, then kill." Chad lowered his head in despair. There was no arguing with him. Suddenly the goblin sprang upward again, jaws wide. Little Pecky stood between them, baring his teeth and ready to fight. Before Chad could react, Steve commanded, "Pecky, bite." The pup hurled himself at the monster, sinking his teeth into its arm. Despite the creature's massive size, the goblin seized Pecky's head with its huge claws, trying to rip him off. Steve didn't move. He calmly stated that Pecky was still young, and that if Chad didn't intervene, the puppy would die. Crying, Chad begged Steve not to force him to do this. Lightning tore through the sky. With it came Steve Sip's roar. "Kill him." Chad's breath came in panicked bursts. He stared at the knife, clutching it with both hands. The goblin ripped Pecky free and prepared to bite down. Chad screamed as he swung. He knew that if he didn't set act, Pecky would die. The blade drove into the goblin's skull. Blood exploded across the pavement. The monster collapsed, lifeless, freeing Pecky. But Steve wasn't finished. He shouted at Chad to continue. Fueled by fear and rage, Chad struck again and again, stabbing until he could no longer lift his arms. At last he threw the bloody knife aside. Rain mingled with the stream of blood on the ground. Chad fell to his knees, gasping for air. He stared at his stained hands, trembling, horrified by what he had done. Steve stepped in front of him, towering over him, and ordered him to hold the blade again. Tears ran down Chad's face as he shook his head, saying he couldn't. But Steve refused to relent. "If you don't set kill," he said coldly, "they will kill you." Pecky suddenly leapt forward, growling with a ferocity Chad had never heard from him before. Chad's eyes widened in fear as he realized the puppy was growling at another monster creeping toward them through the rain. Steve's voice came cold and emotionless. He told Chad to kill the monsters quickly. They didn't have much time. Without looking back, Steve turned and walked away, abandoning his younger brother in the storm. Chad called after him, voice trembling, but Steve didn't stop. A memory hit Chad like a punch. Years ago he had been bullied by older kids, beaten and mocked, while Steve walked past with his head down, pretending not to see. Back then, as now, Chad had reached out for him, begging him not to leave. And just like the past, Steve kept walking. In the present, the rain blurred Chad's vision, but not enough to hide Steve's disappearing silhouette. Tears streamed down Chad's cheeks, and he called for his brother again, knowing he would not turn back. Then something changed. The fear on Chad's face hardened into determination, and his trembling gaze sharpened. He no longer called for Steve. Chad reached down and picked up the blood-soaked dagger he had thrown earlier. The goblin facing him growled, snapping its teeth, ready to kill him. Moving like someone in a trance, Chad slowly rose, gripping the dagger tightly. He whispered to himself, not to anyone else, that Steve had always been like this. Lightning split the sky, and Chad burst forward with a scream. He drove the knife into the goblin's skull with such force that the blade pierced through the other side. His eyes snapped wide open, glowing red, while he hissed at the monster to shut up. The goblin shrieked, but Chad only shoved the knife deeper into its mouth, unaffected by the blood spraying across his face. There was no fear left in him, only pure, burning hatred. He pressed harder, shouting for the monster to be quiet. The blade burst out of the back of the goblin's head, splitting its skull in half in a fountain of blood. But Chad wasn't set done. He leaned over the corpse screaming "Die!" as he stabbed the dead body again and again, slashing wildly until the ground was painted red. At last he stopped, panting, the rain mixing with the blood on his hands. Lightning flashed again, revealing Chad's deranged smile as he raised the dagger. He looked unhinged, almost joyful. Another goblin lunged at him, grabbing the hand that held the blade. Its dripping jaws snapped inches from Chad's face. They toppled to the ground together. Chad thrust the dagger into its mouth and sliced upward, severing the creature's artery. Another geyser of blood drenched him. With the monster dead, Chad stood, muttering to himself about the sticky feeling on his arm, the sensation of cutting through flesh. His smile twisted into something unrecognizable. He whispered, "Nonsense. What are you doing? Donset, save me." Then he burst into manic laughter. High above, Steve sat on a rooftop, watching the transformation. He saw Chad's awakened status appear, cold-blooded killer. Even Steve was taken aback. Looking down at the drenched, laughing boy, he commented casually that his little brother was cute. Then, louder, he asked Chad whether he had been working part-time at a slaughterhouse. Chad was nearly unrecognizable, eyes wild, filled with murderous hunger, but Steve didn't react to any of it. He simply told him to get up. Still giggling, Chad obeyed, though the madness in his gaze remained. Steve declared the battle finished. Behind him, the ground was littered with half-dead goblins, dozens, maybe hundreds, wheezing and twitching in the rain. After clearing the monsters, the brothers headed to the Bureau of the Awakened. They approached the front desk. Steve looking annoyed, Chad drenched entirely in blood. The receptionist stared in disbelief before asking why they were there. Steve pointed at Chad and said he had just awakened. The receptionist instructed that Chad needed a shower, then a quarantine check, and finally a strength measurement test on the 3rd floor. As they climbed the stairs, Chad asked what the measuring room was. Steve explained that there was a device that measured physical strength. If the number exceeded 100, Chad would be officially registered as an awakened fighter. Steve added he had scored 96 last time and failed. Chad didn't believe him. Inside the measuring room, Chad lay on the device wearing a special suit. The machine activated and displayed 111. The examiner told him he was eligible to proceed to the Hall of Ability Manifestation. The doctor then turned to Steve and asked if he wanted to test his strength as well. Steve agreed and lay down on the device Chad had just used. Steve closed his eyes as the machine hummed around him, measuring his strength. Suddenly a strange vision flashed before him. Countless eyes watching him, and a message saying someone was observing him, yet large parts of the information were hidden. When he opened his eyes, the number 189 glowed on the screen, but even that impressive score didn't shake him as much as the eerie vision he'd just experienced. The doctor examined the readings and murmured that the rumors were true. Steve's strength was rising at an impossible rate, and soon he would reach level E. Steve wasn't interested. Instead, he asked who created the machine. The doctor laughed at the odd question, saying it was built by scientists. Steve frowned and asked again which scientists specifically, but the man only chuckled. Downstairs, the receptionist handed Chad an awakened ID card inside a small box containing a phone. She explained the phone was a gift and that he'd scored high enough to qualify as a mercenary. Steve congratulated him, and Chad shyly thanked him. Steve asked whether Chad had seen anything unusual during the test. Chad shook his head. He'd seen nothing. Steve assumed it meant he was simply too sensitive. He then asked what Chad's awakened skill was. Chad lowered his head, clearly disappointed, and muttered, "Decapitation." Before Steve could comment, a familiar blonde woman passed by with several subordinates around her. Steve immediately noticed and ran after her, calling out with cheerful excitement, "Blondie!" Her subordinates froze, shocked. One demanded to know who dared address their leader like that and whether he had a death wish. Another recognized Steve, and suddenly all of them realized who he was. With an innocent smile, Steve apologized casually for his earlier words, explaining that he wasn't used to speaking with civilized people, but the woman cut him off, saying she understood, and suggested they never meet again. She walked off with her group. Her subordinates gossiped while following her, saying something had to be going on between the two of them. One even joked she was practically getting married, while another insisted Steve would be the one to save them all. Jean snapped at them to hurry, and they immediately picked up the pace. Steve watched her leave, muttering that it was a shame she had the temper of a shrew. A black car sat parked outside the building labeled Steve's Clan. Inside, Grandma and Melissa, the same blonde, sat together at the table. They clinked glasses, almost spilling their drinks. Melissa tasted the strawberry liquor with delight, saying it was perfect. Grandma grinned, explaining that young people always loved it, though her son-in-law had begged for it for 10 years and never managed to try any. Melissa finished the drink and declared passionately that she wished all monsters would die. Grandma praised her for speaking beautifully. Then Melissa tasted the dumpling soup, calling it the best she'd ever had. Grandma nodded, saying it paired perfectly with the drink. Melissa glanced at the door, noting that Steve was late. At that moment, Grandma announced that he had finally arrived. Steve and Chad walked into the room, surprised to see Grandma and Melissa sharing drinks. Bill ran over joyfully, excited that his dad and Pecky were back. He jumped into Chad's arms asking why he took so long. Chad asked if he'd had fun while they were gone. While father and son talked, Melissa approached Steve. He tensed and asked who she was, but he already saw her name and rank displayed above her. Rank A2. She introduced herself as Melissa, a manager from the Bureau of Awakened Repatriate Administration. Steve asked why she had come, and she said she wanted to make a deal with him. Steve blinked, unprepared for that answer, and asked what she meant. Melissa leaned closer and asked if he knew the official name for a repatriate. Steve admitted he had no idea. She explained that repatriates like him were officially called coordinators. The title surprised him, yet it intrigued him. She then asked whether he had returned through a red portal. Steve said he had. Melissa explained that a red portal meant the repatriate had fulfilled the condition for safe return. Steve didn't understand, so she continued a portal that turned red would appear again and would work both ways. Steve asked where it would appear. Melissa raised her finger and pointed directly at him. Steve stared back, confused. Melissa clarified, the portal appears next to the coordinator. In this case, next to you. Steve rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Memories of the wolf pack he had lived with for 10,000 years flickered through his mind. He wondered if he could see them again. Melissa continued, their administration believed Steve's portal led to what they were calling a fourth new planet. If their theory was correct, their country would possess the only planetary portal to this fourth world. Steve didn't care about politics. He only cared about one thing. When will the portal appear? Melissa answered calmly, in 99 days. Steve asked Melissa directly what she wanted from him. She replied calmly that until the portal opened, Steve would be forbidden from leaving the country. Steve wasn't expecting such a restriction, and demanded to know why. Melissa didn't sugarcoat it. She said they couldn't allow him to become the second hero. Steve frowned. He didn't recognize the name. He asked who Hero was. Melissa stared at him, surprised he didn't know the story. She explained that Hero was the strongest awakened in the world, rank 1, and he had once been a citizen of their country. Steve asked what that meant. Melissa explained that in the early days of the disaster, the government had detained many repatriates due to the unknown risks. Hero, who had returned as a rank B, escaped confinement. The portal to planet Kachun, now located in another country, was created by him. If Steve activated a portal while abroad, the dimensional industry could collapse, and their country would face catastrophic losses. Steve quietly processed everything. Then, with typical bluntness, he asked the only thing that mattered to him, so what do I get in return? Melissa was ready for the question. She asked what he wanted. Steve answered without hesitation. He wanted to elevate his clan into a guild and expand its territory. Donnie, listening secretly from behind the wall, nearly fainted from shock at the scale of the negotiation. Melissa did not object. She told Steve he could ask anything else. Steve then remembered his most important question. How will I know when the portal appears? Melissa explained that they would send an agent who specialized in detecting small energy fractures. One of their best. Steve was intrigued. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the bureau, Jean was training furiously in the gym, still angry about Steve's earlier comment that they should have children together. She punched the bag with so much force that its stuffing exploded out. Her colleagues watched in disbelief, wondering what had triggered her this time. Jean muttered that he should have been charged with harassment. Melissa appeared beside her and calmly asked who she planned to charge. Jean dismissed the question, saying she was simply in a bad mood. Melissa asked when she wasn't. Jean snapped at her to stop stalling and explain why she was here. Melissa handed her a mission file. Jean read it, and began trembling with anger. She demanded why she had been chosen. Melissa answered without hesitation, she was picked because she was a professional. Jean asked again, louder. Melissa replied because she was the best. Jean glared at her, wishing she could overturn the assignment by sheer force of will. Melissa asked what Jean thought would happen once the portal opened. Jean had already seen the footage, and answered quietly that hell would break loose. Melissa nodded. If Jean detected spatial cracks, she was to leave immediately with Steve. Until then she would have to stay with him at all times. With a mischievous grin, Melissa repeated, always, emphasizing every syllable. Then she walked out laughing, leaving Jean fuming and threatening to file her resignation. Elsewhere, Chad sat in his room, clutching his head as obsessive thoughts circled through his mind. Don't leave, they'll kill you. Don't leave, they'll kill you. His son's voice finally snapped him out of it, calling him to dinner. Later, the clan gathered at a cafe beneath the newly hung wall clan sign. Someone inside shouted in excitement. Chad asked what was going on, and Donnie proudly announced that their clan was thriving, now eligible for second-level dungeons. Steve was pleased by the progress, but Chad pointed out they needed rank D to enter those areas and didn't yet have enough fighters. He suggested they farm first-level dungeons for a while. Donnie agreed, but added that with Steve around, second-level dungeons weren't a problem. Steve decided they would build up funds and strength in first-level dungeons first, then recruit new members. Everyone agreed. Footsteps approached their table. Donnie turned. Munch stood beside them, greeting everyone with folded hands and saying, "Save us, great Buddha." Donnie asked if he had eaten. Bill waved in excitement. Munch replied that he had and suggested they depart. His level indicator showed F5. At the dungeon entrance, traffic was backed up. Cars honking, people yelling. Many teams crowded near the portal, eager and energetic. In the bustling crowd, one man recognized Steve's group and called out to them. The four entered the dungeon together, with Chad taking up the rear. The man greeted Steve warmly. Steve shook his hand, and the man happily said he'd heard all about the creation of Steve's clan. The adventure continued. Steve asked Jim what happened to the teammates he'd been with last time. For a moment, Jim's smile faded and a rigid seriousness crossed his face. He hesitated, deciding how much to say, then forced a smile again and claimed everything was fine. Steve pressed further, asking why he was alone. But before Jim could answer, his new teammates called out that it was time to enter the portal. Avoiding the question, Jim excused himself and promised to contact Steve later. Steve waved and said he'd wait. Munch asked who the man was. Steve replied that Jim was a friend he'd met in a previous dungeon. The four stepped into the portal together, their bodies engulfed in a blue glow. All of them were filled with enthusiasm and ready for battle. None of them noticed the figure watching from a distance, the mercenary Vincent, observing Steve's clan with sharp interest. In another part of the crowd, Jim's own team prepared to depart. One teammate recognized Steve, while another said they needed to hurry. Jim, however, was troubled. He couldn't bring himself to tell Steve the truth about his clan's collapse. Two of their core members had quit under the excuse of needing rest. When the core left, the entire clan dissolved overnight. Null clans were easy to form, but just as easy to break. The stress of killing and nearly being killed had shattered his former partners. They might never return to mercenary work at all. Entering the portal, Jim's captain called him to the vanguard, hoping he could carry the team. In this world, clanless mercenaries formed temporary one-day parties to clear dungeons. Some of them forged bonds and eventually rebuilt new clans. Jim hadn't given up. He vowed to start again. Meanwhile, a motorcycle sped through the city. Jean rode it, crimson suit gleaming in the wind. She reported that she had left Steve's clan headquarters and heard they went into a dungeon in the morning. Melissa replied that she would send the coordinates to her. When Jean received the location on her helmet display, she accelerated toward the site, her long hair whipping behind her. Inside the dungeon, Steve's team fought fiercely. Monsters flew in all directions, as Munch unleashed a powerful spell. A dragon, glowing blue, surged across the battlefield, his brand new summoned spell Dragon Chase. Nearby, Chad slashed through enemies with his knife. Donnie narrated proudly, explaining that he recently earned a clan nickname, Bounty Hunter, and his new skill, Chase. Donnie warned Chad to look behind him. A monster dove at Chad from above. Chad reacted instantly, thrusting his blade upward and tearing open the creature's belly. A feral smile spread across Chad's face, one dangerously close to a beast's grin. Donnie saw it and wondered in fear if Chad actually enjoyed the killing. Up above, Steve watched the battlefield with satisfaction as his teammates handled the monster horde together. Not far away, another team wasn't so lucky. A series of explosions ripped through the forest. One reckless mage hurled fireballs at a swarm of frogs, giant monsters with long red tongues, without caring that his own teammates were caught in the blast. Jin fell, injured, cursing the mage for nearly killing him. Before he could get back up, a frog monster wrapped its tongue around the mage's waist and dragged him away. The rest of the team was devoured as they screamed for help. Jen, barely conscious, thought of Steve's clan and felt a painful twist of jealousy. Surely they wouldn't accept a washed-up E-class mercenary like him. By then Steve's team had already finished and stepped out of the portal, glowing in blue light. Donnie said happily that this run saved them time and spared them exhaustion. Munch added that he had tested skills he didn't even know he possessed. Steve praised them and said they would begin splitting into groups to attack more efficiently. At that moment, a stranger approached them and asked if they were Steve's clan. Steve immediately asked who he was, eyeing him with suspicion. The man introduced himself as Vincent from the BDG guild and handed over his business card. Donnie nearly choked. BDG was a rank 5 guild. They owned 4 stations and even possessed a personal portal. They ranked 20th on the national list. Steve examined the business card and asked what Vincent wanted. Vincent smiled politely. He said that since BDG shared territory with Steve's rising clan, they wanted to give them a welcome gift. Everyone was stunned. Vincent explained that he'd heard the clan leveled up recently and wanted to congratulate them by offering tickets to a second-level dungeon under BDG's direct jurisdiction. Donnie's eyes sparkled. Second-level tickets were extremely valuable. Vincent asked if they wanted to go immediately. Chad hesitated, pointing out they should probably prepare first. Vincent waved the concern away, saying BDG would provide everything they needed as part of the gift. Donnie was amazed. Such support guaranteed success. But Steve declined. He said they would farm first-level dungeons to train teamwork. He alone would handle the second-level descent for now. It would be more efficient. Vincent smiled, a little too satisfied, before hiding it. The clan agreed with Steve's plan. Vincent gestured toward a brown SUV and invited them into his vehicle. Their next challenge was about to begin. The SUV rumbled toward the dungeon entrance, passing destroyed buildings tangled with overgrown vines. Vincent radioed ahead, saying they would use entrance #47. The operator confirmed they were cleared to enter immediately. Steve noticed the empty surroundings and commented that there were no mercenaries nearby. Vincent agreed, explaining that this portal had appeared only recently. He had taken care of all the arrangements, so Steve could step inside without delay. Steve said it was very kind. Vincent smiled and replied that if Steve's clan continued using BDG portals in the future, they would consider it a favor repaid. Steve, after a moment of thought, said the two guilds were indeed neighbors. When they arrived, Vincent asked a worker if everything was ready. The worker nodded and handed Steve a backpack filled with supplies. Steve slung it over his shoulder, turned to Vincent, and said that if he came back alive, they'd have lunch together. Vincent waved and promised they would share a drink when he returned. Steve pressed a switch on his suit. A helmet materialized around his head. With steady confidence, he stepped into the portal, swallowed by blue light. Vincent's expression twisted into a satisfied whistle. The smile froze when he heard the roar of a motorcycle behind him. A woman in a red suit skidded to a stop. She yanked off her helmet. Sheen. She demanded to know whether the person who entered the portal was Steve. Vincent confirmed it and asked who she was. Jean didn't bother answering. She sprinted toward the portal and declared she was going in after him as a member of Steve's clan. Vincent shrugged and told her to go ahead. As she disappeared into the blue glow, Vincent remembered a conversation with a creditor. He had quoted a fee of $2 billion to handle both Steve and the girl. The creditor complained it was too expensive. It wasn't even murder. Vincent argued that killing Steve wasn't simple work. A public figure brought public consequences, risks, costs. Jean, unaware of any of this, entered the portal boldly. Earlier that day, she had arrived at Steve's headquarters and asked the others where Steve was. Chad explained that he'd gone into a dungeon. Jan jumped on her motorcycle immediately and followed the SUV. Melissa watched everything remotely via monitor feeds. When Jan asked why she had to chase after him, Melissa said she needed to observe Steve's skills personally. Jan protested. She wasn't even suited up, but Melissa reminded her about the bracelet. Jan snarled that she treasured her equipment. Melissa coolly said she'd double her bonus. Jan cursed and stormed into the portal. Inside, Steve had already arrived. He stood still, noting how different the atmosphere felt here. The portal flashed again behind him. Before he could turn, Jean Sepp's furious voice pierced the cavern. Dawn Set, turn around. Stay still. Steve obeyed, facing forward while glancing sideways at the portal. Jean pressed her bracelet. A dark substance spread across her hand, forming a combat suit over her body. She muttered angrily about her terrible mood. She swore she'd demand triple pay for this assignment. Then she noticed Steve staring directly at her the entire time. Outraged, she screamed that she told him not to look, and called him a pervert. Steve flushed and insisted he was just admiring her bracelet. Did it have inventory functions? Jean's face turned red. She demanded to know how long he had been looking. Her rank, B8, appeared beside her. Steve suddenly remembered something. On the day he returned from the other world, she had seen him naked too. He grinned smugly and said they were even now. Jean snapped that she hadn't seen him by choice back then. Steve changed the subject and asked why she had come. His first guess was, "Did you want to fight me?" Jean said Melissa had sent someone to monitor him. Steve remembered and said Melissa promised to send a professional. Jean, flustered, admitted that she was that professional. Steve raised an eyebrow and said, "It doesn't seem like it." John bristled and said she rushed here in casual clothes because she didn't want to be late. Steve told her seriously. Dawn Set, interfere. Jan replied she wouldn't. She was only an observer. Then, something pulsed through her nerves. A warning. She said they had company. Steve turned and a lumbering monster came into view. A giant orc in a loincloth, holding an axe. Its aura alone was far stronger than any creature from earlier dungeons. It didn't charge immediately. It watched. Jan whispered that this orc was incredibly strong. She said Steve was extremely unlucky to meet an orc boss at the very start of a second-level dungeon. But Steve remained unfazed. "There are 4 of them," he said. Jan Set's head whipped toward him. "What?" Roars erupted around them from every direction. The ground trembled as more orcs approached. Jan stared at Steve in disbelief. "This can be real. Not in a second-level dungeon." Steve smiled. "Second-level dungeon? That SIP's what you SIP are calling it?" John froze. What? What do you mean? Their situation was about to become much worse. Steve asked Jean if she hadn't felt the abnormality when passing through the portal. Was she truly a pro? Jean bristled with irritation and tried to excuse herself, saying the disruption was because of the bracelet. Steve stepped forward, preparing to sprint. He told her to stay out of his hunt. The next instant, he shot forward with such explosive speed that the ground cracked apart beneath him. The shockwave knocked Jean off balance. Shielding her face, she stared in disbelief. What kind of insane speed is that? Steve appeared in front of the nearest orc, and struck its chest with a powerful blow. As the orc staggered back, dazed, Steve spun, seized the axe from its hands, and prepared his next strike. The creature dropped to one knee, rubbing its head. But the echoes of approaching orcs grew louder from every direction. Steve swung the axe. The orc's skull split cleanly in half. Another orc charged forward. Enraged by the death of its kin, Steve swung again, driving the axe through its body and unleashing a fountain of blood. Yet another orc barreled toward him. Steve leapt onto a rock, sprinted along its edge, and the monster ran below, searching for him. After a short sprint, Steve launched himself off the cliff toward a tangle of vines. Grabbing them mid-air, he watched the orc scanning around in confusion below. Steve released the vine and dropped straight behind the creature, unseen. Meanwhile, far away, Vincent called the client. He said they should transfer the remaining payment. Even a sea-level mercenary would struggle to survive a dungeon like this. The client grinned when asked what level this dungeon actually was. Inside the dungeon, Steve plunged a dagger into another orc's skull. Jean watched from a distance, stunned at what she was seeing. Steve crouched beside the corpse, completely ignoring the next orc running at full speed toward him. Steve muttered with excitement that the dungeon's level didn't matter as long as he could kill everything inside. The new orc swung its axe inches from Steve's head, but Steve dodged effortlessly and struck its chest with enough force to send it flying. A second strike crushed its skull. Helmet soaked in blood, Steve stared at the dying orc and saw a notification plus 32 points. He grinned. This dungeon was a treasure trove. Without looking, he tossed Jean the backpack he'd received earlier. She caught it. Startled, Steve asked her to help collect bloodstones. Then he walked off toward another corpse, leaving her baffled. Jane watched him with a mixture of confusion and growing horror. He was just an F rank, yet he was massacring the battlefield. The conclusion formed itself: Steve was completely insane. A twitch ran up Jane's spine. She sensed something and turned her head sharply, activating her reconnaissance skill. Her eyes glowed blue. Steve, meanwhile, pried a massive bloodstone from a corpse and proudly showed her its size. Jane ground her teeth. Not now. Steve blinked, confused, and asked why. Jean threw the backpack to the ground and said that even if he killed 4 orc bosses, the portal still wouldn't open. The bag only contained stones. Steve began stuffing bloodstones inside, saying that in that case, he'd put them all there. Jean rubbed her head in frustration, wondering what exactly was wrong with this man. Unable to take it anymore, she snapped. This is a 4th level dungeon. If the difficulty were any higher, even together we wouldn't get out alive. Steve froze. So Vincent had sent him into a 4th level dungeon for free. Jane watched him, horrified. Half of what she'd said had flown over his head. Steve, delighted, shouted that if he survived, he would definitely pay for Vincent's dinner. Jane stared at him like he was out of his mind. Are we actually idiots? A sudden pressure hit her senses. Jean spun around just as a monster lunged at her with a weapon. She reached instinctively for her sword, but the sheath at her hip was empty. She'd forgotten it on her motorcycle in her rush. Before she could react, Steve slashed the monster's head clean off. The corpse collapsed beside her, splattering blood everywhere. Steve smiled and told her he was strong, though he'd been stronger before. Jean stared at him skeptically. Another pulse. Jean's eyes widened. She and Steve turned simultaneously. Jean activated her clairvoyant skill. Her eyes shone blue. Through infrared vision, she saw dozens of monsters rushing toward them. She cursed. A mob of orcs was closing in, and fast. Their path was sealed. Jean asked in panic if there truly was an entire army of them. Steve only smiled. Even without Munch here, the monsters were coming straight to him. Jean snapped at him to be quiet. The first wave arrived. Orc riders mounted on snarling wolves. Jean shouted that it looked like nothing but orcs. But Steve wasn't listening. His eyes sparkled. He was thrilled by the sight of the harnessed wolves. The ogre drew closer, raising its massive weapon. Steve dashed forward, telling Jan not to touch his monsters. Jan snapped back that he should be worried about other things, but still activated her shield skill, successfully blocking an incoming strike. Steve didn't stop. He rushed past her, splitting the next orc's skull cleanly in 2. Before its body even hit the ground, Steve was already charging another target. Jean summoned her sword from her inventory and struck the orc attacking her, but the monster merely stared at the shallow cuts on its body, confused. Jean clicked her tongue. She had grabbed only the blade, not the heavier weapon she usually carried. Before she could finish the thought, Steve bounded toward them shouting, "I told you. Don't touch mine." He leapt from above and kicked the orc off its wolf mount. The beast crashed to the ground, rolling across the dirt. Steve landed lightly behind Jean and launched himself forward again, cutting through the approaching monsters like a falling meteor. But then, everything shook. A colossal club slammed into Steve's side, sending him skidding violently across the ground. The attacker was enormous, even compared to the other orcs, draped in a fur mantle with ornaments hanging from his neck. He looked every bit like a commander, if not the orc general himself. Steve hit the ground hard. His dagger slipped from his hand. The ogre general loomed over him. But Steve sprang up, grinning in excitement. "So you stir the boss of all of them?" The orc general didn't answer. He simply stomped, sending dust exploding upward, and swung his club again. Jane sprinted toward Steve, shouting that they had to eliminate the general first. The club crashed down, but Steve dodged. The second strike barely missed him as he vaulted upward, ending up above the giant Sip's head. He plunged his dagger down with every bit of strength, and it lodged deep into the monster Sip's skull. Sean gasped. He actually did it? Steve yanked the blade free, and saw it had snapped in half. The orc general, still alive, finally connected a blow. The club smashed into Steve's stomach, launching him backward like a rag doll. Jane froze. Steve had actually been struck. Meanwhile, at the Bureau of the Awakened, Melissa received a call. Her subordinate hesitated. "May Stom isn't set something strange." Melissa asked what he meant. The man said that Steve and Jean's phones were now far apart, too far, and neither device had sent any signal for nearly an hour. According to their data, Steve appeared to be in a level 1 dungeon. Before he could say where Jean was, he faltered. Melissa felt a growing dread. "What are you talking about? They should be together." Elsewhere, Steve's clan returned to their truck to rest. Donnie peeked into the SUV and saw Steve's phone still lying on the seat. Jean's phone, still on her motorcycle, rang endlessly. Melissa, unable to reach her, ordered her subordinate to check again. Where were they? He swallowed and answered. "I found Jean in a 5th-level dungeon." Melissa's stomach dropped. She remembered Jean forcing her way into the portal. Was it worth risking so much for this mission? She steadied herself and demanded to know who managed that dungeon. The subordinate replied, it belonged to the DGB Guild, and sent their details. Melissa immediately ordered a full history of all entries into 5th-level dungeons, then told him to connect her to the guild leader immediately. Back inside the dungeon, Steve crashed into a stone wall and slumped, dazed. More monsters surged forward, growling with weapons raised. Jean screamed his name and sprinted toward him, but Steve didn't respond. Then a voice echoed in Steve Sepp's mind. "Get up." His eyes snapped open. He saw the mob of monsters rushing at him, and his grin returned. This is getting fun. He dug his hands into the ground, sprung upward, and grabbed the nearest monster. With a twist of his body, he hurled it into another orc. Both tumbled away. Steve snatched 2 axes from the ground and leapt into the air, hurling them with immense force. They spun through the air and buried themselves in 2 orc skulls. Those 2 fell instantly. But the rest kept advancing, undeterred. The real fight was only beginning. Jean sprinted toward Steve as a rain of arrows fell from above. She was stunned. This orc army even had archers. She rolled into a forward somersault, narrowly avoiding several arrows, but stopping even for a moment allowed a swarm of monsters to close in around her. She didn't panic. Activating defensive bomb skid, she released a burst of blinding light from her hands. Every monster caught in the blast disintegrated into dust, but more surrounded her immediately. Just as the circle closed in, Steve grabbed her wrist and yanked her forward, dragging her through the gap. The orc boss watched their escape from afar, letting out a furious roar. Jean demanded to know what Steve was doing. He told her they needed to run without letting go of her hand. She shouted angrily that they were surrounded. How exactly were they supposed to run? Steve pulled her toward the mountainside, saying it was empty. She looked ahead and saw only a cliff, and answered in terror that she couldn't go there. "That's why we are going there," Steve replied. When they reached the edge, Steve suddenly lifted her into his arms. Jean screamed, asking what he was doing. Steve only told her to hold on tight. Without hesitation, he leapt off the cliff. They plummeted downward. Several orcs leapt after them, but only to fall to their deaths. Steve landed on both feet, the impact cracking the earth beneath him. The orcs that followed crashed against the ground around them, their bodies shattered. Jean clung to him in shock, realizing she was still alive. Steve sighed, dropped his hands, and let her fall unceremoniously to the ground. "We're still going to die," he muttered, already walking forward, leaving her stunned and breathless. When she finally looked up, she saw the dizzying drop they had survived. The orc boss glared down from the cliff above. Somehow, she and Steve had lived through that fall. Brief rest, and a grim realization. They found a cave to rest in. A long howl echoed through the barren forest. Inside the cave, Jean hugged her knees, complaining that the monster's cries were unbearable. Calling Steve Mr. Unusual, she asked what his plan was. Steve answered simply, "We kill more orcs, then we level up and push forward." Jean sighed heavily. Level ups had no limit, but stat increases did. Steve shrugged and replied that he had no limits at all. Jean stared at him, confused, and asked what he meant. Steve only gave her a calm smile. Meanwhile, the world outside fell into chaos. 2 military vehicles sped toward the dungeon entrance. Crowds of journalists, soldiers, and onlookers swarmed the site. The authorities pushed them back from the portal. A reporter explained, they were at the 5th-level dungeon managed by the DGB Guild, where a deadly incident had occurred 2 days prior. Steve's clan knelt nearby. Donnie was crying hysterically, terrified for Steve's safety. Police dragged out Vincent in handcuffs. He claimed Steve and Jean had entered the dungeon voluntarily, but after interrogation, he finally confessed. Reporters shouted questions, demanding to know Steve's last words. Vincent growled in frustration. He had no idea Jean was from the bureau. The reporter continued explaining that Steve drew so much attention because he was believed to be a repatriate from the 4th planet, which had massive political and scientific implications. Back at the bureau, Melissa burst into her superior's office, furious. She accused him of allowing this disaster to happen, and demanded the criminals be arrested. The chief said they had already detained most of the conspirators, except for one assistant who escaped. Melissa argued that this was a 5th-level dungeon. How could the guild treat it so lightly? The chief countered, asking if shutting down the entire guild would bring Steve and Jean back alive. She exploded at his indifference. He said the belief that Steve came from a 4th planet was only a theory. Perhaps he originated from a dungeon instead. Melissa was horrified by his skepticism. A news broadcast declared that the government would impose stricter regulations on illegal guild activities, frustrating the chief even further. Melissa barely heard him. She broke down crying, confessing that she was the one who sent Jean after Steve. The chief looked at her in surprise. He tried to calm her, saying all they could do now was believe and wait. The reporter outside concluded grimly that survival chances inside this dungeon were extremely low. Melissa collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably, her mind filled only with thoughts of Jean. Fog thickened through the ancient forest. The trees were bare, though red and yellow leaves still clung to some bushes. Orc patrols searched relentlessly for Steve and Jean. One orc checked the area, axe ready. Suddenly a tiny fairy appeared before him, glowing a faint blue. The creature floated toward his face. The orc lunged to grab her, but she darted away. Frustrated, the orc roared an incantation. His axe glowed yellow as he swung wildly, trying to hit the elusive fairy. She flitted into the bushes, disappearing from sight. The orc growled, stepping forward, and Steve's blade dropped from above, splitting his head cleanly in 2. Steve wiped the blood from his face and grinned. 3 more to kill. Then I level up. Jane used clairvoyance, her eyes glowing in blue infrared. She saw another orc hiding roughly 100 meters ahead. She relayed the information to Steve, who was already poised to sprint. The moment he heard it, he vanished, leaving a shockwave behind him. Jen gasped and ran after him, screaming that it was a trap, but it was too late. The orc triggered the mechanism beneath Steve's feet. Sharpened logs shot up from below and struck him mid-charge, hurling him backward. He slammed into a stone wall, the wind knocked out of him, and his dagger fell from his hand. Jen froze in horror as the orc grabbed a horn and blew a thunderous signal. All around the forest the orcs heard the call and understood exactly what it meant. Steve had been found. The ground trembled as several hidden orcs emerged from underground, having lain in ambush. Jane sprinted towards Steve, shouting at him to get up. Her voice jolted him awake. He turned, anger flashing in his eyes, but his body felt strangely heavy and unresponsive. His limbs trembled, his vision blurred. The orcs closed in. Steve grabbed his chest, confused at why his strength was failing. His senses dulled, his stamina dropped sharply. Then it hit him. He had not eaten in 2 days. Jean arrived just as the first orc swung at Steve. She activated Defense Bomb, unleashing a violent burst of energy that vaporized the front row of monsters and mortally wounded the rest. The blast consumed her strength and she collapsed. Steve rushed to her side, scooping up a fallen axe as he passed. In one sweeping strike, he cut down 2 orcs. A wicked grin crept across his face. "One more," he said. "Just one more." He leapt toward the final target, but a massive blur struck him mid-air. The orc boss sits club. The blow drove into Steve's chest and sent him tumbling like a rag doll. At that moment, Jean regained consciousness. Groggy, she lifted her head and found a towering orc, the boss standing over her, growling, club raised. She muttered bitterly, "Just a fat guy." Meanwhile, Steve flew across the battlefield and crashed into another orc. The axe in his hand slipped and sank straight into the monster's skull, and Steve received a notification. Level up. Flat on his back, Steve stared at the glowing prompt. You have unlocked a new skill. Beast transformation. He blinked in surprise. Should he use his newly gained points on this? Before he could decide, the orc boss loomed over Jean. She struggled to her knees, summoning her sword. She refused to die without fighting. Back in the city, the clan's home was quiet. Granny called Pecky, setting down a bowl of red stew. The puppy barked joyfully, unaware of the danger his master faced. Granny's voice cracked as she told the little dog they didn't know whether Steve was alive or not. Pecky happily dove into the food, not understanding any of it. In the dungeon, Jean parried the orc boss's attacks with the last of her strength. Steve activated Beast transformation. Pecky, still eating, suddenly floated upward, glowing blue. Granny backed away in shock. Black smoke poured from Steve's back. Jean dodged a massive swing by leaping into the air. Steve's face distorted, elongating into a snarling fanged shape. Smoke wrapped around his body. John desperately tried to buy time, but the orc boss held overwhelming power. His swings were effortless. The smoke cleared. Steve Sepp's black fur changed to snow white. Jean misstepped. The orc boss struck her full force, sending her flying. Her sword clattered across the stone floor as she hit the ground helplessly. The orc boss charged toward her. She curled up, bracing for death. Something massive landed between them. A white-furred half-wolf clad in black armor slammed its claw into the orc boss, pinning him to the ground. Jean stared, stunned. The creature was as large as the orc boss, and effortlessly overpowering him. Steve unleashed a barrage of strikes, pounding the orc's head until it was nothing but pulp. Even after the monster stopped moving, Steve kept hammering, driving the corpse deeper into the earth. John could only watch in horrified awe. Steve then tore into the orc boss's body, devouring chunks of flesh. A notification appeared before his eyes, plus 45 points. When he finally looked toward Jean, the girl met his gaze in terrified silence. She studied the enormous werewolf. "Steve," she whispered. The beast opened its blood-stained jaws, barked. Once, then again, then several more times. Jean blinked. "He sits barking, so he sits not a wolf. He sits a dog?" The beast barked again, as if confirming it. A reporter announced that 3 days had passed since Steve and Jean fell into the dungeon, and neither had emerged. A lone motorcycle stood abandoned at the entrance. The reporter questioned the head of the Awakened Bureau. He explained to the audience, "This place is known as Orc Castle. It is recommended that at least a 30-man party, including no fewer than 10 A-rank mercenaries, enter." Yet Steve and Jean had entered alone, and no one knew if they were still alive. The broadcast continued. As the reporter explained the dangers of the dungeon, the camera operator muttered under his breath that this entire situation was a circus. He claimed the government had practically sent Steve to die just to get rid of troublesome guilds. He grumbled about how long he still had to film this interview. The host asked how many people Steve might disrupt if he somehow survived and returned. The operator scoffed. How could Steve return? He was no hero. He was only level F. By tomorrow, headlines would write about how their country had lost its standing in the rankings. Back at Steve Sepp's clan house, Pecky suddenly reverted into an ordinary puppy again, barking happily. Granny recoiled in fear, asking what on earth had just happened. Jean, like Granny, was shaken by what she had witnessed. Steve shifted back into human form and explained calmly that he could merge with the animals he tamed. It wasn't transformation, it was unification. He turned toward Jean, who stood frozen in disbelief, and asked why she was still staring. They had to collect everything they could and escape. But Jean answered in a trembling voice that it was useless. Steve frowned, unable to understand. Jean said quietly that this place would be their grave. Rain began to fall, drenching the sky in a cold gray haze. Steve asked what she meant. Jean pointed out that they had already killed the boss, yet the portal remained closed. What did he think that meant? Realization struck Steve. The portal hadn't set opened. He gestured toward the crushed corpse of the orc boss, and asked if she was seriously implying that this thing wasn't the true boss. John replied without hesitation, yes, someone even stronger existed in the dungeon. Steve grinned, intrigued, and demanded to know who this mysterious someone was, the one who made her talk about graves. Jean's expression hardened. In the pounding rain, she began her story. 3 years ago, when Jean had just reached level B, she joined a 20-person raid. 10 of them were A-rank mercenaries from the Bureau. Together, they descended into a 5th-level dungeon. Jean walked in the middle of the formation, her face tense with concentration. Suddenly, the man ahead of her, Tim, turned back and stared at her. Jean blinked, wondering what was wrong. Tim asked about her ankle. She flushed with embarrassment and said it was nothing. It had healed. Tim smiled warmly and said he was glad. From behind, Melissa teased them. She said they were a cute couple, and this was exactly why couples shouldn't join missions together. The squad stormed the orc castle. Explosives detonated, blasting apart one of the fortress walls. A horde of orcs charged out, racing toward them. An officer barked orders to push toward the tower. He assigned Melissa to defend the right flank at 3 o'clock. Melissa unleashed a flaming spell, turning dozens of orcs to ash. She shouted that the flank was secure. Another mercenary yelled that the defenses were weakening at 4 o'clock. He tried to report his position, but an orc struck him before he could finish. Jean picked up his call and screamed that they needed backup. Melissa sprinted toward Jean, demanding she hold out a bit longer, but Jean was knocked off her feet. She hit the ground hard, crying out in pain. A massive orc approached her, teeth bared, weapon raised. Jean froze, paralyzed in terror. Before the killing blow landed, Tim hurled a spell that turned the orcs surrounding her into stone dust. Melissa arrived moments later, blasting through the orcs with fireballs and clearing the path. Explosions erupted everywhere. But the orcs kept coming. Melissa shouted at Jean and Tim to look at the 2 o'clock direction. They turned and saw another squad of orcs rushing toward them. Tim smiled reassuringly and told Jean to keep moving. Jean tried to warn him, her voice trembling, but Tim grabbed her hand and pulled her along, saying they could talk once outside. But something felt wrong. Jean sensed a presence, a crushing pressure watching them. Then she saw it. A towering orc with 3 eyes appeared in the distance. One blinding flash later, Tim's arm, still holding his sword, was severed and flung across the battlefield. Jane tumbled forward, barely catching herself before falling flat. She lifted her head just as a sword stabbed the ground inches from her stomach. Chaos erupted. Every mercenary turned, horror etched into their faces. Tim Sip's body lay behind Jean, face pale, blood covering him. Above him stood the real ruler of the dungeon. The Orc King, clad in iron armor, weapon raised high. Tim Sip's glassy eyes turned toward Jean. With his remaining strength, he whispered one word: sword. Jean didn't understand. But then she remembered their training in the dojo, and Tim Sip's voice echoed in her mind. Put part of your soul into the blade. Like a fan cannot live without the wind, your sword, your faith, and your heart must become one. The memory ended, and Jean trembled. She knew exactly who was waiting for them in this dungeon now. The 3-eyed Orc King. Tim smiled warmly at her and said, "Here sits the sword, Jean." The Orc King swung his massive spear downward, and blood sprayed in all directions. When Jean finished her story, she lowered her head and discreetly wiped away her tears. Steve placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and gently turned her toward him without saying a word. He rested his palm on her head, trying to comfort her, then pulled her close and murmured, "So that's what happened." Outside, far from the dungeon, the sword Jean had left behind on her motorcycle suddenly began to glow. Heat radiated from the blade and white smoke curled into the air as if the weapon itself mourned. On a live broadcast, Donnie sobbed uncontrollably, mourning Steve and shouting that he couldn't imagine life without him. Commentators argued heatedly over what had occurred. Some refused to believe Steve was dead, others insisted that even he couldn't survive a 5th-level dungeon. Still others loudly wished for him to slay every last orc and return triumphantly. Beside Donnie, Melissa sat with red, swollen eyes, silently grieving for Jean. The reporter announced that the great shaman would perform a ritual for the safe return of the missing. A volunteer raid force of high-ranking mercenaries was already assembling, eager for revenge. Among them was Morris, who thought bitterly that if Steve had joined a proper guild, none of this would have happened. Still, he believed this was the right thing to do. Far away, in another living room, a long-haired man watched the broadcast. A woman draped her arms around his neck and asked what he was watching. He answered casually that it was a channel from his homeland. The man was none other than the world-renowned hero. He scoffed that the shows in this country remained as boring as ever. Steve and Jean shared a makeshift feast in their cave hideout. Steve marveled that after leveling up, the store suddenly offered better food options. He handed her a steak sandwich, and Jean remarked that with such an assortment, he could open a fast food chain. Chewing through another burger, Steve teased that she was a secret foodie. Jean paused mid-bite and asked if eating 12 servings was really a lot. Embarrassed by her own appetite, she set the remaining burger aside and mumbled that she was full. Steve blinked, baffled at how she could possibly be done after so little, while he was already on sandwich number 22. He insisted she continue eating, but Jean gave him a soft smile and said she was grateful all the same. The glow of the campfire dimmed and was replaced by drifting fireflies. Steve asked if she had truly been the one who took up Tim's sword and defeated the Orc King back then. Jan answered with sorrow that she had lost consciousness. When she awoke in a hospital, she learned the Orc King had only been defeated after 2 elderly A-rank mercenaries sacrificed their lives. His power was like the combined force of 5 Orc chieftains at once. Steve nodded grimly. "So there steps an orc like that here. Where is he?" Jane replied that the Orc King resided inside the Orc Castle, more than a kilometer away. As she spoke, the tiny fairy who had scouted for them earlier fluttered into the cave. It whispered something in Steve's ear, and he broke into a satisfied grin. "I found the fortress," he said. Jen Sip's eyes widened. "Already? That fast?" Steve stood, confidence filling his expression. "Let's go." Jean hesitated. "And the plan?" Steve Sip's smile hardened. "Find and kill." Jane let out a tired laugh, saying she would have smacked him for that answer if she had the strength. Chaos erupted within the orc castle. Roars echoed across the wooden battlements as the drawbridge lowered over the moat. Dozens of orc warriors thundered out on armored wolves. Then Steve burst from the bushes in the form of Taki, the great wolf, Jean gripping his mane tightly as she rode on his back. They sprinted at full speed toward the still open gate. The goblins stationed on the walls spotted them instantly. The mounted warriors turned back, raising weapons as they prepared to intercept. Jean shouted that an entire army was chasing them, and urged Steve to speed up. Ahead, the gate began to rise. Archers atop the walls knocked their arrows. A hail of arrows rained down, but Jean's shield spell blossomed like a dome, deflecting every projectile. They reached the half-closed gate. Jean screamed for Steve to jump. He leaped upward, catching the rising gate just in time, pulling them both through while the pursuing warriors stayed behind. But inside the walls, another battalion waited. Jan hurled a defensive bomb spell. A burst of light exploded outward, blowing apart the front line of orcs and clearing a path. Steve dashed through, dodging the survivors. Straight to the center, Jean shouted. Hold on tight, Steve told her silently. He surged forward, the shockwave knocking aside any orcs behind them. Running parallel to the wall, he used the stone as a ramp. Jean tightened her grip on his mane as several orcs leaped down from above. One collided with her, knocking her off Steve's back. Jean plummeted but twisted midair and grabbed hold of a nearby platform's edge. She hauled herself onto it just as a mob of orcs charged toward her. She didn't hesitate. Her sword materialized in a burst of blue lightning, illuminating her stance as she prepared to fight again. Steve continued running up the wall, while the orcs below could only watch and snarl helplessly. At the very top of the spire stood a solitary throne, exposed to the open air, with no walls surrounding it. Seated upon it was the three-eyed orc king. His eyes, once closed, snapped open as he sensed an approaching presence. Rising from his throne with regal menace, the monster strode toward the edge to see what had disturbed him. At that instant, Steve burst forth. With jaws spread wide and fangs gleaming, he lunged at the orc king, clamping down on his throat and savagely tearing at his neck. The impact sent both of them tumbling from the tower. As they fell, the massive body of the orc king was impaled upon a towering spire below, his chest pierced clean through. A message flashed before Steve's eyes, informing him that his level had increased. Fragments of stone broke loose from the shattered tower and rained down like hail upon the orcs gathered beneath. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from another tower. The orcs turned in alarm as bodies were flung into the air. Orcs and Jinn were hurled toward the ground, and amid the chaos, the girl thought in despair that this might truly be how she died. Then, without warning, a white paw tipped with sharp claws seized her hand. She looked up in shock to see Steve. He yanked her toward him just before they struck the ground, then surged forward at full speed as the orcs gave chase. After they had gained some distance, the girl asked what had happened to the king. Steve answered calmly that he had killed him. He tossed her onto his back and told her it was time to leave. As he prepared to sprint, Jean grabbed his mane and demanded to know if he had truly slain the king. Steve told her to scan the area. Activating her clairvoyance skill, Jean stared in disbelief and announced that the portal had opened. She could hardly believe that Steve had defeated the Orc King and done so in such a short time. Meanwhile, far below, one of the monitoring devices began to beep, and a timer appeared on its screen. A member of the DGB guild could only groan in shock as he realized what he was seeing. He managed to mutter that this was the 127th dungeon. His partner, equally stunned, demanded to know what that meant. Donnie noticed the countdown hovering above the dungeon and asked in confusion what it signified. When Melissa heard the announcement that the portal explosion countdown had begun in dungeon number 127, tears filled her eyes as she realized that Jean might still be alive. Around the portal, the crowd erupted into thunderous shouts as the countdown began. Steve asked Jean if she had located the portal. Slightly disoriented, she replied that she had. Regaining her focus, she reported that it was at 11 o'clock, 700 meters from the castle, with only 10 minutes remaining before the explosion. They surged forward at once, but the orcs were relentless and quickly closed the distance. Suddenly, Steve veered around a corner, catching a familiar scent. Jean demanded to know where he was going and warned that they did not have time for detours. Steve did not answer. He charged into a pen where a pack of wolves was confined and activated his taming skill, a sharp grin spreading across his fanged face. Jean cried out in disbelief, asking what he was doing and why he was taming them. At the command, the wolves froze, staring at him in stunned obedience. Steve turned and sprinted back toward the portal, ordering the wolves to follow. They leapt over the pens and ran after him without hesitation. Glancing back, Jean asked if he truly intended to take them along. Steve replied that he did, because from now on they were one family. This maneuver allowed the orcs to cut ahead, blocking their path. Jean observed that they were surrounded, as she had anticipated. Just then, a fairy fluttered up to Steve and whispered urgently into his ear. Steve relayed that there was a hidden passage nearby. Jean, surprised, immediately activated her clairvoyance and spotted a right-hand turn. She shouted for them to turn immediately, and Steve plunged into the passage, followed closely by the pack of wolves. The orcs stormed after them, roaring with fury. Ahead, Jean pointed to a massive gate and said they needed to reach it. Steve felt a surge of hope and declared that they were getting out. Accelerating even more, together with the wolves, they burst through the gate and raced across a bridge. Jean warned that there was only 1 minute left before the portal exploded. At that moment, a glowing blue door appeared before them. Overjoyed, Jean cried out that the portal was right there. She then shouted that only 23 seconds remained before it closed. From behind, one of the pursuers hurled a spear. Jean sensed the danger and turned just as Steve charged forward, unaware that the spear struck her squarely in the back. The impact sent her tumbling to the ground as the orcs rushed closer. The wolves had already vanished into the portal when Steve turned and realized that Jean had fallen. The spear had pierced her backpack, spilling stones that scattered across the ground and struck the approaching monsters as she struggled to rise. Steve wheeled around and sprinted toward her, rising onto his hind legs as he ran. Jean tried to stand, but her strength failed her. She lowered her head, accepting what she believed to be the end. Seeing Steve charging toward her, she shouted for him to stay away, but he did not slow down. He only ran faster, closing the distance with every stride. Jean screamed once more, desperately begging Steve to stay away. Instead, Steve seized the spear that had struck her down. An orc had already reached Jean and raised its weapon, preparing to deliver the final blow. Steve was faster. With a powerful throw, he drove the spear straight into the orc's chest, knocking it violently off its mount. On the other side of the portal, a reporter announced that only 8 seconds remained before the explosion. The crowd gathered around the portal began counting down together. Donnie and Melissa continued to cry as they waited, while an operator muttered that the situation looked grim. He added that the audience rating had reached 60%, and if the pair returned alive, it would become an unprecedented sensation. Steve rushed to Jean's side and lifted her up, carefully supporting her head. Weakly, she told him that only 4 seconds remained before the explosion, calling out to him by name. Steve's body seemed to glow faintly as he mentally urged her to hold on tighter. Another orc charged toward them and swung its axe. In the very next instant, the space where Steve and Jean had been was empty. A violent shockwave burst outward, hurling the attacking orc backward. The countdown reached 0. The crowd fell silent, unable to believe that no one had emerged. Near the portal, the orcs watched as its blue glow shifted to yellow. Moments later, the portal detonated. Orcs standing nearby were torn apart by the blast, and the survivors fled in panic. The presenter announced that the countdown had ended and that the spectators were frozen in stunned anticipation. Steve and Jean were nowhere to be seen. Then sudden flashes of lightning burst from the portal, igniting excitement among the onlookers. The first figures to emerge were wolves. Shouts erupted from the crowd as the entire pack poured out, one after another, leaving everyone staring in stunned silence. Immediately after them, 2 figures shot out of the portal at bullet-like speed. The viewers could barely discern who had appeared, unsure whether they had even seen a human form. Military personnel and reporters rushed toward the impact site. A crater had been blasted into the ground, and at its center lay Steve, clutching Jean tightly in his arms. The crowd exploded with cheers, shouting that they had survived and wondering how such a miracle was possible. The wolves joined the uproar, lifting their heads and howling loudly. Ambulances sped toward the scene as the presenter declared that a miracle had occurred. 2 people had escaped a 5th-level dungeon after nearly 5 days inside. Later, in an office, Melissa showed the gathered group photographs taken at the scene and explained that Steve and Jean had been transported to the hospital. When asked why they looked so battered, she replied that the conditions inside the dungeon had been far from ideal. She then displayed an article reporting the miraculous return, claiming that an F-level individual had cleared a 5th-level dungeon. Someone asked whether Hero had challenged him. The boss laughed nervously and remarked that the article was deliberately provocative. Melissa said irritably that someone had leaked the information, adding sarcastically that they had done an excellent job. The boss replied that their responsibility was to act, not to hunt down whoever was responsible, and suggested moving forward. Melissa continued, explaining that news of Steve's survival had spread rapidly, drawing members of various organizations into the country, all attempting to reach him. The boss cursed angrily, calling them shameless opportunists. Melissa displayed photographs of several men, identifying them by name and affiliation. When the chief saw one of the images, his expression darkened as he recognized a particularly notorious agent. Melissa confirmed that he had arrived as well, adding that he was the same man who had lured Hero away previously. The boss stated that their priority was to secure Steve and asked if there was any way to do so without using a contract. A doctor who had spoken with Steve after his return explained that Steve's family was already present and that he would not abandon them. The boss asked in disbelief whether Steve truly valued family over money. The doctor replied that Steve had lived with wolves for nearly 1,000 years and deeply missed his family. The chief added that when Steve returned to Earth, he missed the wolves just as much, making him difficult to understand. The doctor concluded that the most important thing to Steve was being with his family, which was entirely understandable. He suggested providing Steve with a place to live alongside them and leaving him undisturbed. Under those conditions, Steve would not oppose the government. The chief agreed and asked whether they should act regarding the foreign agents. Melissa brought up an image of an abandoned house near the city. Confused, the boss asked why she was showing it. Melissa suggested giving the area to Steve and assigning personnel to monitor it, noting that its isolation would make it safe even if a portal were to open. The boss remarked that the house looked decent, though it required repairs, and then asked about Jean. Melissa replied that Jean was among the best in her field. When the boss asked whether she was awake, Melissa answered seriously that Jean was still undergoing treatment at the hospital. Irritated, the boss asked whether she was truly spending her time writing reports about Steve and relaxing instead of focusing on the situation. Melissa displayed a single phrase on the monitor and remarked that some people were already saying the same thing about Steve, calling him a scumbag. The chief's expression hardened, and he immediately issued an order to begin work. The scene shifted to a roaring arena where the crowd was in an uproar. The host stepped forward, greeting all SPFC fans with boundless energy. Dressed in a bright, eye-catching outfit, he declared into the microphone that this was the greatest competition on Earth, and that the long-awaited main event, the Match of Champions, was finally about to begin. The audience erupted, boys and girls shouting, waving their arms and screaming themselves hoarse. In the darkness, the silhouette of a man appeared. He wore a cloak, and his long hair was tied back into a ponytail. Standing beneath a blazing spotlight, the host announced that the champions would now be introduced. A massive screen lit up, displaying the figure of a man as the presenter proclaimed that he was ranked #1 in the world, 211 victories, champion among all 45 SPFC divisions. The host shouted that he was the strongest man alive, and the hope of humanity. Continuing the introduction, the presenter added that he was an extraordinary SS-level fighter, the strongest magical swordsman. The long-haired man appeared clearly on the screen, dressed in a classic black suit. Black smoke gathered around his hands as the host called out his name, Hero. At the sound of it, the crowd exploded into thunderous applause. The smoke in Hero's hand condensed into a sword, and as if responding to the cheers, the blade ignited with black flames. Among the spectators, a long-haired girl watched the scene intently. As the host continued speaking, Hero leapt down from the pedestal, his body engulfed in black fire. Someone in the crowd exclaimed that this was the famous Phoenix Flame. Another voice expressed surprise that Hero intended to end the fight with a single sword, especially since he was facing male. Hero landed in the ring with tremendous force, cracks spreading across the floor beneath his feet. The host announced that he had officially entered the ring. Hero stood silently, unmoved by the deafening cheers, showing no reaction to the screaming fans. The presenter commented that Hero had appeared with his signature Phoenix Flame. The host then began introducing the second participant, a man-machine Class C, a rising star with 13 victories, ranked 32nd, the Russian brown bear, Mikhail. Mikhail appeared on the podium and was greeted by the crowd. He easily jumped down into the ring, the ground cracking beneath him as well. The presenter announced that he too had entered the ring. Male immediately charged forward, the weapons in his hands beginning to glow. Wearing a vicious grin, he told Hero that this would be the end for him. The weapons continued to charge as Male leapt into the air and slammed them down where Hero had been standing. Stone fragments flew in all directions, and Male was forced backward by the shockwave, raising his arms to shield himself from the dust. Seeing that Hero had dodged, Male cursed him as a little rat and opened fire. The host announced that Male had begun mana shooting. Shrapnel struck even the fence, yet Hero weaved through the barrage with astonishing speed. Spotting the next attack, the presenter shouted that Male was using a mana bazooka. A blast of terrifying power tore through the arena, obliterating everything in its path. Hero evaded it once again and closed the distance. The host exclaimed excitedly that Hero's sword strikes were landing, forcing Male to respond with frantic mana shots. Hero attacked again, but Male barely managed to block. Cracks spread across Male's weapon, and his breathing grew ragged. Hero gave him no chance to recover and pressed the assault, leaving Male with no choice but to defend. Suddenly a blade extended from Male's weapon, and he slashed at Hero, but the attack was effortlessly avoided. In an instant, Hero appeared behind him, both swords raised. Moving with blinding speed, Hero struck Mikhail repeatedly. When Male finally halted, he realized his entire body was bound in steel chains. Mikhail grinned smugly and declared that he had caught him. As he prepared to fire, he screamed that Hero Sip's bones would shatter. Hero replied calmly, "The seventh note, Male. You Stev already lost." In the next moment, Male let out a strangled wheeze as blood spilled from his mouth. Cuts opened across his entire body, blood gushing out as he screamed in agony. The audience stared in shock as the massive bear-like Male collapsed to the ground. Hiro shook off the chains as if they weighed nothing. The crowd erupted. The host, stunned, demanded to know what had just happened, and then declared the result. Male had lost. The host announced that Male, who had been determined to win, had lost and could no longer get up. The match was immediately halted, and medical personnel rushed into the ring. Several men surrounded Male, attempting emergency treatment, but he showed no signs of life. One of the experts eventually shook his head, signaling that regeneration was impossible. The screen lit up with the result, declaring Hiro the winner, and the host confirmed that this marked his 202nd victory. After leaving the stage, one of Hiro's attendants quietly asked whether he had used a new method. Hiro replied calmly that he had struck with nothing more than an ordinary sword. He thanked everyone for their efforts and promised to have a drink with them later. However, the moment he entered the waiting room, a girl who had been watching the match threw her arms around him. Sadness filled her eyes as she asked if he had killed his opponent. Hiro answered just as quietly that Mikhail was one of the 7 evils of the future. The girl told him that he should not carry all the burden alone. Taking him by the arm, she asked if something else had happened. Hiro questioned her in return, and she said that nothing unusual had occurred, aside from a call from the administration. When he asked who had called, she replied that the boss had contacted her, told her to take care of herself, and advised her to pack up and leave. As Hiro changed his clothes, the girl mentioned that the man who had been trapped in a 5th-level dungeon had gotten out alive. Hiro froze and looked at her in surprise. She showed him her phone and explained that the man could become the second hero, and that the news was already dominating every channel. She added that his name was Steve. She asked in disbelief whether Hiro truly did not remember him, reminding him that she had even collected articles about the incident. Hiro studied the photograph carefully, and said that he did not recognize the man at all. The girl asked again, astonished, whether he really did not remember him in the slightest. She suggested that Steve might be an awakened swordsman, but Hiro replied that such an awakening would only occur in a year. She then said that Steve was a druid, and if he truly returned from where the reports claimed, it might mean that a portal to the 4th planet could be opened. Hiro did not show it outwardly, but the mention of the 4th planet deeply unsettled him. The girl added that Steve was only F level, making his return all the more unbelievable. Listening to her, Hiro concluded that it was simply impossible. He reflected silently that he had lived for over 500 years, and experienced 25 regressions. Because of this, he knew all the major awakenings and critical events in history. Yet Steve's name was absent from all of them. In all that time he had never heard it once. History could change slightly, he admitted, but the butterfly effect had limits. Mikhail was supposed to die 10 years later. Anna being alive, despite her destined death 2 years earlier, could still be attributed to that effect. However, the major events, such as the appearance of the 7th-level dungeon or the connection to the 4th planet, had never changed. This meant that the 4th planet would not appear within the next 5 years. The girl asked whether it would not be better to draw Steve to their side. Hiro thought for a moment and answered honestly that he did not know. She added that, for the moment, Steve was the most talked-about man in the country. Hiro replied that they should simply observe him for now. As terrifying memories of giant monsters surfaced in his mind, Hiro felt that the end was approaching. Monsters devoured humans like snacks, and humanity, which had survived the initial cataclysm, began to collapse under the endless assault of dungeons. Enormous red wyverns filled the skies, attacking people and breathing fire, as monsters overwhelmed both land and air. Mercenaries fought desperately, but for the awakened, survival often depended on the country they chose to flee to. That was why Hiro remained in this nation, even though he was labeled a traitor by his homeland. As long as the dungeons here were managed by truly capable people, this land would offer the greatest chance of survival. Refugees would arrive by boat, relieved to have escaped, and when they saw him, they would believe they were saved. He imagined that his surviving compatriots would one day call him a savior rather than a traitor. In his thoughts they would chant his name, calling him a hero, and a faint smile formed on his lips. The girl noticed the smile and looked at him in surprise. Embarrassed, Hiro said it was nothing, merely an act. Anna did not understand what he meant, and he explained that it was only a deception. She did not believe him, and said that it was not only the Ministry of Defense that was eager to claim him. Hiro replied that if Steve survived the coming end, there would still be time to recruit him, once again suggesting patience. Shinsum Hospital stood as one of the few buildings still intact in the city. Melissa entered Jean's room without knocking, interrupting her reading. She approached the blonde and asked whether it hurt. Jean replied that it still hurt badly. Melissa did not believe her, remarking that something felt off, but Jean insisted once more that the pain was severe. The brunette scoffed and said that the entire hospital was gossiping about a masked man who visited her every night. She asked if it was Steve. Jean quickly changed the subject and asked whether Melissa had bought what she requested. Melissa placed a bag on the table and said she had been lucky enough to find both food and a man for her. Jean pulled the food and a jar of coffee out of the bag, but displeasure flickered across her face. She shook her head and said she wanted a different flavor. Melissa replied that it was the same color. Jean looked at the box in disappointment and added that she wanted a different kind of chicken. Melissa's patience snapped. Her palm glowed white as she said sharply, "Eat what they give you." Despite her complaints, Jean ate the chicken and drank the coffee. Leaning back against the pillow, she patted her stomach contentedly and said that she was full. Melissa smiled irritably and remarked that since Jean was full, it was time to get back to work. Jean had already closed her eyes, however, and murmured sleepily that she would start after taking a short nap. Melissa's palm glowed once again as she leaned closer with an ominous smile and warned her not to talk nonsense. The next moment, the ward was flooded with blinding light, and Jean's scream echoed through the room. Meanwhile, at CIA headquarters, a large screen displayed the news that Hero had finally defeated Mail. The man standing before the monitor stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Mail could have been defeated. Another man nearby commented that Hero was steadily progressing and might soon reach the SSS level. The next report stated that after returning from the dungeon, Steve had not appeared anywhere, not even during raids. A photograph was shown, taken recently, depicting Steve feeding pigeons. The man examined the image and asked where the photo had been taken and what Steve was doing there. He was told that Steve went there often. The man asked whether Steve was lonely, surprised that he appeared to be talking to pigeons. The subordinate replied vaguely that it looked like unrequited love or something similar. The man grew irritated and said he could introduce Steve to countless beautiful women. He added that, regardless, it was impossible for Steve to be taken by anyone else and demanded confirmation that this was understood. The subordinate replied that earlier that morning, a special group had already been dispatched to the country where Steve lived. He hesitated and added uneasily that the sky was currently unstable. The man frowned, not understanding what he meant, and asked him to explain. High above, a massive airliner cut through the clouds beneath an azure sky. Inside, a girl sat beside her mother, staring eagerly out the window. Suddenly, she tugged at her mother's sleeve and pointed, saying a beautiful bird was flying outside. The woman looked up from her reading and peered through the window. Curiosity quickly turned to terror as she saw a red monster with a fanged maw gliding alongside the plane. It was a small wyvern, circling the aircraft as if playing. Other passengers noticed it as well, and gathered near the windows, murmuring in confusion at the strange sight. Two men among them immediately recognized the danger. One whispered that it was a wyvern, and the other added that even a small one was deadly. One of them said that this meant the wyvern dungeon had opened, and that it needed to be reported as soon as they landed. His words cut off abruptly when an enormous wyvern, larger than the airplane itself, appeared outside the window. It rose alongside the aircraft, opened its jaws and unleashed a torrent of fire. The plane ignited instantly, its structure beginning to melt. Having finished its attack, the wyvern flew onward, joining a swarm of monsters that darkened the sky. Soon after, the news reported that an explosion had occurred at the wyvern dungeon and that countless monsters had escaped. At the same time, two SUVs drove along a dirt road. Someone asked whether they had truly entered the wilderness. Chad, who was driving, replied that they had, but Donnie sounded doubtful, and soon others began to question it as well. Donnie stared ahead nervously and asked Steve whether the building in front of them was a cursed house. Steve saw nothing unusual. Donnie pointed at the two-story structure ahead, and Munch let out a heavy sigh. As they approached, someone exclaimed that the house really did look cursed. Ivy covered its walls, the windows were cracked, and a raven perched ominously on the roof. After getting out of the vehicles, everyone complained loudly, saying the place did not even look suitable for spending a single night. Donnie asked whether there was any internet reception, while Jean said in fear that she thought she had seen a ghost on the second floor. The group groaned at the idea of sleeping there, convinced the building would collapse the moment they stepped inside. Jean continued insisting that there was a ghost, prompting Jean to angrily tell Melissa that she could not live in a place like this. Melissa told her to quiet down and then turned to Steve, asking whether they were disappointed because they had expected something better. She smiled broadly and said that restoration work would begin the next day. Steve replied calmly that he did not need any repairs. He said he liked everything just the way it was, and asked if he could move in immediately. Jean grabbed him by the jacket and tugged him closer, demanding to know if he had gone mad. Melissa interrupted, remarking that people with wild instincts often had a unique perspective, and suggested that they mark the territory. Steve did not understand at first, but the girls explained that they could do whatever they wanted within their territory. Steve liked the idea, and his hand began to glow. Fireflies gathered around him as everyone else watched in weary silence. Melissa asked in surprise what was happening, and Jean replied calmly that it was the tree spirit. The stream of fireflies pulsed, growing and shrinking, until tiny fairies emerged and scattered in every direction. Melissa asked what he was doing, and Jean answered that she had told him to mark the territory. The little fairies spread out along the perimeter, tossing seeds into the ground. Shoots sprouted instantly, and trees began to grow at an astonishing speed. The members of Steve's group stared in awe. Chad muttered that massive trees had appeared in the blink of an eye. Someone said in disbelief that they now had a fence. When the spirits finally returned, Steve announced that the work was done. He said the territory extended roughly a kilometer from the house. Melissa laughed nervously and said it was wonderful. Stepping closer, she declared that the area would be designated as Steve's guild territory, and that everything within it belonged to them. Steve replied that aside from the restriction on traveling abroad, everything sounded fine. Melissa immediately stated that the restriction was non-negotiable. She added that their first priority was Steve's family. Jean snorted quietly at the remark, though Steve did not notice and said he was satisfied. Melissa nodded and said that in that case he needed to sign a contract. She handed him a stack of papers and a pen. Jean stepped in and warned that it needed to be read carefully, but Melissa pushed her aside and pointed to where Steve should sign. Melissa praised Steve and handed him his copy of the contract. She shook his hand and suggested that he work hard until the portal opened. Steve replied that he would keep his promise, and Melissa asked him to trust the government. As she prepared to leave, she reminded Jean to behave herself. Jean retorted that she would run away if no one was sent the next day to fix the house. The two girls exchanged irritated glances, and Jean stuck out her tongue at Melissa's retreating figure. The SUV drove back through the newly grown forest. Melissa let out a heavy sigh, muttering that Jean was a brat. The driver asked whether it was really possible to manage such a vast territory with so few people. Melissa replied that if they could not handle it alone, reinforcements would be sent. She then ordered a raid list of level 5 or higher to be compiled and placed on standby. Far out at sea, several motorboats sped toward a large vessel and opened fire. A man shouted into the radio, reporting under the call sign Coral Emerald that they were under pirate attack and requesting immediate assistance. Another ship responded that it had received their coordinates, that help would arrive in 2 hours, and instructed them to shut down their engines once the pirates boarded. The pirates drew close and began climbing onto the ship. A soldier reported that they were already on board and that their numbers were increasing. The captain ordered the engines shut down, all power cut, and the crew to gather in the staff compartment. Suddenly, the ship lurched violently, and the crew struggled to stay on their feet. In horror, they watched as something from the sea scattered the pirate boats in all directions. The next instant, a massive tentacle surged upward toward the ship. Red tentacles wrapped around the vessel, crushing the deck as if it were made of paper. Crew members were flung through the air as glass shattered around them. Within seconds, the monster tightened its grip, tearing the ship apart. Survivors fell into the water, only to find an enormous open mouth waiting beneath the surface. Compared to it, a human was no more than a grain of sand, with no chance of escape. As the tentacled monster dragged the wreckage to the ocean floor, another creature, resembling a shark with multiple tails, swam past and rejoined a massive school of similar beasts. Not long after, a relief ship and a helicopter arrived at the scene. They reported that despite patrolling a 10-mile radius, no trace of the vessel could be found. Moments later, that ship met the same fate, as tentacles rose from the depths and wrapped around it. Back at Steve's guild house, fireflies drifted among the trees, helping them grow even taller. The ringing of a phone echoed through the house, coming from Jean's room, where she slept soundly. Without opening her eyes, she answered groggily. Melissa's voice came through the line, remarking that she was getting a real taste of life. Jean scratched her stomach lazily and asked what she wanted, saying she was already working. Melissa demanded to know whether Jean was with Steve or not. Jean murmured that she did not know, still half asleep. Melissa lost her temper and shouted that the sun was already up, and Jean still refused to get out of bed. Jean glared at the phone as if her annoyance could travel through it, then hung up. After making herself some coffee, Jean stepped out onto the balcony and looked at the towering trees. Sipping from her mug, she thought about how much Steve had planted. Overnight, the tree nearest the house had grown several times taller than the building itself, surrounded by drifting fireflies. Nearby, Steve watched over the pack of wolves while opening his system interface. He assigned names to them, choosing food-related titles. Each wolf displayed an energy level and information about where it had been tamed. Reading one status warning that excessive energy could lead to a loss of sanity, Steve paused thoughtfully, realizing that reckless leveling could be dangerous. At that moment, Jean approached and asked what he was doing. Steve explained that he was naming new members. Jean looked surprised and asked if he meant the wolves. Yawning, she said he should have woken her and asked why he had gone out alone. Pico, now noticeably larger, ran over to them. Jean commented on how fast he was growing, and asked about the younger wolves. Steve replied that they had gone out for breakfast, and were probably near the dungeon. Jean praised their diligence, especially in such heat. Steve gestured toward the forest and asked her if she wanted to take a walk. Jean tilted her head in surprise and asked him again. In the next instant, Steve transformed into a massive white beast and extended a paw toward her. Jean jumped onto his back without hesitation, and Steve told her that he wanted to show her something. Smiling, she teased him, asking whether he really intended to boast about his achievements, but Steve ignored the question and simply told her to hold on tighter. In his beast form, Steve surged forward at tremendous speed. Jean struggled to keep her balance and shouted for him to slow down. The wolf sprinted after them, trying desperately to keep up, while Jean screamed that she had lost her shoes. Not far away, within the forest where Steve's guild had settled, several journalists had set up tents. When they heard the wolves howling, one of them complained that there was nothing worth filming here and added that the heat was unbearable. Another grumbled that his company had sent him here for a story, yet he had not seen his salary in over a month. Turning to the others, he asked whether any of them had been in this forest before. One colleague pointed towards several cameras and said they belonged to the military police, adding grimly that before the police arrived, they might all be eaten by wolves. Someone else remarked that it was impossible to predict when a portal would open, which was why not only journalists, but also influential figures, had been banned from entering the area. Suddenly the SUV Steve had bought for Chad appeared on the road. The journalists immediately recognized it as Steve's car and began searching for him excitedly. The vehicle sped past them without stopping. Chad commented that even the scorching heat could not stop journalists, while Donnie wondered aloud whose channel was getting more attention, his or Steve's. Scrolling through the comments, he saw some viewers discussing Steve, astonished that he was only F level, while others were still arguing about the battle between hero and male. Donnie suddenly gasped, startling Chad, but when asked what was wrong, he awkwardly claimed it was nothing. In truth, Donnie was staring at the screen as donations from several major countries poured in, totaling 4 billion. He noticed that most of the funds were coming from Europe and hesitated, unsure whether to tell Steve. At that moment, the SUV pulled alongside a pack of wolves, led by Steve. Donnie shouted in surprise. Jean spotted the car and waved enthusiastically from Steve's back. Donnie waved back and jokingly called her his brother's wife, shocking Chad with the remark. Jean immediately clenched her fist and shot Donnie an angry glare. Donnie only grinned and said that they used the same toilet, ate together, and slept under the same roof. He then looked resentfully at Jean riding Steve and complained that he had never been allowed to ride like that. Steve suddenly accelerated, overtaking the SUV and leaving the two men stunned. Donnie laughed and urged Chad to push harder. Chad replied confidently that they would not lose. He shifted into sport mode and floored the accelerator. The car surged forward, briefly overtaking the wolf. Donnie shouted that the loser would buy dinner, and joked that moving at the speed of light was against the rules. All at once, Jean sensed something and excitedly called out to Steve. Steve remained calm and asked whether she felt it too. Jean's eyes glowed blue as she confirmed that a crack had been detected within a 200-meter radius. Her thoughts drifted back to a conversation in the hospital, when Steve had quietly approached her. Exhausted at the time, she had still asked him what planet he came from. Looking out the window without turning back, Steve had replied that he was from the planet of the animal kingdom. Jean had asked whether there was truly nothing there but animals. Steve had answered that, in hindsight, it was a beautiful and romantic place, saturated with more than 700 times the energy of Earth. Jean had been stunned by the figure. Steve had continued, explaining that it was a realm of eternal survival, where the struggle for dominance never ceased, and that anyone who ruled had to be at least U-class. Even after becoming their leader, he still believed he needed to accept their challenges. Jean had mused that if a portal bridge existed, it might allow entry and exit without restriction, and if the beings on the other side were warlike, this world could soon become a battlefield. The thought of a war against beasts of Class C and above had filled her with dread. At the same time, Melissa sat in a cafe with her superior. He asked whether Steve's planet was friendly. Melissa replied that the risk was high, but the man said that was not what he meant. Raising his glass, he stated calmly that on that planet, Steve had been a king. Back in the present, Jean stared at Steve in horror and asked how he could say that so casually. She reminded him that he had been their king, so why could he not simply return? Steve replied quietly that if they realized he was no longer strong enough, would they not want to kill him? Jean cursed under her breath and demanded to know how things had turned out this way. Gripping Steve tightly, she ordered him to run at full speed toward the northeastern field, away from the city. Our hero rushed in the direction John pointed, his charge sending towering columns of dust into the air. Chad asked in shock where they were running, and Donnie immediately ordered him to follow. A massive bolt of blue lightning split the sky. Jean shouted that it had begun. Space itself was starting to twist and warp. Back at the office, Melissa answered John's call and demanded to know what was happening. Jane shouted over the noise that they were already near the lightning, and that a portal was forming right in front of them. Melissa, stunned, asked her to repeat that. Jane yelled for her to immediately send the portal's coordinates to the backup unit. Military vehicles were already racing toward the location. They screeched to a halt. Rocket launchers were deployed. and the commander reported that the brigade was ready to fire. As Steve approached the forming portal, he calmly stated that this was not the planet he had come from. Jane looked at him in surprise and asked how he could be so certain. Steve stepped closer and said he could feel it. This was not his world. Jane speculated that it might be because he could sense spatial gates used by repatriates. Then she remembered that when Steve returned previously, the energy of that portal had exceeded even that of a portal bridge. She dismissed the thought, assuming the device back then must have malfunctioned. Looking at the current phenomenon, she noted aloud that the energy was not nearly as oppressive. Steve confirmed her conclusion, saying that this was a dungeon portal. The journalists had seen the lightning as well. One asked whether it was a spatial wave, and another quickly agreed. Moments later, cars from the Bureau of the Awakened sped past them, followed by helicopters, leaving the journalists stunned. One muttered in disbelief whether a portal to a new planet was truly opening. The lightning condensed, forming a massive glowing sphere. Steve and the others rushed toward it, and Steve reverted to his human form. Jean stared at the portal, uncertain, wondering if it truly led to a dungeon. For the first time, she realized that Steve's perception might even surpass her own, despite him not being a trained specialist. An SUV pulled up near the portal, and an odd exclamation came from inside. Donnie jumped out and ran toward them, asking excitedly if this was a gateway to a new planet. Before anyone could answer, 2 more Bureau vehicles arrived. Soldiers stepped out, carrying equipment cases, and announced that they were the 11th team and would begin installing the measuring device. When asked what it was for, Jean explained that it calculated the dungeon's level and remaining time. She and Steve watched as the device was activated. A number appeared on the screen, 4,280. Jean froze in shock. The soldier explained that this indicated a 4th-level dungeon and added that it was not especially high tier. Jane let out a disappointed sigh, while Steve smiled faintly and said it was enough. Melissa, however, was the most disappointed when she received the report. As material spread over Jane's hand from her bracelet, she relayed Steve's earlier words. He had said this was not the place he came from, and they would need to enter to confirm it. The boss exploded in rage upon hearing that it was a 4th-level dungeon. Melissa insisted that nothing was certain yet, and that they needed verification. The boss snapped that enormous sums had already been invested. Melissa repeated that Steve's displayed abilities were far beyond 4th level. The boss countered that if the first portal to appear after Steve's return was merely a dungeon, then it meant he had come back from a dungeon, and asked if she understood what kind of people had trusted them with their money. Melissa asked whether they were not investing in probability itself, reminding him that Steve was abnormal and therefore valuable. The boss replied that if Steve emerged from the dungeon, the company's stock would skyrocket, and ordered her to stall for time. Melissa could only sigh heavily. He warned that if they failed to satisfy the investors, both of them would pay the price. Jean reported that there were 50 days left before the portal exploded, and requested that mobilization be suspended. At that moment, one of the soldiers turned to Steve and asked in surprise what he planned to do. He explained that a 4th-level dungeon usually required 5 or 6 clears, and asked whether Steve was afraid with his current strength. Steve replied calmly that he was not afraid at all. He added that it did not sound bad and casually asked how much the equipment cost. The soldier blinked and asked if he meant the measuring device. He explained that each guild had one, and that a new unit cost around 30 million. Steve remarked that it was expensive, and the soldier agreed. He then produced a contract, explaining that he had recently received approval to gift permanent equipment, and asked Steve to sign. Steve looked at him in surprise and asked why he was being given such a gift so easily. The soldier smiled awkwardly and chose his words carefully. He said that even if Steve never returned from a new planet, the government would never abandon him, and that foreign powers were already interested in him as well. Steve looked even more surprised. The soldier spoke with enthusiasm, saying that his country considered Steve family, calling him a priceless gem. The remark made Jean feel slightly sick. Steve replied that no one from abroad had contacted him, which shocked the soldier. At that moment, Donnie stepped into the conversation, his face glowing with excitement. Pulling Steve aside, he said that an actual war was raging overseas. Steve had no idea, since he rarely used the internet, but Donnie had been collecting donations sent by fans. Before Donnie could finish, Steve interrupted him calmly and asked a single question: how much had he collected? Donnie replied sheepishly that he had collected around 500 million. Steve placed a hand on Donnie's shoulder and turned to face him. He advised him not to become a slave to money, adding that a day would come when he would choose something far more valuable than 500 million. Donnie lowered his head and said he understood, then smiled awkwardly, and admitted that he should have shown Steve the proposal 3 months earlier. Steve looked at him in confusion. Donnie asked nervously whether the hitman would kill him for failing to show the offer. Steve suggested that Donnie simply say he had shown it, and that Steve had not responded. Donnie's face lit up at once. As he left, Steve told him to get ready together with Chad. Donnie replied that he would spend a little of the money and deposit the rest into the guild's account. Steve agreed and then walked toward the portal. Donnie watched him go with a bright smile. thinking how terrifying Steve was, and how merely staying close to him brought profit. He skipped back toward the car, already calculating how much he would keep for himself. Steve's suit nearly enveloped his body as he announced that if everyone was ready, they could proceed. A soldier shouted that a team from the bureau was on its way, and suggested entering together. Steve replied that it would not be possible, surprising the soldier. He explained that the contract allowed only 2 people from the mobilized personnel to enter, and the same rule applied to hunting. Jean nodded and said everything was clear, urging them to move. The soldier turned to Jean and asked whether there would be enough personnel for the dungeon. She replied calmly that he could simply record the operation. Pico ran up to Steve, and Steve asked if he wanted to warm up as well. Giving the order to advance, Steve stepped into the portal. On the other side, the group paused to take in their surroundings. Jean asked what he thought, and whether this was the same world. Steve replied thoughtfully that he could not tell yet. Jean activated her clairvoyance skill while Steve studied the bare trees around them, saying that the place felt familiar. The soldier asked Donnie anxiously whether they could just keep walking without forming up. Donnie answered calmly that as long as Steve was in front, they only needed to follow. Suddenly Jean raised her fist and shouted for everyone to stop. The group tensed and stared into the forest ahead. She reported that a monster had appeared 70 meters away, or rather 3 of them. Donnie stepped forward, drawing his dagger and preparing for combat. The soldier also drew his sword and asked whether that was enough. Donnie snapped at him irritably, telling him to stop pestering. A monstrous howl echoed from the forest. Chad pulled out his sword as well, giggling as he advanced, which startled the soldier. He asked in fear what had come over Chad, but Donnie said nothing. Still laughing, Chad hurried after Steve. Seeing his younger brother's state, Steve struck him sharply on the neck with the edge of his hand. Chad collapsed face first onto the ground. The soldier stared in shock as Donnie stepped forward. Steve ordered Donnie to revive Chad and administer a sedative. When the soldier demanded an explanation, Jean replied that Chad had a mental illness. Whenever he held a sword, he became a psychopath. Donnie struggled to give Chad the medicine and bring him back to his senses. Meanwhile, Steve continued forward, eyes fixed ahead. He told everyone to stay behind him and drew his dagger. At that moment, a monster burst from the forest with a deafening roar. 3 lizard-like creatures wielding spears emerged from the trees. Donnie shouted that they were lizardmen, and Jean ordered everyone to defend themselves. Steve charged forward, his dagger glowing brightly. The soldier's eyes glowed red as he announced that he had begun recording. The 3 monsters attacked at once. Steve severed the first monster's head with a single strike. He sliced the second cleanly in half, as though it were paper. The third was stabbed through the stomach. Steve stopped, having finished them all, and received a message informing him that he had gained 84 experience points. The rest of the group formed a defensive circle, staring in disbelief at Steve, who had already ended the fight. The soldier wondered in shock whether such speed could really exist. Steve instructed Donnie and Chad to collect the trophies. Donnie obeyed immediately, while Chad continued to chuckle. He butchered the corpses with savage enthusiasm, splattering blood everywhere, including onto Donnie. The soldier remarked in disbelief that Chad had seemed normal until he picked up a weapon. Jean snapped at him to move faster. Steve warned the 2 of them that next time they would need to manage themselves and told them to focus. As they extracted blood crystals from the monsters, the boys nodded in agreement. The soldier was deeply unsettled, wondering whether Steve truly intended to leave a fool and a psychopath alone among mid-level monsters. Steve then called Piku over, and the creature happily bounded to him. Steve ordered the little beast to head into the forest and lure more monsters back. The soldier could hardly believe his ears, but Piku understood perfectly and barked excitedly. In the next instant, he rushed into the forest, barking loudly and drawing attention. The soldier asked nervously whether this could be considered animal cruelty, and questioned Jean about what would happen if Piku brought back an entire army of monsters. Jean replied calmly that he should focus on filming. Donnie suddenly grew serious and shouted that the monsters were coming. From deep within the forest came groans and distorted, incomprehensible sounds. Hearing the sounds from the forest, Chad began to giggle even louder, baring his teeth in a crazed grin. The soldier was horrified and thought Chad was having another seizure. Donnie rushed toward him, offering another sedative, but Chad no longer heard him. Laughing wildly, he charged straight toward the approaching monsters. Steve turned back and shouted to Donnie, warning him that the monsters were closing in. Donnie immediately understood and sprinted forward. At the same time, Pecky burst out of the forest. While the growls of the monsters grew louder, Chad suddenly hurled his dagger forward, startling Steve. A spear flew right after the puppy. It slammed into the ground beside Pecky, making him bark furiously, while Chad's dagger struck one of the charging monsters squarely in the head. The lizard creature collapsed instantly. Another monster shouted something in its own language as it prepared to strike, but Chad was already rushing toward it, gripping 2 shining daggers. He closed the distance in a blink, slashing as the monster raised its spear. Steve arrived at that moment, knocking aside the arm holding the weapon. While Steve restrained it, Chad delivered a clean blow to the lizard's head. Beside them, Pecky sank his teeth into the monster, his jaws strengthening as his level rose. Suddenly, the soldier shouted in terror, warning of danger nearby. A massive tooth-filled maw opened beside Chad as he focused on killing yet another monster. Steve and Chad turned just in time to see lightning tear through the creature's head. Donnie stood in the distance, holding a sniper rifle and providing cover. He fired again, piercing the monster with multiple shots. Chad screamed and slashed twice, carving deep wounds into its body. The next second, the monster collapsed into 3 pieces, and Chad's level rose to E1. Chad continued to grin madly as blood poured from the corpse. Donnie also leveled up to E9 and laughed in delight. The soldier asked in disbelief whether this was truly a 4th level dungeon. Gene shot back, asking if he seriously thought it was 3rd level. Donnie exclaimed cheerfully that he was not worried at all, while Chad kept chuckling to himself. Gene cut them off, telling the soldier to stop talking and keep recording. Pecky suddenly bristled and growled, then rushed off again. Gene shouted to Steve that they were being attacked from all sides. Steve spun around and saw one monster charging at him with its mouth wide open, another rushing in from the opposite side, and a third leaping down from above with a long spear raised high. Steve was already prepared, dagger poised in his hand. Elsewhere, a white car approached Steve's house, but was blocked by journalists camping nearby. One of them stepped forward and saluted Melissa. She snapped angrily, asking what he thought he was doing and whether he wanted to die. The journalist replied calmly that he would move if she asked, and explained that he had seen Cedric arrive at the head of a squad. Melissa asked sharply what that had to do with anything. The journalist replied that Cedric's presence meant the dungeon was 4th level. Melissa said nothing, fixing him with a cold stare that spoke louder than words. The journalist quickly dispersed the crowd so the car could pass, waved politely, and thanked her. When the others asked what she had said, he replied that it was a 4th level dungeon, and that they should prepare. Inside the car, the driver asked whether this information was secret. Melissa asked why that mattered, and then questioned what was more important to them, Steve's life or the money. The driver hesitated before answering Steve. Melissa nodded and said that was enough. She added that once Steve was officially recorded as having returned from a dungeon, those parasites would stop bothering her. When the driver asked nervously whether everything would be fine, given what the boss had said, Melissa replied that this was exactly why they needed to find a loophole. Meanwhile, Squad 13 assembled at the portal and reported that they were ready. A tall, muscular man with white hair inspected them carefully and asked if everyone was fully equipped. They answered in unison that they were. Smiling broadly, the man said that it was time to have some fun. At that moment, an employee ran over and announced that they had been ordered to wait. Cedric scowled and demanded an explanation. A car arrived at the portal, and Melissa stepped out. She greeted Cedric with a polite smile, but he ignored it and asked bluntly what this meant. Melissa replied calmly that entry into the dungeon was currently prohibited, and that no one was allowed inside without Steve's authorization. Cedric bristled and asked what she meant by unauthorized, pointing out that his team had dropped everything to rush here. Melissa replied evenly that circumstances had changed. Cedric argued that the contract included reconnaissance rights and questioned the logic of blocking the team. Melissa smiled faintly and said that it simply meant a few more clauses would be added. She explained that she was there to prevent unnecessary trouble, and that she was acting on the boss's orders. Cedric cursed loudly, demanding to know why everything had to be so complicated. Melissa suggested they continue the discussion in the car. Elsewhere, the boss studied an article claiming Steve had returned from a 3rd-level dungeon and reassured the chairman over the phone, calling it a misunderstanding and asking for more time. The phone rang again immediately after. The chief clutched his head, saying he might die from stress, and shouted, asking whether anyone had managed to contact Melissa. Despite the chaos surrounding the portal, the city remained bathed in bright sunlight under a clear blue sky. In his office, the doctor scrolled through an article about Steve's return and the shattered dream of a new planet. He frowned at the mention of a 4th-level dungeon and wondered whether this was sabotage. As he read, he muttered that Steve's life was not some television drama. He recalled Steve's story of hiding on a beach, finding fruit trees, and surviving on abundant sea life. Steve had been attacked by monsters from the sea, which was unmistakably an ocean. The doctor frowned, thinking it impossible for a 4th-level dungeon to contain a sea. He considered the theory that dungeons could form from fractures within the planet itself. He remembered the day Steve burst into his office, breaking the door handle, and begged him to find his brother. The doctor had agreed on one condition, that Steve tell him the story of how he became king of the wolves and later went to war with the gorillas. An ordinary F-level repatriate, claiming to have ruled a planet for 500 years. Who would believe that? The doctor realized he might have dismissed something extraordinary too quickly. Meanwhile, Steve was cutting through monsters with terrifying efficiency, leaping high into the air and slaughtering them mid-flight. Heads flew, necks were severed, and bodies were torn open. By the time he landed, every monster lay dead. The soldier was stunned by the speed and coordination, noting that all the attackers had been neutralized almost instantly. Steve turned to the others and asked why they were still standing there, ordering them to gather the loot. After collecting the spoils, the group moved on, carefully surveying the area. Jean remarked that the place was strangely beautiful. Donnie added that the rocks glittered like diamonds, though the atmosphere felt heavy. Steve said this was definitely a new location, yet it felt oddly familiar. As they approached a large stone, they noticed an inscription carved into it, written in their own language. It read, "No way back. Leopard territory." Steve stared around in shock, as if trying to recall a distant memory. Jean asked whether Donnie was joking, but he denied it emphatically. She narrowed her eyes in disbelief, then turned to the soldier and asked whether he was still recording. He replied that the recording had ended. Jean demanded to know where their language had come from. Turning around, she realized Steve had already climbed ahead among the rocks. She ordered the others to move. The group followed Steve upward until they reached a cave entrance. Steve stood frozen there, confusion etched across his face. The others were stunned to find a cave in such a place, and the soldier grew tense, fearing an ambush. Steve summoned the spirit of the tree and thousands of fireflies poured from his body. Everyone froze in shock as Donnie exclaimed in disbelief. The fireflies illuminated the cave walls, revealing that they were completely covered in inscriptions, all written in their language. The group stared in astonishment, realizing that someone like them had once lived here. Donnie read aloud, "I want to eat chicken. I want to eat soup," and asked whether some underground Robinson Crusoe had lived here. The soldier read another line slowly and intently, "I want to see a person." Suddenly, everyone went silent as they noticed another inscription carved nearby. "How I want a woman. I really want affection." The soldier muttered that this pervert had written an entire novel on the cave walls. Everyone studied the inscriptions and agreed that the author had been overflowing with desire. The soldier waved his hand and said he could not read any more of it. They laughed, and Donnie pointed at one of the drawings, asking what those burning mushrooms were supposed to be. Another inscription caught their attention. It read, "I want to see the faces of even those I hate. I want to see my hated father and mother, and my little brother Chad." Donnie froze and exclaimed in shock that Chad's name was written there. At that moment, the younger brother read the next line carved into the stone, "Steve was here." The realization hit them instantly. The soldier and Donnie understood who the author was, and the smiles vanished from their faces. Jean, who had been quietly observing, turned with a composed expression. She looked at Steve, who had remained silent the entire time, staring at the inscriptions as if transfixed. Donnie remarked that the drawings resembled ancient cave art, and the soldier added that the creator had impressive skill. Jean stepped closer to Steve and asked whether this was the place he had once lived. Steve did not respond. His eyes were fixed on another carving. The inscription read, 500 years have passed since I became the ruler. For the last 100 years, Kuro could not defeat Steve." Beside it was a roughly drawn map. Steve instantly remembered Kuro, the enormous black tiger he had fought countless times. In his mind he saw the beast's yellow eyes, just as vivid as they had been during their endless battles. Jean asked how he was feeling, but Steve continued staring in shock at another scene carved into the wall. It depicted the Third Lunar War, the guerrilla clan, led by Jack, rising in rebellion. When the third moon rose, the final battle would begin. He remembered the last clash with the gigantic gorilla, the certainty that only one of them would survive. Steve could hardly believe what he was seeing. Donnie continued exploring the cave, and announced that there were knives lying around. The group examined the blades and realized they were carved from stone, not artifacts. Suddenly Steve turned and sprinted toward the cave entrance, startling everyone. Donnie shouted after him, asking where he was going. Jean immediately chased after him, trying to stop him or at least keep up. Donnie yelled that Steve must be offended because the soldier had laughed at the drawings, but the soldier protested that they had all laughed together. Steve ran straight up the steep cliff, moving with impossible speed. He reached the mountain's peak and looked around, stunned. He could not believe his eyes and struggled to understand what had happened to the land. Jane climbed up after him and called his name. Catching her breath, she asked what he saw and whether this was the place he once lived. Steve answered slowly that it seemed to be, but something was terribly wrong. Jane pressed him to explain. Steve pointed in one direction and said there used to be a snow-covered mountain there. He pointed another way and said fruit trees once stood there. Then he gestured toward the fog-shrouded distance and said that there had been a sea there. Jean was genuinely shocked at the mention of a sea existing inside a dungeon. Steve explained that it was called the Sea of Roar, and that it was extremely dangerous. Jean could not believe that such a thing could exist in a fourth-level dungeon. She asked about the writing on the walls, whether he had left it himself. Steve nodded and said they were his notes, his attempts to remember civilization. He had written them while hiding from beasts, and even after changing habitats, he always returned to this cave to write more. Jean asked whether the lizardmen had existed back then. Steve replied that they had not. She then asked about his animal companions. Steve stared into the distance and quietly repeated her words. My friends, he said this was leopard territory, and that they would never abandon it because of some lizard men. Jean pointed toward the fog beyond the mountains and said that past that point was the end of the dungeon, an ordinary dead end. Steve was deeply shaken. He could not believe that where a vast sea once existed, there was now nothing. Suddenly, a noise echoed from below. Jean shouted that lizardmen were approaching. She activated her clairvoyant skill and reported that they were closing in. Counting quickly, she said there were more than 80 of them. The others climbed up toward the peak where Steve and Jean stood. Donnie said that if they were not together, they would all die. Jean shouted that 102 lizardmen were advancing. Furious that they were attacking all at once, she drew her sword. At the very bottom stood an enormous red lizard. Jean shouted that it was the Lizard King. The creature snarled, baring its teeth, and on its head was something like an animal skull mask. When Steve looked closely, his heart sank. The skull looked unmistakably like that of a leopard. Without warning, Steve told Jean to stay with the others. Before she could respond, he leapt from the mountaintop, shocking everyone. Jean screamed down at him, asking what he was doing, but there was no reply. At the same moment, far away in the city, an old woman fed a pigeon, smiling as she asked whether it was enjoying the food. Suddenly, the bird began to glow blue, lightning crackling around it, leaving the woman frozen in astonishment. Back in the dungeon, Jean stared in disbelief as Steve transformed in midair. Massive wings burst from his back, and he flew toward the advancing monsters. The Lizard King swung his enormous spear, hurling it at Steve. The weapon missed, slicing through the air as Steve descended and stopped directly before the king. Pecky began to glow as well, lightning dancing around him just as it had around the pigeon. In the next instant, Steve transformed into a massive white beast, bearing his fangs. He seized the Lizard King by the throat, and together they plummeted down the mountainside. They crashed into the forest below with an impact like an explosion. Jean watched in shock and muttered that Steve was a psychopath. The others reached the peak moments later. Donnie said awkwardly that no matter how embarrassing it was, Steve should not have jumped like that. Chad stared in disbelief and asked whether that had really been his brother. Donnie added that it looked like Steve had taken a hard fall, which made Jean snap at him, shouting that Steve was fine. While they argued, the horde of lizardmen drew closer. Jean shouted that the enemies were only 30 meters away, and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The soldier hefted a massive rock and yelled that he was ready. Donnie raised his rifle, aimed it at the advancing monsters, and shouted for them to come on. Chad picked up a rock as well, but his attention remained fixed on his brother and the reckless leap he had taken. Donnie opened fire, cutting down the advancing lizardmen and sending several tumbling off the cliff. Below, Steve was locked in battle with the Lizard King. He smashed his elbow into the creature's jaw, followed by a crushing punch that made the monster's eyes bulge. Steve unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, beating the Lizard King into a bloody wreck. He bared his fangs and let out a furious growl. Grabbing the half-dead monster by the neck, Steve shook him violently, trying to force him back to consciousness. He tore the mask from the creature's face and flung it aside. Digging his claws deep into the lizard's flesh, Steve demanded to know where the leopards had gone. The monster did not answer. Instead, with what little strength remained, it clenched its fist and weakly struck Steve on the head. That feeble blow only enraged him further. Steve snarled, baring his teeth as the ground around them began to tremble. Wind howled violently as he rose onto his hind legs. Without releasing his grip on the Lizard King, Steve shot into the sky, leaving a streak of blue light behind him. On the mountain above, the others continued hurling stones at the lizardmen scrambling upward. There seemed to be no end to them. One boulder knocked a monster down, but two more immediately took its place. Donnie kept firing, screaming for them all to die. Under the combined barrage of bullets and rocks, some enemies fell, but it was impossible to stop them all. The soldier suddenly asked whether melee weapons might be more effective than ranged ones. Donnie replied grimly that firepower had its limits, and that efficiency dropped sharply depending on level. It was a hopeless situation. Jan gripped two swords and shouted at the others to focus and hold their ground. Chad drew his daggers, a manic grin spreading across his face as laughter escaped him once more. Donnie shouted that Chad had lost control again and warned that they could not let him charge forward. Someone suddenly cried out. Steve appeared in midair beside them, holding the Lizard King by the throat. Blue light wrapped around his legs as he swung the monster's body back, preparing to throw it. The group stared in stunned silence as the horde of lizardmen closed in. Steve hurled the Lizard King with all his might. The soldier realized what was about to happen and screamed for everyone to run. The body smashed into the mass of lizardmen, obliterating them and tearing the mountainside apart. Steve received a level-up notification and deactivated his wind control. The impact sent monsters flying in every direction as the mountain itself began to collapse. Cracks spread beneath their feet. Donnie screamed that they were falling. Jean lost her footing and only managed to shout for everyone to take care of themselves. The soldier fell as well, tears of terror filling his eyes. With a thunderous roar, the mountain split apart. Rocks and boulders cascaded downward as the peak broke in two. Jean managed to land safely on a remaining ledge, dust billowing around her. She rose quickly and searched for survivors. Spotting a hand sticking out from the rubble, she rushed over, asking if everything was all right. The soldier was buried under stones but managed to raise his hand and say his name was Henry and that he was alive. Donnie gasped that they had almost died. Chad lay sprawled on the ground as Pecky ran to his side. Suddenly, Steve appeared beside them in human form and calmly told them it was time to leave because the portal had already opened. Seeing him alive, the others rushed toward him in relief, having thought he could not have survived the fall. Henry tilted his head in disbelief and asked how that was even possible. At the portal, Melissa stood with her assistants and Squad 11, led by Cedric. One by one, Steve and his group emerged from the portal, bathed in blue light. Melissa smiled faintly and announced that they were leaving. Steve's group stepped out in heavy silence as the surrounding soldiers watched closely. Steve avoided everyone's gaze, confusion clouding his usually composed expression. Cedric asked if he was Steve and sneered that he could barely drag himself along, but Melissa ignored him and called out to Steve. He looked at her with the same dazed expression. She stepped closer, greeting him and about to speak, when before everyone's eyes, Steve transformed into a dove and flew away. The soldiers stared in disbelief. One asked if Steve had really turned into a dove. Another said he thought he was hallucinating, and Cedric joked that it would probably taste good fried. Melissa asked whether Steve had ever turned into a dog. Jean only let out a long sigh. Melissa asked Jean what had happened. Jean replied that if Melissa had come to negotiate, it was better to leave. The brunette frowned and asked about the video. Jean called Henry and told him to escort Melissa back to headquarters. She then added that the blonde should go as well. Melissa explained that surveillance on Steve had ended and that an order for Jean's transfer had already been issued. Jan exploded in anger, demanding to know where she was being sent this time. Melissa replied calmly that Jean was being reassigned to a frontline offensive near the middle line, where the situation was serious. Jean clenched her teeth but did not argue. Henry told the group that 4 people would remain behind to operate the portal and that it would be sufficient. Chad shook his hand and said he would treat them as guests. Henry suggested hiring staff soon. Chad thanked him and smiled warmly. Henry returned the smile though uneasily, wondering what Chad was truly like beneath the surface. Nearby, Cedric shouted in confusion, asking what return they were talking about. He complained that Melissa kept saying she needed to talk to Steve. Melissa replied that it would be better to return to headquarters and begin negotiating squad salaries. As she headed for the car, she said the boss was waiting. Cedric shouted after her that Steve had not even agreed to speak with them, furious that the guild had entered the dungeon alone. Donnie glared at him, and Chad curtly told him to leave. Melissa called her boss from the speeding car. He immediately began shouting, asking whether she had told everything to the journalists. Melissa replied that everyone except the management team was leaving, and that the situation could still be fixed. She suggested discussing it in person. The boss fell silent for a moment, and then asked what she meant. Sometime later, the group returned to the Bureau of the Awakened to submit their report. Henry displayed the cave inscriptions on the screen and said quietly that they were Steve's diary. Back at Steve's guild, the tree nearby had grown larger and larger, deer roamed freely, and even elephants had begun appearing in the forest. Refugees had set up camp near the guild, along with orphans sheltered by Munch. Everyone was astonished to see elephants wandering around, as well as an abundance of fruits and vegetables growing everywhere. The children stared at apples forming on branches, and asked excitedly whether they could really eat them. Munch calmly ordered that they would also need to dig a pond. The children cheered joyfully, running around and shouting at everything they discovered. Some pointed out clusters of grapes, while others yelled that they were going to eat all the bananas. Near the portal, the Bureau of the Reincarnated had set up modular camps. One official reported that 37 squads of 20 people had spent 28 hours inside the dungeon, while Steve's guild had cleared it in just 2.5 hours. Another added that the guild's 8th run had taken only 11 minutes. Melissa was furious. She calculated that if they ran the dungeon 10 hours a day, they would clear it entirely in 4 days. What angered her most was that she knew they had agreed too quickly. There should have been limits on the number of raids. Meanwhile, Jim was proudly showing off his new weapon, the Hellblade. The others agreed that it suited him perfectly. Steve said it was a welcome gift, and asked whether he liked it. Jim was delighted. He said he loved it, especially since his old sword had grown dull, and Steve had simply handed him such a powerful replacement. Donnie added that the blade's true power would only be unlocked at rank B. Until then it would not reveal everything it was capable of. Jim smiled and said he would work hard to reach that level as soon as possible, thanking Steve sincerely. Munch then turned to Steve and said he wanted to ask for something as well. He complained that his staff did not deal enough damage, and that he wanted a weapon with a higher critical hit rate. Jim quietly asked Donnie whether Munch was really a monk. Donnie replied that he had once thought the man was a nun. Chad continued taking his medicine in silence. Munch explained that he wanted a winged spear, but his level was too low to afford one. Steve asked whether he meant the spear that cost 120 million and automatically upgraded with rank. A gleaming spear suddenly appeared in Steve's hand, shining brilliantly. The others gasped and excitedly confirmed that it really was a winged spear. Steve handed it to Munch, who immediately tested its balance with a few swings. Loudly, Munch declared his gratitude and swore to repay it with endless curses and the blood of his enemies. Jim quietly asked Donnie what kind of curses he meant. Donnie replied that Munch specialized in powerful debuffs. Steve then asked Donnie whether he needed anything. Donnie shook his head, lifted the rifle in his hands, and said he had already bought what he wanted and needed nothing else. The others began asking Steve why there was an elephant wandering around his house. Steve admitted he had no idea. Jim remarked that Steve needed to get used to the fact that an F-rank team was casually roaming a 4th-level dungeon now. Steve turned to his brother and asked about the medication. Jim asked why it mattered. Donnie replied bluntly that if he did not take it willingly he would be forced to. 2 blades appeared in Chad Sip's hands, shrouded in a cold blue glow. The wild smile on his face deepened as he calmly said, "Let Sips begin." Elsewhere, Hiro was still waiting for an answer to his question about why he could not return to his home country. Anna explained that all air travel had been suspended. Hiro frowned, saying this was the first he had heard of it, and asked what had happened. Anna handed him a tablet and showed him the news. The report described how a wyvern nest had been destroyed, and a passenger plane had been shot down shortly afterward. She added that it was not only air routes that were affected, sea routes had also been shut down, and another article detailed a ship that had mysteriously gone missing. Hiro stared at the screen in disbelief. In his mind he questioned why the wyverns had broken out so early. At that moment his phone rang. It was the minister, and his tone was urgent. The minister said Hiro's group needed to depart immediately because a 7th-level dungeon had just opened. Hiro could hardly believe what he was hearing. A 7th-level dungeon was not supposed to open yet. Anna was equally stunned. According to their predictions, the dungeon should not have appeared for another 5 months. Hiro looked thoughtfully at the screen of his phone. He realized that events were accelerating. According to his notes, the wyverns were supposed to break out in 3 months, and the military would need at least another month to suppress them. But if the 7th-level dungeon was not sealed now, a global crisis would erupt. Everything was becoming tangled and chaotic. If things continued at this pace, he would not have enough time to prepare. There was only one explanation. Steve. He must have returned from the future. If that were true, then the people around him could all become exceptional beings. Hiro thought of the time stone. There was only one. Had Steve gone back 20 years as well? Or had he come from a different timeline entirely? If so, Steve might know about Hiro and his future plans. Hiro clenched his fist. He could no longer ignore Steve. He had to meet him as soon as possible, and if Steve's goals conflicted with his own, then for the sake of humanity, Hiro would have to eliminate him. Turning to Anna, Hiro said that they would head to the 7th-level dungeon first. Anna nodded and said she would continue gathering information about Steve. At the same time, Steve was already inside a dungeon. He instructed Munch to gather the monsters together. Munch began striking his bowl rhythmically, murmuring prayers under his breath. Donnie ran up to him and shouted for him to hit the bowl harder and pray louder. Jim stared in confusion at this strange tactic, but still reached for his sword. Donnie peered through the scope of his rifle and warned that the enemy was approaching. The entire squad focused on the depths of the forest. Donnie called out that the distance was 40 meters. Chad drew his blades, chuckling softly, and Jim unsheathed his sword as Donnie announced that the enemies were now 30 meters away. A moment later, a crowd of lizard men burst out of the forest, charging toward them with spears raised. Donnie shouted that there were 125 of them. Steve summoned spirits with one hand, sending them flying toward the monsters, while activating the tornado skill with the other. The lizard men were lifted into the air, spinning violently as water and wind twisted around them. Donnie yelled that one had broken free, but he calmly took aim and shot it down with a single precise bullet. Laughing, he announced that he had already earned 13 points, but the monsters kept coming, and Donnie shouted that there were too many of them. At that moment, Munch activated his Dragon Break skill. A massive blue dragon surged upward, lifting the horde into the sky. As the monsters began to fall back down, Chad rushed forward, plunging into the fray. Donnie turned to Jim and snapped at him, asking why he was standing there like a pillar instead of hunting. Jim had indeed frozen, but Donnie's shout snapped him out of it. The lizard men regrouped, glaring at them as they prepared to attack again. Donnie fired continuously, yelling for them to die, while Chad slashed through the monsters, severing arms and limbs. Suddenly, one lizard man slipped through and rushed Donnie, thrusting a spear toward his head. Jim reacted instantly. He sliced the spear in half and beheaded the monster in a single motion. Donnie grinned and thanked him, then turned just in time to see Jim finishing off another monster in shock. When a third charged at them, Jim focused and cleanly severed its head as well. Donnie was astonished. The Hellblade was far more effective than he had imagined. Watching Jim fight, he felt as though the man had reached a completely different level. Jim himself recalled his past. when he had applied to a major guild and attended an interview at the Scylla Guild. No other guild would have sent an E-rank swordsman into a 4th-tier dungeon. With a satisfied smile, he realized that Steve's guild was different. Suddenly, a massive lizard man appeared beside him and roared directly into his face. Seeing the mask on its head, Jim instantly recognized it as the Lizard King. At that moment, Chad struck from behind, severing one of the monster's arms. Jim gathered all his strength at the tip of his blade and cried out as he swung. A flurry of slashes followed. The Lizard King's body exploded into pieces, shocking everyone present. Blood poured from the decapitated corpse as it collapsed. Jim stood there in disbelief. He could not believe that he had killed the Lizard King so easily. Donnie, however, let out a sorrowful complaint. He asked why they had to kill it so quickly, lamenting that now all the blood crystals would be wasted. It took Gene a moment to understand what Donnie meant, but when it clicked, he smiled awkwardly and apologized, saying he had gotten carried away. A portal opened beside them, and a voice announced that there were 5 minutes left before it closed. Steve ordered everyone to leave. The group obediently headed toward the portal. Donnie kept glancing back at the corpses, muttering that there were at least 400 million stones left behind. Chad told him to forget it, reminding him that they could come back later. Donnie said he was craving fish pies and suggested that Chad should have some too. Amid their chatter, no one noticed that Munch had slowed down. Sweat trickled down his face as pain flared in his bitten leg. Elsewhere, another team was conducting cleanup operations in the dungeon. At headquarters, a soldier asked Group 2 for a status report. They replied that Sector 3 had been explored by 30%, and added that if Steve had discovered anything important, he would have already marked it. The soldier added that they had checked all the cave drawings and were now moving on to the next sector. Suddenly, a report came in from headquarters. One of the operators said that 6 targets had been detected moving 70 meters away. At 4 o'clock, Cedric heard the information and calmly acknowledged it. He dispatched 2 soldiers with orders to eliminate the targets quietly and retrieve the blood crystals immediately. Cedric then contacted the base and asked for the current location of the Lizard King. The response came quickly. The reconnaissance team had spotted it moving through Sector 12. Cedric acknowledged the report, set down his coffee mug with a heavy sigh, and wondered how long it would take to find anything truly valuable if they continued clearing the dungeon at such a slow pace. Just then, a strange sound echoed nearby. One of the soldiers turned his head sharply, asking what was happening. Another report came in, stating that 8 lizard men were approaching the base from 70 meters out. The soldier remained calm, clearly prepared for an attack, and asked whether the monsters had been spotted visually. He glanced toward the bushes, where a red dot glowed faintly. Holding a remote control in his hand, he muttered that if they came any closer, he would turn them into minced meat. At that moment, something sticky dripped down onto his face. He froze, then slowly looked up. Sitting on the ceiling above him was the Lizard King itself, baring its teeth as it stared down at the soldiers. Elsewhere, Cedric's squad was efficiently cutting down lizard men and extracting blood crystals. Suddenly, Cedric sensed something wrong. He turned sharply toward headquarters and demanded to know what had happened. A frantic transmission crackled through the radio, reporting that the base was under attack, and that all units were to immediately switch to defensive mode. Almost simultaneously, a violent explosion rocked the area. Cedric cursed under his breath and sprinted toward the blast, his squad charging after him. More lizard men rushed in from the sides, and Cedric swung his axe without hesitation. He cut through the monsters effortlessly as he pushed forward, shouting for everyone to hurry back to the base. They had to make it in time. Above them, helicopters and drones from Group 707 circled the landing zone. Another wave of infected approached the soldiers. One man reported that the necroils seemed to be retreating, while another shouted that a helicopter needed to evacuate the wounded immediately. The soldiers opened fire relentlessly, trying to prevent the infected from escaping and shooting down everything in their path. Valentine told Jean that they had received an SOS signal mid-mission and had arrived just in time. Jean replied that they had been planning to join forces with the SDS group anyway. Valentine added that the entire SDS was already mobilized, since they were simultaneously handling multiple 5th-level dungeons. Suddenly, everyone looked up. A blazing fireball streaked through the sky and slammed into one of the helicopters. The aircraft exploded, breaking apart in midair and raining debris down below. Shock rippled through the soldiers. Moments later, an enormous monster emerged from the trees, hurling fireballs in all directions. Back at the Capitol's defense headquarters, a soldier finished playing the footage on a darkened screen and told Melissa that the recording ended there. He explained that it was the last transmission sent by a soldier with a data relay skill. Melissa frowned and said that, in the end, they had learned nothing new. The soldier replied that a full report would only be available once the area was completely cleared. Melissa's expression darkened. She demanded to know why the squads had changed their route and ended up in that location. The soldier began to explain that if the instructors deemed it a mistake, but Melissa cut him off, shouting angrily. She demanded to know who had given the order to enter the Necrel red zone. Her voice trembled with fury as she said that if that idiot came back alive, she would kill him herself. She tried calling again, but only heard the automated message saying that the subscriber's device was turned off. Melissa let out a long, weary sigh and muttered aloud why Jean always seemed to be dragged into disasters like this. Unseen by her, the phone she was calling lay shattered in a pool of blood. Inside the dungeon, the base had been completely destroyed. Equipment lay overturned and splattered with blood. A soldier missing one arm was thrown violently out of the field headquarters building, barely suppressing a scream. The Lizard King charged after him and easily caught up, pinning the wounded man's head to the ground with a massive claw. The soldier, however, had been waiting for this moment. With a twisted grin, he pressed a red button on the remote in his hand. The Lizard King sensed danger and turned its head, just as the soldier whispered for it to die quickly. In the next instant, flames engulfed the monster's entire body. It began to disintegrate, collapsing into ash and scorched remains. Cedric and his squad finally reached the base and froze in shock at the sight of the Lizard King's severed head. One of the soldiers reported that a portal had appeared 120 meters away, with 10 minutes remaining before it closed. Cedric clenched his jaw in anger, calling the entire situation a disgrace, especially for an operation under the capital's defense command. Elsewhere, Melissa was driving when she received a call through her headset. A soldier reported that the first group had returned. 2 were dead, and 2 more were critically injured. Melissa was stunned by the casualty count, and asked how such losses could occur in a 4th-level dungeon. The sergeant explained that they had split into 2 teams for cleanup and reconnaissance. He added that they planned to go back in again after 2 hours. Melissa told him to make them wait while she searched for reinforcements and asked what the other groups were doing. The reply was that all other squads were currently engaged in raids. She asked whether they had recovered any valuable items. The soldier said they were fully occupied defending the base and had no additional reports. He added that they had confirmed a time discrepancy. Group 1 had spent 48 hours inside the dungeon, while only 24 hours had passed outside. Melissa fell silent. She recalled her own experience entering the dungeon, where time had seemed to pass at double speed. Steve's disappearance for 10 years meant that he had spent 20 years inside the dungeon. Melissa recalled his words about needing 1,000 years of training to become strong. Now she felt they had already confirmed the truth behind those words. If time flowed at double speed, then his training in reality should have taken 500 years. She could not understand how Steve had managed to spend 1,000 years there. She muttered aloud that Steve's guild was already far ahead of them. Even if they increased the number of mercenaries, they would still need to rush desperately just to catch up. A report came in stating that Steve's group had cleared the dungeon 50 times in just 7 hours. They were now leaving the dungeon on the island and heading to the Awakened Bureau to update their warriors' files. Melissa stared at the report in shock as she watched them leave. Meanwhile, Chad was driving, and his level rose to E0. The others were asleep in the back seat, their levels having increased as well. Donnie reached E1, Munch reached D0, and Jim reached D2. Steve turned to Jim and asked whether he was tired. Embarrassed, Jim replied that everything felt unreal, like a dream. Steve was surprised and asked what he meant. Jim admitted sheepishly that he had been sitting idle for 14 years. He had never entered 3rd or 4th level dungeons before, yet today he had entered a 4th level dungeon 50 times. Even the lizard men he killed in droves were as strong as the bosses from the 1st and 2nd levels. After 3 years of grinding, he had barely reached rank E, but in Steve's guild he rose to rank D in a single day. If he had joined the Scylla guild, he would not even have had time to complete the training. "Isn't this a dream?" Jim asked, blushing. Steve seriously offered to pinch him, but Jim quickly declined. The car arrived at the Awakened Bureau, and Chad shouted for everyone to wake up. Steve told the groggy group to finish quickly so they could go eat lobsters afterward. Inside the energy measurement room, lightning flashed as before, and faint eyes seemed to peer out from within it. Steve kept hearing voices from the machine, and felt that the louder it became, the clearer the voices sounded. He remembered Melissa mentioning that the device had been created by an English scientist, and that she would inform him when a meeting could be arranged. Steve felt a strong urge to fly to England to meet the man. Donnie glanced at Steve's results, and remarked that his numbers were far higher than C rank, so he did not understand why Steve had only been assigned that rank. Still, he congratulated him. Steve was startled by the realization that they had only just discovered his level, which meant he was the only one capable of seeing other people's levels. He approached an employee and asked who had created their internal interface. Donnie said in surprise that it seemed to appear automatically after awakening. The employee replied that it was more of an internal myth. They called it the Godstone. After the Great Disaster, this object had been discovered and had led to the development of spatial engineering. Donnie said he thought he had heard of it before, and Steve asked what the Godstone actually was. The employee explained that after the Great Disaster, a red stone covered in inscriptions had appeared somewhere in Europe. After its emergence, all European awakened individuals gained access to the interface. Survivors believed the stone was a divine message, engraved with covenants. After deciphering those covenants, fragments of the stone were distributed across the world. Thanks to them, awakened individuals could use the interface. One fragment of the Godstone was embedded in the Bureau's computer processor, allowing them to regulate and control the awakened interface. The group was stunned by the explanation. They admitted they had never heard any of this before. Steve asked what had been deciphered so far, and the scientist replied that it included the fundamentals of the dungeon world, leveling systems, and the use of spatial energy. Steve quietly wondered whether all of this was part of some divine plan. After leaving the office, the group excitedly discussed everything they had learned. Steve asked how one might meet God, and Donnie casually replied that it was probably after death. Steve mused aloud whether it was possible to create an awakened person by inscribing something with atomic energy during a raid, but Donnie dismissed it as fiction, saying special conditions were required for awakening. Steve changed the subject and congratulated everyone on leveling up. Jim was still muttering that it felt unreal, and Steve asked how many times he planned to repeat that. Chad announced that he had reached level 0, stunning the others. Steve then asked his brother whether he remembered the orc dungeon, and Chad asked whether Steve really wanted to go there again. Steve replied that now that he had leveled up, he was strong enough to tame even more wolves. It was time to expand the family again. Donnie asked what they should do next, and Steve instructed them to go on raids with Jim so he could gain experience faster and build teamwork. Jim thanked him, calling him captain, and said it felt good to raid with Steve. Donnie cheerfully added that, since their levels had increased, their government subsidies would also rise. Chad questioned why they even needed those payments when they had already developed so much in the dungeon. Donnie paused, then admitted he had a point. They were already rich. Munch estimated that they had earned about 5 billion, and Donnie added that they had also collected a large number of blood crystals. Chad turned to Jim and said he had forgotten to explain something. The guild took half of the income, and the remaining half was divided among the raid participants. Jim was shocked when he saw that 500 million had been transferred to him. He protested that he had not done much. Donnie laughed and said that Steve was just a very generous person, but Jim still found the terms hard to accept. Suddenly, Steve loudly announced that he was hungry and told everyone to go eat lobsters. At that exact moment, Donnie grabbed his head and screamed that he had forgotten something. The others stared at him in surprise and asked what was wrong. Tears welled up in Donnie's eyes as he said that it looked like he was going to be killed. The group was stunned and asked why. Sometime later, they arrived in Cleveland, where crowds were growing and a portal shimmered in the distance. The group gathered around Donnie's laptop. Jim was shocked by the amount of money displayed, and Chad froze when he saw who the transfers were from. Donnie sobbed and said the money was most likely sent by the Yakuza. Chad asked what business the Yakuza could possibly have with a returning hunter. Donnie explained that, judging by the messages, they were interested in Steve's ability to grow plants. Vast areas of cultivated land had been destroyed. Most food now came from the planet Aruka, and Steve's skill could solve any country's food crisis. Donnie smiled weakly and said that as long as they stayed close to Steve, no crisis would be frightening. Steve asked why Donnie thought he would be killed. Donnie explained that they had sent the money because they wanted to talk. If he did not show up within 2 days, they would kill him. Steve said calmly that he had already made it clear he would not meet them. Donnie replied that they never backed down, and that he himself had once sent them a drunk message, claiming that Steve did not have enough money to meet them. Jim clicked his tongue in shock. Steve calmly asked what was needed. Donnie begged him to record a video message for the sponsors, otherwise, they would do something terrible to him. Steve immediately agreed. Donnie jumped up and bowed deeply, thanking Steve and promising to donate all the money for the benefit of the guild. With tears in his eyes, he added that it would even be worth renaming the channel to Steve's Guild. Our hero said they should finish this quickly and go eat lobsters. The others immediately supported him, admitting that they were already starving. Donnie set up the camera and started recording. He greeted the audience, introduced himself, then pulled Steve into the frame and introduced him as the man they had been waiting for all this time. He said that Steve personally wanted to say a few words to the sponsor. After that, Donnie stepped out of the frame, leaving Steve alone. Steve looked straight into the camera and said bluntly, without any preamble, "I'm not going anywhere." With that, he turned away and added that it was over. Now it was time to eat lobsters. Donnie stood there in a daze and asked if that was really all. The others were just as confused. Jim said that Steve had gotten straight to the point, while Munch urged everyone to hurry up because he was hungry. At that moment, Donnie's phone buzzed. He read the message aloud. If Steve did not want to go to them, then they would come themselves. They asked whether Steve was fine with that. The group turned in surprise. Donnie said that they were prepared to meet Steve here and wanted a serious discussion. Steve replied casually that he did not mind. As they were leaving, he added that if they truly wanted to come, who was going to stop them? At the cafe, Chad asked which country the messages were coming from. Donnie replied that it seemed to be the same country Hero had gone to. None of them noticed that a man at the neighboring table was watching them intently. Night slowly settled over the city, and cars rushed along the busy streets. Inside one of those cars, a man was speaking to his boss, telling him that he was already on his way. After ending the call, he scowled and muttered that the old man was getting on his nerves. Turning to the driver, he said he was exhausted, and that they would go to the club instead. Another call came in, and he answered it with obvious irritation. It was someone from the cafe. The caller reported that he had found Steve. The man asked sharply where he was. The answer came that after dinner with his guild, Steve was heading to a dungeon. When asked which one, the caller said it looked like the dungeon where an incident had recently occurred. The man smiled suddenly, and told his subordinate to keep Steve there. Soon after, a bell rang inside the DGB Guild building. A man sitting in a chair answered a call from the director, and asked how he could help. The director said that there was a member named Grace in the Vita group, and during her last interview, she mentioned that she liked Steve. The man confirmed that this was true. The director continued, saying that they were about to release a new song, and that this time he wanted to make use of a scandal to create a stir. The man frowned and asked whether this was really about black PR. Without answering, the director told the driver to turn around because they needed to pick up a client. The car swerved sharply and sped off. Another call came in. The man answered and greeted the caller as the chairman. The chairman immediately shouted at him, calling him a little freak, and demanding to know why he was not there yet. The man replied that he was currently focused on work with the State Security Department group, and asked why his father was swearing at him. The chairman yelled again, accusing him of plotting something behind his back. He ordered him to drive straight to him and warned that if he stopped anywhere else, he would not live. The man calmly replied that there was no need to worry. After all, he was his son, and also the deputy of the State Security Department Corporation. He promised that this time he would definitely do something beneficial for the corporation. The chairman shouted again, saying he had no idea what the man was talking about. With a satisfied grin, the man replied that he wanted to recruit Steve. The chairman roared that it was not that simple and added that he had already sent a manager there. Unable to tolerate his father's shouting any longer, the man snapped that he had his own matters to handle and hung up. Staring at the phone screen, he felt irritated by how little trust his father had in him. Soon after, Grace called him, addressing him as her brother. His tone softened immediately, and he asked how she was doing. She asked whether it was true that he wanted to introduce her to Steve. He replied that he was already on his way to pick her up and told her to come out. After ending the call, he recalled his argument with his father and felt even angrier at the manager. How dare that old fox interfere with his plans? Young people should talk to young people. Even Steve would not be able to resist the charm of an idol from the Vita group. If he succeeded, he would no longer have to bow his head to his father. His power would be limitless. Elsewhere, deep inside a dungeon, darkness covered the area. Tall buildings were overgrown with grass, and strange noises echoed throughout the ruins. A helicopter circled overhead while monsters watched it through broken windows. Glowing spheres shot out from the helicopter, each one a device emitting infrared light. Images appeared on the helicopter screen. The pilot reported that goblins were everywhere. It felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. He wondered why highly trained soldiers with top-tier equipment had been sent to look for just one man. Suddenly, a human figure appeared on the ultraviolet display. The pilot shouted to the left, and one of the glowing spheres turned, bathing the area in red light. The beam revealed a man crouched in a corner, a large scar cutting across his face. The man cursed angrily, shouting that they had already taken advantage of him once, and now this was happening again. Soldiers shouted from the helicopter, ordering him to stay where he was and promising to extract him. The pilot cursed, noticing that goblins were closing in from all directions. At that moment, a goblin's face appeared right in front of the scarred man. One pilot shouted to accelerate and save him. The man fired wildly with his pistol, screaming in terror. After killing the closest goblins, he bolted sideways, trying to escape. The goblins chased him relentlessly and quickly closed the distance. Outside the window, the helicopter drew closer to his position. The man ran with all his strength, but a goblin caught up and swung its axe. He turned and fired again, forcing it back, then ran up a staircase, continuing to shoot to keep them from following. Misfortune struck. He stumbled and fell hard onto the floor. The gun flew from his hand and skidded away. Before he could even stand up, a goblin lunged at him, jaws wide open. In the next instant, the goblin's head exploded from a gunshot. Glass shattered as a squad of soldiers burst through the windows of the building, storming into the room where the chase had reached its climax. The captain announced that it was a State Security Department unit, and ordered his men to surround the target. The scarred man realized there was nowhere left to run and cursed furiously. At the same time, a black car sped through the city streets. The phone rang, displaying Group X. The man inside answered and heard the familiar voices of his former team. They reported that the target had been successfully captured. The man smiled and praised their work, ordering them to send the target to storage. Elsewhere, the director was berating a manager, demanding to know what he had done. The manager replied angrily that he had only been following orders, explaining that he had been told to detain Steve until the director arrived. He recalled the moment Steve had walked toward the portal amid shocked cries, heading in alone. The manager had called out to him, handed him a business card, and introduced himself as a representative of the DGB company, but Steve never listened. He stepped into the portal, his figure blurring and vanishing in an instant. The manager apologized repeatedly, saying Steve had disappeared before he could even finish speaking. The director turned away, saying he did not want to hear any excuses. He asked how long it had taken them to clean up last time. The manager replied that 2 people had done it in 4 days. The director grimaced and said it would take him 8 days alone. He muttered that Steve must be insane, going alone into a 5th-level dungeon. At that moment, the car window lowered, and a girl asked when she would be able to see Steve. The director closed his eyes, turned his back to her, and muttered something about trouble he did not need. Meanwhile, Steve was already deep inside the dungeon, standing atop a mountain of goblin corpses. He calmly studied their traits. He had gained all the druid points available, but he still needed more experience. Just as he was thinking this, he felt movement beneath his feet. Smiling broadly, he asked if anyone was still alive and activated his search skill. A single goblin lit up within the corpse pile, somehow still alive. Steve rushed forward without hesitation and brought his axe down. The strike crushed not only the goblin but several bodies around it. Steve retrieved the bloodstone and saw the notification. He had gained 23 experience points, exactly what he needed. The stone vanished from his hand and instantly appeared in the guild's main account. With enough points accumulated, the interface offered to open a hunting ground for 5,000 points. Steve accepted. A map appeared, asking him to select a location. Zooming in, he discovered an area labeled Steve's Land. He selected it, and the system confirmed the hunting ground had been successfully established. He then opened the information panel on his tamed creatures. The capacity was 100. So far he had tamed 24, one of which was marked as a hybrid. Steve raised an eyebrow, and guessed that this referred to P.E.K.K.A. Another squad of orcs was approaching. The interface prompted him to assign a summoning command. The orcs charged forward, roaring and swinging their weapons, but Steve barely paid them any attention. He calmly raised his hand toward them. A blue glow spread across his palm as he said, "Summon beasts." Lightning and radiant rays burst forth, illuminating the battlefield. Even so, the orcs continued rushing forward fearlessly. From the blue light, the outline of a wolf's jaws emerged, rows of sharp teeth gleaming. One by one, wolves appeared on the battlefield. Steve smiled in satisfaction. The entire wolf pack surged forward, crashing into the orcs, while a dove circled overhead as if calmly observing the fight. Steve followed behind the wolves, dagger in hand, his expression relaxed. He smiled and said that today he would fill all 100 slots. Elsewhere, music thundered through a club, as young people danced wildly. The director, however, complained that the mood felt strangely gloomy and ordered that more girls be invited. The manager called again, and the director answered irritably. What he heard made him scoff. He accused the manager of being drunk. How could Steve have returned from the dungeon in just 2 hours? When the manager added that Steve had gone back into the dungeon again, the director was even more incredulous. According to the saleswoman, this was already the 2nd time. That meant Steve had cleared the dungeon in about 2 hours. The director dismissed it as nonsense, deciding the manager had completely lost his mind. Grace was looking at her tablet when the director called her. She looked up in surprise and asked if he meant right now. Back in the dungeon, Steve was enjoying himself, cutting orcs down one after another. Suddenly he noticed a volley of arrows raining down toward the wolves. He ordered them to return. Blue portals opened, and the wolves leapt through them. The arrows struck the orcs instead, who screamed in agony as they tried to flee. Steve leapt backward, and shot into the air. 2 white wings spread behind him. As the orcs shouted in their own language, Steve flew straight toward the archers. Circling above them, he dove and activated the tornado skill. Shimmering funnels of wind lifted the archers, and spun them helplessly. Then Steve sensed something else. From above, a massive presence descended rapidly. He rushed toward the landing point as the tornado continued tearing through the battlefield. The Orc King slammed into the ground, just as Steve arrived. Steve muttered that it was time for the Grey Wolves and summoned one. In an instant, his form transformed into a massive white wolf. The Orc King shouted something in his language, but Steve barked back that he did not understand and slammed his fist into the monster's face. The Orc King was hurled backward. Steve triggered the tornado again, lifting the Orc King into the air. In wolf form, he leapt upward, caught up to the rising body, and struck it with all his strength. The Orc King plummeted downward, smashing into the ground in a cloud of dust. Steve landed atop the fallen monster and delivered the final blow. A notification rang out. His level had increased, and he gained 238 experience points. A portal opened 500 meters away, with 15 minutes before it closed. Steve darted aside as the remaining orcs began recovering from the tornado. He sprinted past the wolf pack and activated the taming skill. The orcs finally regained their senses and gave chase. but Steve and his newly tamed wolves were already racing toward the portal. One by one, the wolves leapt into the small portals. Steve opened along the way. Steve himself entered the portal. When he emerged, he was back in human form. He noted that the side effects were far milder than when he transformed into P.E.K.K.A. Checking the interface, he saw that he had tamed 88 wolves. One more run would let him fill all the remaining slots and raise his hunting level further. Suddenly, a girl wearing a cap appeared in front of him. Steve stopped in surprise and asked what she wanted. She introduced herself as Grace and asked if he was Steve. Onlookers immediately recognized her, and murmurs spread through the crowd. People whispered excitedly, speculating whether the two were dating. The manager quickly called the director, announcing that they had finally met. The director asked eagerly whether they had managed to catch Steve. The manager replied that Grace was making progress, and that Steve was responding to her. The director laughed in satisfaction, saying that of course he would respond. He was a man after all. Grace took Steve by the arm, and the manager exclaimed that they were heading to a cafe. The director said nothing else was to be expected from her and told him to keep watching closely. The man in the car shouted for the driver to speed up, and the vehicle surged forward. Meanwhile, Steve was busier than ever. When the director finally arrived, he asked in disbelief where Steve had gone. Grace sat at the table, crying softly. Between sobs, she said she had come here with him. Steve calmly replied that he only wanted to wet his throat and had left immediately. The director screamed in disbelief. How could this happen? And Grace broke down in tears once more. In the next video, he showed Kithel flying into the air and hurling the Lizard King down onto the mountainside. Henry explained that filming inside the cave had been impossible, but they had still managed to capture footage of Steve growing wings. He added that Steve could even blend in with animals. After that, Henry turned off the screen and said the recording was finished. Cedric slammed his hand down angrily and said they had completely lost their minds. Defeating the Lizard King was not something that could be done so easily. The boss calmly stated that the combat power of a mature Lizard King should be around level B. Henry immediately corrected him, saying it was Class A, and pointed out that Steve had knocked it down effortlessly. The boss folded his hands in front of him and concluded that this meant Steve's strength was already above level C. Jean then reported the data. Steve's current spatial energy was rated at level E, his base combat power at C++, and after transformation, his strength depended entirely on the animal form he used. At the lowest estimate, Bud's power reached the weakest tier of SS level. It was also confirmed that Steve's growth depended on the removal of certain restrictions, something that did not apply to other awakened individuals. Cedric asked again about these lifted restrictions, remarking that everyone about Steve seemed abnormal. Jean shrugged and admitted she had no idea. The boss then asked what Steve's performance had been like before all this. Cedric mused that if all the missing people returned like Steve, their country would undoubtedly become a superpower. Henry countered that anyone going in without proper equipment would die, and that finding another person like Steve was extremely unlikely. The boss brought the discussion back on track. It seemed increasingly likely that Steve was a returnee from dungeon number 4. Jean firmly stated that they still could not confirm this. The boss sighed and admitted that he disliked this conclusion as well, but the fact remained that no new planet had been discovered. What mattered more was whether the secret behind Steve's success lay within that dungeon. Melissa, who had been silent until then, nodded in agreement. The boss added that Steve had already signed a contract, so why was he interfering with the intelligence service? Cedric sneered and said Steve was simply trying to prevent them from uncovering the secret of his strength, calling him selfish. Jean tried to interject, saying that was not the real issue, but Melissa cut her off and asked whether they were considering further negotiations. The boss bristled and demanded to know what other negotiations there could possibly be, given how many they had already held. Melissa only smiled, and attempted to explain her thoughts, but the boss refused to listen, repeatedly asking what she was getting at. Jean suddenly stormed out of the room like a bullet, shouting that everyone was an idiot, and ranting about secrets of power and strength. At that moment, Melissa finally laid out her plan and asked whether it was not tempting. Cedric said that if they staffed the riot squad with personnel at sea level and above, he would personally take charge of the search, solving the chief's problems at once. The boss smiled in satisfaction and said that even if Cedric took all the loot, it would still be immensely profitable. Cedric added that the bonus would be 780% of the salary. The boss waved it off, saying that if everything went smoothly, it would be a mere trifle. The boss then asked Melissa what they should offer Steve in exchange for unlimited access to the dungeon. She replied vaguely, saying they needed to give back what was left. The boss frowned, confused, and asked again what exactly was left. Far outside the city, surrounded by neatly kept gardens, stood a small house. Munch walked ahead while several boys followed him, asking whether they were going to pick tomatoes. The monk laughed and told them to pick potatoes and peppers as well. The boys immediately began arguing about who had planted more potatoes and tomatoes, while Munch listened with a gentle smile. He opened the door to the warehouse filled with bags of fertilizer and gardening tools. The boys rushed inside, discussing how many tomatoes they would harvest and what they would cook for dinner. Munch told everyone to grab a hoe and head to the garden. None of them noticed the figure standing outside the window, watching with wide-open, blood-red eyes. Elsewhere, a military detachment was preparing to depart. A report came in that there were 10 minutes remaining before departure. One officer ordered the group commander to check passenger numbers and equipment status. Both commanders reported that everything was normal and that they were ready. A soldier called out to Team 11, but Jean did not respond, her eyes fixed on her phone. Another soldier called her again, and she looked up in confusion. Realization dawned on her, and she quickly reported that Team 11 was ready. Satisfied, the officer gave the order to begin the operation. Military vehicles and tanks rolled forward toward their destination. Inside one of the vehicles, Jean continued staring at her phone, letting out a heavy sigh. A soldier remarked that nearby dungeons were exploding one after another, and that it was pure hell, then asked why no detection team had been sent to the front lines. Jean replied coldly that they should write their wills and send them to their families, while the signal still existed. The soldiers were irritated by her answer, and demanded to know why she would say something like that. Back at Steve's guild house, the place no longer felt haunted. Granny, Bill, and Pi were running around, having just stolen the laundry. Steve himself was asleep on a pile of grass that looked more like a nest, completely unaware of Jean calling his name. In the next room, Donnie frowned, thinking Steve had slept far too long, which was unlike him. He glanced at his laptop, assuming that now everyone knew Steve was not from a new planet. The sponsorship would stop. But when he opened the account, he shouted in shock at the amount of money displayed. At that moment, Chad walked in, startling him. Donnie snapped that Chad should knock next time. Chad smirked and asked whether Donnie had been watching adult films. Donnie retorted that it was broad daylight and asked how Chad could even think that. Chad then asked whether Munch had called. Donnie said no. Chad looked worried, saying he could not reach him and feared something had happened. Donnie remained calm and replied that Munch was probably enjoying himself with the kids. He then noticed the bag in Chad's hand and asked what it was. Chad explained that Grandma felt weak, so he had bought her some medicine. Donnie laughed and joked that it sounded like Steve's fiancée. Chad then asked whether Donnie thought Steve had been sleeping too long. He said he was just about to wake him up. At that moment, Steve had already awakened and was sitting on the floor, lost in thought about what had happened inside the dungeon. He had believed that when the portal opened he would see his friends again, but the world he returned to felt like nothing more than a grain of sand. He remembered that he had not encountered any old companions there, only infected monsters. His thoughts drifted to the family of red wolves and the joy they shared while hunting together. He recalled the massive black tiger, Kuro, with whom he had fought countless battles over territory. He also remembered Jack, the giant gorilla. It was in the midst of that fierce battle that Steve had returned to Earth. Smiling faintly, he wondered where they all were now, where they had gone, and whether they had truly fled to other places after being frightened away by the great snake. Our hero stopped his thoughts with a quiet resolve. No matter what, if fate had truly bound them together, they would meet again sooner or later. Just then, Chad entered the room. Seeing that Steve was already awake, he invited him to lunch. Steve readily agreed, adding that while he had been asleep, he had not even realized how hungry he was. At that moment, his phone rang again. The screen displayed the name Lundy, but Steve did not hear it and left the room. The boys soon gathered around the table. As they sat down, Steve casually asked where Blondie had gone, since she loved eating lobster. The others froze in surprise. Something suddenly dawned on Donnie, and he stared at Steve as if he were seeing him for the first time. Steve noticed the look, and asked in confusion what was wrong. Donnie narrowed his eyes and asked whether Steve truly did not know the girl's name. Steve was puzzled and replied, "Isn't her name Blondie?" Donnie could hardly believe he was serious, and said that her name was actually Jean. Steve clearly heard the name for the first time, and Donnie asked in disbelief whether they had ever met before. Steve grew even more confused and asked what Donnie was talking about. Donnie blurted out that they had met and even talked about having children. He immediately stared at Steve in shock, deciding that the only things inside Steve's head were hunting and reproduction. Seeing the awkward silence, Chad quickly changed the subject. He explained that Jean had gone to the region on a mission. Chad continued, saying that Jean had been unable to contact Steve and had called him instead, asking that someone be brought into the guild. Steve frowned at the proposal and asked whether it was really necessary. Chad replied that it was unavoidable. They needed someone to operate the measuring equipment, because they had no idea where or how the portal might erupt. Steve turned to Donnie and asked whether he had anyone suitable in mind. Donnie hesitated, then said that perhaps one of his friends from boxing, or even someone he followed on YouTube, might respond. He added that there was no one like Steve, then remembered that Steve himself had only just returned. While biting into the lobster shell, Steve asked whether there was any news from Munch. Chad looked surprised and said that Munch was not answering either. He added that the monks had taken the children from the orphanage and should already be in the city. Donnie dialed Munch's number as well, shook his head, and said that it was not like him to ignore calls. Meanwhile, military vehicles rushed through the ruined city toward their destination. Inside one of the cars, the soldiers heard an announcement stating that they were entering the red zone of Necroville and were ordered to turn off all communication devices. Jean held her phone tightly as the others discussed the mysterious red zone that did not even exist on the official maps. She tried one last time to reach Steve, failed, and pressed the power button. The screen went black. At the same moment, Steve picked up his phone and noticed several missed calls from Blondie. He immediately called her back, but a mechanical voice informed him that the subscriber was out of range. Vehicles sped through the forest, where zombie-like monsters roamed between the trees. Only one of them stood still, watching the military convoy closely with glowing red eyes. Steve stood in the room, listening to the endless beeping tone on his phone, unaware that on the other end, the device lay in a pool of blood. He muttered that she was not answering, put his phone away, and began to feel uneasy. Not long after, Melissa and Cedric arrived at Steve's guild house. Melissa called Chad and asked whether they could see Steve. The white-haired man smiled faintly, glanced aside, and remarked that this was a dog man. Not far away, beneath a tree, Steve sat with his head tilted back. They soon sat down together to talk. Steve asked in surprise what kind of research they were referring to. He said that this was not the planet they had been searching for all this time, so why were they so obsessed with exploration? Melissa replied that they wanted to uncover the secret behind Steve's strength, and that the answer lay there. Steve responded calmly that if one trained for 1,000 years, everything would naturally work out, and asked why they could not believe that. Cedric frowned and told him not to behave that way in front of his fellow countrymen. He explained that it was not simply curiosity, but a matter of stopping a national crisis. Cedric went on to explain that the number of 6th-level dungeons was increasing, while the time needed to clear them was shrinking. The number of infected people had risen sharply, and food shortages were becoming severe. Training high-level individuals like Steve had become a matter of survival. Steve caught the word infected and asked what kind of infection it was. Cedric explained that after the cataclysm, an unknown virus had begun spreading among people living underground. Those infected did not die but instead attacked and infected humans and animals alike. They were called necroils, creatures resembling zombies with red eyes. Melissa showed a map, pointing out the red dots that marked their zones. If those areas expanded, it would become increasingly difficult to block dungeon breakthroughs. She added that it was believed the virus originated from portals, but the infection rate was so high that response times were dangerously insufficient. After listening carefully, Steve said that in exchange for permission to explore the dungeon freely and hunt without limits, he wanted 2 gifts. Melissa replied that the first would be raising Steve's guild to level 5. Steve asked whether that meant they could enter 5th-level dungeons, and she confirmed it. Melissa narrowed her eyes slightly and asked whether it was not attractive. Steve did not respond immediately, and instead asked what the second gift was. Melissa said that the second gift would be territory. Steve was genuinely surprised. She spread out a map, pointing to an area north of their current territory, and asked whether it would suffice. Steve studied the map and said that since it was farmland, it had already been abandoned. He asked whether they were talking about protecting the city from the west. Melissa explained that aside from a few towns, the land had been abandoned and turned into empty fields. Those who remained after the cataclysm had moved in search of safety, and the cities no longer had enough space to accommodate them. Steve smiled and asked whether they truly wanted to settle those people there. Melissa replied that if people moved in, they could restore the city, clear dungeons, and cultivate the fields. If the guild gained recognition for managing attacks, the profits would be substantial. For now, they could rely on modular facilities to prepare, and if a long-duration portal opened, the guild would strike it rich. Steve found these prospects appealing, and said that the conditions were not bad. He then asked about the current situation in the neighboring country. Cedric replied that most of the cataclysm's victims were there. A coup had taken place, the system had collapsed, and survivors now lived in scattered groups. The situation was completely out of control, and it was only a matter of time before they fled south. The 3 of them fell into a heavy silence, faint, calculating smiles on their faces. Steve wondered whether he was being lied to, or whether he himself was the one deceiving them. After a moment of thought, he nodded and said that everything was fine, then agreed to sign the contract. Melissa was clearly pleased with his answer and said that he had made the right choice. Steve then asked whether the requirement to remain in the country for 100 days had been lifted. Melissa nodded and confirmed that it was true. As he signed the contract, Steve added that he wanted to make 2 additional requests. First, he wanted to meet the scientist who had developed the spatial energy meter. Second, he wanted help locating Munch. Melissa was surprised by the request, and Steve explained that the monk had disappeared and was no longer answering calls. Melissa said she understood and assured him that both tasks would be easy to handle. Cedric, who had remained silent until then, finally stood up with a satisfied smile and said that he would begin the operation at once. Inside the towering headquarters of the Sela Guild, Several people were seated near the recruitment office. Among them was Jim. He reflected that this guild was one of the largest and most influential. Recruitment only happened twice a year, and many mercenaries never even passed the preliminary screening. Sela Guild was known as a harsh proving ground, but those who were accepted received tremendous support. Jim had seized this opportunity because his own guild had already disbanded. When he received the message saying he had passed the test, he felt that all those years wandering between small clans had not been in vain. Still, as he waited, he grew increasingly nervous. He knew this was not the end. Out of the 50 candidates who reached the final stage, only 10 would be chosen. He clenched his fists and reminded himself not to lose confidence. This might be his only chance. His thoughts were interrupted by another message. He stared at the screen in shock. Inside the room, one of the committee members dismissed the candidates, saying they could leave for now. An elderly man scoffed, claiming that this batch was extremely poor, and that only criminals had shown up. Another added that even a child could have done better. Morris, however, pointed at a questionnaire and said that one swordsman was not bad. The document was Jim's evaluation. After reviewing it, the committee members all agreed that he was indeed promising. The old man expressed surprise that Jim had only reached level E after 3 years. Morris countered that he could still be promoted and even offered to personally train him. The order was given to call in the next group. The attendant stepped into the corridor and called for candidates numbered 46 through 50. However, when they entered, there were only 4 people standing before the committee. The attendant frowned and asked why there were only 4. Morris immediately asked where Jim was. One of the candidates replied that Jim had suddenly run out. In truth, Jim had received a message that read, "If you want to join my guild, come to the specified address in the city of Cleveland." Without a moment's hesitation, Jim sprinted out of the building. There was no need to think twice. The message was from the Savior himself, the most talked about man in the entire country. Meanwhile, military vehicles continued pushing through the red zone, passing clusters of Necroville-infected creatures. The driver glanced at the monitoring screens, then turned to tell the sergeant to look. The sergeant laughed coldly, remarking that those monsters were said to have experience, yet they scattered in panic. The driver said that nothing was clear yet and suggested eliminating them the same way the sergeant had once wiped out 2,000 enemies. The sergeant shook his head and ordered them to stay on the planned route, warning that any deviation would prevent them from reaching their destination on time. Suddenly the driver fell silent and called out to the sergeant. Something was blocking the road ahead. The sergeant tensed instantly and cursed under his breath, as he demanded to know what it was. As the vehicles drew closer, they saw several infected creatures devouring the carcass of a massive bear. The headlights illuminated the scene and one of the infected turned around, glaring at the convoy with glowing red eyes. The sergeant said they would turn them to dust with a protean missile. The driver hesitated, warning that it would alert everything nearby, but the sergeant insisted they had no time. Just ahead lay an active combat zone. The driver said nothing more and pressed a button on the dashboard. A rocket launcher unfolded from the roof of the vehicle. The sergeant gave the firing order, and 4 missiles streaked into the mass of infected. The creatures barely had time to react before the explosions tore them apart. The tanks surged forward, crushing bodies beneath their treads. The surviving infected let out furious growls, drawing even more monsters from the surrounding area. The tanks readied their weapons as the horde rushed forward, howling and clawing as they tried to catch the vehicles. The sergeant shouted that they were advancing and ordered all units to open fire. Gunfire erupted in deafening volleys. Bullets shredded the infected, carving a clear path through the road. Far away, a white van sped along deserted country roads. Behind it, a growing mass of Necroville infected gave chase, their distorted forms flooding the road as they surged relentlessly forward. Suddenly, an icon on the dashboard lit up, warning that the fuel was running low. The driver cursed under his breath and shouted that they were almost out of gas. Munch immediately urged him to head straight for the camp. The van surged forward, speeding past a roadside sign that pointed the way. Behind them, the monsters continued their relentless pursuit. Munch yelled that if they kept going a little farther, they would reach the mountain camp. The driver apologized repeatedly, admitting that he had insisted on coming here and never expected the monsters to have already spread this far. Munch moved closer to the senior monk and said that he had only wanted to prepare fresh vegetables for the children. The elder monk felt awkward hearing this, yet he was deeply grateful for Munch's intentions. Munch added that there was still a great deal of field work to do, but first they had to shake off their pursuers so they could eat peacefully with the children. The senior monk agreed, saying that the children were probably hungry by now. Behind them, the infected kept chasing the van, letting out hoarse, inhuman sounds. They finally drove up to the camp. Munch shouted that the gate was open and told everyone to break through quickly. He turned around, pulled back the curtain, and peered into the depths of the van. He asked the boys whether they could run fast, because once the vehicle stopped, they would need to sprint with all their strength. The children trembled in fear, and the women nearby could only let out heavy sighs. Munch, however, was resolute. This time he was determined to save everyone. The monsters closed in as the van screeched to a halt. The passengers jumped out and ran forward in a desperate rush. The infected were already right behind them. Munch carried 2 children as he ran, when suddenly he heard something closing in from behind. He turned his head and saw one of the monsters almost catching up, its arms stretching forward as it wheezed heavily. Munch set the children down and shouted at them to keep running without looking back. In the next instant, he turned toward the monster and grabbed his bat. He swung it with all his strength. There was a sickening crunch, and the creature's jaw was smashed clean off. With astonishing speed, Munch charged straight into the horde, scattering the zombies in all directions. After breaking through the first wave, he stopped and stared at the mass of infected still approaching. There were simply too many of them, and there were still 6 minutes left before the dragon's dash could be used again. Just then, something caught his eye. Tiny fireflies began to appear around him, drifting through the air and surrounding both Munch and the zombies. In the next moment, towering columns of wind erupted from the ground. Tornadoes formed, lifting the monsters screaming into the air. Everyone froze in shock as the infected were swept up and spun violently overhead. Munch stood stunned, fireflies glowing all around him, when he sensed someone behind him. A figure stood calmly on the roof of a nearby building. Steve was watching the scene unfold and remarked that the ability was very useful. Munch and the others turned toward the voice, staring up at him in disbelief. Steve stood with his hands in his pockets against the clear blue sky. Seeing him, Munch cried out that he was their benefactor. Steve casually told him to move away so he would not get caught in the suction. Steve intensified the tornado skill. The monsters began spinning even faster, and the fireflies shone brighter and brighter, turning the scene into something like a vast canvas embroidered with precious gems. Steve watched with sparkling eyes and said that he liked it. Elsewhere, the military convoy continued firing at the monsters. The sergeant, his voice tight with tension, shouted into the radio that he was requesting access to the military network. He reported that they were being pursued by necroils and urgently requested reinforcements at their location. At that moment, a barrage of stones rained down, and dozens of monsters swarmed around the tank. The infected clawed at the cockpit, trying to force their way inside. The sergeant shouted for everyone to hold on. More stones flew, and the number of monsters only increased. They climbed onto the tank, fell off, and immediately scrambled back up again. Suddenly, the tank rolled over a raised cobblestone, and the massive vehicle tipped violently onto its side. The soldiers in the vehicles behind saw the first tank overturn, and immediately ordered everyone to turn back. In another vehicle, Jean was sitting quietly when she noticed her sword begin to glow faintly. A report crackled over the radio that the lead vehicle had overturned. The convoy stopped, and the soldiers demanded to know what had happened. One of them nervously told the captain that they seemed to be in deep trouble. The necroils began climbing onto the next vehicle, covering it like a swarm of insects. Jean pressed a button on the control screen, opening the armored window shutter. Her eyes widened in terror as she met the gaze of glowing red eyes right outside the glass. The infected surrounded the vehicle, piling onto it in a writhing mass. Jean ordered everyone to unlock the doors immediately. One soldier muttered that it was no wonder he had nightmares the night before. The driver turned his head away from the zombie-smeared windshield and said that he was unlocking the rear door. The door began to open slowly. The wheezing breaths of the infected filled the air. Jean shouted for everyone to step back. Rotting hands reached through the opening, clawing desperately at the gap. The soldiers stared in horror, wondering how they were supposed to break through this nightmare and survive. Jean ordered everyone to move straight toward Vehicle 7 and kill anything that stood in their way. A yellow sphere of light flared to life in her hand as she shouted for everyone to disperse. In the next instant, a column of blazing yellow fire burst out from the car, sweeping through the infected and erasing everything in its path. The soldiers stared in shock at Jean's power and shouted that the rear route was now clear. Jean did not hesitate. She ordered everyone to rush for the exit, warning them that the zombies were closing in again. She told the driver to get out as well, declaring that they were abandoning the vehicle. One of the infected suddenly leapt down from the roof, lunging straight at Jean. She reacted instantly, drawing her sword and cutting the monster down with a single swing. More infected swarmed toward her from all sides, and she cursed in irritation. Spinning in place, she slashed her blade in a wide arc, scattering the monsters in every direction while shouting for the others to move away. The sergeant from the overturned lead vehicle fired back at the approaching infected and ordered the gunners to form a defensive circle around the car. One soldier volunteered to check the second vehicle for survivors. After peering inside, he reported grimly that both the driver and the front seat passenger were dead. The infected showed no sign of stopping and were drawing closer by the second. The soldiers tried to open the door, but it would not budge. One of them shouted for a burner to be brought over. Identifying himself as part of Group 7, he yelled for the others to clear back as they prepared to force the door open. The remaining soldiers provided cover, desperately trying to keep the zombies away from the trapped survivors. However, their numbers were insufficient. The infected broke through the defensive line and began attacking them directly. The surviving soldiers shouted in fear that they were being overwhelmed and could not hold on much longer. The captain barked back at them to stay calm and insisted that they only needed to endure a little longer. A soldier with clairvoyant abilities suddenly shouted a warning, saying the infected were only 30 meters away. The horde grew denser, completely surrounding the soldiers who continued firing non-stop. The sergeant pulled out a dagger and ordered everyone to prepare for close combat. Just then, flashes of blue lightning appeared behind the mass of monsters. Bolts of electricity ripped through the infected, tearing their bodies apart and flinging shattered remains in every direction. The lightning multiplied rapidly, soon engulfing the entire horde. The soldiers cried out in shock, demanding to know what was happening. Someone suddenly shouted for them to look at the sky. Several figures were descending from quadcopters, and the marking 707A was clearly visible on their gear. The captain broke into a relieved smile and said that those lunatics had arrived just in time. One of the Special Forces soldiers landed atop a vehicle, startling the troops below. Meanwhile, Jean continued fighting, cutting down infected one after another, unaware that reinforcements had arrived. She turned to strike again, only for her sword to be intercepted by someone who appeared behind her. Jean froze for a moment, then realized it was Valentine. The soldier who had landed on the car announced that he would handle the rest and activated a device mounted on his back. Valentine placed a hand on Jean's head and pulled her close, calling out loudly, "Shield." At the same time, the soldier atop the vehicle opened fire, launching massive red orbs from his weapon. The glowing spheres flew toward the approaching infected without immediately exploding. Then the soldier shouted, "Fire." The orbs detonated simultaneously, ripping the monsters apart in a chain of violent explosions. Flesh, rock, and shattered trees were hurled into the air. At the very center of the devastation, Jean and Valentine remained unharmed. Soon, everything in the area where the monsters had stood was burning or exploding. Drones and helicopters circled overhead, attempting to contact the soldiers on the ground. They requested a head count once the wounded and dead were tallied. Suddenly, one of the helicopter pilots reported that an unknown object was approaching them at extreme speed. Elsewhere, infected bodies fell from the sky after being flung upward by a raging whirlwind. Steve smiled at Munch, who stared at him in stunned silence. The air around them shimmered with glowing fireflies, and the corpses of the infected rained down around Munch like a grotesque hailstorm. The orphans watched the scene with a mixture of awe, joy, and terror. When it became clear that no monsters remained, the children rushed toward Munch, shouting excitedly that all the monsters were dead. Steve smiled and told Munch that it had been fun, but now it was time to go home. The monk turned to Steve, calling him a benefactor, and asked how he had managed to find them. The other monks and children gathered around, staring at Steve and asking who he was. Munch began to speak with a satisfied smile, saying that he wanted to properly welcome him, but his words were cut short. One surviving infected suddenly clamped onto Munch's leg, sinking its teeth into his flesh. Munch looked down in horror as blood began to spill. At the same time, in a neighboring country, a new portal opened. The ground collapsed, swallowing cars whole as a massive monster emerged, triggering widespread panic. A fleeing woman stumbled and fell, and the stroller carrying her sleeping child rolled away. It was stopped just in time by Hiro, who arrived at the portal's edge. The residents erupted in cheers, shouting his name in relief as he stepped forward. Men dressed in black suits, swords in hand, quickly surrounded the monster. The creature raised its head and unleashed several fireballs. One of the men activated a stealth skill, black flames wrapping around his swords. A fireball suddenly flew toward him and exploded nearby. The monster continued hurling fireballs, blasting apart everything in its surroundings. Yet where one black-clad fighter had stood, several more appeared. Someone shouted in disbelief that they were clones. While the clones distracted the monster, Hiro closed the distance and cut straight through its body. His movements were smooth and precise, as if he already knew exactly where to strike next. He unleashed a rapid series of slashes, carving the monster into multiple pieces that tumbled to the ground. The creature collapsed completely, its massive body breaking apart. The people who witnessed the victory erupted in cheers, shouting the name of their hero again and again. They cried out that it was Hiro's team, and that they had saved them once more. Military vehicles raced toward the portal as news broadcasts reported that a giant monster had emerged and caused massive destruction, but that heavy casualties had been avoided thanks to Hiro's team. Anna praised Hiro for a job well done and asked what he was looking at as he stood silently, gazing ahead. The girl said that the video was about Steve and asked whether Hiro, the druid she had been talking about, remembered him. With a faint smile, Hiro asked what was wrong with Steve this time, wondering whether he had gotten himself stuck somewhere again. The girl replied that he had just returned from a dungeon. Hiro watched the story with mild indulgence. He had been through similar experiences himself, and saw no reason to make such a fuss. Then something caught his attention, and he asked her to scroll down. She stopped at a general photo labeled as an in-depth analysis of Steve's guild. Hiro stared at the image in disbelief, because he recognized one of the boys immediately. The girl asked whether Hiro recognized anyone in the photo. Hiro sat frozen, shock flooding his mind. That boy was the eighth evil. He was certain of it. The child must have recently lost his father and ended up in an orphanage. That explained why Hiro had wanted to kill him before. That boy was supposed to be a terrifying villain. The eighth evil. Why was he here? Another face in the photo caught his eye. It was a newcomer named Jim, introduced as a new member of the guild. Hiro remembered him clearly as a hellish swordsman. He also recognized Monk, whom he knew as the Immortal Destroyer Monk. Hiro could not understand how or why all these people had gathered under one guild. The girl continued showing him videos, explaining that she had collected everything so he could see it for himself. Anna added that, in her opinion, no one seemed to be in control of the situation. One video showed Steve effortlessly slaughtering a horde of monsters attacking him. Another showed Steve battling the Lizard King and smashing the massive creature into a mountain. Hiro was stunned. The girl pointed out that this level of strength was absurd for someone from an F-level dungeon. Hiro agreed. This was clearly not the power of an ordinary person from such a place. Anna suggested that Steve might be special in the same way Hiro was. Hiro wondered aloud whether Steve had awakened, but had never been registered in the database. He found the idea hard to believe, yet everything fit too perfectly. Steve was a regressor, just like him. Perhaps Steve had returned to the past to gather all these villains into one guild, but why? Suddenly Hiro realized that Steve might be trying to change the future, just as he was. The thought horrified him. If that were true, then the flawless plan Hiro had created after traveling back in time could be completely ruined. Anna noticed his unease and asked whether everything was all right. Hiro let out a heavy sigh. He had planned to go there only after the apocalypse. Now he was clearly shaken. When the girl asked what was wrong, Hiro replied solemnly that he needed to return to his home country. He said he had to speak with Steve. Anna immediately responded that it was impossible at the moment, and Hiro asked why in surprise. Suddenly, Grace shouted that Steve had rejected her because she was weak, and that he did not like weak people. However, the director misunderstood her words and immediately asked whether she had used illegal substances. The girl jumped up from her chair, slammed her hands on the table, and shouted that she had not. Without looking back, she turned around and walked toward the exit, declaring that she would throw everything to hell and that she would become a hunter as well. The director then asked the manager what had really happened. The manager calmly relayed Steve's words, explaining that Steve believed his girlfriend should be strong. Hearing this, the director began to panic and muttered that everything was going wrong. The manager tried to reassure him, saying that there were suitable awakened women within their clan. The director asked who he was referring to, and the manager replied that, for example, the red-haired woman was rank A and extremely strong. This only angered the director further. He demanded to know where the manager had developed such thoughts, and abruptly asked where Steve was now. The manager answered that Steve had gone back into the portal. The director grabbed his head in frustration, realizing that nothing was going according to plan. At that moment, the manager pointed behind the director and said that Steve had already come out. Their hero was standing beside the portal, studying something on an interface that only he could see. Steve smiled faintly as he looked ahead, while the director stared in disbelief. Only a few minutes had passed. The director rushed toward Steve, saying that this time they could not let him go. He ran as fast as he could, calling out Steve's name. Steve stopped and asked what they needed. The director replied that they needed to talk, and reached into his inner jacket pocket, trying to introduce himself. However, Steve did not listen. Without saying a single word, he turned and stepped into the portal again. The director froze and asked in shock whether Steve had simply ignored him. The manager confirmed that he apparently had. Losing his temper, the director began cursing Steve and moved as if to follow him into the portal. But the manager quickly stopped him. The director shouted, asking if he had seen how Steve ignored him, while the manager tried to calm him down. Just then, a voice cut through the tension and said, "Enough." The director angrily demanded to know who had spoken. A man stood before him, surrounded by several men in black suits. The director immediately recognized him and greeted Chandler's secretary. The secretary said that there were too many eyes watching now and suggested that they end the matter there. Around them, the crowd of onlookers began to whisper. Someone asked if Steve was the chairman's son. Another person added that the director had gotten so angry that he had refused Steve. Someone else sneered, wondering what the director would do this time, and giggled unpleasantly. Hearing this, the director realized that if things continued, he would be in serious trouble. The secretary remarked that the director had been unlucky today, and suggested that he take a rest, assuring him that he would handle everything. The director was furious, but he still forced himself to speak calmly, insisting that he was, after all, in charge of this case. The secretary praised him, saying he had done a great job, and added that he would still have an opportunity to get closer to Steve. The director hesitantly asked if that was true, and the secretary confidently confirmed it, saying that he would not bother him anymore today. The secretary took his leave. As he walked away, the director muttered angrily that he was already fed up with that freak. Meanwhile, Chandler contacted the chairman and reported that he was waiting at the entrance to the dungeon. The chairman asked whether his son Howard had caused any trouble. Chandler replied that what mattered more were Steve's dungeon clearing abilities, which had far exceeded all expectations. The chairman was pleased and said that this was exactly why they invested so much money in him. At that moment, Steve emerged from the dungeon once more, surprising Chandler, who was still on the phone. Steve immediately began studying his interface again. He had finally tamed 100 animals, and at the second level of hunting, he would be able to control 200. After reviewing everything, he formed a plan of action and decided that it was time to rest and eat. Steve did not even notice that several people were standing in front of him, hidden behind his interface. Chandler greeted him, and Steve replied that he seemed to be in high demand today. The man introduced himself as the secretary of the State Security Department. Steve remarked that it seemed this guild was running the dungeon, and the secretary confirmed that it was. The secretary explained that he had come to apologize for an incident that had happened earlier. Steve did not immediately understand which incident he meant, and asked again. Then it dawned on him, and the secretary clarified that he was referring to the moment Steve had found himself in the 5th-level dungeon. Steve asked why they were only apologizing now. The secretary replied that it had taken time to prepare more than just a verbal apology. He added that they also wanted to thank Steve, explaining that thanks to him, the value of their dungeons had risen sharply. The surrounding crowd listened with interest, wondering who this man was and why he was speaking with Steve. Chandler then said that they had something prepared for him, but suggested continuing the conversation at a restaurant first. Steve liked the idea, and admitted that he was very hungry. The secretary said that the cars were ready. Steve commented that they were good cars, and the secretary asked whether he liked them. That night, Steve's guild looked magical. The tree had grown even taller, and fireflies drifted through the air. The boys returned home in high spirits, talking about what a wonderful day it had been. There were good drinks and delicious lobsters. Jean said that Munch not drinking was understandable, but it was a shame about Chad, who never got a drink. Donnie joked that it would be great to hire a driver, and the others agreed at once. Suddenly Donnie's expression changed. He cursed under his breath, and Chad immediately asked what had happened. The boy admitted that he was supposed to arrange a meeting with those who wanted to join the guild, but he had completely forgotten about it because of the drinking and the food. Munch said that he had to go to the construction office that day, and added anxiously that maybe they would end up doing the same thing again tomorrow. Donnie laughed and replied that they would repeat it every day, drinking and eating lobster. He opened the chat and showed them that it was already filled with curses. The boy then turned to Chad and asked whether he was not the one responsible for recruiting new members. Chad admitted that it was true, explaining that he still did not have a license, and within the guild, he was officially listed as a doorman. Jim was shocked by this, while Munch said that Chad needed to apply for a license first. Chad replied that they could apply for it tomorrow. Jim sighed and said that difficult times were coming, because they still had to go on raids. Chad apologized to the others, but Donnie waved it off, saying that Steve would think of something. Munch agreed and added that the boss always handled issues like this. At that moment, Bill ran out to greet the boys, rushing toward his father, while his grandmother looked down at them with a gentle smile. Chad happily hugged his son, and Donnie was delighted to see his grandmother holding a box of lobsters in her hands. The grandmother asked where they had been for so long. They replied that they had been working first, then stopped for a drink, and brought lobsters as a gift. Steve placed a hand on his stomach and said that everything was great, and the secretary was pleased to hear that he liked it all. Steve then asked whether it was not too much to show such gratitude, with the most expensive dishes and even modified SUVs. Chandler replied that Steve had risked his life, and in such cases there was no such thing as too much. He added that they also had a few more gifts prepared. Somewhere outside the city, a muffled scream echoed from red containers, marked with the inscription DGB. A voice screamed hysterically, begging to be killed, blood spilling from a shattered mouth. Steve asked in surprise whether the apology was simply an excuse to have fun. The secretary smiled and said that Steve had a great sense of humor. Steve's expression turned serious as he asked what they really wanted from him. Chandler also grew serious and said that they wanted to establish an official partnership with Steve's guild. He explained that the city was divided into 12 sectors, but the DGB did not control a single one, because they lacked a 6th-level combat team. Even with all their resources, they simply could not form one. Steve remarked that this must be a painful blow to their pride, and the secretary agreed, saying it was especially true for CEOs. Steve apologized and said that he had no intention of becoming a representative of one of the sectors, but the secretary quickly clarified that this was not what he was offering. With a conspiratorial smile, Chandler said that together with Steve's guild, they wanted to open a 13th sector. He explained that all sectors were built around 6th-level guilds, but now they were struggling to handle the increasing number of 6th-level dungeons. Because of this, residents were becoming uneasy. But what would happen if a 13th sector appeared? A place where people would not be in constant danger. People would flock there, and housing prices would skyrocket. Chandler added that they were confident Steve's guild could be the one to give people hope. Chandler then asked whether Steve's guild perhaps had problems they were struggling to solve. Steve admitted that his guild lacked capital, workers, and experience. All they could really do was enter dungeons. Chandler responded that his organization would handle management, government relations, and everything else. Steve pointed out that while they had capital and experience, they lacked strength. The secretary replied that they saw immense potential in Steve's guild, and asked whether his comrades could handle such a responsibility. Steve thought about the members of his guild and wondered how they would manage. Chandler asked why the best guilds receive support, not from the government, but from major corporations, and added that they could not find a better partner than Steve. Steve realized that this would mean monopolizing and fully utilizing underground space, and the idea sounded appealing. The secretary, however, believed that Steve's guild could not yet handle such a burden alone. Was this not the best possible offer? Steve replied that he would think about it, since the 13th district would not be built overnight anyway. Chandler was surprised, but he thanked Steve and thought to himself that rumors described Steve as a simple-minded glutton who loved gifts. Perhaps the gifts had not been impressive enough. Steve stood up and said that it was time for him to leave. The secretary asked whether he had forgotten about another gift. Chandler said that it had been quite difficult to find the man, and Steve asked in surprise who he was talking about. Chandler explained that as soon as the man had been placed on the wanted list, he fled and went into hiding. However, their intelligence agents had managed to locate the former director of the debt company. Steve was startled by the mention of that person. The secretary explained that they had officially declared him dead during the arrest, and that he was now completely under their control. Steve said that the man had caused great harm to many people and told the secretary to deal with him. However, he saw fit. Chandler was surprised by this response. Steve added that the man was going to die sooner or later anyway, so there was no need to waste effort on him. The secretary asked whether Steve wanted to meet the man after all the suffering he had caused. Steve replied that this was too much even for him and suggested throwing the man back into a dungeon instead. Suddenly Steve had an idea and asked them to wait. At the same time, Chad was being playfully attacked by his son, who was showing him all the tricks he had learned at school, when the boy's phone rang. The boy answered a call from his brother. After listening to Steve's words, Chad asked in surprise, "Right now?" Steve confirmed that it was right now. Chad asked what was happening there, and was stunned to hear that someone wanted to meet him. Steve said he would send the address, and advised Chad to take a pill before leaving. He mentioned a company called DGB, but Chad did not recognize the name and asked what it was. Chad then got into the car and fastened his seatbelt. The secretary wished him a safe drive. Through the car window, Steve said that his friend would take care of everything. The secretary nodded, saying that he understood, and added that Steve could contact them at any time. Despite the late hour, every window of the DGB company building was brightly lit. The chairman called Melissa's boss and asked whether he was still in the office. The man replied that he was there and had no intention of leaving, then asked what was needed. The chairman said that they had managed to meet Steve, that everything had gone well, and thanked him. The boss sounded puzzled and asked what he was being thanked for, saying that he simply wanted to recover his investment, because soon everyone would begin migrating to Steve's land. He added that they would urgently need to rebuild infrastructure and residential complexes. The chairman replied that moments like these were exactly when they should help one another. Meanwhile, Chad had already arrived at the correct address. He was met by two men who, just to be safe, verified his identity and confirmed that he was indeed Chad. One of them then led him toward a container and told him to follow. From inside the container came screams and curses. The man inside shouted that he was starving, swore violently, and promised to kill everyone once he got out. Suddenly, the door opened slightly and his tone changed at once. He began shouting that he did not mean it, begging for forgiveness, and claiming that he was only very hungry. Chad stepped inside the container. The man froze in shock and asked who was there. When he recognized Chad, an evil smile spread across his face. Chad quietly greeted him and asked what he was doing there. The man replied that he had been told someone wanted to meet him. He said he was the same as always, and asked whether Chad's friend had come with him. Chad answered that he had not. Hearing this, the man smiled with clear satisfaction. The man then asked what Chad wanted. In a serious tone, he said that he wanted to apologize. He explained that on the day he beat Chad, his friend had beaten up the collectors, and in the chaos, he had simply lost his temper. Chad said that he understood, and that it was all in the past. The man thanked him and added that, in any case, it had not been him who sent Chad to the 5th-level dungeon. Seeing Chad's distrust, he asked him to think carefully about whether a simple debt-collecting thug could really have arranged something like that. Chad considered his words. The man continued, saying that it had all been the work of the Bureau and the DGB, who wanted to use Steve for their own benefit, and that he had merely become a scapegoat. Chad listened in silence and remarked that it must have been unpleasant for him. The man replied that it had been extremely unpleasant. His business had been destroyed, he had been running around abandoned areas with goblins, and he had truly believed he would die there. Chad said that it was all very sad and asked whether that was all. If so, he would leave. The man suddenly became frightened and asked whether Chad could help him get out. He reminded him that he had given him money and had even helped Bill's mother find a job. He stopped abruptly, lowered his head and said that he had forgotten because she had asked him not to tell Chad about it. Chad's calm expression vanished, replaced by shock. He asked what job the man was talking about. The man explained that he had managed an employment center for a long time, and that she had come to him, begging him to help her find work. Memories flooded back. He recalled the day they had burst into Chad's apartment, when only Bill's mother had been there, clutching the baby to her chest. He had asked where Chad had disappeared to again and complained that the interest was piling up, that too much had already been taken, and that it was sad for the family to suffer because of one person. The woman had trembled and cried, begging them not to kill anyone. The man had grabbed her by the face and said that they could not kill such a beauty. He had asked whether Chad was really worth her suffering and whether they even had food. He then told her that he could help her find a job, that a hardworking woman like her could pay off the debt in 3 months. She had turned away, still crying, begging them not to kill. He had taken out money, asked whether she was tired of living like that, and said that in their world a woman's life could change in the blink of an eye. He had left the money and a slip of paper with his number, telling her to call when she decided. As he was leaving, he had added that if her husband was not there next time, she would have to pay herself. She had watched them leave in terror, sobbing quietly. After hearing the story, Chad asked in disbelief whether she had come to his office after that. The man said that she had come when Chad went missing, begging him desperately to help her find work. Holding Bill in his arms, Chad found himself unable to speak, but the pain in his eyes said more than words ever could. He remembered coming home one day, hearing his son cry and finding a note. It said that she was tired of living like this with him and asked him not to look for her anymore. Through clenched teeth, Chad asked whether the man knew where she was now. The man said that if Chad let him go, he would show him where she lived. Chad's heart pounded wildly in his chest, but he had already made his decision. Elsewhere, Steve was riding in a car, staring at the image of the beaten man on his phone, when he received a message from Melissa. Dr. Toddler was ready to meet in England. Steve was overjoyed by the news and said that he finally had an answer. He remembered Melissa's story about how the force-measuring device and the blood crystal generator had sparked an era of discovery. Steve hoped that he might finally understand what kind of rift it was, what planet the boy had ended up on, and perhaps even find his brothers. Eager to share the news, Steve dialed a number, but the answering machine informed him that the subscriber's device was switched off. Steve turned to the driver and said that they needed to change their route. When the driver asked where they were going, Steve replied that they needed to return to the DGB container. Meanwhile, the blue SUV drove away, and the man with the scar on his face shouted for everyone to go to hell. He continued to curse loudly, then suddenly turned around and thanked Chad. Chad replied simply, "You stir welcome." The blue SUV moved along the indicated route, cutting through the city's night streets. When the car finally stopped where the man had directed them, Chad said that they had arrived. The man stretched lazily and said that he had slept well, adding that the car was impressive. With a sly squint, he remarked that Chad seemed to be doing well. Chad ignored the comment entirely and asked where Bill's mother was. The man replied that his people would bring Chad to her soon. "Here they come," he said, pointing toward a group approaching the car. He shouted cheerfully to the bandits surrounding them, calling them brothers. Leaning out of the window, he waved and asked whether they had settled in yet. The bandits recognized him immediately and shouted that he was the boss. Some sounded shocked that he was still alive. One of them said they had already assumed he was dead, and the man laughed, replying that he had almost been. Another bandit peered through the window and asked who the kid was. Someone in the crowd recognized Chad and asked if it was really him. The name stirred the group, and they began loudly discussing him, calling him an idiot while marveling at his nice car. The scarred man said that he was looking for his wife and asked for help. One of the bandits leaned closer and asked if he truly meant his wife, saying that her name was UTA. Chad was told to get out of the car because she was in this building. Chad stepped forward, and behind him followed a crowd of bandits holding axes and bats. One of them shoved him from behind, mocking him and asking what he was so afraid of. Chad stumbled as he entered the building, almost falling. Laughter echoed behind him, and someone joked that he must be eager to see his wife. Another voice ordered the lights to be turned on. The room was suddenly flooded with bright light, blinding Chad for a moment. When his eyes adjusted, he realized he was standing in front of a crusher, splattered with something dark red. He frowned. The scarred man casually explained that there used to be a grinding factory here. One bandit said that UTA was in the second one, while another added that there were more than 200 corpses here anyway, and it was hard to remember them all. Chad turned around to ask where Bill's mother was, but before he could speak, one of the thugs smashed a bat into his head. Chad was sent flying to the floor, blood pouring from the wound. The scarred man sneered and said Chad was stupid for not realizing the truth. They had killed her and chopped her into pieces. He added that they had helped UTA, but she had given nothing back. calling her an ungrateful creature. Another bandit laughed and said that if she had not been so foolish, she might have survived, and that they were doing Chad a favor. Chad tried to push himself up from the floor. The scarred man said coldly that his wife no longer mattered. He began beating Chad, screaming that it was all Chad's fault. Chad and his brother had ruined his business. Some bandits shouted for him to calm down, warning that if he killed Chad too soon, there would be no fun left. The man ignored them, screaming that it was all because of Chad and asking how he was supposed to kill him. With a crazed smile, he asked Chad whether he knew how long he had dreamed of this moment. Chad did not answer. He coughed violently and was mocked as a stubborn bastard. Someone suggested pouring water on him if he passed out. Chad's thoughts drifted, and he remembered his childhood, when he used to say he would kill everyone while playing games. Back then, he believed his problems would disappear after school. As an adult, he was still playing games, still wishing death on others. He imagined himself killing enemies in virtual worlds, thinking that the only escape from his miserable life was inside a game. Only UTA had ever treated him with kindness. She had been the first to ask him out, yet even after their child was born, he had not changed. He continued venting his anger through video games, while his wife and son slept nearby. Now he realized how he had tormented UTA with endless bitterness, and how worthless he had been. A bandit turned on the grinder and shouted that everything was ready. The scarred man told Chad to get up, saying he was tired of beating him and that he would soon be reunited with his wife. Chad thought that if he could see her again, he would beg for another chance. The man said they would do to Chad what they had done to her. Break his knees and slowly lower him into the grinder. He turned to a bandit holding a sledgehammer and told him to begin, warning Chad to grit his teeth because it was going to hurt. Chad quietly said, "Thank you." The man scoffed, saying Chad was a bastard who deserved to suffer. Yet the blows did not hurt at all. Suddenly the bandit screamed, dropped the sledgehammer and staggered back. Chad had risen to his feet in an instant, calmly severing the bandit's hands. Blood sprayed everywhere as the man screamed. The daggers in Chad's hands were now clearly visible. The bandit stared in horror. Chad said quietly that when Bill's mother left, he had promised himself he would never do this again. Understanding dawned too late. With a sinister smile, Chad said that now he would not let any of them leave alive. The bandits began screaming that he was awakened, and that they had to run. But there was no escape. Chad moved through them effortlessly, his blades flashing as he cut them down one by one. The man with the scar watched in disbelief as Chad slaughtered the bandits with a smile on his face. Chad struck down another man in a few swift movements, and the smile on his face only grew wider. The bandits began fleeing from the building in panic, screaming as they ran. A severed head flew out after them, bouncing across the ground. Chad burst out immediately after, gripping his blades tightly. The bandits screamed for everyone to run, but it was useless. Chad closed the distance in an instant, and appeared behind one of them. One of the fleeing men shouted, asking where their snipers were, but where the snipers should have been, Steve was already standing above, calmly looking down with a faint smile. A man dressed in black beside him asked whether his brother was all right. Steve replied that everything was fine and asked them to make sure Chad would not face legal trouble later. One of the men answered that most of these people had negative social value, so the government would not be concerned. Chad did not notice that his brother was nearby. He continued cutting through the bandits, leaving nothing but blood and screams behind him. Sif smiled faintly and said that Chad was now truly awakened and capable of handling everything on his own. On Chad's face was a smile, no longer crazed, but heavy with meaning and anger. Later, the news reported that despite numerous underground breaches, the entire area was becoming safer thanks to the intervention of special military forces. However, many citizens believed that guilds were struggling to cope with the increasing number of dungeons. For now, though, residents could hear the soldiers celebrating their victories. A special unit, Group 707, appeared on screen. Among them was Jean. The broadcast stated that thanks to their actions, the cleanup team had successfully returned. In the live footage, Jean was seen walking safely beside the red-haired girl. Melissa watched the report and scolded Jean aloud, calling him an idiot for not calling her. As the broadcast continued, it mentioned a scandal forming around Grace, who had recently released a new song. A photo appeared showing Grace talking with Steve, and the host asked whether viewers recognized the man beside her. Jean happened to be passing by when the segment aired and stopped to watch. At that moment, Grace became furious on screen and openly insulted Steve. Meanwhile, Cedric emerged from a portal, muttering curses under his breath. A soldier reported that 12 teams had been dispatched to retrieve items, but none had found the treasure that was rumored to exist. Melissa listened silently, her thoughts drifting to the past. She remembered Steve once saying that all they needed was to train for 1,000 years. Then she recalled Cedric's words at the meeting, claiming that Steve simply did not want to reveal his secret. Jean suddenly lost his temper and shouted that Steve was not that kind of person. After piecing together everything she had heard, Melissa realized that instead of focusing on the dungeon, she needed to focus on Steve himself and understand why he was doing all this. Her phone rang. She answered and asked Steve whether they had managed to find his brother. Steve said that everything was fine, then casually asked what happened to awakened people who were bitten by a necroil. Melissa immediately grew concerned and asked whether someone had been bitten. At that very moment, Munch lay in his room, clutching his leg and screaming through clenched teeth. The bite on his leg was bleeding heavily, and a bloody web-like pattern was spreading upward along his skin. Steve replied calmly that no one had been bitten, that he was simply curious. Munch writhed in agony, gripping his leg, but nothing eased the pain. Melissa explained that according to existing data, only 38 cases of such awakenings had been recorded. Steve asked what ultimately happened to them. She said that on the 48th day, 2 had died from leukemia. 26 had simply gone bald. In 7 cases, aside from pain at the bite site, no side effects were observed. Only 3 had turned into necroils. Typical symptoms included fever, phantom pain, and reddening of the veins. She added that the lower the rank, the higher the chance of transformation. Steve asked what should be done after a bite, and whether the victim needed to be quarantined. Melissa replied that special institutions constantly monitored those who were bitten and conducted research to develop a vaccine. Steve ended the call, thinking grimly that these people were little more than test subjects. Later, Steve walked down a quiet street and noticed a man sitting by the roadside, selling items laid out directly on the ground. The man was writing strange symbols on pieces of paper, his face hidden beneath a hood. He noticed Steve and looked up. Steve greeted him. The man said it had been a long time and asked whether Steve wanted more medicine for his brother. Steve replied that he needed something else. He explained that a friend of his had recently been bitten by a necroil and asked whether the man had a cure, since his previous medicine had helped his brother greatly. The man rummaged through several jars before finally finding the right one. He handed it to Steve and said that a single jar should be enough. Steve read the label. It was called Anti-Frame. The man instructed him to apply it twice a day, morning and evening, and said it would begin to take effect after about a week. Steve asked about the price. The man said that since this was his second purchase, he would offer a discount. Normally it cost $4 million, but he would sell it for $2 million. Steve said it would be better to take more and asked whether he could buy 10 jars. The man happily agreed. Steve smiled, thanked him and said he owed him a favor. The man added casually that if the bitten person began suffering convulsions, they needed to be struck harder, as it would stop the infection. Steve took the ointment and walked away. Moments later 2 policemen appeared, shouting that selling goods there was illegal. In an instant, the hooded man gathered his wares and leapt away just as the police shouted for him to stop. When they reached the edge, one of them said he saw no one. Suddenly a large black bird burst upward from below, leaving the officers staring in confusion. Back at the guild, Munch lay on his bed, writhing in pain and clutching his bitten leg. Donnie, Jim and Bill stood anxiously outside the room, worried that Steve was taking too long. Bill stared at Munch in fear and asked in a trembling voice whether he was turning into a zombie. Donnie said that it certainly looked like he was. He picked up his phone and hesitated, asking whether he really had to kill him as his finger hovered over the screen. Jim asked what he was holding. Donnie replied that it was the ultimate superweapon and clarified that if he pressed the button, Munch would die. Before anyone could stop him, Bill pressed the button. A blinding light burst from the phone as a super bright flashlight turned on. Donnie put the phone away and all of them froze, staring at Munch. Nothing had changed. Bill asked in disappointment why nothing had happened. Jim looked terrified, and Donnie laughed, admitting that he was just joking. Bill said calmly that he had thought 100 spears would fall on Munch and was disappointed that nothing happened. Suddenly Bill stretched out his hands and shouted as if casting a spell, telling Munch to come back and not become a zombie. Just then, Granny's voice echoed from downstairs, calling everyone to dinner and warning that the soup would get cold. At that moment, Munch, who had been lying motionless, suddenly sat up and grabbed his head. Bill pointed in shock and shouted that Mr. Monk had stood up. Jim asked nervously whether he was really turning into a monster. Donnie replied that he was probably just hungry. A voice suddenly came from behind them asking what they were doing there. The boys turned around at the same time and saw Steve standing in the doorway, holding a green jar. Panic swept through them, and they rushed aside, afraid of Munch. Red veins crept toward Munch's eyes just as Steve struck him hard on the head. Elsewhere, a reporter was broadcasting live from the city where a 7th-level dungeon had just been cleared. The entire world was watching. It had been 10 days and 11 hours since Hiro and his team of 10 had entered the dungeon. Many residents had taken to the streets, gathering together and praying for the safe return of the heroic group. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in the portal, and the crowd erupted with excitement. People shouted joyfully that they were coming out and called Hiro's name. The reporter announced that Hiro's battle group had emerged from the dungeon. It was a moment of great importance for all of humanity, proof that their main force of warriors had successfully completed the mission. As the crowd applauded, reporters shouted that Hiro's team had saved the city. Then, one by one, the fighters behind Hiro began to collapse. Medics immediately rushed forward to help them. Moments later, Hiro himself fell to his knees, stunning everyone present, The reporter wondered aloud whether the battle had truly been that brutal. Hiro then collapsed completely, losing consciousness. The reporter announced in horror that 7 members of the combat team had not returned. After the dungeon, Hiro was taken to the best hospital in the country. Anna sat beside his bed. When he finally opened his eyes and saw her, he called her name. She stared at him in surprise, then realized he had woken up. Hiro clutched his head and asked for water. After drinking, he let out a long sigh. Anna told him not to blame himself, saying that none of it was his fault. He thought bitterly that she was right. It was not his fault. Anna then said that they had discovered a meeting between Steve and Doug, and that something about it seemed suspicious. Hiro was shocked. Doug was the deputy head of the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, responsible for national defense. His attention alone was worth more than the entire Awoken Federation, which meant they were interested in Steve. Hiro felt anger surge within him. In his mind, Steve was a bastard. It was Hiro who was supposed to lead the world toward a brighter future, yet Steve could no longer be ignored. 7 people had died in the 7th level dungeon. Still, he was not shaken. He had lost many comrades over time. He had lost the whole world again and again, dying repeatedly. He remembered Anna's death, realizing that even she had died dozens of times. Hiro understood that his fury was real, and that it was all because of Steve. He could not risk humanity's future because of one unpredictable freak. Judging by Steve's actions, he was planning something terrible. For the sake of humanity's future, Hiro decided that Steve had to die. He called Anna and asked her to find any ship capable of sailing, even if she had to build it with her own hands. It was necessary. The next morning was crisp and clear in Steve's guild. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the giant tree. Chad woke up with a pounding headache, and his grandmother scolded him, saying that this was exactly why he should not drink so much. She sent him downstairs for breakfast. Chad picked up the identification card from the table and smiled to himself, thinking that he was now a real mercenary. In another room, Donnie was already sitting at his laptop, busy with work. He thought that once everyone found out that Steve was only recently awakened, the number of views would drop. Even so, the channel already had 1 million subscribers and had earned more than 10 million. He admitted that he had never imagined seeing such numbers. It really was true that success depended on connections. Gaining the trust of a powerful person at the right time was a skill in itself. Suddenly, Chad burst into the room, nearly scaring Donnie out of his skin. Chad was clearly enjoying himself and asked whether he was the only one having fun. Donnie snapped back, asking whether Chad had never been taught to knock. Chad apologized with a grin and said that his grandmother was calling him for breakfast. He asked where Jim was. Donnie replied that Jim was training as hard as he could and said that he would come down once he was finished. Out on the training field, Jim stood among several tree stumps. His eyes were closed, as if he were listening to the wind. Suddenly he opened them and began cutting down trees, chaining one skill after another with practiced precision. With a final strike, the last tree fell. Jim frowned and muttered that it was still too slow. Moments later, new trees appeared on the field. Jim clenched his jaw and said that he could no longer hesitate in battle. He activated his skills again and again, determined that he would never let something like this happen again. Meanwhile, Steve and the boys decided to go hunting, driving a pack of wolves to chase deer. One of the boys shouted that whoever caught the deer would win, while another added that the loser would have to collect apples. Steve stood near the temple, facing the senior monk and 2 men in gray robes. He said that the temple was already finished and asked whether it might fall apart. The monk laughed and replied that everything had been built to last and to honor their faith. Steve answered that if anything felt wrong, they should not hesitate to say so. The monk bowed slightly and said they were deeply grateful that Steve had helped them find shelter and that they did not know how to repay such kindness. The deer and the wolves rushed past them in a blur. Bill ran ahead of everyone, shouting excitedly and urging the wolves to go even faster. The boys from the temple chased after them, laughing and calling out encouragement. Steve watched Bill and said quietly that this was the first time he had ever seen him so happy. Before, Bill had always been lonely. There was a time when mothers forbade their children from playing with him, and Bill had heard every word. A woman from the temple approached and said it was already lunchtime, inviting Steve to join them. He declined, saying not today. Steve then asked how Munch was feeling. The monk replied that Munch had been delirious for a long time, but now he was even able to train again. He added that Munch had developed a healthy appetite. Munch stood alone, staring at himself in the mirror, studying the scar around his red eye. He remembered the past, when he had been mocked as a bald macaque, orphaned at a young age. He had been bullied and laughed at by other children. When he realized he was different, he built a wall around himself and shut everyone out. Then the master had taken him in and invited him to live at the temple. Years later, that same master had been killed when goblins attacked and burned the temple. Munch told Steve that when the master died and the temple was destroyed, he felt true hatred for the first time. He admitted that it was then he began to kill. He slaughtered goblins one after another in a frenzy, showing no mercy, hunting them down even in the most hidden places. He said he had committed that sin of his own free will, and did not care where he would go after death. He only wanted to extinguish the burning fury inside him. In his rage, Munch had imagined many things. It felt as though someone was speaking to him, but in truth, it was his own voice telling him that if he truly did not care, he would have died in the dungeon long ago. Turning to Steve, Munch said that Steve had saved him again, calming his hatred by restoring the temple. Suddenly, Munch spoke in a serious tone, saying that he now had a different goal. Steve and the others listened closely, not understanding what he meant. At that moment, Munch summoned a winged spear inside the room, destroying everything around it. The boys jumped back in shock, stunned by the sudden outburst. With a sinister smile, Munch said that for the sake of all those who were oppressed, he would go through hell for them. Jim looked confused and said he did not understand what Munch was talking about. Donnie muttered that now they had two crazy people. From downstairs came the sound of an old woman charging upward with a knife, shouting, asking who dared draw a weapon inside the house. Before anyone could stop him, Munch leapt through the window, shattering it completely. Later, before anyone could catch up, Munch stood alone, staring at his reflection again, listening to someone call his name to come eat. Suddenly he slammed his head into the mirror, and a mad smile spread across his face. That night the full moon hung in the sky, casting a silver trail across the surface of the sea as waves crashed against the rocky shore. A small ship raced across the water. Hiro and Anna stood at the stern. When the vessel reached land, Anna said they had arrived. People were already waiting on the shore, and the women said they would continue the journey by car. Hiro stood silently, staring ahead, thinking that he was following the druid's path. Back at Steve's guild, the boys were discussing whether the monk had returned yet. One said that he had probably been dealt with by the old lady, and another joked that it was not surprising, since he had broken the window. Chad said that the secretary had called, explaining that the city plan had been finalized based on his work. Tomorrow they would receive the map and begin designing the detailed layout of the city. Steve told Chad to keep an eye on them to make sure they did not try anything suspicious. While chewing his breakfast, Jim asked where Steve was planning to go. Steve replied that he was heading to England to meet Dr. Toddler. Donnie shook his head and said that there was currently no way to get there. Steve asked why, and Donnie explained that all air traffic and sea routes had been closed. Steve asked what had happened. Jim said there had been a chain of dungeon breakthroughs, with wyverns taking over the skies and some unknown monster dominating the seas. Steve stiffened and asked for more details. Donnie showed him a video report featuring the wyverns, followed by another report about a giant octopus that could not even be tracked. Chad asked thoughtfully whether Steve could not simply fly himself. Steve replied that he could turn into a pigeon, but only for about 10 minutes. Chad pointed out that it would not be enough to reach England. Steve sighed deeply and said that he had never imagined a day would come when he truly needed powerful wings. He asked how long the situation might last. Jim replied that the National Army was already engaged in extermination efforts, but it would still take at least a month. Steve was shocked by this. Then Donnie suddenly said that there might be another way to get to England. He explained that Steve would need a golden eagle, or rather, an awakened golden eagle. Steve was surprised and asked where such a creature could be found. Donnie said it was possible in a certain closed area. When Steve asked why there, Donnie explained that there was a channel where a man was surviving in the wild, and the northern part of that territory was a paradise for wild animals. One of the videos showed massive awakened beasts, and among them was a golden eagle. Not long after, the blue SUV was already speeding down the road, and someone inside the car exclaimed in disbelief, "Seriously, damn." Steve said that he had nothing better to do anyway, while Donnie replied tearfully that his eyes were already hurting from managing the channel. Our hero told him that he should be happy, but Donnie complained that if they filmed good material here as well, there would only be even more work. Anna was driving the car and suggested that Hiro get some sleep, reminding him that they still had 10 hours of driving ahead. However, he refused. The girl warned that if anyone found out about their actions, it would cause a scandal. Hiro understood that this could spark an intraethnic conflict, and Anna asked why they did not catch him through official channels. He replied that there was no time for that, and that it would be easier to kill him on the spot. Soon, the navigator announced that in 1,200 meters the Necrovilli zone would begin. Anna sighed and said that they would have to drive straight through it. The car rolled onto the highway, which was already becoming overgrown with grass. Steve and Donnie's SUV was still parked there, but the boys were nowhere to be seen. A beast of unprecedented size stood nearby, steam billowing from its nostrils as it bared a mouth full of terrifying teeth. In front of Donnie stood a boar of enormous size, glaring at him with obvious hostility. Steve's voice sounded in his head, asking how he felt. Donnie, trembling, replied that it looked very strong. Steve pressed him for more details, and Donnie added that it clearly did not like people. Our hero liked this answer, and decided that he wanted and needed to tame it. Suddenly the boar lunged at Donnie. Panicking, the boy ran forward and scrambled up a nearby tree. The boar crashed into the trunk head-on, and the impact made the tree sway violently. Donnie shouted for Steve to save him, but at that moment, the boar struck again with its tusks. and the tree began to fall. Donnie tumbled down with it as the boar rushed toward him. He fell onto his back and screamed for help with his eyes tightly shut, only to feel something dripping onto his cheek. When Donnie opened his eyes, he saw a giant rabbit with glowing red eyes standing behind him. Terrified, he began crawling forward. Ahead of him, the boar and Steve were already standing side by side. Realizing that none of the animals were attacking, Donnie asked cautiously whether they were going to eat him. Steve replied that it did not seem that way. Donnie lowered his head in relief and let out a heavy breath. Pointing nervously at the rabbit, he asked Steve to send it away because it was frightening and its stats were absurdly high, level C, rank 2. At that very second, a blue portal appeared, and the rabbit jumped straight into it. Donnie then looked at the boar and asked why it had not left as well. Steve climbed onto its back and said that it would give them a ride, deciding on the spot to name the boar Yaka. Our hero rode on Yaka, while Donnie rode on the wolf. Donnie asked whether the transformations were really worth it. Steve replied that they only changed one's character slightly. Donnie said incredulously that it did not look that way at all, and Steve added that he never transformed animals stronger than himself. When Steve asked whether the rabbit had been that scary, Donnie admitted that it was not really. Steve then added that he himself had a higher rank than the boy, prompting Donnie to start whining that even the rabbit was stronger than him. Donnie noted that they had already found 2 strong animals, but there was still no sign of an eagle. He asked how much longer they were going to stay in this place. Soon the group reached a hillside overlooking the entire forest. Steve said that finding the eagle was the hardest part. He called Melissa, who answered and asked how she could help. Steve asked where the blonde was, explaining that he could not reach her directly, and Melissa replied that she was currently in another area. Steve asked her to connect them. Meanwhile, heavy clouds and a leaden sky gathered over a half-ruined city. A soldier shouted to the captain that there were 10 minutes left before the dungeon would be breached. Jean ordered an immediate retreat and demanded to know why they had not received any response to their airstrike request, which had been sent long ago. A transmission came through stating that an airstrike was impossible, and that the artillery was not operational. The soldier cursed and asked why this information was only being reported now. They were then informed that the third battle group would arrive in 10 minutes, and another group in 15. Jean angrily asked whether they were being mocked, since they would have to hold back the spiders themselves. The soldiers replied that it no longer mattered, and that they had to retreat. Irritated, Jean ordered them to take the equipment and leave. The soldiers shouted that they had to get out before the witch changed her mind, and the girl mocked their words, remarking bitterly that this was exactly why no one loved her. At that moment, she received a call and answered, introducing herself as the captain of the 11th Reconnaissance Group. Steve greeted the blonde cheerfully, saying that it had been a long time since they last spoke. She was clearly surprised to hear his voice and fell silent for a moment. Steve explained that he needed to find a golden eagle and asked whether her group could help. The girl listened with clenched teeth, then suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs, "Fuck you, sex maniac," before hanging up. Steve stared at the phone in shock, unable to understand why she had reacted that way. Turning to Donnie, he asked what catching an eagle had to do with sex. Donnie, tense, stared ahead and asked Steve what that was in the distance. Beyond the city, a towering column of strange black smoke rose into the sky. Donnie picked up his phone and said in disbelief that it was starfish. Steve asked again what he was talking about, and Donnie showed him a news report stating that a starfish dungeon had been breached. The creatures were capable of shooting fire and exploding after death. Our hero was surprised that they could still interfere even after dying. While Donnie looked away in fear, he suddenly shouted for Steve to look at the birds. A massive flock flew overhead, fleeing from the direction of the dungeon. Steve, however, seemed to be enjoying the chaos and watched the scene unfold with a faint smile. Donnie pointed out that the fire ahead was spreading rapidly and insisted that they needed to move. Steve remained calm, staring at the advancing flames without any intention of running. The fire surged higher and closer to where they stood. Animals fled desperately into the depths of the forest, running with all their strength. The flames chased after them, nearly brushing against the ones lagging behind as the inferno swallowed everything in its path. Suddenly, the wolf Donnie was riding let out a long, piercing howl. Staring straight ahead, Steve said calmly that the arsonists had arrived. The wall of fire had already caught up with the fleeing animals, and was steadily closing in on even the fastest among them. The boys lifted their heads and Donnie suddenly shouted that there was a golden eagle in the sky. High above them, among a scattered flock of birds, an eagle soared, clearly larger and more majestic than the rest. Steve remarked that it looked impressive and checked the information, noting that it was a C-rank level 6 creature. Fixing his gaze on the eagle, our hero named it Ringo and declared that from now on it would fly with him. Soon after, the news reported that the sudden wildfire had ended unexpectedly due to a natural disaster. Experts claimed that all the starfish had been destroyed by a hurricane along with the fire. Watching the report, Donnie scoffed and muttered that it was nonsense, adding that this was exactly why no one trusted the news anymore. Pleased that the video had finally uploaded, Donnie said that now people would know the truth. The drone footage showed Steve, transformed into a massive boar, charging to the edge of the fire. He ran around the inferno at incredible speed, as if outlining its boundaries with the power of the Earth Spirit. Then he activated the tornado skill, causing the starfish to be consumed by their own flames. The video was titled "Steve has the tornado skill," and comments flooded in almost instantly. Some viewers dismissed it as fake, while others asked whether Steve was a god. Donnie was stunned to see that in just a few seconds, the video had surpassed 400,000 views. Another clip showed the fire already extinguished, with drones hovering over the scorched area. In that footage, Donnie could be seen rushing towards Steve, who lay unconscious on the ground. Donnie hesitated, thinking it would be better not to include the moment Steve collapsed, as it would reveal his weakness. Then he realized he could upload it as a separate video instead. At that moment, someone called out to him, and Donnie turned around in surprise. Holding a glass of coffee, he stepped onto the balcony and looked down to see Chad and Jim standing below. Donnie asked whether they were heading into a dungeon, and one of them replied that a second-level dungeon had opened nearby. Chad added that they still had 3 open spots. Donnie laughed and asked if they really could not clear a second-level dungeon on their own. Chad said confidently that he had the most skills, while Jim added that Munch was already waiting in the car. Donnie reflected that the boys had acquired a wide range of abilities, largely because their small squad was designed to cover as many roles as possible. He asked them to give him a little time to upload another video, promising to join them afterward. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and soon the screen displayed the words, "Steve, I invite you to London, Dr. Toddler." The video footage showed the Earth being ravaged by monsters, with the sky already lost. Even the ocean was now inaccessible, and nothing seemed capable of stopping the destruction. Steve stood with his back turned as a voice declared these grim facts. Then he turned around and said that he would be back soon, asking someone to keep an eye on the house. In the next frame, massive wings sprouted from his back, and he took off into the sky. The caption read that his adventure continued. The final shots showed Steve flying forward, and Donnie, delighted with the result, decided that it could easily be turned into a full-fledged film. The video spread rapidly across the internet, and was soon being watched in a large motel. Anna carefully watched the clip. Donnie had just uploaded and frowned at the mention of London. Hero stepped out of the shower, drying his hair, and asked what was wrong. Anna replied tensely that it looked like Steve was no longer in the country. She showed him the video, and Hero irritably demanded to know why Steve had fled to London. He reasoned that if Steve truly came from a more distant future, then he already knew all of Hero's plans in advance. Hero concluded that Steve was deliberately avoiding him and staying on guard. If that was the case, then he was not yet ready to meet Hero, and Hero would have to catch him before he completed his preparations. Anna said they could not simply wait for Steve to return. Hero smiled ominously and said that he would drag this freak into the light. When Anna asked how he planned to do that, he replied without hesitation that he would provoke him. Unaware of any of this, Steve flew toward London in the form of an eagle. He thought that he could not possibly fly any faster, and worried that at this pace he would never reach his destination. Opening the interface, he was surprised to see the usage limit on Ringo. At the same time, a number of new fire skills unlocked, prompting Steve to wonder why they were so expensive. Suddenly, the system displayed a warning that there were only 60 seconds left until the transformation ended. Elsewhere in the forest, between towering trees, the sounds of a chase echoed through the air. A bull charged forward, with 2 men on motorcycles pursuing it closely. One of them shouted not to waste bullets and to aim properly. The other complained that he had already shot the bull 3 times, yet it was still running. They were in danger of running out of fuel. He told Uncle John to get closer and urged him to take the shot. As the motorcycle closed in, the man aimed and said that this would be the end. He fired, and the bullet struck the bull's leg, making it cry out in pain. Even so, the bull did not fall, and continued running. Frustrated, the man asked whether he really needed to empty a machine gun into the animal. Suddenly, the boy called out to his uncle, and pointed at something falling from the sky. Right in front of the bull, something slammed into the ground in a flash of lightning. The impact sent the bull flying backward as stones scattered in all directions. The men rode forward cautiously, scanning their surroundings, and stopped near a crater formed by whatever had fallen. The boy asked what had come down from above, and the uncle replied that it did not matter, as long as they could take the bull. Then a loud scream erupted from the pit, making both of them tense instantly. The boy asked what that sound was, and a blinding light suddenly flared within the crater. The uncle asked in horror what it could be. As lightning flashed repeatedly, the light grew brighter and larger, and the scream grew more intense. The boy asked whether a human could scream like that, and the man replied grimly that it might be some alien creature imitating a human voice. Suddenly, a human hand emerged from the hole, lightning still crackling across it. Uncle John instantly pulled out a knife, ready to defend himself, and both of them stared in tense silence, waiting to see what would appear next. A moment later, Steve climbed out of the crater, clutching his head and muttering that he thought he was going to die like that. He groaned in pain, and Uncle John asked warily whether he was really human, despite Steve insisting that he obviously was. Steve introduced himself by name and asked who they were. The young man introduced himself as Alvin, and immediately asked how Steve had survived falling from such a height. Steve replied that it had hurt like hell and then asked where they were now. Alvin named the area, mentioning that a river was nearby and that they were still within Steve's own country. He added that Steve sounded like a southerner and asked why he had fallen out of the sky. Steve laughed and said that first he had been flying, and then he fell. Judging by his words and the fact that he was not seriously injured, Alvin concluded that Steve must be a very strong awakened one. Steve hesitated, unsure how to respond, then admitted that he really was strong. Uncle John still held the knife at the ready, and asked whether Steve was alone or traveling with friends. Steve answered that he had friends, but he was on his own at the moment. The uncle said that they would not detain him. They explained that they had been chasing a bull, and that it should be somewhere nearby. Alvin looked around and said it could not have gone far. Steve thought about where he had fallen and wondered whether he had been flying in the right direction at all. He slipped his hands into his pockets, then absent-mindedly asked where his phone could have gone when he realized it was missing. Without thinking, he activated his clairvoyant skill to search for it. The phone was lying in the bushes nearby, but when he picked it up, he said irritably that it was broken. Meanwhile, the men found the bull, which had been thrown quite far by the impact. They doubted whether it was even alive. Uncle John was shocked that the bull had survived so many bullets, only to be killed instantly by a single blow from Steve. Alvin asked whether they would have to cut it up on the spot to carry it back. His uncle replied that they would spend the whole day skinning it, and would also have to fight off wild animals while doing so. Pulling out his knife, the uncle added that if they did not bring the bull back, the villagers would starve. At that moment, Steve suddenly appeared on a rock behind them and called out. He asked whether they had a blood crystal phone, since his own was broken. Alvin started to say that there was one in the village, but his uncle cut him off sharply. He warned that there were women and children in the village, and questioned how they could bring such an awakened one there. Realizing that he had spoken too freely, Alvin quickly apologized. While they were talking, Steve walked over to the bull, and lifted it over his head with effortless ease. The men were stunned by his strength. Steve then offered to carry the bull in exchange for the phone. They stepped aside to whisper among themselves. Alvin remarked that Steve was incredibly strong, and his uncle added that bullets would not even slow him down. Alvin suggested that they should take the bull back to the village first, otherwise the villagers would have nothing to eat. His uncle reminded him grimly of what awakened ones had done to their village the previous year, when they had been welcomed as nomads, only to return later with companions and slaughter everyone. Steve asked what they were talking about and whether they were leaving. The men replied that they were already heading back and told him to follow them. They mounted the motorcycle, the engine roared to life, and Steve began walking behind them with the bull in his arms. Uncle John told Alvin to hold on tight and said that Steve would not be able to keep up while carrying the bull, adding regretfully that they would have to abandon it. He twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle shot forward at high speed, leaving Steve behind. The uncle told Alvin to forget about him, saying they would find more prey by the river. However, their plan fell apart almost immediately, as Steve effortlessly caught up with them, still holding the bull. The men stared at him in disbelief. Steve warned them to be careful, pointing out that there was a cliff ahead. The motorcycle flew over the edge with a scream from its riders. Soon the village came into view in a state of chaos. The gates were broken, and people had gathered around. Recognizing Uncle John, they shouted in surprise and asked whether a bull was chasing him. Someone squinted into the distance and said that it looked like a man running with a bull in his arms. When Uncle John stopped the motorcycle, villagers rushed toward him joyfully. Confused, he asked what had happened and why the gate was destroyed. Villagers wrapped in bandages crowded around and hurriedly told him everything. The men were horrified as they listened. It looked as though a herd of bulls had rampaged through the village. One of the villagers approached Uncle John and said that everyone had gone to save Chloe. The uncle demanded to know what had happened to her and ordered him to explain immediately. The man said that a winged beast had suddenly attacked the village. It killed people, caused chaos, and could even spit fire. Despite the panic, one townsman managed to lead most of the villagers to shelter. When he turned back, he saw Chloe fall to the ground. The monster noticed her lying alone, attacked her, grabbed her by the arms and flew away, carrying her tightly in its grip. The man finished by saying that the creature had taken Chloe away from the village. Uncle John angrily demanded to know where the monster had taken the girl. The townsman asked him to wait, explaining that the elder had already taken several men and gone after her. But the uncle refused to listen, shouting and demanding answers. Finally, the townsman gave in and pointed toward a mountain, saying that the monster had flown behind it. Without hesitation, Uncle John jumped onto the motorcycle and sped off in that direction, ignoring the villagers' cries. Alvin turned to Steve, tears streaming down his face, and began begging him for help. He pleaded with Steve to save their Chloe, swearing that he would never forget his kindness. Steve did not need much convincing. To Alvin's astonishment, he agreed immediately. Our hero said that when he returned, they would give him the phone. Blue lightning wrapped around his back, and in the same instant, wings burst forth, lifting him into the air. The villagers stared in shock and asked who this man was. Edwin replied that he was a southerner and a young nomad. Watching Steve soar into the sky, he added that the man was also a beast master. At the same time, deep in the forest, a massive bear was rampaging, roaring and spraying saliva in all directions. Several men were trying to lure the beast into a trap so they could escape, when suddenly one of them tripped. Losing his balance, he tumbled across the ground, and the bear was already closing in. His companion could only shout his name in desperation. The fallen man struggled to get up, but the bear reached him and swung its enormous paw, sending him flying. The remaining men drew their knives and charged at the beast, shouting as they tried to avenge their comrade. However, the bear was far stronger and more agile. With a single swipe of its paw, it scattered them like toys. Someone shouted for a retreat, admitting that they were no match for the monster. Another man protested, asking if they were really going to run. At that moment, a warning cry rang out, and the bear struck again, blood spraying from its mouth. One of the men said grimly that at this rate, they would all die. There was no point in trying to save Chloe anymore. Too much time had passed, and the flying creature had probably already eaten her. Of all the awakened villagers, only 4 remained. They could not afford to lose anyone else. As the bear swung its paw once more, a claw nearly crushed one man's head, and he stared at it in sheer terror. Suddenly something slammed into the bear at incredible speed, hurling it aside. It was Steve, in the form of an eagle, who struck the bear squarely in the face and sent it flying. The men froze in shock, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Staring at Steve's wings and the faintly shimmering aura around him, they asked in unison who he was. Someone muttered that he was a man, though at first he had looked like an eagle. Steve replied that Alvin had asked him for a favor and demanded to know where Chloe was. One of the men answered that the flying creature had taken her to its nest, somewhere on the mountain. He added that the bear had attacked them by surprise. Nearby, the injured men were rubbing their bruises. A bottle suddenly appeared in Steve's hand, and he said that since people had been badly hurt, they should use the potion. One of the men accepted it reverently, and said that such a potion was extremely valuable. Steve was still asking for more precise directions when the bear suddenly appeared behind him. Without even taking his hands out of his pockets, Steve kicked the bear so hard that it was sent flying backward. Following up, he spun around and punched the beast upward in the jaw, flipping it through the air. Steve landed lightly on his feet, and the bear crashed onto its back. Stunned, the men could only watch in disbelief. The bear lay on the ground with its eyes closed. However, judging by its status, its vitality was almost intact. Steve asked whether it was pretending to be dead, and ordered it to open its eyes. Obediently, the bear complied and looked at him. Steve commanded it to stand up and submit. The massive creature immediately sat down before him, its posture radiating submission. The men were stunned, unable to believe that Steve had just tamed such a monstrous beast. The system prompted him to choose a name, and Steve called the bear Cole. It turned out that Cole had once been the king of the forest, until a flying creature arrived, defeated him, and seized all his territory. Smiling, Steve said that in that case the bear would know where the creature had gone and suggested that they go and take revenge. The bear roared in response, clearly eager. At that moment, John arrived on a motorcycle and ran toward them. One of the men asked why he had come, and John replied that it did not matter. What mattered was where Chloe was now. The man hesitated, admitting that they did not know exactly. Steve told John that he would bring the girl back, but in return, John had to keep his promise. Only then did John notice Steve properly, and he was shocked to see what was happening. Steve surged forward and told Cole to lead the way. The men remained behind, staring in disbelief as Steve and the massive bear charged off together. Suddenly, Steve's entire body glowed blue, lightning wrapping around him once more. In the next instant, wings appeared on his back, and he soared into the sky. The men watched in awe, realizing that he could not only tame beasts, but also transform into them. John dropped to his knees, watching Steve disappear into the distance. He clasped his hands together and prayed that Steve would be able to save Chloe. From a nearby cave came the sounds of chewing. A winged monster sat atop a mountain of bones, gripping a half-eaten deer in its claws. In the corner beside the pile of bones, a young girl crouched, crying and calling for her father in terror. The sound of her voice drew the monster's attention, and it turned toward her with a low growl, spraying saliva and blood. Chloe shrank back in fear, covering her face. Suddenly, a massive bear appeared behind the monster. Startled, the creature spun around as the bear charged forward, ready to fight. Behind the bear, a huge eagle swooped down. The monster lunged, baring its fangs, but suddenly its body glowed blue and began to shrink. Steve partially merged with the bear, one of his eyes turning red as he perceived the creature's true nature. It was a wyvern, a young and wounded specimen. The wyvern bit down on Steve's clawed paw, but he immediately smashed it with his other paw. Grabbing the monster by the neck, He hurled it forward with all his strength and followed up with a fireball. The wyvern crashed through the cave wall and plummeted down like a stone. Steve turned to the girl and told her that he would save her, but for now she needed to stay there quietly. Just then, the wyvern dragged itself back into the cave, and Steve wondered whether he could tame it, now that his spatial energy was greater. Here, our hero saw the information stating that in order to tame a wyvern, its integrity had to fall below 10%, and he realized that it was possible. Suddenly, a violent thought surfaced in his mind, an urge to destroy the lizard. His hand moved on its own and struck the monster with full force. The wyvern smashed through the cave wall once again and was hurled outside. Its integrity dropped to 16%. Steve immediately understood that S's hostility was spiraling out of control, and that his emotions were becoming increasingly difficult to restrain. The urge to kill flashed through his mind again, and his body instinctively prepared to strike. Steve's furry leg slammed into the wyvern, and he screamed internally that he could not kill it. Realizing that the bear's instincts would not stop, Steve canceled the transformation, and Sui returned, leaping into a blue portal. The wyvern continued to fall, its body smashing against rocks as its integrity dropped with every impact. Steve watched carefully, knowing that the moment had come when its integrity fell below 10%. He immediately activated the taming skill. The wyvern froze in place, and an exclamation mark appeared above its head, signaling that the skill had succeeded. Without wasting a second, Steve activated instant recovery, and the wyvern's integrity began to rise rapidly. When 99% of its wounds were healed, Steve gave the order to fly. The winged creature was still plummeting with a furious roar, but it managed to slow down and finally stop its fall. Steve mounted the wyvern, and together they soared upward. Wrapped in a blue glow from the healing spell, the wyvern carried Steve toward the mountain peak. Below, the men froze in shock, clutching their machine guns tightly. John could no longer bear the strain. Tears streamed down his face as he begged his daughter for forgiveness. Seeing their uncle in such despair, the others lowered their heads, sighing heavily as they thought of the missing Chloe. Suddenly all of them stiffened and looked up in disbelief. Someone pointed ahead and asked if that was the flying creature. Another shouted that a state of emergency had been declared and that the shooters should prepare immediately. The men raised their weapons, ready to fire, when the village chief suddenly shouted for them to stop. Staring into the distance, he told them not to shoot. Confused voices asked what was happening, and the chief replied that there was someone on the creature's back. Another man squinted and confirmed that someone was indeed riding it. Then they saw Chloe. John could not believe his eyes as the wyvern landed before him with Chloe seated safely on its back. The girl spotted her father and leapt into his arms, crying with joy. John held her tightly and finally broke down in tears. That night, the entire village gathered around the fire. Meat was shared freely. Everyone ate until they were full, and they spoke excitedly about Steve and his new title, Dragon Knight. Another batch of meat roasted over the flames as someone joked that the child needed more to eat. While another admitted that he was still afraid to approach the wyvern, Steve watched as children played around the creature and realized that after being tamed it had become far gentler. Through the taming bond, Steve learned the wyvern's past. Her horde had been almost completely wiped out by the Air Alliance. Being very young, she had flown behind the others, which allowed her to survive the slaughter. After crossing the borders, she suffered from severe injuries and hunger. When she attacked the village, she later found Ugulo's den and settled there. The village chief said that thanks to Steve, they could celebrate that day. Using magic, he had brought them food, healed the wounded, and even repaired damaged houses. The chief explained that even before the government collapsed after the disaster, they had lived in poverty, but they were happy. When they realized that even together they could not survive, they were forced to flee. It became impossible to live in the cities, so they moved deeper into the continent. There had once been many such nomads, but now very few remained. Hunting was nearly impossible, nothing grew from the ground, and monsters and marauders attacked constantly. The chief said that when they first fled, there were 400 of them. 2 years later, only 60 remained. He added that they had planned to move again because it was impossible to stay here any longer. Steve asked with interest whether the continent was safe. They replied that nowhere was truly safe now, as vast territories were overrun by monsters and bandits. However, the chief had heard rumors of protected zones with barriers that sheltered civilians. Still, he said that surviving there without connections would be difficult, especially since they spoke a different language. As simple refugees, it would be a miracle if they reached such places alive. Steve remembered Melissa's words that Asia would soon become one massive battlefield, and that refugees would eventually flood into his lands. The nomads had heard from guards that if people could not protect themselves, they should join those who could, but at a price. The chief stood up and said that everyone was already drunk, suggesting that they spend the night there. He mentioned that they had prepared a room for Steve on the second floor. Alvin added apologetically that it was a bit shabby, but suitable for rest. Steve declined, saying that it was not worth it, and that he needed to leave. The chief worried that it was already late, but Steve reassured him that it was no problem. The man agreed, adding that they had already delayed their savior long enough. Steve modestly replied that it was nothing of the sort. The chief asked Alvin to bring the blood crystal phone from his room, and Alvin hurried off. All the villagers gathered to see Steve off, and behind him, the wyvern was already prepared to take flight. Steve accepted the phone and confirmed that navigation and satellite communication were working, adding that he was heading off for a good cause. The chief told him not to thank them, as it was Steve who had saved the village. Suddenly Steve's hand began to glow, and a sphere of lightning formed in his palm. The villagers watched in awe, amazed that he was using magic again. In the next moment, dozens of blood crystals poured out of his hand. The men stared at the glittering pile in shock, fully aware of its immense value. As he turned to leave, Steve said that he hoped the crystals would help them as well, and bid them farewell. The villagers said goodbye with deep gratitude, wishing him a successful journey. Steve waved back, saying that they would meet again. The wyvern leapt into the sky, and Steve shouted that they were now heading to England. John held Chloe's hand, and together they watched our hero disappear into the distance. Elsewhere, a news presenter greeted viewers and announced a breaking bulletin. Reports confirmed that a horde of wyverns had been destroyed by the Air Force Alliance, and that earlier that morning, the Air Force had encountered yet another wyvern. However, it was soon reported that the last wyvern had been ridden by an awakened one. Viewers erupted in excitement, celebrating the appearance of an unknown dragon knight. The broadcast switched, and the program Quick Report went live. The screen showed the remains of a destroyed bridge where a massive breach had opened. From the portal, 2 enormous fire ants emerged, turning the area into living hell. Suddenly, something rushed onto the bridge, and the presenter urgently asked the cameraman to switch focus. The footage clearly showed a long-haired man wielding 2 swords. The presenters immediately recognized him as Hero and were stunned, questioning what he was doing in a neighboring country. They began debating whether it was truly Hero or just someone who looked like him. Soon after, the news confirmed that the awakened #1 hero had suddenly appeared on a bridge in a neighboring nation. Alongside the Scylla Guild, which had arrived on the scene, he fought and destroyed the monsters for 10 intense minutes. The commentators were sharply divided. Some praised Hero's actions, while others branded him a traitor. Meanwhile, another report stated that the Dragon Knight had supported troops during a Scorpion Purge, and that high-ranking awakened summoners were now gathering there. Everyone was asking the same question: who was this Dragon Knight? Soon after, yet another report announced that the Dragon Knight had once again supported military forces, this time helping them eliminate a group of ogres. As more information came in, it finally became clear that the Dragon Knight was Steve. Commentators erupted with praise, calling him a god, sharing details about his abilities, and even suggesting that Hero should surrender the title of #1 to him. Then came breaking news. The #1 hero, Hero himself, had publicly accused Steve. The host explained that Hero's sudden statement, combined with his unexpected appearance in the country he had once abandoned, had caused an uproar and invited viewers to watch the interview together. Reporters asked Hero why he was blaming Steve, and why he had returned in the first place. Hero replied that he had come personally to announce that Steve, whom people were calling the God of Wind and a legendary tamer, was nothing but a fraud. Journalists pressed him for details, demanding to know why he was calling Steve a liar. Hero claimed that Steve had fled the country the moment he learned that Hero was coming, out of fear that his lies would be exposed. A reporter asked whether Hero was suggesting that Steve's true abilities were exaggerated, and that all his videos were staged. Hero answered that Steve was merely a tamer whose abilities had never been professionally evaluated, and that the government was simply using him to make money. Another reporter noted that it sounded like a personal conflict, and asked whether Hero had a message for Steve. Staring directly into the camera, Hero asked whether Steve could see him and declared that if Steve wanted to prove him wrong, he would be waiting at the SPFC station. Elsewhere, Donnie sipped coffee from a glass and stared at the news in disbelief. He exclaimed that the media was already flooded with Hero's claims that he could deal with Steve using just one hand, and that he had openly challenged him to a fight. Another article claimed that the world-famous Steve had shown a friendly attitude toward the Russian president. Watching this, Chad asked in confusion how Steve had ended up in Russia when he was supposed to be on his way to England. Just then, Chad received a call and answered, saying that it was Steve's guild, and that Chad was speaking. When the caller asked about Steve's whereabouts, Chad admitted that he could not reach him either. Donnie asked whether it was the bureau director calling again, and Chad grimly confirmed it. Donnie was surprised that the director called every day, and Chad replied that sometimes he called every hour. Donnie remarked that just a couple of months ago he could not even look the director in the eye, yet now the man called them daily. They discussed how nothing of value had been found in the dungeons, and how Steve's recent actions had shocked everyone. A gloomy Cedric complained, and his colleague advised him to stop chasing cash and focus on collecting loot. Donnie said that Steve was really needed right now, and Chad asked what the issue was this time. The article they were reading stated that 7th-level dungeons were appearing more frequently. Residents were worried and hoped that Steve's guild would take responsibility for the 13th district. Chad added that lately many people wanted to move into that newly formed area of the city. Donnie remarked that the world needed a firm hand and that it should be used. Chad grumbled that the principal had told him the exact same thing, which surprised Donnie. The director had said that once the area was officially recognized, they would have to defend the land, while the bureau would handle taxes and the closure of simple dungeons. Donnie was taken aback by this, and asked what Chad had told the director. Chad replied that they were still considering it, prompting Donnie to say that they should have agreed immediately. The bureau wanted them to team up with a special unit whenever dungeons appeared. Chad admitted that while his brother was away, he could not make such a decision alone. He was not confident that they could manage the creation of an entire district and deal with 7th-level dungeons. Donnie reasoned that if they became a special squad, people's attitude toward them would change completely. However, it would also mean risking their lives far more often, and for now, that was unnecessary. He glanced at a photo of Steve standing beside the president, with a painted wyvern behind them. The world felt completely chaotic, with Hero's accusations, the creation of the 13th district, and Steve's current whereabouts unknown. Donnie asked Chad if they still could not get in touch with Steve, and Chad confirmed that they could not. At that very moment, in a ruined city far away, a lone car drove through the deserted streets. The man behind the wheel of a red car nervously called out to Steve by name, asking if he could see him and adding that he was already heading to the meeting point. Steve replied, asking whether it was the man in the red car. The gray-haired driver confirmed that it was him and said, "Welcome to London." He then asked whether Steve could see the 3 stone golems chasing his car. Steve answered calmly that he would take care of it. The man thanked him sincerely. Steve descended on his wyvern, watching as the 3 golems thundered after the car. The nearest one swung its massive arm, smashing the ground beside the vehicle and shattering the earth into fragments. In the next instant, a huge fireball slammed into one of the golems, blasting it off its feet. The massive creature was hurled aside, crashing into a building and bringing it down with the impact. The remaining 2 golems roared and turned toward the incoming fireball. At that moment, Steve flew past them on the wyvern, deliberately drawing their attention. He waved his hand and small flames spilled out, activating the Fire Fairy skill. Immediately after, he used the Fire Tornado skill, the wind sweeping up the fairy flames and turning them into a raging inferno. Unable to withstand such overwhelming power, both golems crashed to the ground. Steve walked up to one of the fallen monsters, and a pillar of fire burst from his hand, engulfing it completely. He then approached the second golem and kicked it in the head. The impact split the monster apart, its shattered jaw flying forward and smashing into the wall of a nearby building. Steve remarked that they were weaker than they appeared, and concluded that it was because their level was too low. At that moment, the wyvern landed beside him, stirring violent currents of air. Behind Steve, applause and shouts of delight rang out. He turned toward the sound and saw a gray-haired man taking photos of him, excitedly saying that Steve was exactly as the rumors described. Steve asked if he was Professor Toddler, and the man proudly confirmed that he was. The wyvern suddenly flapped its wings, raising a strong gust of wind, and the professor looked at it in amazement. He asked if this was the famous wyvern. Steve replied that the Russians had suggested painting it to distinguish it from other wyverns. The professor said that even witnessing the Dragon Knight for a short time was enough to feel his presence, and sincerely thanked Steve for saving him. Steve responded that the translation of his words worked perfectly, and remarked that the professor must be using a good translator. The man showed him the device and said that as soon as he learned about the meeting, he bought the most expensive translation tool available. Looking around at the ruined surroundings, Steve asked whether this really was London, since everything appeared destroyed. The professor replied that England was not doing well at the moment, and that London was in a particularly terrible state. He added that when the sun disappeared, things only became worse. Steve said he understood, and the professor suggested they leave. Steve opened a portal and ordered Byron, as he called the wyvern, to return. The wyvern slowly entered the portal, and the professor watched in fascination. He remarked that it was a summoning portal for beasts, and looked ahead in surprise. On the other side of the portal, Byron began to emerge among a pack of wolves. Workers nearby stared in fear as the enormous wyvern fully passed through the portal, which then closed, leaving the animals gathered around it. Suddenly, the wyvern let out a low growl and the pack of wolves answered with their own howls. Watching the animals, someone muttered that it was probably the same wyvern from the news, while another joked that there was a farm of domesticated animals somewhere, and that they were all cute there. Meanwhile, the red car sped forward, and the professor said he never imagined he would see such a scene in person. He added that if such a massive wyvern could pass through the portal, then the level there must be at least 3. Steve replied that he was well aware. The professor smiled and said that of course Steve was aware, since he was currently the main subject of the news. He added that he had been waiting for their meeting, and was very glad it had finally happened. Steve, however, did not share his enthusiasm and thought that it sounded like the man wanted to experiment on him. The car passed rows of destroyed houses and headed toward the coast, where enormous monsters swam through the river, Steve asked whether the professor's laboratory was in London. The man replied that London no longer existed, and that New Dover was now the capital of England, where his laboratory was located. Steve asked why they had not arranged to meet there instead. The professor explained that he had come here to collect materials, mentioning that there had recently been a massive bombing and that many blood crystal samples were now scattered throughout the area. The professor went on to say that he was researching the creation of instant teleportation stations that would function like portals for animals. He explained that monster portals operated in the same way during breakthroughs. Excitedly, he asked whether it was not wonderful to imagine a future where humanity could move freely without being blocked by monsters. Steve was not particularly enthusiastic and replied that it sounded good. The professor continued, saying that even now, water and air routes were blocked. At this rate, humanity would become isolated, and survival would be extremely difficult. The red car had already left the city and was racing across a bridge over the river when the professor suddenly remarked that he might be talking too much. Steve, however, kept his eyes fixed on the road. The professor asked why Steve wanted to meet him so badly, but Steve suddenly said quietly, "Be careful," staring straight ahead. At that instant, the bridge split apart, as if something had struck it from below. A massive whale burst through the structure with its snout, sending the car flying backward. The professor clutched the steering wheel and screamed in terror that it was a whale. Steve saw not only the whale, but also its C2 level and the fact that its integrity was only 18%. Suddenly, a gigantic shark emerged from the water, with writhing tentacles visible nearby. The professor did not release the steering wheel, even as the car was hurled through the air, and shouted in disbelief that it was a megalodon monster. Beneath the shattered bridge, an epic battle erupted between the colossal whale and the megalodon. The car bounced violently, shot upward, then plummeted down. The professor screamed that they were going to crash. In the next moment, the car slammed into the water, followed by the whale. Military forces were already rushing toward the battle site, some in helicopters and others on waterboards. A voice from a helicopter reported that a small vehicle had been hit and ordered attempts to evacuate civilians. A soldier on a waterboard asked who was backing them up, and was told that the Muscle Queen, David and Silva were on the way. The two behind acknowledged the order, and the muscular man with a ponytail, known as the Muscle Queen, said that he understood. Turning around, he asked whether the red car belonged to Professor Toddler. Another man replied that it looked like his. David said that he would retrieve the professor and told the others to deal with the tentacled shark. He plunged into the water and began searching for the car. His eyes glowed like twin spotlights, illuminating the depths around him, and before long, he managed to locate the submerged vehicle. However, there was no one inside the car. David reported over the comms that the vehicle was empty. Scanning the area, he then noticed a gigantic shark relentlessly chasing a whale that was much smaller in comparison. The shark nearly caught up, its massive jaws snapping shut, but the whale managed to twist away at the last second and evade the bite. Immediately afterward, the whale surged upward, bursting out of the water, and the shark followed close behind. The whale erupted from the sea in a towering spray, and the military spotted the megalodon emerging after it. Orders rang out to open fire. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted for everyone to hold their fire, pointing out that there were people clinging to the whale's fin. It was Steve and Professor Toddler, both breathing a sigh of relief after narrowly escaping death. Steve focused on the shark and read its information. It was a level D3 young specimen. He extended his hand and activated the tornado skill. Instantly, a blue glow surrounded the shark, pulling it inward. Watching from the sidelines, the soldiers saw the massive creature become completely engulfed in swirling blue light. One of them remarked that it looked like a tornado and said he had seen something similar on YouTube. The Muscle Queen emerged and exclaimed in surprise that it was the Dragon Knight. Steve summoned the fire fairies, and the tornado transformed into a colossal fire whirlwind. When the military saw that the whale had successfully escaped the shark's pursuit, they opened fire to finish off the monster. Helicopters moved in closer and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the burning megalodon. Steve and the professor continued to cling to the whale's fin, and the professor realized with awe that Steve had trapped the monster in a fire tornado. He was grateful that he could witness such a sight with his own eyes. As the battle concluded, Steve quietly asked the whale whether it felt relieved to finally avenge its mother. The whale did not respond, but it cast a grateful glance at Steve before diving back into the depths. A soldier shouted that the megalodon was falling as the enormous flame-wreathed body plummeted. The moment it slammed into the ground, Steve felt his level increase, and his water attribute skill was cancelled. Later, the scene shifted to a small house perched near a cliff, bathed in bright sunlight. Mugs of coffee and plates of cookies rested on a table. The professor asked whether Steve had slept well, and Steve replied that he had slept wonderfully. Gazing at the sea far below the cliff, Steve remarked that it was a beautiful place, and the professor agreed. Not far away, a whale leapt from the water, sending up waves and spray. The professor commented that blue whales were struggling these days due to frequent monster attacks, but that this one had been lucky to encounter them. Steve smiled and said that honestly, the town really did feel like the end of the world. The professor explained that English forces had been pushed back by monsters for a long time now. With no places left to retreat, the country was in the process of constructing impenetrable walls. He admitted that he was still haunted by what had happened that night. He said he was astonished by Steve's ability to control and command various animals, but even more amazed by the fire tornado, which he had been fortunate enough to see firsthand. Steve calmly sipped his coffee as the professor continued, saying that there had never been an awakened one capable of taming beasts, while also wielding all four attributes: water, fire, earth, and air. Smiling, the professor asked what Steve's life had been like before his awakening. Steve replied that it had been completely ordinary, but everything changed when he ended up in the animal kingdom. Steve then pointed out that it was the professor who had created the device for measuring spatial energy. The professor confirmed that it was indeed his work, and asked whether Steve liked it. Steve asked what laws governed that device, surprising the professor, who asked why he needed to know. Steve explained that every time his strength was measured, he felt as though someone was watching him. Professor Toddler grew tense and remained silent. Steve added that this was also connected to the planet from which he had returned to Earth. As far as he understood, that planet had shattered into pieces and manifested as dungeons, with the fourth-level dungeon being only a small fragment. He continued, saying that instead of friendly animals, the place was now inhabited by lizardmen he had never seen before. He asked what had happened to his comrades, why he himself had not aged a single day in 1,000 years, and who exactly was observing him whenever his energy was measured. The professor listened carefully and finally said that everything Steve had said was true. He explained that all of Steve's questions, his sudden interest in language and writing, and even his return were connected. They opened a hatch in the floor and descended a set of stairs. The professor said that his laboratory was below. Steve remarked that it was quite deep, and the professor replied that it had been built to withstand even a nuclear explosion. Although it was his personal lab, it officially belonged to the government, and Steve was the first outsider ever allowed inside. At the bottom of the stairs, the professor said they had arrived. He entered a password, and the heavy door slowly opened. Standing in the doorway, the professor switched on a flashlight. Steve said nothing, and silently observed the space beyond. Inside was a large room filled with equipment and objects scattered everywhere. Smiling apologetically, the professor said that everything was rather cluttered. Despite its messy appearance, he explained, the laboratory was fully functional. He showed Steve several equipment racks, explaining that they were used to analyze test samples. He then pointed to a robot and said that it could create a physical copy of any object once a code was entered, and that it also recognized voices. On another table lay stones and flasks, which he explained were ore samples taken from dungeons for research. On a nearby screen were notes that Steve had written in a cave. The professor said that all of these had been recovered from dungeons over the past 2 months. With excitement, he added that it was incredible to find a human language inside a dungeon. In fact, in every dungeon they had explored over the last 3 weeks, similar inscriptions had appeared. Steve stared at the professor in shock. He asked whether there were multiple versions of the same dungeon. The professor replied that in different cities around the world, dungeons of varying levels had appeared. In total, 8 such locations had opened globally, ranging from the 2nd to the 5th level. Steve asked whether they were all at different levels, and the professor confirmed that they were, and that they had emerged at different times. Steve remembered Melissa's words, that dungeons tended to open near awakened ones. Perhaps the key was that these were not fragments of a planet, but copies in the form of dungeons. He asked whether the planet had shattered and been duplicated. The professor replied that this was the most logical theory. Steve then asked what had happened to the animals that once lived there. The professor admitted that this question intrigued him as well, and said that this was precisely why he had wanted to speak with Steve. Our hero looked at the professor in surprise as the man suddenly grabbed his hands. With excitement in his voice, the professor said that he had hoped to obtain answers about how dungeons appeared and disappeared by meeting Steve. However, he had recently been contacted by the author of the inscriptions themselves. Smiling broadly, the professor added that after receiving Steve's letter, he had been unable to sit still, waiting eagerly for their meeting. He suggested that they search for the truth together and cheerfully referred to Steve as the Dragon Knight. Steve felt a wave of disappointment and irritation, realizing that the man seemed to know nothing concrete at all. The professor then recalled Steve's interest in the device used to measure spatial energy and offered to show it to him. He began rummaging through one of the boxes, muttering that it should be there somewhere. Suddenly he cried out happily that he had found it and pulled out a strange piece of stone. Holding it up proudly, the professor showed it to Steve. Steve asked what it was, and the professor replied that it was called a memory stone. He explained that Steve needed to hold it in his hands and close his eyes. Without asking further questions, Steve did as instructed. The stone immediately began to glow. Steve closed his eyes and once again saw the familiar inscriptions, along with the unsettling sense that someone was watching him. When he saw the inscription stating that his data was being recorded, he abruptly opened his eyes. The professor asked eagerly how it felt. Steve replied tensely that he felt someone's gaze on him while holding the stone. The professor nodded, saying that everyone reacted differently and that particularly sensitive people often felt discomfort. Steve then asked whether it was possible to make a measuring device out of the stone. The professor confirmed that this was exactly the case, but added that he had not created the stone himself. Steve asked in surprise how that could be, and the professor smiled as he confirmed it. He explained that the stone had fallen near a portal on the day of the Great Catastrophe. It had taken a long time before its usefulness was understood. Steve asked if it had fallen from the sky, and the professor replied that although Europe had suffered terribly during the catastrophe, it had also received a blessing in the form of a divine stone. Thanks to the information contained within it, they had been able to create many advanced devices and begin exploring spatial phenomena. The professor then showed Steve a box containing several flasks. He explained that this was one of his inventions, a case for stones, into which he had embedded a memory stone. Steve showed little interest, but the professor added that he had managed to transfer all the information sealed within the stone. He explained that the stone absorbed information from any contact, and although it had limits, it was currently functioning well. He handed the box to Steve and invited him to touch it. Steve placed his hand on the device without hesitation. After seeing the results, the professor exclaimed enthusiastically that Steve had surpassed Brang's energy in just 3 months. He suggested that perhaps Steve was special, but even so, the speed of his growth was astonishing. Steve asked whether this was truly a portable measuring device. The professor confirmed that it was, and added that he still wanted to refine its size. Growing even more excited, the professor said that he had recently developed another device and invited Steve to take a look. He pulled out another box and handed it over. Steve asked whether it had been made using the same stone, and the professor confirmed it, adding that this version had additional functions. He explained that the stone could store a massive amount of information and reveal data related to physical parameters. Steve asked what kind of data he meant. Pointing at indicators for agility, the professor explained that the device could determine strength and agility levels, allowing squads to be formed not only based on energy but also on physical capability. Steve listened thoughtfully as the professor described how this would lead to more effective teams. Smiling happily, the professor asked what Steve thought. Steve realized that until now, no awakened person had been able to see the attributes of others so clearly. The professor said that the sample was complete and that a demonstration was planned for the next day. He invited Steve to participate, and Steve agreed, returning the box to him. Suddenly, the device displaying Steve's strength and agility began to flicker. An error window appeared, and the professor said in surprise that this had not happened the day before. Looking embarrassed, he asked Steve to wait a moment. The professor called the director and explained that the demonstration scheduled for tomorrow would need to be cancelled due to an unexpected malfunction in the device. While he was on the phone, Steve casually read an article about himself and Grace. It included another provocative inscription taken from the cave, and Steve felt a touch of sadness that they had not chosen a different quote. After finishing the call, the professor said that he would like to continue their discussion, but something urgent had come up. Steve asked him directly whether he knew where these stones originated. The professor replied without hesitation that memory stones were mined on the planet Aruka. At the same time, the sun was setting over Steve's guild, bathing the trees and fireflies in an orange glow. Bill and the boys from the monastery were playing in the sand when a man's shadow fell over them. Hero stood above them, holding 2 swords, fresh blood dripping from their blades. Bill froze in fear, and one of the monks whispered that it was blood. The children and young monks slowly stood, staring at Hero. Bill was the first to regain his composure and asked who he was. Hero's clothes and face were smeared with blood, as he calmly asked whether Bill was his name. Unaware of what was unfolding at his guild, Steve asked the professor more about the planet Aruka. The professor explained that the memory stones found on Earth were not special on their own and all resonated at the same wavelength unless split apart. He said that if blood crystals functioned as batteries, then memory stones were data transmission devices. According to him, the High Elves used such stones to maintain communication across vast distances. Steve asked what the professor meant by High Elves, and the man clarified that he was referring to high-ranking elves. He added that the spatial energy measurement device was merely a bonus. Originally, the goal had been to create a communication network for elves, and later adapt that network for Earth. Eventually, they planned to build a planetary-scale portal network to enable communication across the entire world. Smiling, the professor said that they had learned this secret knowledge directly from the elves who had arrived on the planet. According to them, elves on Aruka use stones to determine energy levels, class, and various other characteristics, making it impossible to hide personal information from them. Steve was surprised and wondered whether high elves could see the same information window he could. He opened his interface and immediately saw the professor's full data, including his rank, class, profession, and basic attributes. Suddenly, the information window rippled, and a message appeared stating that there was no signal. Steve frowned in irritation, thinking that the system was acting up again. The professor, unaware of what Steve was seeing, thought that Steve had stopped listening, and concluded that he had talked too much again. He said that the box needed repairs, even if he had to work late, and added that he would not leave the lab until everything was fixed. Steve replied politely that he would not distract him any further. The professor asked Steve to wait for a while, explaining that a guide would soon arrive to show him around the city. As he was leaving, he mentioned that there were many shops along the shopping street, advised Steve not to wander too far, and said that they would continue their discussion the next day. Left alone in the laboratory, Steve began looking around while waiting for the guide. One of the screens displayed information stating that time flowed twice as fast inside dungeons, and that the rock carvings found there were over 200 years old. Steve read the report and realized that this was the extent of their current knowledge. Another screen noted that emotional states changed over time and that signs of emotional instability had been observed. Steve scoffed irritably, calling it all ridiculous. In front of him stood a table covered with memory stones of various shapes. Steve picked one up and once again saw the familiar inscription stating that he was being watched and that his data was being recorded. He thought that perhaps the High Elves knew who was observing him, and might even know the truth about the Great Catastrophe. That thought led him to the realization that he needed to visit the planet Aruka himself. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him as someone descended the stairs. Steve turned and asked whether the man was the guide. The man introduced himself as William from the Lawrence Corporation, a pioneer in the field of measurements. Steve immediately said that he needed to go somewhere and pointed at a screen, asking whether he could enter what was shown there. William explained that it was the southern portal in London, part of the 11th operational zone of the infantry brigade. He asked whether Steve wanted to participate in clearing that dungeon. Steve agreed without hesitation. Although surprised, William agreed to accompany him. Meanwhile, Professor Toddler remained in his office, trying to understand the error that had occurred earlier. He measured his own values and found no abnormalities, which only deepened his confusion as to why Steve's data had produced an error. He could not understand why the malfunction had appeared so suddenly. At that moment, the office door opened, and a man stepped inside. The professor greeted David and asked what he was doing there. David replied that there was a Dragon Knight nearby and that he could not possibly miss such an event. He asked where Steve was. The professor explained that Steve had encountered some issues and that he had asked a guide to take care of him. David looked disappointed and asked again, just to be sure whether Steve was really gone. The professor confirmed it and then asked David to place his hand on the scanner since he was already there. Realizing that it was some new invention, David complied and placed his hand on the screen. Instantly, information about his strength and agility appeared. The professor exclaimed happily that the device was working perfectly. David recognized the numbers as his physical attributes and studied them with interest. The professor said that he expected nothing less from a C-rank awakened who had reached the limit of strength. David felt flattered but replied modestly that he would be satisfied even with 4-digit results, though he still needed more training. Those words made the professor's eyes widen as a new idea formed in his mind. David said goodbye and left to look for the Dragon Knight, while the professor remained behind, lost in thought over the mention of 4-digit values. He quickly began typing on the keyboard, muttering that 9,999 was the maximum possible number. When he opened Steve's data and increased the upper limit to 9,999, he stared at the screen in shock, and swore under his breath at what he saw. Outside the laboratory, a massive monster was restrained with heavy chains. The chains were anchored to 4 war machines surrounding it. A black car passed by, and a man remarked that the creature had been immobilized for research purposes. Since it would die anyway, the company had decided to purchase it. William was driving, with Steve sitting beside him and calmly observing everything outside the window. When the man finally said that they had arrived, before them stood a portal glowing with blue light, surrounded by a heavily guarded military camp. William explained that this was a 5th-level dungeon filled with giant grasshoppers and that there were only 18 hours left before the dungeon would explode. A nearby screen was broadcasting a video in which a man was yelling at someone wearing a grasshopper costume, threatening to kill him. Moments later, a slogan appeared on the screen that read, "Forward warriors, the crazy grasshopper is waiting for you." William explained that the man in the video was a famous comedian and that squads were trying to earn money by using his popularity. Ahead, Steve noticed a squadron of aircraft battling a massive wyvern in the sky. He asked whether the attack had really begun, and William replied that more than half of all territories were currently engaged in combat, yet dungeon raids had not stopped. Suddenly, a loud warning cry rang out. A damaged helicopter came spiraling toward them and crashed into the ground with a deafening roar. Its blade snapped off and flew straight toward William, but Steve calmly caught them with one hand and stopped them mid-air, shocking everyone who saw it. Shouts erupted as soldiers rushed to assess the situation. Someone reported that the helicopter had crashed, and that the rest of it had gone underground. Several soldiers stared at Steve, and one of them asked who he was. Another immediately recognized him, and said that it was the Dragon Knight. William thanked Steve, who asked why. William replied, still stunned, that Steve had just saved his life. William then said that it could now be said that the issue with the dungeon entrance had been resolved. Suddenly he turned and pointed ahead, saying that they had arrived. He gestured toward a group of uniformed men and explained that they were the Lawrence Corporation's combat team. These were specially selected A-rank awakened, chosen specifically for Steve. William introduced their leader, Robert, the captain of the 2nd Phoenix Squad. Robert greeted Steve politely. However, Steve continued walking forward, saying that it was unnecessary and that he would enter the dungeon alone. William shouted in shock, asking how he could possibly go in by himself. Steve firmly told them not to follow him. William tried to stop him again, reminding him that this was a 5th-level dungeon, but Steve ignored him and stepped straight into the portal, which swallowed him in blue light. Inside, Steve opened his information window and said irritably that it still was not working. After closing it, he remarked that B-rank monsters had energy levels no higher than 1400. William called out to him once more, but Steve no longer listened. As he passed fully into the portal, he transformed into a golden eagle. William stared at his retreating back in disbelief and let out a heavy sigh. Turning to Robert, he asked what they should do. Robert replied that there was no reason to follow him if Steve himself did not want assistance. Nearby soldiers began discussing the situation. Some complained that they were being devalued, while others argued that even if Steve was a Dragon Knight, they should still follow and support him. William apologized to Robert for the confusion, but Robert waved it off, saying that they were still waiting for the quest to officially begin. As the discussion continued, William grabbed his head in frustration, wondering what he was supposed to do. At that moment, a red SUV drove up and stopped beside them. Everyone turned to look, curious about the newcomer. David Dane stepped out of the car wearing a tracksuit and waved cheerfully at William. Approaching the group, he said that everyone had gathered and asked Robert why he was standing around instead of hunting grasshoppers. Robert shot back by asking what a hero who was supposed to save the world was doing loitering in a village. David questioned why he was being judged, and Robert replied with a grin that, for now, he could judge the 9th-ranked hero and the number 1 in England. He added that they needed to prepare for the quest, and joked that they would meet later at the party. David laughed and asked whether Robert would really be able to see that drunk fool at the farewell party. The soldiers nearby muttered that conversations like this sometimes made them feel sick. After the exchange ended, William approached David with tears in his eyes. David crouched slightly and asked why his dear William was crying and where the Dragon Knight was. William replied in frustration that Steve had just entered the 5th-level dungeon alone. David was surprised, and William added that Steve had moved so quickly that he had not been able to stop him. William asked despairingly what he should do, saying that if anything happened to Steve, he could be fired. To his surprise, David suddenly burst out laughing. He explained that this behavior was exactly what he expected from a Dragon Knight. William insisted again that it was a 5th-level dungeon, but David waved it off, saying he would wait for Steve at the Pink Ice Cream Cafe, and asked William to inform him when Steve came out. Suddenly, David froze and turned back, sensing something. He pointed at the portal and said that Steve had already returned. William stared in disbelief as Steve actually stepped out of the portal, calmly brushing dust off his suit. William screamed that this simply could not be happening. Nearby soldiers were preparing their equipment to enter the dungeon, and were discussing reports that incoming combat teams had been wiped out. They doubted whether the rift could even be contained. One soldier asked if the area would now be overrun with grasshoppers, and another replied that the National Bureau had already requested reinforcements. Someone nervously asked what would happen if the rift erupted while they were inside, and another soldier admitted that he tried not to think about it. Suddenly, one of the soldiers looked up and froze, asking whether he was seeing things. Another asked what he meant. The soldiers reported to Robert that Steve had already returned, but he could not believe it. William rushed toward Steve in excitement, and David loudly called out to him, addressing him as the Dragon Knight. Steve recognized David and remarked that he was the same strong man from before. However, they had no time to talk. A shout rang out across the camp, warning that the fire boar had escaped. David turned just in time to see a massive boar wreathed in flames charging straight toward them. William cried out in fear, saying that it was a fire boar, while David's expression darkened with rage. He shouted that this pig had destroyed his favorite ice cream parlor and declared that he would never forgive it. With that, he activated the Mega 10 strike skill. His fist glowed blue as it slammed into the boar's head, and in the next instant, the enormous creature was sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. Its massive body crashed into the nearby soldiers, who scattered in all directions. The soldiers burst into excited chatter, saying that this was exactly what they expected from David's thunderous strength, a problem solved with a single hit. Steve also approved of the strike, and remarked with a smile that it was powerful. David walked up to Steve, introduced himself despite the fact that they already knew of each other, and extended his hand. Steve shook it, and introduced himself in return. David said that he had been waiting for their meeting ever since that day. Steve did not understand why, and David explained that he had seen Steve turn the megalodon into fish food. From that moment on, he had realized that they were very similar. David asked whether Steve knew how he had built such muscles, and Steve replied by asking whether he really needed to know. David laughed and said that he had seen a cave drawing of Steve training with giant bananas. Everyone else had laughed at it, but David said that he had seen a kindred spirit. Inspired, he had started training with bananas himself. Steve asked in disbelief whether that was true, and David confirmed it. He even showed a photo, saying that it was what he looked like at his worst. Steve looked at the picture, pretending to understand, while David proudly explained that he had managed to get a job on a banana farm, and that bananas always gave him strength. Steve thought back to his own past, realizing that bananas had once saved his life as well. He found it amazing that someone had seen themselves in his drawings, which had once been nothing more than a joke to others. Because of that, Steve decided that he liked David. David suggested ignoring all the numbers, and asked whether Steve could destroy monsters using only the muscles he had built. Steve liked the question, and replied with a smile that he could do it easily. David said that he wanted to see Steve fight monsters in close combat without using any skills. Steve immediately accepted the challenge and said it was no problem. William tried to interrupt and asked them to wait, but the two of them no longer listened. Together, they stepped into the portal. William and the soldiers watched in awe as David and Steve disappeared inside. Soon after, the news was flooded with reports that David and Steve had saved England by clearing the dungeon 15 times in just 40 minutes, right before the rift collapsed. Every major association, including the Lawrence Corporation, publicly thanked Steve. The Queen of England herself presented him with a gift, and formally knighted him. Melissa and her superior read the news in disbelief, wondering what was happening. Melissa said that Steve had saved the country, but her boss simply grabbed his head in frustration. He asked whether there was still no news from Steve, and Melissa replied that nothing had changed and that she could not contact him either. The chief asked whether Steve's dungeon had been cleared, and whether they had found anything useful. Melissa said that nothing special had happened, and the man sighed heavily, having expected that answer. Melissa asked whether it would be all right to return the money. The boss replied that a 7th-level dungeon was about to appear, and that money was the least of his concerns. He sighed again and muttered that if only they could clone Steve 100 times. Melissa smiled and asked why he was so worried, since he planned to leave once the 7th-level dungeon appeared. The boss said that was not what he meant at all. Melissa teased him, asking where all that patriotism came from, and suggesting that he might know something she did not. The boss quickly changed the subject, and suggested that she focus on how to bring Steve back to the country as soon as possible. Melissa said not to worry, explaining that Steve would come running back as soon as he checked the internet. The boss asked what she meant, and Melissa replied that a new video had been uploaded to their channel an hour ago. With a knowing smile, she added that Hero had certainly caused a stir. The boss started watching the video and asked in surprise what it was all about. Elsewhere, helicopters fired at a massive monster, while nearby, a celebration was in full swing. People thanked everyone who had participated in clearing the dungeon, and champagne glasses clinked beneath a sky lit up by fireworks. David told Steve that this was the best day of his life, even better than the day he had caught the tentacled shark. Steve thanked him and said that his fists had proven themselves impressive as well. David asked whether Steve had met Sylvia when he was in Russia. Steve asked who she was, and David clicked his tongue, saying that she was a very famous tamer. He explained that she had dropped everything and flown to Russia as soon as she heard about Steve. At the time, many tamers had wanted to see him. Steve asked in surprise why, and David replied that it was because he was a dragon knight. He added that there was not a single tamer in the world capable of taming a wyvern, which was why everyone was so shocked. Steve did not understand the fuss and said that it had been easy. Suddenly David grew serious and warned Steve not to give in to provocations. Steve asked what he meant, and David suggested that he had not watched the news yet. An article had been circulating in which Hero claimed that he would not even need a single punch to defeat Steve. Steve was surprised and asked who that was. David was equally surprised that Steve did not know him. He explained that they were from the same country, but Hero had run away to another one. Steve glanced at the article and said that he had never heard of the man. David replied that regardless, Hero was a psychopath and a murderer, and he strongly advised Steve to stay away from him. Our hero tensed up and asked again what David meant by calling him a psycho and a murderer. David replied that the hero was #1 in the world and had done countless good deeds, which was exactly why he wanted to be friends with him. The news was filled with reports about the battle between the hero and David. David said that one day he had finally gotten the chance to speak with him, but he had lost the fight and honestly admitted it. Even in defeat, he said, it had been the best battle of his life. The hero responded angrily, saying that evaluation was a privilege reserved for the strong, not for ignorant people who did not understand how the world worked. Staring at the defeated man with burning eyes, he declared that he would show him the price of arrogance. Frightened, David asked what he meant, but in the next moment the hero unleashed a series of brutal blows. David said that on that day he saw the devil in the hero's eyes. He raised his scarred arm and explained that he had undergone 8 complex surgeries as a result. Steve could hardly believe such cruelty as he listened to David's story. According to the videos, many of those who challenged the hero had died in battle. Even when he won by an overwhelming margin, he killed opponents who had already surrendered. That was why David called him a murderer. Steve asked why he did such things, but David said he did not know and warned him once again not to get involved. Steve then asked what offense he had committed to provoke such hostility. The news claimed that the hero had gone too far and attacked Steve's lands, while the hero himself commented that he was merely defending himself. Steve voiced his shock, wondering aloud if that bastard had truly attacked his territory. David was unaware of this report and looked at Steve with confusion. At that moment, a voice came from Steve's guild building, asking why it had taken so long to contact him. Steve demanded to know what had happened in the guild. Chad explained that Hipro had burst in and declared that if Steve did not return, he would kill everyone. 2 wolves on patrol had already died. Steve listened in shock and asked again who exactly had been killed. He insisted it was impossible, because if they had been attacked, he should have received an alarm signal. He opened the information window, but it showed no alert, and he cursed under his breath. It suddenly dawned on Steve that the problem was not a malfunction in the status window. He wondered what the others had been doing while the pack members were dying. Had the system really been designed so they could not leave a certain area? Steve shouted, demanding to know what everyone had been doing while all of this happened. Chad shouted back, asking what Steve had expected, because the attacker was the hero, the #1 in the world. Our hero began to lose his temper, and Chad urged him to return home immediately. Steve glared at the screen and decided that once he got back, he would put the boys through such harsh training that they would beg for death. David, who had overheard the conversation, asked if Steve was really going back. Steve said he had to leave at once, but David begged him not to do it, saying the hero's plan was obvious. He did not know why the hero was fixated on Steve, but he was certain there was a purpose behind it. It was rare, he said, for a champion to mock a weakling who had not even been given a rank, and misfortune was likely to occur during such a fight. Steve replied that everything would be fine and asked David to say goodbye to Toddler and William for him. David said nothing more, and simply watched Steve with a sad expression. Our hero stretched his hand forward and activated the Wyvern summoning skill. After a few seconds he chuckled in confusion, not understanding what was happening. He shook his hand repeatedly, demanding to know why the summoning was not working. Meanwhile, Toddler watched closely, observing the boy's attempts to activate the skill. The man muttered that he wanted to keep Steve there longer, and wondered why David had brought up the news. He asked Steve through the monitor if he was surprised, and added that he would understand everything later. Impatient, our hero stared at the skills window and watched the countdown. Finally the window responded, and information immediately appeared about an invasion and the deaths of 2 wolves. Steve read the names of the fallen wolves with sorrow. Suddenly the Wyvern summoning skill activated, and a portal opened beside him. In a hall filled with people, a wyvern emerged, sparking loud discussions among the crowd. David watched the creature's appearance with undisguised delight. The professor also observed the scene through a monitor. He noticed a message stating that the skill's cooldown would last 23 hours. Taking a stone into his hand, he watched as it began to glow with blue light. It turned out to be an artificial ore created by combining a memory stone with a takamite or rukamite. Reflecting on all of Steve's abilities, the professor realized they resembled those of the High Elves. Apparently, Steve's status window had malfunctioned after coming into contact with the Arukamite. The contact had caused an error, disabling all abilities that used spatial energy for about a day. The professor fell silent, pondering whether humanity's development might one day follow the same path as the elves and mysteriously come to a halt. At the same time, in one of the high-rise buildings, a telephone rang. David had called the director and asked if he was with Steve. The man then said that he had recently passed away and added that he had stored all possible information inside the stone. The director replied that he had left earlier than expected and ordered David to return to headquarters. The professor continued staring at the monitor when his phone suddenly rang. Toddler answered the call, only to hear the principal's voice on the other end. The mustached man asked what Toddler thought and whether the test had been successful. The professor replied calmly that everything had gone exactly as expected. The man then asked if he understood correctly, that if the experiment worked on Steve, it would also work on the inhabitants of planet Aruka. The professor confirmed that this was true. The director smiled evilly and said that it was probably time to teach those arrogant elves a lesson. The professor warned him that they were still close allies with the elves and needed to act carefully. The director scoffed, saying that no alliance lasted forever, and that the elves could turn against them at any moment. The professor replied that there were many unresolved problems before the venture could become profitable. The director countered that crime among the awakened was increasing rapidly, and that relations with the elves could collapse at any time. Toddler tried to argue, but the director cut him off, saying that the era when levels would directly translate into absolute power was approaching, and they needed a way to control it. After ending the call, the professor put the phone away and fell into deep thought. Steve's strength value was 8,000. Would that really be enough to put an end to monsters like him? Steve himself was unaware of what was happening, already flying on a wyvern in search of revenge. He wondered how Hero had dared to invade his territory and resolved that he would destroy him. Meanwhile, inside Steve's guild, Donnie asked Chad what Steve had said. Chad let out a heavy sigh and showed him the phone screen, saying they might be in serious trouble. The boys were stunned, and Munch asked what the message said. Chad brought the phone closer, and the boys stared at the screen in horror. There was only one message from Steve, a special training session for those who were guilty. The boys clutched their heads and screamed in despair. They demanded to know what they had done wrong. Donnie, on the verge of tears, asked what they could possibly do against a first-rank powerhouse who could easily handle even a C-rank opponent. Suddenly a photo appeared on the television screen, showing the three of them standing in front of Hero. Commentators beneath the video called it a disgrace to the guild, labeled the monk an imposter, and suggested that they leave the country. Donnie said it was a still image taken from his video. Chad added sadly that people were calling them weaklings. These comments, he explained, were posted on the Heroes Guild forum. Jim muttered that people really were cruel. With tears in his eyes, Chad said that no one was on their side even though they were the victims. Jim asked Donnie why he had uploaded the video, and Donnie replied that he wanted to expose and condemn Hero. The monk said there was no way to refute claims that the incident had been disgraceful. Donnie responded sarcastically that maybe some people should not drink all night, get into fights with civilians and end up arrested by the bureau. At that, Munch turned away, blushing. The monk said he had only been trying to help a small business when he encountered monsters in human form. Chad added that regardless of the truth, they were not safe anymore, because Steve was furious. Munch said that everyone else had already left the guild to wait out the storm of condemnation. Jim asked what the awakened bureau had said. Donnie replied that there was only one article expressing regret. The boys stared at him in disbelief, shocked that this was all the bureau had done. Jim shouted that a foreigner had illegally entered the country, trespassed on guild territory, attacked people, and caused damage, yet no one held him accountable. Suddenly, Donnie exclaimed that there was another article stating that Hero had returned to his own country. The boys were stunned, unable to believe that he had simply been allowed to leave. Munch clasped his hands together and began praying to the Buddhist god of mercy. Jim said he could not stand it anymore, and wanted to confront the bureau. Chad urged him to calm down, saying that the bureau would likely claim it was none of their business and tell them to resolve it themselves. Jim asked whether Hero was part of a security agency, and worried that this would turn into a personal vendetta. The monk said that the truly humiliated ones were the officials who pushed their responsibilities onto ordinary citizens. Jim said the most shocking thing was that everyone was against them, even though they were clearly the victims. Donnie read an article from the United States suggesting that Steve's guild should relocate to a superpower that could protect them. Chad said the article was right. It was not that they were weak, but that their country was weak. Immigration was the only solution. Donnie said Steve now had to shoulder all of this and wondered if that bastard's eyes had truly seen everything. Hero, covered in blood, had told them to bring Steve to him within 10 days, or they would all die. The boys remembered how they had stood trembling before him. Chad had stuttered that they wanted to comply but could not contact Steve. Jim tearfully admitted that he had been so terrified that his body had frozen and he could not even move. Donnie said that if they had tried to fight back, they would have been killed on the spot. Chad added that if they had fought and died, Steve's situation would have been even worse. In the end, they all agreed that they had made the only possible choice. Donnie then asked about Bill, noticing that the monks had been badly shaken. Chad replied that Bill was fine. He barely spoke now and spent his days alone in his room watching television. He used to wander around the area freely, he added, and even the wolves had been afraid of him. Bill was delighted with Hero, and thrilled that someone so cool had appeared before him. Donnie suggested that they simply wait for Steve to return, confident that he would grind Hero into dust without mercy. Chad turned to Donnie and said there was something they needed to take care of before Steve came back. Donnie did not understand what he meant and asked again what was going on. Soon, he found himself walking through the area with Chad. Donnie asked why it had to be him, and Chad replied that he had nothing better to do than the others. The two of them walked around holding metal detectors. Chad said he was certain they had buried it here before leaving, while Donnie complained that it felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, Chad received a call and answered with a casual greeting. Melissa thanked them for their continued cooperation and said that they had only been able to explore the dungeon thanks to their help. Chad replied that they had signed a contract, so there was no need for gratitude. Melissa asked him not to blame the government for what had happened earlier. Chad responded politely and ended the call. He walked back to Donnie and suggested they move the conversation to the animal farm, but Donnie immediately refused. Chad explained that people like them often planted listening devices in important locations. Donnie asked him not to be too harsh on Melissa, pointing out that she had been taking care of them all along. Chad agreed, but added that there was a saying that the enemy was usually the closest one. Donnie nodded, saying he was right and that there was nothing wrong with being cautious. The animal farm was filled with all kinds of creatures. There was a pack of wolves, an elephant, a bear, a rabbit, and many birds. Looking around, Chad remarked that there were a lot of them now, and Donnie agreed. Below them, a massive bear was wrestling with an equally huge black rabbit. Donnie asked if they were just playing, but Chad did not answer. Chad said that the family was growing while the owner was absent and wondered where Steve was. Donnie recalled reading an article that said Steve had been seen riding a humpback whale somewhere near China. Chad replied that if Steve was in the Sea of Japan, then he was already very close to home. He asked if there was a pond on the farm, and Donnie said that Steve had been taming animals even before the farm existed. Apparently Steve had leveled up his taming skill during his travels. He had even frozen the sea to kill monsters. Suddenly Chad froze and said that he had never seen those before, staring straight ahead. Donnie's eyes widened when he followed Chad's gaze. Two small monkeys were sitting in a tree watching them with clear interest. Donnie asked if those were Japanese monkeys. At that moment, both of them realized what was happening, and horror crept into their voices as they said it was impossible. A news report appeared, stating that Steve had attacked the town where Hero lived. The two of them read the headline aloud in shock. A wyvern flew over the city, drawing surprised looks from the crowd. Steve descended on its back, and people immediately recognized him, shouting that he was a dragon knight. The wyvern suddenly flapped its wings, and people fled in panic, screaming that it was a monster. The live broadcast reported that Steve had attacked the city, while commentators beneath the video fiercely criticized him. Steve shouted loudly, demanding that Hero come out at once. Chad and Donnie watched the broadcast in stunned silence, and Donnie muttered that it was exactly like him. People discussed the situation heatedly, wondering why Steve had come for revenge. Steve shouted again, calling Hero a bastard and ordering him to show himself. The news reported that the Dragon Knight was in the center of the city searching for Hero. Authorities announced that Steve had entered the country illegally. Although his presence had blocked traffic, there had been little actual damage. The awakened Federation Crime Task Force had arrived at the scene. The reporter sounded surprised as a vehicle came into view, saying it looked like Lieutenant Cyrus's team. A man stepped forward, followed by several uniformed officers, and the surrounding crowd began whispering his name. The reporter announced that Team 1 had arrived, and the comments immediately began declaring that Steve was finished. Moments later, the reporter added that a Type 10 tank battalion was on its way, along with an unmanned aerial battalion. Watching all of this unfold, Donnie said in shock that it looked like Steve was in serious trouble. At the same time, officials were urgently gathering inside the local Ministry of Defense building. The operations headquarters was quiet, but everyone moved with speed and precision. One worker reported that the tank battalion was ready. Another confirmed that the combat drone battalion was prepared. A wyvern appeared on one of the screens, and a large red circle was drawn over its back. Another operator announced that the combat satellite had locked onto the target. Two men stood watching the displays. The deputy commander of the Awakened Federation told the Minister of Defense that his people were attempting to recruit Steve. The minister replied that Cyrus had already arrived and suggested they observe for now to see whether Steve was truly at their level. Meanwhile, Cyrus reached the location where Steve had landed and walked toward him amid the excited cries of the crowd. Steve continued shouting for Hero to come out when Cyrus called out to him. Our hero turned toward the voice and looked with interest at the approaching man. Cyrus announced that Steve was under arrest for trespassing, causing public fear and other disturbances. Steve ignored the speech entirely and asked whether the man was Hero. Cyrus introduced himself as an officer from the police department and ordered Steve to dismount from the wyvern and surrender. Our hero looked at him calmly and said that if he was not Hero, then he had better leave immediately. The crowd was stunned by his words, shocked that Steve had openly refused to cooperate with Cyrus. Suddenly, the wyvern and Steve were entangled in black threads that shot out from the red circles on Cyrus's hands. The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting that this was it, the famous Cyrus tie-up. Steve looked down at his body, wrapped tightly in the black threads, and chuckled in surprise. Cyrus shouted for him not to move, warning that the vines would tighten even further. Instead of panicking, our hero continued staring at the strange threads with curiosity. Calmly spreading his arms to the sides, Cyrus leapt forward, preparing to strike, and declared that Steve would now be taken by force. Commentators confidently wrote that it would take Cyrus only 1 minute to deal with Steve and bid him farewell. However, the one who was struck was not Steve but Cyrus himself. Steve's punch landed with terrifying force, sending Cyrus flying into the air as the black vines shattered into countless fragments. The crowd gasped in shock as they watched their hero soar helplessly through the sky. Cyrus crashed to the ground not far from Steve, landing flat on his back. It was a deceptive fall though, because he sprang up instantly and activated his trap skill, still unable to comprehend what had just happened. Blood began to trickle from his nose. Steve smiled faintly and said that this was how it should be. If your territory was attacked, you defended it with your life. As soon as he spoke, the wyvern flapped its wings and completely tore apart the remaining restraints, releasing a thunderous roar. Hearing that roar and seeing how easily his bindings were destroyed, Cyrus admitted that he was frightened. Everything he said was exactly as expected from a dragon knight. Steve was just as strong as the rumors claimed. If he had not activated a debuff the instant he was hit, his face would have been crushed. Steve replied that since Cyrus already understood this, he should leave. But instead, Cyrus launched another attack, shouting that Steve would now face an additional charge for assaulting a police officer. Our hero looked at him with open disdain and called him an annoying guy. The policeman leapt forward and screamed for Steve to die. At that very moment, Steve raised his hand and activated the air whirlwind skill. Violent streams of air burst forth, lifting a stunned Cyrus off the ground. The crowd gasped again, this time not in amazement, but in sheer fear. In the operations headquarters, the Minister of Defense and the Deputy Commander of the Awakened Federation watched in horror as the current spun Cyrus violently in midair. He was flung out of the whirlwind and slammed into the corner of a building, reducing it to rubble. Then he was hurled in the opposite direction, crashing through the windows of another building. Those watching from headquarters stared at the screens in disbelief. Chad was stunned that Steve had sent Cyrus flying so easily, while Donnie muttered that this was exactly what they expected from their brother. Steve shouted for Hero to come out himself instead of sending minions. At the same time, the wyvern opened its mouth and unleashed a column of fire. Soldiers surrounding the area shouted for Steve to stop, saying they were only there to protect civilians. Commentators were shocked, watching Cyrus being tossed around like a toy, and marveled at Steve's overwhelming power. The Minister of Defense admitted that Steve was even more impressive than he had imagined, and remarked that he seemed like a far more valuable asset than Hero. The Deputy Commander of the Awakened Federation said that Steve had essentially sent them an invitation, and that they would accept it once air travel was restored. Steve then shouted that if they did not bring Hero to him, he would burn everything within a 1-kilometer radius. Hearing this threat, the crowd panicked and began fleeing in all directions, screaming. Inside headquarters, one officer said the civilians were in danger, and suggested eliminating the Dragon Knight using a satellite strike. The minister smiled faintly and asked why everyone was so nervous, remarking that things were getting interesting. He then asked the deputy commander what would happen next, and the man replied that Lieutenant Massey was preparing to intervene. At that moment, someone behind Steve shouted for him to stop. Steve turned around and saw a large man in uniform standing boldly before him. Checking his information window, Steve was surprised to see that the man was listed as an ordinary person. He asked who the man was, while the wyvern released a threatening burst of flame. The man showed no fear, and introduced himself as Lieutenant Massey of the police department, advising Steve to stand down. Steve replied that they should bring Hero here immediately, and declared that he was giving them 30 minutes. Massey said that Hero could not come right now. Steve asked why, and the lieutenant replied grimly that Hero was currently inside a 7th-level dungeon. Steve said aloud that Hero had gone hunting and asked exactly where. Massey explained that Hero would need 10 days to return. Steve was stunned that he had been provoked by someone who needed 10 days to clear a dungeon. Massey was confused by Steve's reaction and reminded him that it was still a 7th-level dungeon. Steve said coldly that he would return in 10 days when Hero came back. Massey agreed and added that Steve would have to pay for everything he had done today. Steve replied that this situation was their own fault, and said that stealing young beasts or eggs while the leader was away hunting was the behavior of petty thieves. Massey smiled darkly and promised to pass those words along. The wyvern beat its wings and carried Steve into the sky. As the terrified townspeople watched, back at headquarters, officials said they could not let Steve escape like this, as it would result in worldwide humiliation. The minister replied that using the army against a single awakened individual would cause even greater damage. He recalled that Steve had promised to return and ordered the Air Force to escort him out. Steve flew home, ignoring the helicopters that followed him. Suddenly he noticed a massive black portal on the ground below. As he passed it, he thought that it was probably a gate leading to the planet Kuchan. While Steve was returning, the news was already flooded with headlines claiming that he had declared war on Hero. When the members of Steve's guild saw the reports, they shouted joyfully and raised their bottles in celebration. This, they said, was exactly what they expected from Steve. He had made them pay everything back in full. The news also reported that Cyrus had been rushed to the emergency room with a concussion after being struck only once. The government officially labeled the incident an attack and demanded that Steve be handed over, threatening war if he was not. Ministers gathered for an emergency meeting, but no official statements were released. Commentators were once again divided. Some demanded that Steve be handed over, others asked what Steve had really done wrong when Hiro had even killed wolves, and many feared that a war was coming. Donnie said it truly looked like a war might break out over Steve, and Chad asked excitedly what they should do next. Donnie suggested moving to the United States, saying no one would dare start a war with them. Jim suggested that they discuss everything seriously once Steve returned to the guild. Suddenly, a dove flew past the window, letting out a sharp cry. Outside, everything began to glow with a blue light that flooded the room. They heard Bill shouting that his uncle had returned. The boys immediately tensed. Steve's angry voice echoed, demanding to know where the answer and that bastard uncle had gone. Bill replied that they were drinking in the office. A few seconds later, the door burst open, and Steve stepped inside, his expression ominous. The boys grew nervous, and Chad was the first to speak, saying that his brother had finally returned. Steve's eyes glowed blue as he demanded to know what they had been doing. Someone screamed for everyone to run, and the boys rushed toward the window, desperately trying to escape Steve's fury. "Stop right there," Steve shouted in rage as he watched the boys scatter in every direction. They could not be stopped and leapt out of the window, shattering the glass as they fled. Meanwhile, in a large residence hidden deep in the mountains, many people had gathered. Men in yellow shirts argued loudly. Some insisted that Steve should be handed over, while others demanded to know why they should give in. Another voice shouted that if anything, Hiro should be sent instead. The foreign secretary claimed the incident happened because Steve had always gotten away with everything and now believed himself untouchable. The Minister of National Security argued that Hiro had started the conflict and questioned why Steve alone was being blamed. The foreign minister grew furious at those words, and demanded that he repeat himself. The argument escalated until someone asked why they did not step outside if they wanted to fight so badly. Suddenly, a man in a black suit announced that the president had arrived. Another man in yellow sat at the head of the table, and the room fell silent at once. The president asked whether Steve and Hiro knew each other. The assistant secretary replied that there was no known connection between them. The president asked why Hiro would do something like this, noting that no clear motive had ever been found. He said he had heard that Hiro started everything and questioned why someone who had betrayed his own country would provoke a conflict with Steve. The head of the bureau said there were two theories. The first was that Hiro envied Steve's rapid rise in popularity abroad. Someone scoffed at that idea, saying that if it were true, it made no sense for the top-ranked Hiro to behave so childishly. The president then asked the Secretary of Defense whether they could win if it came to war. The answer was blunt. If this were 10 years ago, with a massive budget and a decade of preparation, they might have had a chance. Without hesitation, the president ordered them to hand Steve over. The Minister of Defense became visibly nervous, and asked whether that was truly acceptable. Voices rose around the table, insisting this was the best solution. If war broke out now, countless people would die, and the safety of the citizens had to come first. The president turned to the head of the bureau and told him to prepare Steve for deportation. However, the bureau chief stepped forward and said that the second theory was far more realistic. The president asked what it was. The bureau chief explained that this might be a deliberate scheme by the other government to pressure them into giving up Steve. The president narrowed his eyes and said that if this were true, then the threat of war was merely a trap. The bureau chief added that both nations were already exhausting their resources, and that war might be unavoidable, but Steve was a resource they could not afford to lose. The president asked whether Steve was truly that valuable, especially since he had not even been captured like Hiro. The bureau chief said Steve was different from everyone else. The reason so many countries were trying to recruit him was because of his skills. When asked what kind of skills could cause such recklessness, the bureau chief answered that Steve was close to mastering all elemental powers possessed by the High Elves. Since news of Steve's ability spread, the number of awakened arriving on Aruki had surged, yet none of them possessed true area magic. The ministers were stunned at the mention of regional magic. The Minister of Agriculture immediately thought of high elf magic and its implications, hinting at instant harvests. The bureau chief confirmed it and said that Steve was a lottery ticket, capable of bringing unimaginable wealth. After that, the president and the ministers unanimously agreed that Steve must be protected, even if it meant going to war. The president ordered the Minister of Justice to place Steve on the VIP list and forbid him from leaving the country. The bureau chief thought grimly that where money existed, war inevitably followed. Soon, news articles appeared stating that the ministers had refused to extradite Steve. Another report claimed that the DGB planned to build a massive grain storage facility on Steve's guild territory. A black car sped along the highway, and the man inside concluded that everything revolved around money. He asked why Melissa had said those things and declared that he was the one who had saved Steve from being sent away. Melissa asked if he was speaking with Steve, and the man replied that refusing their help would be pointless. They were keeping him out of prison and giving him a chance to make money. He instructed her to tell Steve that they would soon raise the guild to level 6. so expanding farmland was now a priority. Their country would become a breadbasket instead of a ruka. Melissa said they had already reached an agreement with Max, and would meet Steve the next day. The man was surprised they had arranged it so quickly, remarking that Max could smell money. He said he was relying on Melissa, and she replied confidently that she always cleaned things up herself, earning an indignant response that he would handle everything later. At the same time, near area number 2, inside a level 3 locust dungeon, a battered Donnie and Chad tumbled out of a portal. Chad collapsed immediately, and Donnie soon followed, unable to remain standing. Jim emerged next, and fell on top of them. Moments later, the monk stumbled out as well, and Steve looked down at the heap of exhausted bodies. He shouted at them to get up, reminding them that they still had 10 rounds left. Chad showed no response, and seemed to be quietly snoring. Steve's anger was rising when his phone rang. It was his grandmother, and he immediately asked what was wrong. She asked whether he was forcing the boys to train during lunch. Steve replied that they had eaten more than enough while he was away. His grandmother said she was handing the phone to Melissa, and asked him to talk to her. Melissa said she had heard they were undergoing high-intensity dungeon training for the 3rd consecutive day. Steve confirmed it and asked what she wanted. Melissa said the country's reaction was extremely serious and that they had a good solution. Steve listened in silence, watching the boys lying motionless on the ground. He realized that people lived by their own laws, and that ignoring them could bring consequences. After a moment of thought, he suggested meeting at his home to discuss everything. Above Steve's guild house, the great tree continued to grow taller, casting a pleasant shade over the building. Beneath it stood 3 people, Melissa, Steve, and another man. Melissa introduced him as Max, the head of the SPFC branch. The man greeted Steve politely and said he was very pleased to meet him. Once they sat down at the table, our hero immediately asked what the SPFC wanted from him. Max replied that not long ago the champion had challenged him to a duel and even quoted Hero's words, saying that he would not even need to fight in order to win. Steve was surprised by this and asked whether Hero had really said that. Melissa was equally surprised by Steve's reaction and asked if he truly did not know. Steve replied that he vaguely remembered hearing something like that, and asked why Hero would do such a thing. Max answered without hesitation that it was all about money. He explained that if the fight took place, the profits would be unimaginable and suggested that Steve should not waste time overthinking it, and simply agree. Max added that by accepting Steve could both make a fortune and prevent a war. 2 birds with 1 stone. Steve recalled David's words about Hero being a psychopath and a killer, and that it was best to stay away from him. Our hero then asked whether he could legally kill Hero if he agreed to the duel. Both Melissa and Max were taken aback and could not answer immediately. Max eventually said that according to the rules they would not blame Steve if something happened during the fight, but they would not openly encourage murder either. Melissa told Max that she would contact him again after speaking privately with Steve. Max agreed and said he hoped they would make the right decision. After the car drove away, Melissa waved goodbye and turned back to Steve. She told him that if he did not like the idea, he did not have to accept it, because a war would not start regardless. Steve replied that he actually wanted to agree. Melissa said that Hero's country's intentions were obvious, either to lure Steve away or destroy him. Steve responded that he did not care about their motives, saying that Hero was simply asking for a beating. With a faint smile, he added that as long as it did not violate the law, everything was fine. Melissa then asked what he thought about donating all the winnings to Hero's country to gain their goodwill. Steve immediately understood her hint and agreed without hesitation. Melissa smiled and said she would handle everything with Max herself. She then added that there was one more matter, an official order from the government. She handed Steve a document and explained that once a year, all guilds of level 6 and above were required to gather. Steve looked over the document, and Melissa said she planned to invite him as well. Steve was surprised and pointed out that his guild was not yet level 6. In response, Melissa handed him a figurine marked with the number 6, and said that his guild had officially been promoted. She added that the certificate had been issued by the Bureau, and that the entire job region would be transferred to his guild, along with autonomous territorial rights. Steve was stunned and asked how that was even possible. Melissa explained that once infrastructure was established and people began settling there, the area would officially be transferred to Steve's guild as the 13th district. Steve joked that this meant it was time for him to take action. When he returned to the office and told the others the news, all 4 of them opposed the idea. They believed the government had failed to protect them and had abandoned the land, and now wanted to force them to defend it. Steve replied that the decision had already been made and that the government was interested in developing a city there. Chad asked in disbelief whether Steve had taken the bait, warning that they could be used. Steve replied that they could turn the area into a demilitarized zone and peacefully expand their farmland. Donnie said it was disappointing and suggested they simply take the money and immigrate to the United States. Steve replied that he planned to keep this area as their headquarters, and eventually divide the new territory into sectors. Donnie asked in surprise whether Steve intended for them to manage those sectors. Jim realized that whoever governed a sector would effectively be its mayor, and if Steve appointed leaders directly he would be more like a feudal lord. Donnie loved the idea and enthusiastically repeated the title of castle manager. The monk then read the news, which stated that thanks to Steve's lands their country could become the world's grain center. The boys wondered whether they could truly compete with Aruka's agricultural industry, which had trade gates across the world. Donnie pointed out that Aruka's produce was extremely expensive, and if things went as planned, Steve would become a lord ruling vast territory and earning astronomical profits. Donnie asked whether Steve had signed the contract, reminding him to keep 2 copies so no one could twist the terms later. Steve replied that they could not even protect their own home, questioning which of them deserved to be castle managers. He then added that if they were done eating, it was time for training. At that moment, Donnie suddenly doubled over, screaming that his stomach hurt and that he urgently needed medicine. Steve slowly began to lose his patience at the sight. Before he could say anything, Jim interrupted after reading the news aloud, announcing that Hiro had emerged from the dungeon. The boys immediately started mocking him, welcoming Hiro to hell and declaring that he was finished. The news reported that Hiro's team had cleared the 7th level dungeon in just 8 days. Another article published Hiro's response to Steve's provocation, stating that he would teach Steve some manners. Reports about the upcoming fight between Steve and Hiro flooded in. In an interview, the former world champion said that fighting one-on-one was nothing like clearing dungeons. An SPFC commentator added that Steve had absolutely no experience in one-on-one battles between awakened individuals. Another article stated that the highest bet placed on Steve had reached 240 million. The boys stared at the number in shock, and Munch said they would not have earned that much even if they had cleared the dungeon 100 times. Then Chad asked Donnie to scroll down, noticing something else. Another article revealed that Steve had donated the entire sum to Hiro's country. Donnie screamed in disbelief, asking what was wrong with Steve, and why he would give away his hard-earned money to another country. Chad suggested that it was done to prevent a war, but Donnie argued that it would not stop the hateful comments. Munch added that there was still the winner's payout to consider. Donnie suddenly remembered that the prize money for the winner was double, and Jim asked in shock whether that was even possible. At that moment, Steve appeared behind them and coldly asked what they were doing there. The boys immediately bombarded him with questions, demanding to know why he was giving away all the money when his own life was on the line. Steve cut them off, saying that if they had finished eating, they should follow him. He was going to inspect Jobs' lands. Elsewhere, the head of the bureau told the president that the payout amount had already been adjusted. Distributing $5 billion each would be sufficient. To be safe, they had arranged for Steve to donate his winnings to the National Fund, which would help suppress rumors of war. With a sly smile, the bureau head added that this was only the beginning, and that once Steve achieved success in agriculture, he would mysteriously fall silent. Steve was already flying toward his new territory on the Wyvern to see how things were progressing. He recalled Melissa's words about a former headquarters building located there, which could house about 100 people if renovated. When he spotted the structures below, he realized she had been telling the truth. Melissa and the workers were already waiting, and they noticed the Wyvern descending from the sky. As Steve nearly touched down, powerful winds erupted from the beating of its wings. One worker wondered aloud if the Wyvern had grown larger, while another admitted he was shocked to see it in person. Steve dismounted, and the Wyvern immediately vanished into an open portal. Melissa greeted him and asked how the view was from above. Steve replied that it looked good. He added that it would be ideal to plant trees throughout the entire area within a 4-kilometer radius. Melissa answered that once the territory was officially marked, she would submit the documents for approval. Steve spread his arms and activated his skill. Firefly-like lights gathered around him, and in the next moment his body began to glow as their numbers multiplied hundreds of times over. One worker asked in awe whether this was a famous ability, and Melissa explained that it was a territorial marker. Elsewhere, a man with a mohawk greeted martial arts fans, announcing that Sidekick was live on air. He declared that only 15 days remained until the battle of the century, Champion Hiro versus Rookie Steve, and said their channel had prepared interviews with both fighters. That morning, after much effort, they had managed to meet Hiro's team in front of a 7th-level dungeon. When asked how Hiro was preparing, Hiro replied that he had no time to train, explaining that the number of 7th-level dungeons would soon increase dramatically and humanity could not afford to rest. However, the headline twisted his words, claiming that Hiro saw no need to prepare for a fight with someone like Steve. Meanwhile, Steve's team was eating together. Chad complained that he could not remember the last time he had eaten warm food. Munch replied that it had been last Monday, and Jim told Chad to stop complaining. At that moment, Sidekick approached them and asked whether they were from Steve's team, known as the Laughing Talk. He asked if they were familiar with his channel and whether he could interview Steve. Donnie suggested that he go to Job, saying Steve was probably there planting trees. Soon after, An article appeared claiming that Steve was missing and planting trees. Angry commenters mocked him, writing that he was planting them so he could be buried beneath them after losing to Hiro. Meanwhile, Anna sat in an office, staring tensely at her laptop as an access denied message glowed on the screen. She tried another combination and waited anxiously. Suddenly, the window displaying Steve's personal file in the Bureau of Awakened changed to accepted. Anna felt a surge of joy as she realized she had succeeded. She opened a folder marked confidential and began carefully reviewing the contents. Her expression shifted to undisguised shock as a single thought echoed in her mind: 1,000 years. Articles continued to flood the news. One reported that 85% of experts expected Hiro to win. Another claimed that Hiro, hailed as humanity's hope, had reduced dungeon completion time to 8 minutes. Yet another stated that the DGB was transporting construction materials to job. Signs warning about wolves had appeared at the entrance to Steve's land. Another article said there were 6 days left until the match, and that tickets were already sold out. Then came another update stating there were only 2 days left, and Steve was still on home soil. Hiro and Anna were sitting together in the best hotel in the city, drinking wine. Anna asked what he was thinking about as she took a sip. Hiro replied calmly that he was thinking about how he would kill Steve if he failed to show up for the match. Setting her glass down, Anna said she did not think it would be that easy. When Hiro questioned her, she explained that she meant killing Steve. She revealed that she had accessed classified bureau information and learned that Steve had returned after spending 1,000 years on another planet. Hiro was startled and asked whether Steve had used regression multiple times. Anna said she did not believe he used a regression stone like Hiro, and that surviving 1,000 years that way would be impossible. According to the records, Steve had spent 10 years on a planet where time flowed twice as fast. Since Hiro himself had spent 500 years on Earth through regression, it no longer seems so implausible. She added that this also explained why Hiro had never encountered Steve during those 500 years. Hiro asked whether Steve had found the Fountain of Youth. Anna replied that there was a rare item known as the Red Divine Peach. Hiro repeated the name quietly, urging her to continue. She explained that the item appeared only once every 1,000 years on a single planet and vanished after 10 days. Consuming the fruit granted immortality and eternal youth. Hiro admitted that he was becoming increasingly interested in Steve, especially if he had truly lived 1,000 years without regression. Anna confessed that she was worried Steve might have lived longer than Hiro. Hiro stood up and declared that no matter who his opponent was, he would not allow anyone to block his path. News headlines soon announced that Steve had not arrived in the country on the day of the match. Meanwhile, Steve remained busy planting trees on his new land. Apples had begun to grow on the branches, and Steve examined the results while Donnie stood nearby. Steve said that this should be enough for the apple trees. Donnie warned him that there was almost no time left, but Steve ignored him and said that pears were next. Donnie shouted that only 3 hours remained, and that Steve really had to go. Steve replied that his level was still too low to plant many seedlings at once, and that while he was gone, the others needed to buy everything he had listed. Donnie told him not to worry about it and urged him to hurry. The next moment, a portal opened behind Steve, and his uniform instantly appeared on his body. A massive wyvern emerged from the portal, scaring Donnie so badly that he stumbled and fell over. Steve said he would be back soon and told the others to head into some dungeons, adding that there would be no mercy if they became lazy. Donnie rubbed his head and asked what Steve meant by being lazy, but our hero did not answer. The wyvern lifted him up and carried him higher and higher, its silhouette glowing against the red sunset sky. Watching him disappear into the distance, Donnie was stunned. Steve showed no nervousness at all before facing the champion, and he could hardly believe that the man had really spent his time planting trees. When Steve was completely out of sight, Donnie pressed a button on his remote control, and several drones flew into the air. He smiled in satisfaction and muttered that it did not matter anymore, because he already knew what image he would use as his screensaver. Meanwhile, the stadium was already roaring. The voices of commentators echoed loudly as they announced that only 3 hours remained before the fight. The crowd was overflowing with excitement. One commentator said he had heard that Steve still had not arrived and wondered aloud whether he had decided to abandon the match. Another replied that this fight would not be easy for a newcomer facing a world champion and added that Steve's country's government would bear responsibility for his actions. Hiro and Anna also arrived at the stadium and sat in a waiting room with a massive window spanning the entire wall. Hiro asked if there was any news, and Anna replied that Steve had recently expanded his territory and job. Hearing the name of Steve's new lands, Hiro smiled faintly. He thought that Steve clearly knew what would happen in the future. After all, the first 7th level dungeon in Steve's country had opened in Job. When it appeared, the combat squads had thrown all their strength into it and were annihilated. The country lost more than half of its C rank awakened and was unable to stop the monsters. Explosions reduced Job to ashes, and monsters flooded the continent. In the end, unable to contain the disaster, Steve's country fell. Hiro assumed the government wanted to prevent that tragedy with Steve's help. He wished them luck in his thoughts, and dismissed Steve as arrogant. The commentator announced that only 7 minutes remained, reminding everyone that according to the rules, a participant would be disqualified if he failed to appear an hour before the fight. Suddenly the spectators felt a powerful wind rise and instinctively looked up. Whispers spread through the crowd as people asked whether that sound belonged to a monster. Then a massive wing appeared above the stadium, and everyone began shouting that it was a wyvern. Anna stood up, staring at the crowd as their cries grew louder. The commentator announced that, contrary to expectations, Steve had arrived at the stadium riding a wyvern. David leapt to his feet, shouting that he had said Steve would definitely come. The men beside him muttered that Steve was causing quite a spectacle. The head of the bureau exclaimed that the world would belong to Steve if he won. Melissa also watched the broadcast as the commentator said he could hardly imagine Steve showing up just 5 minutes before the fight. Soldiers at field headquarters cheered loudly, urging Steve to crush them all. The commentator announced that the Dragon Knight had landed after circling above the stadium. Jean, standing among the soldiers, quietly cursed under her breath when she heard his name. Steve jumped down from the wyvern, which had grown even larger than before. He said nothing as it roared and vanished into a portal, disappearing from the stadium. The audience erupted in applause, marveling at the summoning magic. Steve looked around and asked why there were so many people and where Hero was. He then shouted across the entire stadium, demanding that Hero come out. The commentator noted that Steve was clearly searching for his opponent. The crowd picked up his call, and thousands of voices began shouting Hero's name in unison. Hearing the deafening cries, Hero stood up and told Anna that he was going. She immediately rose and grabbed his hand, trying to stop him. Hero smiled and told her not to worry, promising that he would win in return. At that moment, white flakes began falling from above, and a bird flew over Steve's head. Steve looked up as the commentators shouted that Hero had arrived. A long-haired man descended from the sky, and the impact of his landing shattered part of the stadium floor. The crowd roared in ecstasy at the champion's appearance. Steve, however, showed no fear or surprise. He calmly asked whether the man was Hero. Hero did not answer directly and said instead that he wanted to ask Steve a few questions before killing him. Hero asked whether Steve was a survivor of the apocalypse. Steve was confused and asked what apocalypse he was talking about. Hero dismissed his response, saying his acting was terrible. Steve grew irritated and demanded to know what kind of nonsense he was spouting. Hero asked whether Steve possessed another regression stone and how many years it could rewind. Steve, completely bewildered, asked what kind of stone he was referring to. The commentators noted that the two seemed to be talking and speculated about the topic. One suggested that Hero might be giving advice as a more experienced fighter. The other agreed and sent a broadcast drone closer. 3 drones descended rapidly into the arena. Hero began activating a skill and asked Steve whether he felt as though the world was beneath his feet after returning from the past. Steve asked in shock how he could have gone back to the past at all. Hero formed 2 blades in his hands and said that Steve was asking for this. He leapt forward, swinging his blades, declaring that he had a way to make Steve talk. The commentator shouted excitedly that Hero had begun his attack. In the next instant, everyone froze in disbelief. Steve's fist slammed into Hero's cheek before the blades could reach him. The force of the blow sent Hero flying backward into the stunned silence of the massive stadium. He crashed into the ground, leaving a deep crater where he landed. Steve slowly walked toward him as the commentator screamed that Hero was down. It looked as though the champion had suffered severe injuries and was no longer moving. Steve continued to approach slowly, and the commentator shouted that Hero was in grave danger. Our hero clenched his fist and muttered that the man was probably just a crazy bastard. He shouted at Hero to get up and asked if he was really dead. At those words, Hero's hand twitched. Steve scoffed and asked how a champion could be so weak, ordering him to stand up because he had not yet received what he deserved. Hero opened his eyes and began to rise unsteadily. The commentators erupted, shouting that Hero had stood up. The crowd cheered desperately, urging him to keep fighting. Hero wiped the blood from his nose, unable to tell whether he had been struck by magic or something else entirely. Steve said calmly that everything had to follow its proper course, and that the first thing Hero needed to learn was humility. Those words enraged Hero. He charged forward and shouted for Steve to shut up, but the attack was instantly halted by another punch to the face. Hero stared at Steve in disbelief, realizing he could not even see the fist that struck him. The next blow landed squarely in his stomach, sending him flying back once more. Steve decided not to drag things out and activated the tornado skill. In an instant, violent currents of wind wrapped around Hero along with the glowing fireflies. As the skill reached full power, Hero was hurled high into the air within a massive swirling vortex. Steve leapt upward after him, and a sphere of flame formed in his hand. He activated another skill, Fire Fairy Flow, and brought the blazing fireball crashing down onto Hero. Flames erupted, engulfing the area. The spectators clutched their heads and covered their mouths in horror, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Everything burned, and the explosion Steve unleashed was reflected in a towering column of smoke. The commentator screamed that Hiro was taking a one-sided beating, then corrected himself in panic, saying that Hiro was being completely crushed. He turned to the second commentator and asked what he thought, but the man said nothing, staring at the arena in frozen terror. The crowd screamed, some collapsing into tears. Shock spread through the stadium when Steve lifted Hiro's unconscious body by the throat. The commentators cried out that it looked like Hiro had died, but Steve told him to stop pretending, saying he knew he was not dead. He could see Hiro's health bar. Steve said he wanted to ask something, and demanded to know why Hiro had been searching for him. Hiro replied weakly that it was because he wanted to kill Steve, and his health slowly began to recover. Steve did not understand the answer and asked why. Hiro's eyes turned red as his health rose further. He said that Steve deserved to die. Steve asked in shock why he deserved such a fate. Hiro's face twisted, as he replied that because of Steve a plan that had been in development for 500 years had been destroyed. Steve demanded to know what kind of plan could take so long. Hiro's body began to change as his health nearly fully recovered, and he muttered, "Monster breakthrough." Steve realized in surprise that it was a transformation. Hiro screamed that he had to save the Earth. Everything around them glowed red as Steve muttered again that the man was insane. Hiro's transformation completed, and he activated the skill God's Fury. Space itself seemed to rupture as a colossal wave of energy exploded outward, sending Steve flying. The shock wave shattered the stadium's glass into countless fragments that rained down on the spectators. Red lightning tore through the air, smashing walls and ceilings alike. From headquarters, the minister and the deputy chief watched in horror. The minister said that the potion restoring Hiro was in effect, while the deputy worried aloud about a catastrophic explosion. What now walked through the arena was no longer Hiro, but a massive horned monster. The minister observed that judging by the transformation, Hiro had learned many dangerous things on the planet Kuchan. Thick smoke rolled across the stadium, accompanied by groans and screams. Some people cried. A small boy called for his mother, who lay nearby beneath the rubble. Many spectators had died in the blast. Even Anna in the waiting room was injured as the massive window shattered around her. The monstrous Hiro roared that this was the finishing blow, God's Fury. The skill was too powerful for a human body, so he had been forced to summon a monster form. He said it shocked him that he had to use this ability on an ordinary person, as he had been saving it for an 8th level boss. Suddenly the monster heard a sound ahead and widened his eyes in disbelief. Steve emerged from beneath the debris, rubbing his head and complaining that it hurt. Hiro stared in shock as Steve walked toward him calmly, his body enveloped in a soft green glow. Steve looked at the monster and remarked that the bastard was impressive. Hiro could not believe that Steve had survived God's Fury. As Steve drew closer, he mocked the monster, saying that it turned out he could transform too. Hiro demanded to know what item Steve was using to be so strong, and what he had used to regress. Steve replied that he had no idea what regression was and said it was not an item, but a skill called Blessing of the Forest. Hiro screamed in disbelief, saying there could not be a skill stronger than the elixir. Steve smiled and replied that it was an elixir-level skill that fully restored consumed life force and mana within 5 seconds. Hiro finally lost his composure and shouted in rage, asking if Steve was really smiling. Steve did not understand the question and chuckled lightly. As Steve prepared to kick, Hiro asked if he thought this was all a joke. Steve glanced at the information window, which identified the being before him as Monster Hiro, a U-rank hybrid. At that moment, the monster struck, catching Steve off guard. Hiro shouted that because of Steve, the world had died, slamming him with his tail. He asked how Steve could still laugh, following up with a crushing punch. Steve blocked it. Hiro roared for Steve to die, unleashing blow after blow, yet the attack seemed ineffective. Steve commented calmly that a U-rank was not that strong. In the next instant, he delivered a devastating kick to the monster's jaw. Steve asked whether Hiro's 500-year plan had been destroyed because of him, and whether the planet's destruction was now also his fault. Therefore, Steve concluded, Hiro believes Steve must die by his hands. He asked this calmly as green light gathered in his outstretched hand. Covering himself from the surging wind, the battle between them escalated once more. Hiro said that since Steve understood everything, he should simply die. At that moment, a mysterious purple stone appeared in the monster's hand, which he clenched tightly. A purple glow spread around his body as he screamed that Steve had ruined everything. He demanded to know if Steve understood how he had reached this level, and how someone like him dared to speak so lightly. The monster suddenly remembered a scene from a movie he had once watched about superheroes. A room full of children had cheered when the hero delivered the final blow and saved the world. Back then, Hiro had still been a child, smiling happily as he watched his idol succeed. But then the children on the screen had gasped as the hero fell to his knees, blood seeping from beneath his armor. The hero said that everything had been burned to the ground and it was time to fix it. The children cried as the narration explained that the hero's soul stone turned back time. Only the hero himself did not cry. He smiled at the final scene, unlike the others, thinking that it was fine even if he was forgotten forever. As long as the world remembered a single hero, That memory shattered as Steve's foot slammed into Hiro's face with terrifying force. Hiro's eyes widened in shock as his body was sent flying sideways. Steve repeated coldly that he was nothing more than a crazy bastard. Hiro crashed to the ground on his stomach, digging his claws into the floor to stop himself from being flung even farther. He coughed up blood and slowly forced himself upright, staring at Steve. Hiro realized just how strong Steve was. He could not believe that there existed someone he could not defeat in this form, and he wondered who Steve truly was. Seeing no sign of regression, Hiro decided it no longer mattered. He could simply start over. At that moment, Steve struck him again and asked what he was muttering about. Steve told him that he was not responsible for the destruction of Hiro's plan, and from that point on, he would teach him wisdom. Hiro barely resisted, silently urging Steve to keep talking and reveal everything. The purple stone in his hand was a copy stone, and it had already copied 79%. Hiro believed that in the next regression, Steve's power would be completely under his control. The stone did not merely copy power, it absorbed the soul itself. Hiro nodded inwardly, convinced that he alone should be the hero who saved this world. Steve activated the reality skill. His hand glowed blue as black veins spread across his face. In the next instant, it was no longer a human hand that pierced Hiro's face, but the paw of a beast. Steve transformed into a massive bear and struck with overwhelming force. Hiro was hurled backward, his nose shattered and several teeth flying from his mouth. The impact was so violent that his body smashed through a wall. Reverting to human form, Hiro fell into a crowd, where people recoiled in disgust and called him a cruel bastard. His hair turned white as he lay on the ground, cursing when he realized the copy stone had shattered. Blood streamed from one eye as he squinted upward and saw an eagle circling above. It was Steve, transformed once again, descending slowly toward him. Hiro realized then that Steve was no longer human. Steve dropped to one knee beside him and smiled, asking whether he could see the truth now. Hiro did not understand and demanded to know what nonsense he was talking about. Steve replied that Hiro could not save the world because he was too weak. Hiro's eyes burned red with fury as he hissed for Steve to shut up. Steve warned him seriously never to appear on his territory again, or next time he would die. Hiro smiled faintly and said that 95% of the population would soon die in the apocalypse anyway, and that Steve was already a corpse. Steve called him a delusional idiot and asked why his past had to become his future. Hiro's eyes widened when he heard Steve's words. There is no future for someone who lives in the past like you. The commentators announced that even though Hiro had lost consciousness, Steve transformed into an eagle and flew away. Jean watched the entire battle, her fists clenched, a single question spinning in her mind. Why? She remembered the day she lay in the hospital after the dungeon incident, when she had asked Steve why they could not fight together. He had turned to her sadly and said that she was still too weak, that their forces were unbalanced and one of them would suffer losses. Jean had been furious when he left with another woman, muttering that he was talking nonsense. News outlets soon filled with headlines declaring Steve's absolute victory. Reports stated that more than 48 people had died in the stadium during the match. The unofficial number one in the world, Steve, had donated his entire winnings to Hiro's country. Another article said that the victims' families were preparing a class action lawsuit against Hiro. Hiro later dreamed of Steve in the form of a clawed beast, forbidding him from ever stepping onto his territory again. For someone who lives in the past like you, there is no future. Hearing those words, Hiro jolted awake. He found himself in a hospital ward and wondered how much time had passed. Spotting a phone by his bed, Hiro opened the news and saw headlines about Steve's victory and the lawsuit against the former champion. As he read the comments filled with accusations and death wishes, an ugly smile crept across his face. He muttered that they were all hypocritical bastards. At that moment, Anna entered the room, unharmed. Seeing Hiro awake and holding the phone, she was briefly startled, then quickly snatched it from his hands and told him not to read that. She said people were only reacting this way because their pride had been wounded by his defeat. Hiro understood that Anna was trying to protect him. He said nothing, only letting out a heavy sigh. The girl asked if he was all right, and Hiro replied that he wanted to be alone. She said she would step outside but would take the phone with her, explaining that he needed rest more than anything right now. Left alone in the spacious room, Hiro stared at the door for a long time. Eventually, he stood up, walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and frowned. Outside, a crowd had gathered. People were holding signs, shouting for him to apologize and leave. Hiro felt a familiar bitterness rise within him. No matter how much he had sacrificed himself for them, these people never changed. They always turned on him in the end. He opened his information window and looked sadly at the copy stone. The message stated that copying had been interrupted. He clenched his teeth in frustration. If he had endured just a little longer, he could have copied Steve. Extending his hand, Hiro summoned a red stone, the very regression stone he had relied on for so long. Behind it, miniature projections of nearby planets began to appear, filling the room. With this stone, He could return to the world of 20 years ago. He saw no other way forward except to go back and erase Steve Sepp's existence. He calculated that he could activate the stone again in 2 years. If he could upgrade it to the 3rd level. His thoughts were cut short when 3 men entered the room without knocking. Hiro recognized them immediately and greeted the man standing in the middle. The hooded man smiled and said he was glad Hiro had woken up, asking if he felt alright. Hiro replied that, in a sense, he did, and asked what this was about. The man said it was an order from the bureau. Hiro frowned and said he had received no notification. The man shrugged and replied that he did not know the details, only that he had been told to bring Hiro in. Hiro turned to the other 2 men and asked why they were there as well. Their answers differed. One said he had also been summoned. The other claimed they had met on the way. Hiro studied them silently and understood immediately. The men avoided his gaze, clearly afraid to meet his eyes. All awakened of C rank had been gathered. This was not a reward. Of that Hiro was certain. He told them to wait outside while he prepared. The hooded man agreed politely, and they turned to leave. As they did, the tall man muttered that they should stay quiet, since 2 more were waiting outside the door. The hooded man tried to stop him, but it was too late. The 3rd man sighed and said that Hiro had already figured everything out, so there was no point hiding it. Hiro's lips curled into a cold smile. He asked whether the 5 of them truly believed they could defeat him. The hooded man raised his hands, trying to calm him down, and said that this was merely an investigation and that Hiro only needed to cooperate. Hiro's smile widened as he asked who, exactly, they intended to investigate. All 3 men tensed, unable to answer. Hiro realized that the bureau must have recorded his entire conversation with Steve on the day of the fight. They were likely interested in the items he carried. He asked bluntly whether they wanted the regression stone, whether they planned to lock it away somewhere and torture him for it. The hooded man hurriedly denied it, saying the issue was missing points in the report. The tall man suddenly snapped, calling Hiro names and saying that if he possessed such power, should he not have used it for the benefit of the people? At those words, Hiro's eyes turned crimson. A sphere of energy formed in his hand as he said calmly that the man had crossed the line. Because of this mistake, the country would soon realize what it had lost. The tall man reacted instantly, activating his own skills to restrain Hiro. Hiro's eyes glowed brighter, and faint horns began to emerge from his head. Outside the room, the 2 men waiting by the door saw a blinding light flare through the window, followed by blood streaking down the glass. As they rushed forward, a violent explosion erupted from within, blasting the door outward and throwing them back. When the smoke cleared, they stared in horror at the scene inside. Hiro had transformed into a monster. His tail had pierced straight through the tall man's body, while he held the 2nd man aloft by the head. Hiro asked coldly whether he still looked weak after losing once, warning that he would snap the man's neck if anyone moved. The hooded man extended his hand desperately and called him captain, trying to stop him. The monster snarled and told him not to use that title. He demanded to know who had given the order. The hooded man immediately answered that it came from the commissioner. Tucker, the commissioner of the Bureau of the Supernatural, was a so-called patriot who valued pedigree above all else. He had been waiting for Hiro to fail, and had bared his fangs the moment the opportunity arose. The hooded man explained that Tucker doubted Hiro's loyalty to the country. During the 7th level dungeon raid, 9 members of Hiro's team had died. Tucker questioned whether Hiro had transformed to heal them, and why no such items or skills were recorded. That meant, according to Tucker, that the reports submitted by the team were false. He wanted to know whether Hiro was hiding additional items. The hooded man relayed that before forming an investigative committee. The commissioner wanted answers to a few questions. Hiro laughed darkly and said that was not the truth at all. The commissioner simply wanted to seize all of his items for himself. The monster assumed that if everything had gone smoothly, the commissioner would have offered him the position of captain of the first combat team. The hooded man did not know how to respond to Hiro's words. He remembered the commissioner saying that Hiro's loyalty was beyond doubt, and that people like him were indispensable. Realizing he was right, the monster smiled coldly and said they were all fools. He had already witnessed this country's destruction 25 times. He wanted to restore civilization, but the plan always failed because greed could never be overcome. Hiro said he had one question. Did Anna know everything? The hooded man closed his eyes, clearly unwilling to answer. The monster roared at him to speak at once. The man finally gave in, stuttering that she knew what was happening. Hiro snapped in rage and tightened his grip around the man's head. Blood sprayed everywhere. Hiro thanked him for his hard work as the hooded man realized what was coming and screamed his title in a desperate attempt to stop him. It was too late. A deafening explosion tore through the hospital ward. Breaking news soon spread that Hiro had escaped after killing 3 awakened of C rank and seriously injuring 2 others. At the Bureau of the Supernatural, officials were already discussing his actions. Standing by the window, the commissioner cursed angrily, calling Hiro an ungrateful bastard. He said this was exactly why strangers should never be helped. They would always bear their fangs in return. Tucker concluded that Hiro had been a spy all along, deliberately planted by his country. He decided this incident was more than enough to convince the Prime Minister. With this excuse, they could eliminate many problems and create perfect heroes to replace Hiro. Turning toward the door, Tucker called loudly for his assistant. A man entered immediately and asked what needed to be done. Tucker ordered him to contact all broadcasting stations. There would be a press conference about Hiro in 2 hours. The media followed Hiro's movements closely. One headline claimed that the strongest man was now in job. Another article showed Jim training the boys, reporting a surge of new recruits in the guild. A different paper announced that the countdown to job becoming the 13th district had already begun. On a popular video platform, a clip titled "Analysis of Steve's Guild, Job Edition" went viral. Another video analyzed Steve's fight, calling it the Dragon Knight's path to divine power. Donnie scrolled through the endless stream of news, amazed by the sheer volume of information. All top 10 trending videos were about Steve, and he smiled, thinking that this was truly world-class. Then he stumbled upon an article reporting Hiro's escape from the hospital. The news anchor said that Tucker had called a press conference and invited viewers to listen. At the conference, the commissioner declared that there was reason to suspect Hiro was a spy and demanded an explanation for Steve's so-called terrorist attack. In response, the opposing press secretary rejected the accusations, calling them baseless and stating that the country was outraged by such provocation. Donnie listened carefully, letting out a heavy sigh. When he saw confirmation that Hiro had disappeared, unease washed over him. He thought it was impossible for someone beaten half to death to show up again so soon. But what if he did? What if he came while Steve was away from the guild? A chill ran down Donnie's spine, cold sweat forming instantly. He bolted out of his office and rushed toward the forest, complaining aloud that Steve always disappeared during critical moments and asking why he could never just stay home. Suddenly, blue lightning began to crack across the sky, and Donnie froze. He stared upward in fear, the sight feeling disturbingly familiar. A massive bolt of lightning struck the ground in the distance, followed by screams. Workers burst out of the forest, running toward Donnie and shouting for him to flee as well. Panic surged through him as he muttered that it was impossible for that madman to already be here. Repeating the word crazy under his breath, Donnie sprinted alongside them, quickly overtaking the crowd. Suddenly Jim ran toward him, and the two stopped in shock when they recognized each other. Jim asked where Donnie was rushing to. Donnie blurted out that the crazy Hiro was already here. Jim frowned and asked what he was talking about, explaining that he had received a report that a portal had opened nearby and was heading there. Donnie echoed the word portal in disbelief as workers rushed past, and Jim confirmed it. They turned back together, watching lightning continue to strike the ground. A red sphere slowly formed amid the lightning. Donnie swallowed hard, saying that the portal looked terrifying. Soldiers soon arrived, and they learned that it was a 7th-level portal set to explode in 42 days. Jane shouted that there was not enough time. Chad recalled that a similar portal had once had 23 gates and a countdown of 120 days. The group clutched their heads in despair. Chad realized that they had been so focused on developing District 13 that they had accepted people without considering their true capabilities. If a breakthrough occurred now, they would not be able to guarantee anyone's survival. Only the monk remained calm. He said that they had no choice but to accept it and clear the dungeon before a breakthrough occurred. The boys lowered their heads, unsure how to respond to such a proposal. Munch asked whether Steve would even allow something like that. Jim replied that the first priority was coming back alive, while Donnie asked if they were really planning to go in. The boys pointed out that they were still pathetic E-ranks, and Jim added that he was no different. He then asked where Steve was at a moment like this. Donnie said he would look for him. Chad decided to check the animal farm and moved ahead. Munch said he would scout the eastern side, while Jim chose to head toward the entrance. The boys split up, walking in different directions, and none of them noticed a ferret standing quietly in the middle of the clearing. The animal looked strangely like Steve. As if sensing its gaze, the boys slowly turned around. In a voice that unmistakably sounded like Steve's, the ferret asked why they had decided to accept this territory. Chad admitted that they had been blinded by the title of the 13th district. Donnie added that he had been blinded by being appointed as a manager, and the others agreed, but Steve replied that they were wrong. It was because this place was a massive hunting ground. The boys gasped in unison as they realized the truth behind his words. The ferret said it was obvious why this location had been chosen, and that he genuinely liked the way they were thinking. He invited them to truly experience the wild nature of the land. The boys listened carefully to the sounds around them. Munch even closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Steve said that a huge jackpot lay right in front of them. The ferret asked whether they should not hunt here with grateful hearts. Donnie replied that they were grateful, but their levels were still too low. Steve said that the prey was stretching out its neck and asking to be caught, yet they were thinking of running away. If they continued like this, he added, they would keep running until they returned to their previous lives. The mention of his former life struck Munch deeply, and his eyes widened. Steve asked again whether they truly wanted to go back to the past. The boys shouted in unison that they did not. They had worked too hard to reach this point. Donnie rolled up his sleeves, ready to head underground immediately, while Munch volunteered to act as a scout. Suddenly, the ferret glowed blue. The boys froze, staring in disbelief as the outline of a human body gradually replaced the small animal. Steve smiled and said that since this was their first 7th level dungeon, it might take them some time. The boys immediately changed their tune, saying they needed time to prepare and stock up on hot food. Steve said that someone had to train the newcomers and oversee construction, so Jim and Munch would join him on the first raid. The boys eagerly agreed and rushed off to prepare. Donnie complained that his name would not be included in the very first 7th tier dungeon raid in the country. Hearing this, Steve casually said that he was coming too, which Donnie clearly did not like. Steve stepped toward the dungeon entrance and announced that they were entering now. Donnie tried to stop him and asked him to wait, but Steve ignored his pleas and walked straight into the portal. He boldly entered and called for the others to follow. People nearby cheered as the team went in, with Donnie running last. Chad excitedly asked whether it was really okay to enter a 7th level dungeon like this, while Munch stood behind him. Steve and Jim had already passed through, their bodies wrapped in a pinkish glow, with Donnie chasing after them and shouting for Steve to wait. On the other side of the portal, the figures of the group slowly took shape. Steve emerged first, calmly surveying the surroundings, followed by Jim and Donnie, who narrowed their eyes cautiously. Suddenly a skeletal monster lunged at them, stretching out a bony hand. Donnie was so terrified that he forgot how to speak, and shouted something incomprehensible. An information window appeared, stating that they had entered the lands of the undead. The same message appeared for those monitoring from outside, and many people froze in fear. A news anchor reported that the first 7th level dungeon had appeared in Steve's country, and that there were now 8 such dungeons worldwide. Major global media outlets stated that this was inevitable, and the world's largest airports were already overwhelmed as people fled the country. The presenter suggested switching to a live broadcast. Immediately, a man rushed at the camera screaming that there were no tickets, while a panicked woman demanded that sea routes be opened. The embarrassed host commented that unrest was spreading throughout the nation. The bureau began urgently discussing what to do next. At the same time, Steve's guild team had already entered the dungeon. Inside the bureau, awakened officials remarked bitterly that the broadcasters seemed to know everything, as if they had wiretapped the bureau itself. The head of the bureau asked again whether Steve's team had been right to enter the dungeon immediately. Someone confirmed that Steve, Donnie, and Jim were already inside. One man listed the boys' ranks with a grim expression. Another questioned why Steve had brought them along. A colleague reminded him that Donnie possessed a video memory skill. At the very least, he said, they would leave behind footage for others. Even so, there were already countless videos online of teams clearing 7th level dungeons. Folding his arms, another man asked how the combat teams were preparing. The response was that 13 teams were awaiting orders, but there were very few A rank awakened among them, most being B ranks. Someone muttered that it was like sending them to their deaths, and that they would be lucky not to flee immediately. Worse still, they had only 44 days to clear the dungeon 88 times. A man wearing glasses pointed out that Hero's team had once cleared it in 8 days, and since time flowed twice as fast inside, a full cleanup still took about 20 days. The head of the bureau concluded that they would therefore need to clear it twice a day. One person said that no matter how powerful Steve's skills were, it might not be enough. Another added grimly that fleeing the country might be the only option. Someone suggested asking other guilds for help, but he was told that all of them were already busy dealing with an overwhelming number of 6th level dungeons. The head of the bureau closed his eyes and muttered that they had truly jumped from the frying pan straight into the fire. The man in glasses asked what the chief thought about evacuating the people of Job and moving them to the defensive wall in case of a breakthrough. The chief replied that everyone would die if a second dungeon appeared within the city. He asked whether Steve's barrier trees were not sufficient protection. Even if all the monsters could be contained within the barrier trees, the appearance of another dungeon would leave the guilds powerless. In his view, if the dungeon on Steve's lands was cleared, that territory would become the safest place in the world. He asked whether Melissa was currently in Steve's lands, and ordered someone to contact her to find out how things were going there. A drone flew over Steve's territory, approaching the construction site of a large building. When the bureau received the footage, someone remarked that it was quieter than expected. They were surprised to see that construction was still underway. Someone wondered whether the DGB was not involved in the project. The drone continued onward, and the observers were stunned to see a child riding a wolf while workers calmly ate their lunch. An elephant ridden by monkeys ran after a pack of wolves led by Bill. The men stared in disbelief, wondering how a place that was supposedly on the brink of disaster could look so peaceful. One man asked in shock whether the others had seen a monkey throwing stones from the elephant's back. Watching the serene landscape, they questioned whether this was truly their country. Several of them agreed that it looked like another world altogether, and even double-checked the drone's coordinates. The chief chuckled softly and asked where the department head, Melissa, was. The drone flew onward and stopped above a long residential building. On the screen appeared a girl lying on a sun lounger, basking in the sun. Someone commented that it looked like a soldier's dormitory. Then another voice hesitantly asked whether that sunbathing woman was Melissa. As the drone moved closer, there was no longer any doubt. It really was her. Melissa lay there in a black open swimsuit, her eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses. The men in the bureau widened their eyes in disbelief. The man in glasses remarked that her appearance was a perfect illustration of the situation on site. At that moment, Melissa seemed to sense that she was being watched. She lowered her sunglasses and looked straight ahead. An energy sphere instantly formed in her hand as she shouted angrily, asking which bastard wanted to die. Then she noticed the emblem on the drone, bearing the acronym of the Bureau of the Awakened. Realizing what was happening, she gasped quietly and covered herself in embarrassment. The chief covered his face with his hand and muttered whether she had really picked up such shameless behavior from Zen's friend. Hastily pulling on her shirt, Melissa tried to explain that it was lunchtime, but quickly realized there was no point, and simply apologized. The chief asked how things were progressing on site, and requested a brief report. Still half-dressed and visibly flustered, Melissa began speaking while remaining on screen. Someone immediately shouted at the drone operator to turn the camera, not downward, but to the side. Melissa explained that when the 7th level dungeon appeared, there had been some disturbance due to evacuation procedures. However, once Steve went in to clear it, everything calmed down. 3 hours after its appearance, construction resumed according to plan. Deputy Chief Chad was overseeing the work, while Munch was training the new recruits. After fully getting dressed, Melissa reappeared properly on the screen and asked whether there were any further questions. Someone remarked that job did not resemble their country at all. Melissa replied that everyone there trusted Steve. Another man reported that the Ministry of Defense had dispatched the 707th Detachment, led by Valentine, to job. The chief said they still had to do everything possible to prevent a breakthrough, and asked whether they truly had no hope beyond Steve. Suddenly he requested that his combat equipment be brought to him, stunning everyone present. When questioned, he replied calmly that he would personally take command of the expedition into the 7th level dungeon. Silence fell over the hall as everyone stared at the head of the Bureau of the Awakened. Meanwhile, in another country, Anna sat handcuffed to a chair. The door to the room slowly opened, allowing light to spill inside. She opened her eyes sluggishly, trying to understand where she was and what had happened. Commissioner Tucker stood before her and asked whether she was awake. Anna glared at him and said that he was making a grave mistake. He remarked that she was still quite energetic and asked whether he needed to shock her again. Those words were enough to dampen her defiance. Satisfied that she was no longer being sarcastic, Tucker placed an iron bracelet in front of her. Upon seeing it, Anna gasped and demanded to know where he had gotten it. The commissioner asked why she was so surprised, noting that it was not something she wore often and that she had hidden it very well. Anna's eyes widened in shock at his words. Tucker told her not to overthink it, explaining that they had already examined what was inside. Anna asked what he wanted. Tucker replied that the contents included some rather interesting notes. She said it was merely a diary. He countered by suggesting that perhaps even Hiro was unaware of its existence. Anna glared at him, unable to find a response. Tucker called her cunning, saying she specialized in gathering information, and that Hiro probably trusted her because he did not realize how well she could act. Anna cut him off, telling him to get to the point. Tucker said that the diary contained information about the future, records of who would become heroes, when and where disasters would occur, and even the exact date of the end of the world. Anna remained silent, glaring at him with undisguised anger. Tucker continued, saying that with knowledge of the future, Hiro had gathered people with enormous potential and pretended to train them. In truth, he had simply recruited those who would have become great, even without his guidance. Step by step, he rose to become a champion, an idol of the nation, while ignorant citizens worshipped him as their savior. All of this, Tucker said, had only been possible because of the regression stone. Anna smiled faintly and asked if that was really all he wanted to know. In response, Tucker demanded that she tell him where Hiro was now. In return, he promised her anything she wanted. He repeated the offer, insisting that he would grant her everything if she revealed Hiro's hiding place. Without hesitation, Anna replied that she did not know where he was. Tucker began to lose his temper, demanding to know how it was possible that she did not know. Behind a transparent wall, a man monitored the interrogation, watching the screens and listening carefully. He finally spoke, saying that Anna was telling the truth. Hearing this, Tucker stared directly into Anna's eyes. She did not look away. His anger subsided slightly, and he said that it was a pity she truly did not know. Anna replied that it would be even better if Tucker did not turn Hiro into his enemy. Tucker sighed heavily and called her vindictive. He said she would be sent to a special prison for awakened individuals, where a grim fate awaited her. Anna calmly responded that Tucker had no time to worry about her, because Hiro would likely come to see him soon. The commissioner glared at her furiously and hurled an insult. On a nearby monitor, a video played showing the tip of a red tail protruding from a crater in the ground. A technician explained that this was all the footage they had, because after that, it was as if Hiro had vanished into thin air. Another man reported that drones were currently being used to track him down. Tucker declared that Hiro was a villain attempting to poison the people of both countries and overthrow their governments. He ordered that every possible resource be used to find him and make him pay. The officer saluted and promised that they would do everything they could. Tucker believed that Hiro still carried the regression stone and was determined to seize it. Meanwhile, on a distant coast, a blonde-haired boy sat watching children play football. Hiro had cut his hair to disguise himself and was scrolling through the news on his phone. The reporter moved through the main headlines, and one item caught his attention. It reported that a list of Steve's guild members who had joined the raid had been released. Hiro was shocked to learn that the raid consisted of only 3 people. Watching clips of Donnie and Jim, he wondered who they were. Perhaps mere squires, he thought. Reading that Steve was currently clearing a 7th-level dungeon, Hiro scoffed and called him an arrogant bastard. He muttered that Steve should try it and added that he was curious to see how Steve intended to change the world with his power. Hiro extended his hand, and a faint purple light flickered between his fingers. In place of the light, a black notebook appeared. As he wrote inside it, he thought that to prepare for his next regression, he needed as much information about Steve as possible. Another news alert appeared, announcing that the country's strongest combat force, Unit 707A, was on its way to job. Hiro smiled and murmured that the destruction of the country had always begun after the strongest unit was wiped out. Suddenly, a football rolled to his feet. The children called out to him, calling him uncle, and asked him to throw it back. Hiro picked up the ball with one hand and tossed it cleanly back to one of the boys. They thanked him, and ran off to continue playing. Watching them, Hiro noted that a 7th-level dungeon had opened, yet the city still stood. He looked around at girls playing on the beach, and a young family walking along the road. Everything seemed peaceful. He thought that people should live while they still could, because when the end of the world arrived, those happy faces would be stained with blood and tears. If they managed to survive, he told himself, he would teach them how to smile again on another Earth. At the same time, military vehicles and drones began pouring into Steve's lands. Dozens of cars sped past a stunned Chad and Melissa. Chad muttered in disbelief, and Melissa suggested that it must be Special Forces Unit 707A. One vehicle suddenly stopped nearby, and both of them turned toward it. A bureau official in work overalls stepped out and greeted them. They were shocked to see the bureau chief himself standing there. Melissa asked what he was doing here. The man smiled and asked what she expected, adding that he could not sit in an office while the country stood on the brink of disaster. He approached Chad and asked whether his name was Chandler, explaining that to reduce public anxiety, the Bureau and the Ministry of Defense had decided to support Steve's guild. Melissa calmly corrected him, saying that his name was Chad. The chief paused, then quietly apologized. Chad nervously said that Steve did not like strangers entering his territory. The chief nodded and replied that he understood, but the appearance of a 7th-level dungeon was not just the guild's problem. It was a national crisis, and clearing it was a shared responsibility. Chad hesitated under the pressure and stammered that he understood. Melissa added that she would try to explain the situation to Steve once he returned, and that the state would pay appropriately for using the dungeon. Still pale, Chad joked weakly about whether he should start digging his own grave. Around them, the military had already begun setting up camp. Some soldiers were constructing barracks, while others, having finished their tasks, went to eat. Watching the temporary base take shape, the bureau chief remarked to Melissa that it already looked more like a proper unit. The girl turned to the chief and asked why he had come here in person. Instead of answering directly, the man asked what she meant by that. He began to say that if the head of the bureau did nothing during a crisis, it would be irresponsible. But Melissa cut him off and said that the whole point was that this place was the safest location possible. The chief bristled at her words and asked what she was implying about him. He told her to stop talking nonsense, and to assign him a place at the command post, adding pointedly that the chasse lounge she had been lying on earlier had looked very comfortable. He went on to say that they intended to invite all available professionals to join the operation, and that they also planned to bring Jen here. Melissa reacted in surprise and asked whether Jean would really come. The chief replied that she should already be in the barracks by now. He turned to leave but paused and looked back, mentioning that most of the protective trees were concentrated near the entrance. According to reports, even a missile could not penetrate them. He asked whether that was true. Melissa replied that she was not entirely sure and suggested that the director test it himself, adding that she was curious about it as well. The recruits from Steve's guild watched the special forces with open admiration, their gazes lingering especially on Valentine. One of them muttered that he believed he had seen these people fight monsters with his own eyes. Another immediately objected, asking what he meant by calling them monsters. To him they were heroes. Fired by excitement, the recruits decided to approach them. They walked up to Monk and politely asked whether he would mind ending the training session and joining them for dinner. At that moment, the monk was lying on a stone engraved with the words, "My temple," calmly chewing on something. Without moving, he replied that a person would stain their karma if they could not let go of attachment, and instead use tricks to obtain what they desired. One of the boys answered that they still could not die of hunger, since they had to live in order to eventually reach nirvana. Monk suddenly rose from the stone and repeated the boy's words aloud, savoring them. A chance to reach nirvana. Holding back his laughter, the recruit said that it seemed the monk's stomach had not yet reached nirvana, because his body was clearly breaking from thirst. He promised to bring him a couple of cans of beer. Monk praised him as very clever, and asked whether he had ever thought about becoming a monk himself. The boy replied that his family was Catholic, then added that he would also bring some dried meat to go with the beer. Watching the boys leave, Monk sighed that it was a pity, because they had no desire for faith. Nearby, the recruits excitedly discussed how much they wanted autographs. One of them said that Valentine ranked first in their country, but had a rather low position on the world rankings. Another answered that this was simply because Valentine did not like fighting. At that moment, Monk opened an information window. Data about his new skill appeared before him. The title read King of Nirvana, and beneath it was written that he could summon up to 20 wanderers. After calculating the energy requirements, Monk realized he would need to kill around 15 first-level bosses. The thought of seeing 20 wanderers on the first level under the Nirvana King made him look forward to what was to come. Meanwhile, Chad was speaking with Valentine, asking why, given the many empty rooms in the headquarters, the military had not settled in. Valentine replied calmly that they did not want to cause any inconvenience. If they were allowed, the military would station their garrison there. Looking at him, Chad reflected on Valentine's reputation as the man of steel and the iron fist. Because of his strong patriotism, he had once refused to join the Scylla Guild. Chad assumed that Valentine simply did not want to take sides. Aloud, however, he said that Valentine could do as he saw fit. Valentine turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and spun around. Gasping slightly, he asked Chad to ensure that military and civilian personnel did not cross paths. He explained that the soldiers might be sensitive due to the upcoming raid. Chad nodded in understanding and said he would do his best. At the same time, in the dining hall, soldiers who had set up a temporary barracks were enjoying their lunch. A tall man remarked that he had expected to see nothing but rabble here, aside from Steve, yet the food turned out to be excellent. Another soldier pointed toward the elderly woman in the kitchen and said that she cooked amazingly well. Indeed, the granny wielded 2 enormous knives with astonishing dexterity. The tall man asked in surprise whether she was even awake, and his companion replied that she was probably in a hurry, since there was not enough food. Suddenly, the clang of a metal tray crashing to the floor echoed through the dining room. One of the recruits had bumped into the tall soldier and immediately apologized, saying he had not been paying attention. Without warning, the tall man lost his temper. He called the recruit a useless bastard and demanded to know whether he really dared to laugh. The frightened boy turned pale and asked in a trembling voice what he meant. The man repeated the question, insisting that the boy had laughed. The recruit hurriedly replied that it was not so. In the next instant, the thug grabbed the recruit by the neck with crushing force, cutting off his breath. He coldly asked whether the boy truly wanted to die. Gasping for air, the recruit croaked out a weak question, asking why he was doing this. At that moment, an angry hiss came from the kitchen. The granny snarled, calling him a rotten bastard. Someone nearby shouted, "Move." The thug turned in surprise. At that very moment, a boy holding 2 loaves of bread slammed into him as if he were a solid wall and dashed past. A clear imprint from the sole of a boot was left across the boy's face, as he spun around in shock. In the same second, dozens of knives began embedding themselves into the floor. The thug barely managed to jump aside, dragging the recruit with him. The granny screamed furiously that she had told them not to touch the bread because it was in short supply, and she continued hurling knives. Bill leaped through a window, shattering it into pieces and releasing both loaves of bread into the air. Each loaf was neatly caught by a monkey's paws, while Bill himself grabbed onto Lyanna. With a satisfied smile, Bill flew away on Lyanna, while 2 monkeys chased after him, clutching bread in their hind legs. The stunned bully demanded to know who that was. Someone told him it was Steve's nephew. Hearing this, the thug muttered that the boy's movements were almost identical to those of an awakened monkey. The granny returned to the kitchen, cursing Bill and complaining about her aching back. Moments later, the thug began shouting again, claiming the granny was completely insane. How could she throw knives like that? His companion tried to stop him, but the thug protested that the knives had flown straight at him and nearly hit him. The man snapped back that it was the thug himself who had caused the commotion and asked whether he truly wanted to pay the price for touching Steve's family. Shocked, the thug asked if that grandmother really belonged to Steve's family. The answer was a firm yes, followed by the explanation that the boys involved were guild trainees. The bully looked around in frustration and asked why there were so many crazy people here. Then he suddenly noticed the absence of the brats. His companion pointed toward the exit, where they were already fleeing, having managed to grab some beer for lunch. The thug took off after them at once. His companion tried to stop him, but he shouted back that they had to apologize. One of the recruits turned around in fear when he realized that the big guy was still chasing them. Spitting saliva as he ran, the man shouted for them to stop immediately. One recruit muttered that the man was clearly stalking them, while another said there was no point thinking about it because he was simply crazy. Night had already fallen, yet the windows of the temporary bureau headquarters were still brightly lit. Inside, the head of the bureau sat across from Valentine and asked what had brought him here at such a late hour. Valentine replied that they were planning to begin the raid today. The leader frowned in surprise and asked why they needed to start so late. He reminded him that the military had only arrived recently and suggested it would be better to give the soldiers at least a day to rest. Valentine answered calmly that they had rested enough. The leader explained that official requests had already been sent to all the guilds, and that they were still organizing their plans. He asked whether it would be possible to wait one more day. Valentine countered by asking whether the leader did not trust them, adding that they did not even need additional manpower at the moment. The leader shook his head and said it was not a matter of mistrust. Even hero squads suffered casualties during cleanups, and for their country, the loss of even a single soldier was unacceptable. He asked how they could continue conducting raids if they rushed in and lost people. He added that even Steve had not yet returned, even though it usually took him only 20 minutes to clear a 6th-level dungeon. Hearing this, Valentine realized that the leader was most likely waiting for Steve's return. The man continued, saying that 4 C-rank mercenaries and 12 A-rank mercenaries were currently on their way and should be included in the combat unit. He reminded Valentine not to forget that Unit 707A was their strongest asset. Valentine nodded and said he understood. They would remain on standby for one more day. Despite the late hour, the lights were still on in the temporary barracks. In one of the rooms, Jean lay curled up on her side inside a sleeping bag. Suddenly a ball of bright light flashed just a centimeter from her face. Jean sprang up and shouted angrily, asking which bastard dared to do that. Melissa stood over her and said that Jean should have come out to greet them instead of sleeping. Jean lay back down irritably and replied that it was very good not to see them at all. Melissa looked slightly hurt and asked if she truly meant that, but she quickly changed her tone. She asked whether Jean was upset because Melissa had finally returned while Steve was still absent. Jean asked what Steve had to do with her, and told Melissa to leave so she could rest. With a triumphant smile, Melissa asked whether that was why Jean had called Steve so often during her missions. At those words, Jean jumped up again and demanded to know what right Melissa had to check other people's answering machines. Melissa replied by asking whether Jean thought the bureau had not turned everything upside down when she suddenly disappeared. Before Jean could answer, another girl entered the room and asked whether they had guests. Melissa immediately rushed forward and hugged her. With hopeful shining eyes, Jean asked whether she had managed to get the chicken. The girl smiled faintly and lifted her backpack, saying everything had worked out. Her name was Sandy, and she began laying out the food she had managed to gather. Chips, dumplings, chicken, pies, and beer quickly appeared. Jean exclaimed enthusiastically that this was exactly what she expected from a master of food searching. Melissa joined the feast as well, admitting that she could not resist. Jean urged them to eat faster, warning that if the captain saw them, he would kill them. Sandy laughed and said they should feast properly, because once the raid started, they had no idea when they would be able to leave the dungeon again. Jean asked Melissa why she was eating so much, if she was also heading into the dungeon. Melissa replied that she simply did not want to stand out from the group. Suddenly, Sandy turned to Melissa with sparkling eyes and brought up Steve. Both girls froze mid-bite and stared at the red-haired girl in surprise. Laughing, Sandy asked whether they had seen the video of Grace being rejected by Steve within 5 minutes. Melissa asked in disbelief whether they were not dating, and how he could have turned her down. Sandy explained that everything had been revealed on the program Questions Without Answers. Apparently, Grace had been rejected the moment they met, and now she was undergoing training to pass the Awakened 1 exam. Lowering her voice mysteriously, Sandy asked whether they knew why Grace had been rejected. Jean continued chewing her chicken in silence, while Melissa asked curiously why. With a strange smile, Sandy said that Grace had been rejected because she was weak. Hearing this, Jean choked on her food and Melissa stared at her in surprise. Sandy hesitated, then added that it seemed Steve was attracted to strong women. That was why Sandy wanted to ask Melissa, the department head who supervised Steve. Melissa said it was true, though she did not understand where the girl was going with this. Sandy pointed at herself and declared that she was the strongest woman in the country. Melissa did not argue and said that everything she said was correct. Blushing, Sandy admitted that she wanted Melissa to introduce her to Steve. At that moment, the chicken bone Jean had been gnawing on suddenly cracked in half. She stared at it in confusion and groaned softly, lamenting her poor leg. Melissa looked at her with understanding. The news feeds were soon filled with headlines. Steve had gone underground 24 hours ago. 36 mercenaries had joined the squad. Valentine had stated that retreat was impossible. A reporter complained about the rain, saying it was not a sign of bad luck. Bill ran past and waved at Jean, and she waved back as she walked with the squad toward the portal. Chad turned to the recruits and asked where Munch was. One of them replied that Munch had gone into the first-level dungeon with them, defeated the boss several times on his own, and then left with an angry expression. Munch was now driving a car, and had told them to continue without him because he needed to go somewhere else. Chad wondered what kind of trouble the monk was about to cause this time, and whether he had remembered to bring his pills. Suddenly, Valentine's voice rang out sharply, commanding everyone's attention. He announced that the only known information about the dungeon was that it was a land of the undead, which meant their unit would serve as the vanguard. First, they would locate the optimal place to establish a camp. Then, they would create a map and a detailed plan of action. He reminded them that they were the best group in the country and had to perform accordingly. As he walked toward the portal, he declared that the raid was beginning and ordered Group 1 to move out. Following their commander, the soldiers of Group 1 rushed toward the red portal. The controller announced that 27 had entered successfully and urged Group 6 to hurry, warning that only 3 seconds remained. 2 men sprinted toward the portal, one of them shouting desperately for them to run faster. They did not make it in time. The portal closed, engulfing them in fire and lightning. Seeing the tragedy unfold, the head of the bureau screamed, but there was nothing he could do. The dispatcher reported that 28 had entered successfully, while 2 had failed to make it. Steve had been inside the 7th gate for 23 hours, and the raid had only just entered the 12th. Suddenly, an alert flashed on the screen, stating that there were 3 minutes left before the explosion of portal number 7. The dispatcher thought the equipment had malfunctioned and muttered that it was impossible. The raid leader and Melissa stared at the glowing portal in disbelief. Then, 3 silhouettes appeared within the red light. Moments later, 3 figures emerged from the portal, wrapped in crackling red lightning. Steve, Donnie, and Jim. A wave of shocked cries rippled through the crowd as everyone recognized Steve. It was unbelievable. He was already back. After taking only a few steps forward, Donnie and Jim collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Almost immediately, the news broadcasts updated their reports. Steve had cleared the dungeon in just 24 hours. Another article reported that the town's residents were happy to return home, and were no longer in a state of panic. A third article confidently stated that it was only a matter of time before the 7th-level dungeon was completely cleared. Amid the flashing cameras, the head of the bureau shook Steve's hand and expressed his sincere gratitude. Turning to the others, he asked whether everyone had survived. Steve replied calmly that the guys had not slept for 3 days and were simply resting now. The head of the bureau bowed deeply and thanked the hero for his hard work. He said that he understood how exhausted Steve must be, but still asked him to explain his cleanup strategy. Steve looked at him in surprise and asked why he needed to explain the strategy at all. Melissa stepped in and said that even a rough map or basic information about the monsters would be extremely useful for groups preparing to raid the dungeon. Steve frowned and asked what groups she was talking about. He questioned whether they were planning to send another hastily assembled team into his territory again. The chief explained that they were in a state of emergency and that in order to prevent a breakthrough, it would be better if another group assisted. Steve immediately rejected the idea, saying there was no need to cooperate. He alone would be enough. Melissa realized with surprise that, to Steve, the 7th-level dungeon was not a disaster at all. To him, it was more like a treasure-filled island that had conveniently fallen into his hands. It was difficult for him to imagine that they were trying to help him avert a catastrophe. In his eyes, their actions looked more like an attempt to take away his spoils. Glancing around at the reporters, Steve asked why there were so many people present. The chief turned to Melissa and muttered that it seemed they were in serious trouble, prompting her to ask him to stay quiet. With a composed smile, Melissa said that she understood everything and promised that she would not send anyone there. However, she added that one unit was already conducting a raid. Steve's expression darkened with fury. He demanded to know who had given permission to raid his land. Both Melissa and the bureau chief obediently lowered their heads, and Melissa pointed to the side. A frightened Chad admitted that it was true. He had given permission. At that very second, Steve grabbed Chad by the ear and said that everything was clear. If it was not Chad, then who else could it have been? He dragged his younger brother by the ear, scolding him for letting trespassers into his hunting grounds the moment they appeared. Releasing Chad, Steve asked where Munch was. At that moment, the monk was in the crowd, about to attack a girl who was watching Steve's return with fascination. Chad spotted him and remarked that it seemed Munch was no longer a vegetarian. The monk opened his toothy mouth and was already preparing to bite the girl on the shoulder when Steve shouted loudly, ordering Munch to be brought to him immediately. The bureau leader and Melissa watched in astonishment, unable to understand what those men were doing now. Several recruits seized Munch and carried him straight toward the portal, while Steve dragged Chad along by the ear. The crowd buzzed with shock. Were they really going back in again without any rest? People whispered excitedly, wondering whether Steve's guild would become the first to reach level 7 if they cleared the dungeon. Someone replied that it was too early to talk about such things, since the dungeon had to be cleared twice a day to prevent a breakthrough. The crowd gasped as they watched the recruits throw the monk into the portal along with all his gear. One reporter commented that the monk did not look very well, while another told him to keep filming regardless. The bureau chief asked Melissa whether the curly-haired one was the man with the video memory. She nodded and said that it was Donnie. The chief said he would go and rest for a while, and asked her to gather information from them once they woke up. Melissa wished her superior a good rest. Meanwhile, Donnie and Jim were lying on couches connected to energy measuring machines. One of the doctors suddenly exclaimed in surprise, asking whether the system was functioning correctly. She said that both of them were already ranked B. Weren't they just carriers a short while ago? Another doctor stared at the readings in shock, and asked how that was possible, since they had been ranks E and D when they entered the dungeon. It was astonishing that a single run through a 7th-level dungeon could raise their ranks so dramatically. Suddenly, both boys sprang up as if on command, and Donnie let out a hoarse cry. Under the stunned gazes of the medical staff, the boys grabbed their weapons and pressed their backs together, instantly assuming a combat stance. Donnie glanced at Jim with a serious expression and said that it seemed they were already out. Then he turned to the doctors and asked whether they had seen Steve. One of the doctors replied that Steve had returned to the dungeon about 20 minutes earlier. Jim calculated quickly and said that they had around 30 minutes. He asked what they should do in the meantime. Donnie answered without hesitation that they needed to stock up on equipment if they did not want to die. Suddenly both boys cried out at the same time, asking what was wrong with their levels. The news was already filled with reports about Steve returning to the dungeon without resting. Another article said that townspeople were openly expressing their support for Steve's raid. Yet another reported that residents had begun returning home after hearing about the operation. A woman holding her child told a reporter that she felt slightly relieved. She said she had already received a residence permit and hoped to move to Steve's territory soon. Steve read one of the reports, which stated that everything now depended on whether he could reduce the dungeon's cleanup time. He snorted angrily and asked what kind of joke that was, since clearing it in a single day was impossible. At that moment, workers near the portal noticed lightning beginning to surge from it, and turned around. In the next instant, Steve, Munch, and Chad emerged from the red glow of the portal. Almost immediately, news spread across the entire country, reporting that Steve had reduced the cleanup time by 3 hours. Chad collapsed onto the floor the moment they returned, completely drained of strength. Munch sat down in a monk's pose and immediately began to pray. Men in white uniforms, crosses emblazoned on their shoulders, rushed toward them at once. After examining the fallen fighters, they reported that there were no injuries, but their stamina had dropped to 30%. Full treatment, they said, would take more than an hour. Steve turned to the staff and asked what they were doing. Melissa explained that it was the Bureau's healing service, adding that they provided it because they wanted to help. Steve frowned and said that was not what he meant. Why waste time, he asked, when they would naturally recover once they fell asleep after returning. Melissa replied that since it was safe and 3 times faster, this method was better. At that moment, Donnie and Jim appeared behind her and thanked Steve for his excellent work. Steve nodded and said it was good that they were here. Pointing at Chad and Munch, he told them to take the 2 and head straight for the portal. Jim hesitated and said in surprise that if they all went in, the guild base would be left unguarded. Melissa stepped in and said she would keep an eye on the construction site. Steve looked at her skeptically and asked why she needed to do that. She replied that helping them was part of her job. It was important to involve the entire team in the raid, and they should go without worrying. Steve nodded and said that he would leave everything to Melissa. If she had any questions, she could ask Grandma. Then he shouted for everyone to move. All 5 of them entered the portal, with Donnie and Jim carrying Chad and Munch. Almost immediately, a new article appeared, reporting that Steve's group had launched a 3rd raid into the dungeon. The crowd gathered beneath the massive billboard buzzed with excitement. Inside the dungeon, the group found themselves in an area surrounded by thick bushes. Chad and Munch were laid down in the center, while Steve, Jim, and Donnie spread out to cover them. Steve placed his hand on the ground and closed his eyes, activating his reconnaissance skill. The others already understood what he was doing, and watched both the surroundings and Steve himself. Suddenly Steve opened his eyes, now glowing with a faint blue light, and said that it was time to wake the sleepers. The boys shook their comrades with all their strength. Munch woke first, letting out a deep sigh. Then Chad and Munch both sprang up at the same time, startling Donnie, who had been trying to wake them. Chad took a heavy breath and asked whether they had not cleared the dungeon yet. Donnie, already bracing for combat, replied that they had cleared it and then come back in again. Chad stared in disbelief and asked whether defeating the boss had been a dream. Turning to Steve, he began to complain that they needed proper rest, since they were not like him. Steve remained unmoved and replied that they had slept for 30 minutes. Chad protested that 30 minutes was far too little. Steve calmly pointed out that Donnie and Jim were B rank, while Chad was C rank. Given that half an hour was more than enough to recover, the boys opened their information windows and stared in shock at their suddenly increased ranks. Steve explained that their bodies were growing stronger, but their minds could not keep up yet, which was why they still felt exhausted. Even though time had passed, the boys were stunned by the changes. Seeing their ranks rise so sharply felt unreal. Steve snorted and said that with such an attitude, they would not be able to protect their home even if they reached C rank. He added that they would need special training until the dead fish look in their eyes regained some life. The words shocked them, especially the part about their eyes. Steve continued, saying they did not understand yet. They had to become as strong as possible so that he could safely leave the house in their care. Suddenly he shouted that enemies were approaching from behind. Everyone spun around at once. From the rear, a group of skeleton knights charged toward them, roaring menacingly. Jim met the first attack head-on, crossing swords with one of the skeletons. With a powerful swing, he severed its head in a single blow. Chad followed, attacking furiously and cutting down monsters with his knives. At the same time, Munch effortlessly split another enemy in half with his spear. Working together in perfect coordination, they pushed the monsters back with ease. Then all four froze as a new sound echoed nearby. A massive group of undead orcs was approaching at high speed. Steve glanced at them and remarked that they were moving far too quickly, likely because of Munch. The monk raised his spear and began chanting. For those who cannot find peace in death, the door to the 6 paths of reincarnation shall not open. He slammed his spear into the ground and declared that the only world awaiting them was Dopion, a realm free of temptation. A massive dragon materialized on the battlefield as Munch shouted the name of his skill, Dragon Ascension. Donnie was quick to follow, activating a new ability of his own. He warned the others to be careful and unleashed a perfect ghost trap, firing a barrage of 108 rays of the abyss. The monsters could not withstand such an assault, and agonized groans echoed from all sides. Jim shouted angrily at Donnie, demanding to know what he meant by telling them to be careful and calling him a crazy bastard. Chad, meanwhile, glanced at his new skill data and felt a surge of pride. Leaping high, he hurled his knives and roared the name of his technique, Destruction of Pangaea. The blade embedded itself in the center of the horde, and purple lightning crawled outward in all directions. At that moment, an orc struck Chad from the side, hurling him backward. Jim shouted that his strength had suddenly drained away and his blade felt dull. Donnie yelled that his accuracy had dropped as well. Munch was pinned to the ground by a monster and asked whether this was a curse. Jim quickly assessed the situation and asked what kind of debuff it could be. Looking more closely, they spotted a creature flying above the orc horde. It had a female form, and they instantly recognized it as a banshee. Donnie turned and shouted to Steve, pointing it out. Steve stood bathed in a green glow and said that things were progressing even faster than last time. Meanwhile, back in the dining hall, new recruits enjoyed their delicious meal, quietly hoping that they would remain in Steve's lands forever. Melissa smiled and told them to eat their fill before returning to work. She stepped through a door and asked the granny seated at the table whether she had called for her. The old woman smiled and said she wanted to discuss the bathhouse. Melissa replied that they planned to install a finished sauna next to it. The granny shook her head and explained that a proper bathhouse needed a heated room with floors made of red clay stone. Melissa admitted, a little guiltily, that she did not know what to do now, since the order had already been placed. Just then, her communicator rang. The granny stretched and complained about her aching back. Melissa received a call from the video analysis team, asking her to come and review something. On the screen, Jim could be seen surrounded by a green glow fending off monsters. With a single precise strike, he split the banshee in half. The video ended there. The bureau chief tried to recall the name of the monster, and Melissa suggested that it was a banshee. She explained that it was a type of undead comparable to a mid-tier C boss, capable of inflicting debuffs that reduced physical attributes and accuracy, as well as launching long-range attacks. The chief frowned and asked where the rest of the footage was, since the banshee was not the boss. The technician replied that they had tried to forcibly extract the remaining recordings while Donnie was sleeping, but he had woken up at that moment. He added that he would approach Donnie properly once they returned from the dungeon. The leader then asked whether anyone other than Steve's group had ever managed to clear a 7th-level dungeon. Melissa answered that now Steve had done it, and aside from his group, no one else had succeeded. The man reported that since Hero's country had refused to share information, they had begun receiving multiple requests for dungeon data from other parties. The bureau chief said that their highest priority was the safety of Unit 707A, and asked how the situation there was developing. In response, the man displayed a recorded fragment showing Jim receiving healing from Earth fairies after nearly dying upon entering the dungeon. Not only had he been healed, but he had also received a powerful buff. Based on their analysis, without Steve's abilities, they believed that no team on Earth could defeat Banshees without suffering casualties. The chief asked how much time had passed since the Special Forces unit entered the dungeon. The answer was that 9 Earth days had already gone by. The man added that, compared to another group, they still technically had time. However, he assumed that the Special Forces squad, being stronger than the heroes group, might have been instantly wiped out upon encountering a Banshee. Hearing this, the leader slammed his fist down and shouted that they had to rescue them immediately, no matter the cost. At that moment, the radio crackled to life, announcing that Steve's group had returned from the dungeon. The chief and Melissa stared at the device in disbelief. Over the radio came voices filled with exhaustion and amazement, reporting that the dungeon's clearing time had been reduced to 13 hours. Both the leader and Melissa agreed that clearing such a dungeon in 13 hours was nothing short of incredible. The chief fell silent, sinking into thought, and staring into space. Suddenly he shouted that there was a way to save the Special Forces and ordered them to hold Steve. Almost immediately, a reply came over the radio saying that Steve had already gone back in. The chief froze and asked again, scarcely believing his ears, whether Steve had truly re-entered the dungeon. The answer was yes. After everyone else had left, Steve had gone back in alone. The chief clutched his head, unable to comprehend it. Melissa calmly explained that if one analyzed Steve's dungeon clearing times up to level 6, it became clear that he cleared dungeons in half the normal time when he went in with a group. If that pattern held, then the 4th raid of a level 7 dungeon should take roughly 6 hours. The chief groaned and said that if he had known how capable Steve truly was, he would have done everything in his power to stop the Special Forces from going in. Melissa then asked what he had meant earlier about having a way to save the unit. The chief replied that the more often something was repeated, the faster results could be achieved. He suggested that Steve needed to assemble a squad of veterans. Melissa gasped at his words. News updates continued to flood in. Reports announced that Steve had reduced the dungeon clearing time to 5 hours, and that 2 days had already passed since the Special Forces had been dispatched. Another article stated that 2 men had returned alive after clearing a dungeon in New Zealand, while experts expressed pessimism about the fate of the Special Forces. Yet another piece accused the bureau chief of poor command. Then breaking news erupted, declaring that Steve had cut the cleanup time down to 4 hours. At the dungeon exit, Steve was immediately surrounded by a crowd of journalists. Suddenly, a man threw himself at Steve's feet. The crowd murmured in confusion, and someone whispered that the man looked like the bureau chief. The chief begged Steve to save him, prompting Steve to ask dryly whether someone had really threatened to kill him. Melissa appeared behind the chief and said that she needed to talk to Steve. She gestured to the side and asked him to come with her if he had time. The 3 of them moved away from the cameras and sat on rocks by the edge of a small pond. After hearing the request, Steve asked directly how he was supposed to help the Special Forces unit. The chief replied that the dungeon needed to be cleared as quickly as possible. Steve answered that this was exactly what he was doing, but the chief said that was not what he meant. Steve frowned and asked why he should help those thieves at all. Melissa explained that it had been 3 days since the group entered the dungeon, which meant that 9 days had already passed inside. The chief added grimly that after 15 days, the chance of returning dropped by 50%. He said they could not afford to lose their Special Forces so senselessly. Steve's anger flared, and he demanded to know who had given such a reckless order. The chief lowered his head and admitted that it was his mistake. He alone was responsible. Steve then asked how it was even possible to save people who had already entered a dungeon. They would have to save themselves. Melissa said quietly that there was one way. Steve looked at her in surprise and asked whether such a thing really existed. She nodded and began recounting an incident from 5 years earlier. At that time, a first-level dungeon had appeared in an open field. The entry cost was low, artifacts dropped frequently, and it quickly became known as a lottery dungeon. The number of available gates had once reached 500, but they dwindled rapidly. The real problem occurred at the last gate. 5 C-rank mercenaries entered a dungeon with a capacity of 15 people. They chatted casually, saying they wanted to finish quickly and then go drinking. One of them remarked that once they climbed a nearby hill, they would see a large rock that would make a perfect campsite. Another said that after this raid, he would finally be able to pay off all his debts. The others were puzzled by his optimism. Suddenly, the man at the front stopped dead and asked what the hell was going on. The rest hurried forward, asking what he had seen. Lying ahead of them were the corpses of monsters. They wondered who could have killed them. One of the men noted that the bodies no longer contained stones, meaning someone had already looted them. Then they saw lightning flashing beyond the forest ahead. Staring in disbelief, they said in unison that it was impossible. One of them reacted first, shouting that the gates had opened and that they needed to run forward immediately. Steve listened in astonishment and asked what had happened next. Melissa continued, saying that a countdown to the gate's explosion suddenly began, and only one mercenary managed to escape. He burst out of the closed portal, shocking another raid group outside. He had been an athlete, and that alone allowed him to reach the portal in time. The chief added that an investigation was launched, and the conclusion was clear. Due to a computational error, two groups had entered the same dungeon one after the other. Steve asked in surprise whether such a thing was even possible. The chief replied that because of that incident, they learned it was possible in the final dungeon. However, even if someone entered later, the number of people inside could never exceed the dungeon's capacity. Melissa summarized it simply: as long as there were living soldiers in the final dungeon and the capacity limit was not broken, new people could enter the same dungeon. Steve slowly understood and asked whether they were suggesting that he clear all the other dungeons and then enter the last one to save the special forces. At that, the chief dropped to his knees and begged for help, saying that Steve was the only person on Earth who could do it. Steve asked whether they had not already filled the dungeon's capacity when they entered. Melissa replied that there had been 2 empty slots. The chief looked up and suggested that perhaps Steve needed another warrior. Steve immediately rejected the idea, saying he did not need anyone else. He calculated aloud that there were 82 raids left. If he cleared 4 dungeons, he would be able to reach them before the dungeon exploded. The leader shouted that the more time passed, the lower the survival rate became. If an entire month passed inside the dungeon, the survival chance would drop to only 2%. He urged Steve to clear everything as quickly as possible. Steve snapped back, loudly asking why the man had created such a mess in the first place. The chief bowed deeply once more and apologized. The chief promised that the government would compensate Steve for all the lost experience and profits. Steve refused, saying it was unnecessary. Instead, he asked him to tell the others to focus on training and make sure no one slacked off. Melissa was deeply impressed by Steve's actions, and the chief was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He was touched that Steve had refused any reward and was willing to bear losses for the sake of the country. Melissa promised that she would keep a close eye on everything. In the next instant, Steve took off, kicking up columns of dust. Small stones flew toward Melissa and the chief as he disappeared. The chief asked whether Steve had already left for the next raid, and Melissa replied that it seemed so. The man opened the budget allocated for rescuing the special forces and asked whether 5 million would be enough. Melissa could only sigh heavily. News broke immediately that Steve was going to rescue Unit 707A. A reporter announced that he was currently in Steve's lands. He had reduced the dungeon cleanup time to 4 hours and would soon begin a rescue operation. 10 minutes earlier, Steve had entered the portal again. Suddenly the reporter fell silent, and the crowd began to stir, all eyes fixed on the portal. Steve emerged, looking slightly tired, but as determined as ever. Reporters rushed forward, snapping photos and recording videos while shouting his name. The reporter announced a shocking development. Steve had exited a 7th-level dungeon after clearing it for the 6th time. Only 13 minutes later, without hesitation, Steve turned around and went straight back into the dungeon, stunning everyone present. The news later reported that Steve had completed 15 raids with an average time of 20 minutes. A photo accompanying the article bore the caption that even a Superman was not without his human side. Steve's incredible abilities became the focus of worldwide attention. 4 days had passed since the special forces entered the dungeon, and Steve had already closed 68 raids. Despite his astonishing speed, reports that the unit's survival chance had dropped to 50% prompted people to gather and light candles. A popular band performed, expressing their hope for everyone's safe return. The question spread everywhere: would the special forces unit be able to come back alive, as everyone wished? Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, the Special Forces unit trudged through a forest under pouring rain. One of the soldiers asked how long they had been walking. He was told that it would take another 30 minutes to reach the camp. With bitter humor, he replied that it might be easier to die there instead. Suddenly, Jean raised her clenched fist, drawing the squad's attention. One soldier whispered fearfully, asking what it was now, while another hissed for silence. Jean said quietly that there was a ghost ahead. In front of them, a monster dressed in tattered rags floated through the air. The entire squad stared in disbelief, wondering whether they had truly encountered a ghost. The soldiers immediately lowered their voices and whispered that they needed to hide. Sandy cursed inwardly, thinking that everything always went wrong when the captain was absent. If they were discovered, they would all die. The big guy from the canteen muttered that it felt as if gravity had tripled, because breathing had become difficult. Suddenly, a soldier stepped on a branch. The ghost instantly turned toward the sound. Its eyes lit up like lanterns, illuminating the soldiers hiding in the bushes. After spotting them, the monster growled, summoning its comrades. In the next moment, a shot rang out, and the ghost was hit in the head, falling silent. Flames engulfed its body, and it burned even under the heavy rain. A soldier positioned on a platform reported that the area was clear. Sandy shouted that they needed to move, but Jean said it was already too late. One of the soldiers tried to contact headquarters, reporting that large groups of monsters were approaching. Headquarters responded with rapid updates. 40 orcs were approaching from 6 o'clock, 20 ogres from 7 o'clock, and 200 goblins from 3 o'clock. The squad was expected to engage at a distance of 200 meters. Sandy shouted orders for the soldiers behind her to prepare for battle. One soldier said he had only half his mana left. Another added that he had only 3 arrows remaining but was ready to bite the monsters if necessary. A rumble echoed through the forest, and someone shouted that the enemies were closing in. One soldier asked his comrades to kill him if he turned into a zombie. Another promised to cremate him to dispel his fear. Jean shouted that the monsters were now 100 meters away. A horde surged forward, rushing toward the soldiers. Someone cried out that there were too many of them, and that they had to attack. The soldiers charged into battle, firing and fighting with everything they had. At headquarters, an operator reported that something was flying toward the squad at an astonishing speed. Jean turned sharply and demanded to know what the hell that was. Over the radio came a report that an unknown creature was approaching from 12 o'clock. At headquarters, analysts hurriedly consulted Aruki's handbook and ordered the squad to brace themselves. Sandy shouted that there was no need to analyze anything, since she just needed to destroy the monster. Tazane ran toward her, shouting for her to wait. Suddenly a massive ogre appeared beside Sandy, unnoticed until it was too late. It struck her with a club, sending her flying from the impact. One soldier shouted for everyone to hold formation. Another cried that the monsters were not dying. Reports were sent to headquarters stating that their mana and stats were dropping rapidly and that they could not defeat undead enemies under these conditions. At that moment, an operator at headquarters cursed loudly, realizing what they were facing. It was a banshee. A pale-haired monster rose above the battlefield, radiating a red aura. The soldiers shouted that their attributes were falling sharply. They would not be able to hold out much longer, and a retreat was ordered. Back at the base, the command staff decided they had to report this to intelligence. Suddenly the monster smashed through the wall of their temporary headquarters. The banshee flew past the soldiers and cast a debuff spell in an unfamiliar language. At that instant, Sandy charged the creature from below, swinging her weapon. The banshee noticed her and smiled cheerfully, asking how she was doing. At the same time, a massive screen showed Steve emerging from the dungeon yet again. The host shouted that Steve, who had already set a world record, had now cleared the dungeon 87 times in just 6 days. Donnie sat beside the sleeping team members, staring at his phone. He muttered that Steve had come out again and asked whether they should go greet him. Jim, without even opening his eyes, asked whether Donnie wanted to return to that hellish place once more. Donnie replied immediately, sounding frightened, that of course he did not. Jim, still keeping his eyes closed, told the boy to go back to sleep. Donnie agreed and lay down again, clutching his phone tightly. As he drifted off, he wondered what the world might have been like if the great catastrophe had never happened. Meanwhile, Steve emerged from the portal as if nothing had occurred, his body wrapped in crackling lightning. He walked up to the chief and Melissa and calmly asked whether he could go in now. Tears filled the chief's eyes as he replied that this was the final dungeon, and begged Steve to go back with the others. Steve nodded, stepped back toward the portal, and said that if they were still alive, he would bring them back. The host called Steve a patron saint and announced that he was entering the long-awaited final dungeon. News headlines overflowed with reports about dungeon clearings. Steve was hailed as the god of dungeons, and there was even talk of filming a documentary about him. Inside the dungeon, the battle against the howling banshee raged on. Despite the crippling debuffs, Sandy stubbornly charged the monster. She swung her weapon with all her remaining strength, slicing the banshee cleanly in half. Around her, soldiers were being torn apart by monsters, screaming that they could no longer deal damage because their stamina had dropped to 0. Rain continued to pour relentlessly as another detachment approached the ruins of a house. Valentine and his squad reached the boss location sooner than expected. One of the soldiers asked what they should do. Valentine ordered the entire unit to gather and erect an iron curtain. After isolating the area, they would kill the boss. Suddenly a soldier reported that the base seemed to be under attack. The main squad began fighting as well, but the situation quickly deteriorated. Their position was 20 minutes away, and the soldiers decided they had to move to rescue them. At that moment, a bolt of blue lightning streaked across the ground, cutting Valentine off from the rest of the squad. Someone shouted for them to retreat. Through a translucent bluish wall, the soldiers stared at Valentine. They realized too late that it was a trap. Skeletons of death began clawing their way out of the ground one after another. A soldier shouted that these were C-rank bosses from a 6th-level dungeon, and there were 12 of them. The soldiers begged Valentine to come back, but he could only stare in disbelief at what had happened. Back on the battlefield, the banshee burst into flames, and Sandy collapsed to the ground, her weapon slipping from her hands. She checked her stats and realized she could no longer move. Quietly, she wondered if this was the end. Nearby, Jin's sword was embedded in the ground, surrounded by a faint blue haze, and heavy breathing echoed through the rain. Jean lay flat on her back in the mud, unable to move, As monsters closed in, she opened her eyes, cursed, and saw them approaching. Memories of the dungeon where she and Steve had once been trapped flooded her mind. Tears welled up as she wondered why she was thinking about that idiot. Now, suddenly, a blue fairy appeared before her. Jean stared at it in disbelief. Around her, soldiers shouted that they could see fairies and wondered if they were already dead and heading to heaven. Surrounded by monsters, Sandy suddenly felt her stats begin to rise and wondered what those glowing blue insects were. Jean understood immediately, her eyes widening in shock. Like a tidal wave, Steve charged through the monsters, hurling them aside. Jean stared at him in disbelief, overjoyed that he had really come. The soldiers felt their strength surge as their stats increased rapidly. Just before the monsters could reach her, Sandy's eyes flashed white. Her body erupted in golden light. The monsters recoiled, but it was too late. The radiance burned them where they stood. Sandy laughed breathlessly, saying it felt refreshing as her strength was completely restored. The soldiers tore the undead apart with their bare hands, shouting in exhilaration as power flooded their bodies. Suddenly the soldiers noticed a mass of monsters rising into the air and demanded to know what it was. In the next instant, the creatures burst into flames. They watched in stunned silence as the undead burned away. Those that tried to flee from Steve, standing at the center of the inferno, were swallowed by a raging fire tornado. Steve turned to the soldiers and casually asked whether that was all. Instead of answering, Jean rushed forward and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Steve blinked in surprise and asked whether this was really Blondie and what she was doing there. Tears streamed down Jean's face as she asked what he was doing here. The soldiers stared at Steve in disbelief, whispering among themselves that this was the same guy who had slept beside them. The battlefield was littered with the charred remains of monsters. Sandy wandered past the corpses, dazed, wondering what had happened and where everyone had gone. Ahead, she noticed a group of soldiers gathered, and watching something with intense curiosity. One of them murmured that it really seemed to be Steve. Sandy gasped. As she saw Steve and Jean hugging, someone whispered that Steve was supposed to be dating Grace, while another said it was just a rumor. Sandy slipped closer and froze, her mouth falling open in shock at the sight of Steve and Jean embracing. Jean clung to Steve even tighter, and the crowd whispered that since Steve was here, he must have cleared all the dungeons. Someone joked that they had been holding each other for too long. Sandy suddenly remembered how Jean had snapped a chicken leg while talking about Steve and gasped. Someone remarked that their posture looked strange, almost as if Steve were pushing her away. Steve tried to pry Jean off, telling her she was too weak. Jean replied that she understood, but asked him to stay like that a little longer. Steve shoved her away forcefully, sending her crashing into a rock, and said coldly that she was too weak to be his partner. The soldiers turned away in shock, deciding to pretend they had seen nothing. Blood trickled from Jean's nose as she muttered in embarrassment. Steve rushed over, asking if she was all right, and warning that staying near him would only get her hurt. At that moment, a fairy fluttered up to Steve and whispered something to him. The soldiers began counting their losses. The main detachment had started with 21 people. 6 were dead, 15 remained, but there was no contact with the camp or the reconnaissance team. Suddenly the ground trembled, and monsters began crawling out of it. The soldiers shouted that the undead were rising again and would keep coming until the boss was killed. Sandy said they needed to return to camp first and locate the reconnaissance team there. Steve shook his head and said they would find nothing at the camp. 5 people were still alive at the boss location, but their situation was dire. Sandy reasoned that if 5 were alive, then they must be the reconnaissance team and asked where they were. Steve told everyone to follow him, saying there was no time to explain. If they were late, everyone would die. He shot forward, leaving dust and scattered stones behind. The soldiers stared in shock and asked how they were supposed to keep up with him. Jean was already sprinting after Steve, shouting that if they did not want to be left behind, they had to run. Sandy yelled for everyone to follow and took off as well. One soldier tried to warn them that there was a field of ghouls ahead, but Steve charged straight into the horde, ignoring all warnings. Sandy shouted for the squad to prepare for battle, and her weapon began to glow blue. A continuous stream of monsters surged forward. As Steve reached them, he activated a summoning skill. From the first portal, a massive wolf burst forth and clamped its jaws around a ghoul's head. One by one, beasts poured out of the portals, ripping the ghouls apart. The soldiers stared in awe, whispering that this was a true call, and that they did not even need to fight. Sandy thought, without shame, that Steve was incredibly hot. Just then, Jean turned her head sharply and reported that a flying object was approaching from 11 o'clock. Sandy asked whether it was another flying witch-like creature. Jean shook her head and said no, because it felt different. Indeed, another flying being was approaching. When Steve saw it clearly, he smiled and greeted it calmly. "Hello, Lich." The soldiers screamed in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Could this really be a Lich? The monster looked imposing, wearing a golden crown and something resembling a royal robe. The soldiers shouted that another wave of undead was approaching and anxiously asked how they were supposed to deal with it. At the same time, the reconnaissance squad was still fighting the Death Knights, trying to keep their morale up by telling themselves that these him. Meanwhile, in Steve's guild, Donnie and Chad stood staring at something in front of them. Stunned, Sandy stood there in a bunny costume, asking whether her brother Steve was awake and whether they could meet today. The two men looked at her in disbelief. Donnie finally managed to answer that her brother had not woken up yet. He must still be exhausted. The girl asked them to take the bags she had brought, explaining that they contained rolls soaked in raspberry wine. Donnie and Chad accepted the food in shock, unable to believe that someone had actually soaked rolls in raspberry wine. As she was leaving, the girl asked them to call her when her brother woke up, because she needed to see him before departing on a new mission. Donnie smiled and told her not to worry. They would definitely let her know. She walked away, leaving the two of them exchanging confused looks. Donnie asked when Sandy had started calling Steve her brother, and Chad replied that Steve was popular with women. They joked that this was probably why Steve lacked vitality. Peeking into the room, they were startled to see a boar lying on the rug. Chad remarked in disbelief that Steve had transformed in his sleep. He added that if Steve turned into a wyvern, the entire place would be destroyed, and asked whether they should wake him up. Donnie shook his head and said that Steve became extremely sensitive during transformations. He had once tried waking him when Steve was a wolf, and had nearly been bitten to death. Chad muttered that he still could not believe Steve could transform even while sleeping. Suddenly, Sandy burst into the room shouting that her brother was awake. Donnie and Chad froze in fear, instantly realizing that Steve might attack. The girl in the bunny costume ran straight toward the sleeping figure, and Donnie desperately tried to stop her. In the next moment, a blinding blue light filled the entire room, forcing everyone to cover their eyes. When the light faded, the boar was gone. In its place, a small kitten lay curled up on the rug. Sandy blushed at the sight, and said that it was incredibly cute. At the same time, Jean ran into Valentine in the corridor, and called out to him. Valentine had not expected to see her there, and greeted her in surprise. Jean asked how he was feeling, and he replied that he was already fine. Valentine said that he wanted to see Steve and asked Jean to go with him. She replied that she was heading to see Steve as well, and told him to follow her. Back in Steve's room, Donnie and Chad were watching everything with intense concentration. Sandy scooped up Steve in his cat form, and hugged him tightly, telling him how cute he was. Steve looked at her in surprise and asked why she had come, letting out an indignant meow. Sandy explained that after the Special Forces unit had been sent home, she had returned to the guild. Since she would not be able to see Steve for some time, she wanted to spend a moment with him. Steve tried to wriggle free and said that he would see her later. Sandy then asked whether she would be accepted into their guild. Steve replied that there was no reason to refuse her. Donnie and Chad were stunned to hear that Sandy was joining their guild. Donnie whispered that Steve was only staying in her arms because she was a woman. Suddenly, he hiccuped. Remembering something important, he rushed forward and shouted that the transformation time was almost over. Sandy and the cat both stared at him in confusion. At that moment, Jean and Valentine arrived at the door and greeted them. Donnie felt another wave of panic, realizing how badly timed their arrival was. In the next instant, blue light flooded the room once more. When it vanished, Donnie and Chad stared in disbelief. Jean leaned in with interest, asking what was going on. On the floor lay Steve, back in human form, his face buried in Sandy's chest. He lifted his head and looked toward the doorway, where an enraged blonde was standing. Jean screamed that he was a crazy pervert, and hurled the box of elixirs she had brought. It struck Steve squarely on the head, and jars spilled across the floor. Hissing curses, Jean stormed out without looking back. Melissa, who had witnessed the scene, stared in stunned silence. Sandy anxiously asked whether Steve was all right, and Donnie replied that nothing short of a catastrophe could harm him. Sandy still did not fully understand what had happened, and quietly watched from the side. Valentine bent down and greeted Steve. Sandy asked in surprise when the captain had arrived, and Chad replied that he had been there the entire time. Steve asked why Valentine had come, and Valentine replied that he wanted to thank him. Steve said it was unnecessary and asked him to leave, complaining that he had a headache. Valentine, however, said that the experience had made him realize that helping others did not always require sacrificing someone else. He vowed to save more lives. As Valentine continued his solemn speech, Steve fell asleep again, his snores echoing through the room. Chad sighed and said that Steve had passed out once more. He added that it was dangerous to stay there and suggested that everyone leave. Elsewhere, something was unfolding inside another building. A girl climbed the steps, with a man in a cap following a short distance behind. The girl turned excitedly, glanced at him, and quickly entered a code into the lock before slipping into her apartment and slamming the door shut. Leaning against it, she exhaled heavily. Suddenly, a man stepped out of the shadows inside the room and called her by name. She snapped irritably, asking who they were. The man replied that they were from the Bureau's criminal task force, and demanded to know what a living woman, who had supposedly died from a gunshot wound to the head, was doing at a murder scene. The girl's eyes glowed red as she remarked that he was very talkative. The man drew his gun and warned her not to move. Behind the door, his partner watched in horror as his weapon glowed gold and disassembled itself into pieces. He burst out of the apartment shouting for his boss, only to freeze in terror. Tentacles were wrapped around his superior's head, emerging from the mouth of the girl once known as Linda. The man cried out in shock, asking what the hell was happening. At the same time, the head of the bureau was speaking cheerfully on the phone. He greeted the person on the other end warmly, asking whether she had checked her winnings of nearly $1.5 million. He said he had told her they would make it back. He added that he would most likely receive an order of merit this time, and asked whether she had received permission to live in Steve's lands, since it was the safest place. He said goodbye affectionately, promising to see her later. After ending the call, he smiled to himself and said that he needed a cup of coffee. Only then did he notice Melissa standing behind him. He jumped in fright and asked what she wanted. Melissa said that an order had come from Special Operations Command. Everyone needed to be disbanded, and the special forces were to be redeployed to a 6th-level dungeon. The head agreed and added that the city had become extremely important. Melissa corrected him, saying that it was not just the city, but the entire world that was now in chaos. The man sighed and said that it was exhausting, and that saving the country was only enjoyable the first few times. Melissa replied that the executives were already waiting in the conference room and activated the video feed. Everyone greeted the bureau head at once, and he remarked that he had not seen the manager in quite a long time. The chief asked why the manager looked so troubled if everyone had returned from the campaign. The manager replied that the situation had become extremely serious, and that the chief needed to come to the office immediately. News headlines were already flooding the screens. A 7th-level dungeon had broken through in Australia. In Brazil, 14 6th-level dungeons had breached at the same time. The country was in chaos. The chief wondered bitterly why refugees had fled into the ocean, since no one even knew what kind of creatures might now live there. Then he was informed that another country was preparing to use nuclear weapons. Shocked, he asked whether they had really exhausted all conventional options. He was told that the current monster wave exceeded the level that ordinary weapons could handle. The speaker added that the use of nuclear weapons might alter the monster's path, redirecting them toward their country. The army was already preparing reinforcements, because these monsters could merge with those already advancing. The chief asked anxiously whether the threat was moving in their direction and demanded an update on the dungeon situation. Reports stated that crime was rising sharply and that civilians no longer felt safe due to the weakness of the guilds. One official said that 14 dungeons had opened in a single day, 6 of them at level 6. Other guilds were also struggling with a lack of combat groups. The chief rubbed his forehead in frustration and muttered that it was a complete disaster. Someone reminded him about a serial killer case that had been transferred from the police. 2 members of the special department handling the investigation had been killed. The chief stared in shock and asked what kind of killer could eliminate 2 agents, and whether they had been awakened. The reply was that they suspected the culprit was a vampire, because she had already died and resurrected 3 times. The chief could hardly believe it, and asked how that was even possible. Another official said that since there was no protocol for dealing with vampires, an emergency plan was urgently needed. The chief groaned, saying that the dungeons already gave him migraines, and now a vampire had been added to the list. He said he would return to the department tomorrow, after the special forces were redeployed, and asked them to hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, armored vehicles and drones tore through the forest at full speed. Sandy waved goodbye from the helicopter and asked the others to say hello to Steve for her. The guild members, along with Jean and Melissa, said their farewells and told her to take care of herself. Melissa asked the blonde whether she should return to reconnaissance, but Jean replied that she wanted to be sent straight into the thick of battle. A brunette asked softly what had happened to her, but Jean did not answer, staring straight ahead with only one thought in her mind. She needed to become stronger. Melissa watched her friend in silence, her eyes full of excitement. She remembered a recent evening in the barracks, when the girls had been drinking together. Sandy had already passed out, mumbling about monsters. Melissa had turned to Jean, and recalled that Jean once said she was not interested in men, so why was she so obsessed with Steve? Jean had not taken the bait. She calmly asked what Melissa meant by insanity, then quietly said that she believed Steve would not die. Melissa had understood her meaning immediately. Remembering that moment now, Melissa smiled and wished her friend good luck. Sometime later, breaking news spread that a neighboring country had indeed used a nuclear weapon. Officials discussed whether city defenses should be reinforced. New dungeons continued to appear, and guilds were rapidly running out of combat-ready teams. Everyone understood the same thing. The only one who could change the situation was Steve, and something had to be done. The chief asked what was going on with Steve. He was told that rumors claimed Steve could handle all the dungeons by himself if he chose to. The chief clenched his teeth and muttered that those bastards could actually do something useful for once. While these discussions continued, Steve's guild was strangely peaceful. Soft moans echoed from one of the buildings, and someone lazily remarked that it felt very pleasant. It was Melissa. She and the granny were lying on the floor of the sauna, and Melissa said that her fatigue really had disappeared. Granny replied that when your whole body ached, lying on hot flat stones was a dream come true. Melissa's phone rang, and she answered when she saw it was the bureau chief calling. At the same time, Steve and Donnie were sitting on the edge of a cliff, gazing down at the endless slope below. Steve asked whether that was enough, and Donnie asked what he meant. Steve said that their home should be safe while he was away. He asked whether everyone had reached A rank. Donnie confirmed that they had, and said it was hard to believe how fast it had happened. Steve asked what the others were doing. Donnie replied that Jim was training the newcomers, Chad was overseeing construction, and the monk often went out on his own. Steve asked where exactly. Donnie said the monk rarely explained himself, only muttering something about saving wanderers. Steve realized he would not get more information, and asked what Donnie himself was doing. Donnie grimaced and asked whether Steve was seriously asking that. When Steve looked confused, Donnie snapped that he was editing videos, until Steve dragged him off to the neutral zone to tame beasts. Steve recalled that it had indeed gone that way, and fell silent. Donnie snorted. Steve then said that animals had become restless because people had reduced pollution and started using gasoline more often. Maybe, he added, it was because they lacked partners and fought constantly when they met. Abruptly changing the subject, Steve suggested digging a ditch outside the wall. Donnie said that would strengthen the defenses and allow them to use the river flow. Steve nodded and proposed releasing alligators into it. Donnie said it sounded great, and Steve asked with a bright smile whether there were any alligators nearby. Donnie laughed nervously and said there were none. Steve sighed and said that was a pity, then suggested going into the neutral zone to catch some. Donnie replied that this really did not feel like the right time. Looking at his phone, Donnie said that people were holding candlelight vigils because Steve was not doing anything. Steve asked in confusion why he was supposed to go hunting in foreign lands. At that moment, a car stopped below them, and both boys turned in surprise. Steve asked who it was. Donnie replied that it was the bureau manager, and added that they would not be going anywhere today. Melissa approached them and said that the bureau had received a request for cooperation. Steve did not even let her finish and immediately said that he was passing. Melissa asked him to listen first, and explained that there were several dungeons they could not hold anymore. She did not get to finish her sentence. Somewhere behind her, a powerful explosion shook the air. Everyone turned around in shock. Melissa stared into the distance and asked whether that was not where the blood crystal power plant was located. Donnie's first thought was that the explosion might have been caused by Hero. Cries for help echoed from the station, as survivors shouted that the wounded needed to be carried out. Chad arrived at the scene of the blast and immediately realized that, because of the raging fire, it was impossible to enter and help directly. Jim and his recruits also rushed over and asked what had happened. Chad replied that the generator must have exploded, but Jean insisted that the fire had to be extinguished immediately to prevent a second explosion. Suddenly, blue lights began to appear around them, and everyone turned in surprise. Steve was standing behind them, summoning tiny fairies. Relief spread through the crowd at the sight of him. After finishing his preparations, Steve activated the water vortex skill. A massive whirlpool of water formed in the sky and descended over the entire building. Torrents of water poured down, extinguishing the flames completely, leaving not a single spark behind. Then someone noticed people falling along with the streams of water. Without hesitation, Steve shouted and called for Wyvern. A gigantic wyvern emerged with a thunderous roar, opening its massive jaws. Those watching stared in horror, not at the falling people but at the terrifying beast itself. As soon as it appeared, the wyvern assessed the situation and understood its task. Blue lights surrounded the falling people, the water gradually subsided, and instead of plummeting, the survivors began to float gently. One by one, they landed safely on the ground. The onlookers rushed toward the survivors, astonished that the wyvern had saved them. Soon ambulances arrived, and people hurriedly guided medics to the injured. Melissa and Donnie arrived as well and asked Chad what had happened. Chad said it seemed to be the generator, but nothing was certain yet because the investigation had not begun. Melissa remarked that DGB generators had caused explosions before, but never of such magnitude, and said that the group leaders needed to be gathered. At that moment, someone called out to the bureau manager. Everyone turned toward the voice. It was Steve. He calmly announced that he wanted to dig a large ditch around his lands. Chad stared at him in surprise, having never heard such a proposal before. Donnie explained that Steve wanted to strengthen the guild's defenses while he was away. Chad asked whether Steve really meant building a moat around all the walls, pointing out that they were already in debt. Steve looked surprised, and Chad added that such a project would cost an astronomical amount of money. Donnie reminded them that most of their funds had been donated after the duel in the 7th level dungeon. Steve said he would earn more money, but Chad replied that it would not help unless they found a dungeon rich in treasures. At that point, Melissa stepped in and said that such a dungeon existed. The others looked at her skeptically, waiting for details. She explained that there was a 4th level dungeon known for abundant treasures and multiple blood crystal drops. Donnie was shocked that such a dungeon actually existed, while Steve said it sounded perfect. They discussed that access would not be granted freely, and that they would probably have to pay. Melissa said that the dungeon was controlled by the Core Guild, and that a cooperation request had already been received. Donnie noted that they lacked enough combat teams. Steve asked about construction support, and Melissa replied that Core had its own construction company. If they cooperated, they could negotiate the cost down to half. Jim eagerly volunteered, saying he wanted to try something new. Monkey suddenly appeared and suggested forming a squad with the guild's newcomers. Chad agreed, liking the idea. Melissa said that while they were gone, she would oversee the construction herself. Steve was satisfied with the decision and said it was time to move. Soon, news broke that 5 members of Steve's guild had gone on a raid. Before long, they found themselves inside a dungeon, and the battle began immediately. Chad activated his new skill, Panga Destruction. He swung his sword, and a bolt of red lightning tore through the enemy camp. Monsters were flung apart, shredded by the lightning's force. Jim kept pace, burning monsters one after another and counting each kill. Donnie fired continuously, holding rifles in both hands and preventing the enemies from closing in. When one monster got too close, he activated a formation skill. The shot pierced straight through the creature. Monk also fought relentlessly, cutting down enemies with his spear. Suddenly Monk turned and froze when he saw silhouettes of more monsters approaching. He activated Dragon Ascension, and blue waves engulfed the enemies. However, they did not fall. Monk realized grimly that the skill was still not powerful enough. He clasped his hands together and activated another ability, Summon Wanderers, King of Nirvana, First Path. His left eye glowed red as he focused ahead. Zombie bodies began rising from the ground, and Monk ordered them to devour the monsters. Meanwhile, Steve calmly harvested crystals from fallen enemies, and was surprised to find 5 crystals from 5 monsters. Smiling at the glittering loot, he thought that this truly was a dungeon filled with treasures. Back on Steve's lands, construction was in full swing as workers dug the moat. As promised, Melissa supervised everything, issuing orders and coordinating the effort. Far beyond the peaceful territory, soldiers sat in trenches, eating lunch under pouring rain. Suddenly they heard a growl and turned toward the sound. Complaining about their rations, they grabbed their weapons. Listening carefully, they realized that hundreds of monsters were approaching. Flares were fired into the darkness, illuminating a massive horde. Tens of thousands of monsters filled the field. The soldiers immediately radioed for support and opened fire. Headquarters reported that the 2nd Division had entered the battle. Soon after, a report came in that the unit under Corps 1 had already been destroyed. Shock spread through the command. As the battle had only just begun, they discussed retreating and falling back to defend the capital walls instead. The captain sighed heavily and requested a direct connection to the head of the Bureau of the Awakened. Several people approached the operational headquarters of the Scorpion Dungeon. Men dressed in black entered the building and greeted the soldiers inside, catching them off guard. One of the soldiers asked who they were, and the men replied that they were from the Bureau of the Awakened. They immediately asked when Steve would be coming out. The soldier answered that there were still 4 days left before the breakthrough, and that they planned to hold out until the very last moment while gathering resources. At once, angry voices rang out from the Bureau. Someone shouted into the phone, demanding to know why Steve was wasting time in a 4th-level dungeon. The chief barked an order to tell Steve that his lands had been reduced to ashes. Another man screamed that Steve needed to be told his entire family was going to die. At that moment, something crashed into the battlefield, carving a burning trail through the ground. Inside the headquarters, the men stared at the live footage from a spy drone in shock. 3 meteorites slammed down near the combat zone, annihilating everything within a 6-kilometer radius. One man muttered that the squad had been wiped out by a meteor strike. Another added that the meteorites had been summoned by monsters. A third questioned how such an ability could even exist, pointing out that a massive release of spatial energy had been detected at the moment of impact. Scientists reported that a similar ability was mentioned in ancient texts from the planet Aruka, but even so, it was difficult to believe that a monster capable of summoning meteorites truly existed. The screen shifted to show monsters advancing, and the speaker noted that a humanoid figure could be seen among them. When the image was magnified, a man-like shape was visible sitting atop a 2-headed creature. At first, they suspected an awakened human, but further analysis confirmed it was a monster. The footage then showed the creature killing a soldier with its tentacles. The speaker stated grimly that this was the decisive evidence. When the image was enhanced to its clearest point, someone said the word aloud: vampire. It was reported that a recent breakthrough in a 7th-level dungeon had allowed many vampires to escape, and they were now hiding among the population. The men began discussing ways to kill a vampire, wondering whether the methods from movies, such as driving a stake through the heart, would work. Reports stated that vampires could only be killed by extremely high-ranking awakened individuals. In England, a special weapon had already been developed. It was made of araconite, a synthetic material created by Dr. Toddler. The speaker added that anyone bitten by a vampire either became its minion or died. The president spoke with alarm, stating that their country's forces were incapable of killing such creatures. One official suggested sealing the gates to the capital, but the president asked whether that would truly be enough. News reports confirmed the destruction of the first detachment and the retreat to the capital walls. Soon after, a state of emergency was officially declared. A siren wailed throughout the city. The residents immediately understood that martial law had been enacted. People were furious that the military had not evacuated them earlier, and that they were now expected to remain in their homes and wait for death. Meanwhile, in Steve's lands, the sun shone peacefully, and everything seemed calm as ever. Melissa received a call and said she was at a construction site. The voice on the other end sharply warned her that she could not stay there, as it was mortally dangerous. The chief told her that a state of emergency had been declared, that everyone was retreating to the capital, and that Steve's lands were already being surrounded from all sides. He ordered her to immediately join the third squad and retreat, warning that otherwise the monsters would encircle them completely. He added that when the monsters arrived, there could be a massive explosion, and even Steve might not be able to stop it. A siren immediately blared from speakers across the area. An announcement followed, ordering all personnel to gather on the parade ground at once. The only person who ignored it was the granny, who hummed cheerfully while wiping barrels. A soldier ran up to Melissa and pointed around the corner. Seeing the granny, Melissa rushed over, alarm written all over her face. She asked what she was doing, but the granny looked confused and asked whether Melissa might be hungry. Melissa insisted that they had to run immediately, yet the granny still did not understand what was happening. At the 34th gate, heightened security measures were underway due to the emergency. Everyone exiting the dungeon was being thoroughly inspected. One of the evacuees whispered that this must mean the rumors about vampires killing people in the city were true. Bureau personnel arrived at the gate, and a soldier asked whether the crazy girl had appeared. When they looked up, they saw Jean standing beside her red motorcycle. The soldiers immediately smiled and waved at her. Jean raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, leaving them confused. As inspections continued, a soldier suddenly noticed a girl's bare feet and ordered her to step forward. She wore a short dress, her body covered in abrasions and bruises, her head lowered. Jean stood nearby, carefully observing. The scanner passed over the girl and suddenly emitted a sharp beep. The soldier stiffened and reached for his pistol, but he did not get the chance to fire. The monster lunged at him, seizing him by the neck. The awakened individuals emerging from the dungeon froze in horror, and someone shouted that it was a vampire. A soldier fired, striking the creature in the head, forcing it to release its victim. The vampire then dissolved into black mist, vanishing before their eyes. The soldiers stared in disbelief, unsure of what had just happened. Medics were called as they rushed to the bitten man. Suddenly, Jean appeared and sliced through the black fog with her sword. In the next instant, the monster reformed in midair, only for its head to be severed cleanly from its body. Jean stated calmly that the target had been hit. The vampire's body began turning to ash. The military immediately surrounded the remains and burned them thoroughly to ensure it could not revive. People around them whispered in shock, asking who the girl was and how she had managed to kill a vampire. Someone said her name was Jean, from the Bureau of the Awakened. She briefly drifted into her memories, as Tim explained that her sword, the Ballad of the Soul, sang when it sensed spirits from another world. Swinging it lightly, he said it could destroy such beings in a single strike. Jean asked whether it destroyed ghosts, and Tim replied that it destroyed souls. Though it looked like a normal katana, it had been forged from a meteorite by a blacksmith from the 9th planet. Jen was pulled back to the present when her subordinates called to her. She sheathed her sword and reported that the gate equipment was operational. She then asked the soldiers whether anyone had arrived from Steve's lands. When asked for names, she said Melissa and Granny. The soldier checked the list and said they were not registered. Jen immediately pulled out her phone, and when the call connected, she shouted that evacuation had been announced long ago and demanded to know why they were not there yet. At the same time, in one of the buildings someone said urgently that it was time to leave. The granny stubbornly replied that Dad and Bill were not back yet, so she could not go. Melissa insisted that they had to evacuate immediately. Their argument was interrupted when soldiers entered the room in alarm, reporting that all workers had been evacuated but Bill was nowhere to be found. The granny calmly suggested that if he was not with the people, then he was probably with the animals. Melissa sighed anxiously and clenched her teeth, worry for the boy tightening in her chest. Suddenly, one of the soldiers pointed toward the window and said that the sky looked strange. Everyone in the room moved closer and looked up in fear. A black mass was spreading across the sky, neither quite a cloud nor a flock of birds. As it drew nearer, its shape became clear. It was a swarm of bats. Melissa reacted instantly and ordered all the windows to be shut at once. The soldiers hurried to obey, sealing the room and then checking the street outside. She immediately told them to move away from the windows. The moment they stepped back, bats began slamming into the glass. Everyone stared in shock, unable to understand where bats could have come from in broad daylight. Suddenly, a car crashed straight through a window, shattering the glass into countless fragments. Melissa ducked instinctively, shouting for everyone to be careful. When the dust settled, she looked around, breathing heavily. One of the soldiers was holding the granny in his arms, and she whispered faintly that her back hurt badly. All at once, the soldiers turned toward the broken window. Human silhouettes stepped out from the swirling bats and walked directly toward them. Melissa shouted for everyone to retreat, and a fireball flared to life in her hand. The vampires lunged forward, and vile tentacles burst from the mouth of one of them. Melissa released her spell, sending several firebolts crashing into the attackers. The blast struck true, knocking the vampires off their feet. Two collapsed immediately, while the third was left half burned. Melissa turned to the soldiers and ordered them to head for the farm at once. One of the men lifted the granny onto his back, and they ran as instructed. Behind them, one of the vampires staggered to his feet and sneered that the most appetizing one had turned out to be the most athletic. Melissa glared at them and demanded to know what kind of creatures they were. Before she could react, one of the vampires struck her with terrifying speed. The blow landed before she could dodge. The soldiers and the granny screamed as Melissa was hurled to the ground, unconscious from the impact. One vampire hissed triumphantly that he had taken her down, while another claimed her as his prey. Crawling toward her, they began arguing over who would feed first. The vampire who had struck her declared that he would go first. At that moment, a frying pan smashed into his head. The granny, astonishingly lively, shouted that these vile creatures had attacked the wrong people. The soldiers froze in horror. With a casual swipe of his hand, the vampire sent the granny flying like a rag doll. He sneered that she tasted disgusting. The other two vampires had already reached Melissa, lamenting that they had not tasted fresh blood in a long time. The red-haired vampire shoved the others aside, insisting that he had captured her. As the vampires argued, the soldiers hastily decided to flee with the granny. The elder vampire snarled at the others to be quiet and gnaw on that stinking garbage instead. The soldiers realized with horror that he meant them. The blonde vampire leaned toward Melissa's neck, muttering that the strongest should go first. The others rushed at him, ready to fight. Suddenly all three froze and turned sharply. A motorcycle burst through the shattered window, kicking up clouds of dust. The soldiers instantly recognized Jean. With a single strike, she cut down two vampires who had not expected the attack. Her next swing erased the third, leaving only drifting dust. Jean spun her motorcycle around as black fog dispersed where the vampires had stood. She ordered the soldiers to take Melissa and the granny and run to the farm. They obeyed immediately, sprinting away as bats swarmed overhead. Suddenly, their escape route was blocked by another mass of bats, and they skidded to a halt. A blonde vampire's head emerged from thin air, and one soldier shouted in terror that the bats were turning into monsters. Jean dismounted and prepared to fight again as even more vampires appeared, shrieking that Melissa was their prey. Jean told them to shut up and swung her sword. A beam of light erupted, scattering the vampires. One screamed that Melissa belonged to him and charged after the soldiers. Out of nowhere, a massive white dog leapt onto him from behind, clamping its jaws around his head. The vampire dissolved into the air, and the soldiers shouted in joy that it was Pecky. A pack of wolves followed, tearing into the remaining vampires. Wherever their fangs struck, blue flames consumed the creatures. Jean cut down any vampires that crossed her path, while the wolves continued their relentless assault. Screams filled the air as the vampires burned. Another vampire emerged from the bats and snarled, asking how such worthless creatures could kill them. The soldiers shouted a warning to Jean. She turned and saw a crowd of vampires gathering behind her. Calmly she asked how many there were. She activated her defense sphere, and a yellow glow burst from her hand. The light detonated among the vampires, engulfing the area in smoke as their screams echoed through the air. In the next moment, Jean found herself surrounded by several vampires and cursed angrily. One of them shrieked about the sweet blood of a young girl, but his cry was cut short as his face was sliced to pieces. Jean spun around in shock, and saw Steve stepping forward, calmly dealing with the remaining vampires. The soldiers were overjoyed when they realized that Steve had come to their rescue. Steve waved his hand and red lights flared into existence around him. The vampires touched by that light began to dissolve, screaming as their bodies burned away. In a matter of seconds, every vampire near Steve had turned into ash. He asked what it was, though his questions seemed directed at the situation itself rather than at any person. Suddenly, Jean noticed black mist gathering around her sword. The soldiers asked nervously what that meant, and Steve looked at her in surprise. Sensing danger, he swept his hand forward, igniting everything in front of him. Through the smoke and flames, however, he saw a figure wrapped in fog, holding Jean in its arms. The information window identified the creature as a vampire queen. Steve asked coldly what she was doing on foreign territory. The queen replied that Jean now belonged to her and tightened her grip. She looked down at the girl and said that her children had died by the swords of low creatures, and that the price would now be paid. Steve called her an idiot and released hundreds of fire fairies toward her. The fairies detonated against the vampire queen's body, but she did not even flinch. Steve rushed forward, drawing his sword, and demanded to know where she had obtained such power. Black fog suddenly spread in front of the queen, blocking his path, but Steve dispersed it with ease, making the vampire hiss in fury. Then Steve felt something change and abruptly stopped, surrounded by glowing lights. He watched as the vampire queen fled through the shattered window. Without hesitation, Steve summoned the fire fairies again. Hundreds of red lights chased after the queen, raining down upon her. She fell from the sky, engulfed in flames, still clutching John's unconscious body. Desperately, the vampire wrapped herself in a swarm of bats. They burst into bright fire, shielding her, and the flames consumed only the bats. The queen crashed to the ground with Jean still in her grasp. Listening to a tiny fairy's guidance, Steve rushed at full speed to the impact site. The vampire queen was sitting on a stone, holding Jean. Steve checked Jean's status and, seeing that she was stable, remarked that things were not too bad. Red smoke began to pour from the vampire queen's body as her injured arm and face rapidly healed. She looked at Jean and commented that she was very young, which made her wounds heal quickly. Steve was surprised that the vampire had survived and asked again where such strength came from. She placed a finger against Jean's face and said she could wipe the smirk off his face at any moment. Steve replied that using Jean as a shield only proved that she lacked courage. The vampire introduced herself as Cheetos, the last ruler of the vampire race. Steve mockingly replied that he had not asked for her name. She declared that in 10,000 years, no one had ever managed to injure her. Steve noted that she was even older than him, and asked whether she knew about the animal kingdom. The vampire scoffed, saying she had never heard of such a place, and told him not to interrupt. She explained that centuries ago spies had infiltrated Earth and reported that primitive beings ruled it. Smiling, she said that such creatures could never hurt her, and even Jean had not truly injured her. Steve calmly replied that he had deliberately allowed her to survive the fairy explosion. The vampire was startled to learn that the red lights were fairies. Steve added that if not for the territory they might have become friends, and suggested fighting without involving Jean. The vampire ignored him and asked who he even was. Steve introduced himself with a smile, saying he was known as the King of Beasts. The vampire bared her teeth and said she did not care who he was. Steve asked why she bothered asking then, and remarked that she clearly had problems with her head. She replied that whoever he was, death awaited him now, because this was her territory. Steve stiffened at those words and asked why she believed that, but she turned her attention to Jean instead and called her child, ordering her to open her eyes. Jean obeyed, opening eyes that were empty and lifeless. Steve was stunned. Why would this golden-haired girl be called her child? The vampire told him to stop asking questions and mocked him as a loser. Steve opened Jean's information window and saw the control effect active on her status. The vampire queen ordered Jean to kill Steve with her sword. Jean obediently took a stance, gripping the hilt and preparing to strike. Suddenly her eyes cleared. She looked at Steve in surprise. Steve smiled and, checking the status again, said that Blondie was back. The vampire screamed at her to kill everyone and bring her their blood. Jean snapped around and demanded to know what the crazy woman was talking about. With all her strength, Jean swung her sword. A blue glow followed the strike. The vampire's eyes widened, and her head separated cleanly from her body. The head flew through the air, while the body remained seated on the stone. Steve asked if Jean was all right, and she answered confidently that she was. The vampire's severed head slowly burned as it spoke, claiming that the sword carried divine light. Jean told it sharply that it was time to stop spouting nonsense. The queen refused to give up, declaring that if Jean would not come to her then no one would. Jean kicked the head aside in irritation, asking what it was muttering about. At that moment, Steve noticed the vampire's body raise its index finger. He followed its direction and saw a massive meteorite streaking toward them. Jean stared upward in disbelief and asked if that was really a meteorite. The vampire's head, nearly burned away, laughed and said this was only the beginning, that her warriors would destroy the entire planet. Steve and Jean watched the blazing rock descend. Suddenly Steve was enveloped in blue light and shouted the name of his tamed bear. As the meteorite closed in, Steve dropped to one knee and transformed. Just before impact, a gigantic bear struck the meteorite with its fist, shattering it into countless fragments. Jean and the vampire queen stared in disbelief. The bear vanished, and Steve reappeared amid flying debris. He immediately activated the tornado skill, and blue fairies filled the surrounding air. Violent currents gathered the scattered meteorite fragments and twisted them into a roaring vortex. The whirlwind shot upward into space, carrying the fragments with it. Unfortunately, a satellite lay directly in the path of the vortex and was torn apart. Moments later, the Ministry of Defense of the country where Hero once lived announced that one of their military satellites had been destroyed. Steve lifted his gaze toward the sky with unease, silently hoping that the scattered fragments had flown far away. Jean stared at him in disbelief, still unable to fully process what had just occurred. The vampire's head had nearly been burned away, and as she looked at Steve, she became convinced that what she had witnessed could only be divine power. In the next instant, a sword pierced the vampire queen's head, leaving her no chance to utter another word. Jane muttered that she had worked far too hard. Glancing back at the burning trail left across the bridge, Steve was caught off guard by her reaction and asked whether she was truly all right. Jane shot back by asking if there was any reason to doubt her health, insisting that she looked perfectly fine. Steve smiled and remarked that she was so aggressive that no medicine could possibly help her. The girl bared her teeth angrily and demanded to know what he had just said, but Steve calmly pretended he had heard nothing. Turning serious, Steve thanked Jan for saving his family. She flushed at the praise and replied that it had been nothing worth mentioning. At that moment, members of Steve's guild appeared on the hill, waving and shouting his name. They rushed toward him, unable to believe that he had truly managed to repel a falling meteorite. Chad told Jan that they had heard about her kidnapping and were relieved that she was safe. Jan dismissed the concern, saying that no one would dare lay a hand on her, as though she had no memory of being taken at all. The group exchanged startled looks, and Chad said he was glad she had not been hurt. Steve then asked whether the rest of the guild members were safe. Chad explained that Grandma and Melissa had been taken to the infirmary, while Bill was resting in the dormitory. Donnie, brimming with excitement, announced that thousands of monsters were heading in their direction and that an evacuation order had already been issued. Chad added that a bombing operation was about to begin and that they needed to leave immediately. Steve, however, remained calm and only wondered why a bombing was necessary. Jean suddenly sensed something and snapped her head toward the source of the noise. She activated her clairvoyant ability, while Steve placed his hand on the ground to listen. Both of them felt the same thing. An enormous number of monsters were advancing. Jean reported that, 6 kilometers from the walls of Steve's territory, millions of monsters were on the move. The number left everyone stunned. Chad muttered that even the military was likely evacuating and urged them to hurry. Steve told his brother to contact them immediately and warn them not to touch his loot. Jean, unfazed, dryly asked whether it was already too late to say such things. Explosions suddenly echoed through the forest, and everyone understood what had begun. Chad explained that the artillery barrage had started, and that an aerial bombing would follow soon. Steve ignored the rest of the explanation. Transforming into an eagle, he surged forward. Jean hurried after him, and the rest of the group followed. They were all shocked that they were truly preparing to face millions of creatures. Donnie, thinking quickly, decided that if this was how things were going to unfold, he absolutely needed to start a live stream. He immediately went on air, describing to his viewers the fighters soaring through the sky and the plan to confront the advancing horde. Below them, the land was engulfed in flames from the shelling, and the monsters caught in the bombardment scattered in chaos. Military headquarters reported that an Apache squadron had begun its assault. Soon after, reports came in that one team after another was being wiped out, baffling commanders who realized that the monsters were barely affected by bullets. Another squadron began launching missiles, but enormous monsters retaliated by hurling chunks of molten earth, shooting the aircraft down from the sky. Inside the presidential administration, officials debated how long they could sustain such losses. Having already deployed nearly all available firepower, one minister declared that there was no way out, and insisted that the capital be evacuated immediately. The president opposed the idea, demanding to know how much money had been invested in the city. At that moment, a man burst into the room and announced that America had approved the use of nuclear weapons. The news brought visible relief to both the ministers and the president. Preparations, they reported, would take 1 hour and 40 minutes. The detonation would occur 500 meters from the station, and the shockwave would spread across 5 kilometers. The ministers immediately grew uneasy, fearing that the blast wave might reach the capital. They were told that the city would lie outside the direct shockwave, though radiation could not be fully ruled out. Another official pointed out that Steve's lands would be completely destroyed. A different minister replied coldly that this was a matter of national survival, not the fate of a single guild. The president concluded that the guild had been created for precisely this purpose. He ordered shields to be installed around the capital, and commanded that everything else be wiped out. Back on the battlefield, helicopters were crashing into the massive monsters, and the entire area burned under relentless fire. One pilot received an order to retreat, warning that it was too dangerous to remain. Suddenly, a blue beam split the sky, drawing the stunned attention of every pilot. One of them asked in disbelief what had just happened. Moments later, another pilot realized that the source of the flash was an eagle-shaped figure. In the next heartbeat, they all saw Steve's wings spread wide behind his back. He descended like a falling star, and the force of his landing shattered the ground beneath his feet. Steve stood directly in the path of the charging monsters, who were tearing through everything before them. He placed his hand on the earth, and the monsters, seeing that he was not retreating, began to snarl. Watching from above, a pilot whispered in shock, wondering what the man was trying to do. Steve did not move. Energy gathered around him in fiery flashes. When it reached its peak, he activated a skill known as Power of the Earth. In an instant, the ground beneath his hand fractured, as though molten lava boiled beneath the surface. Cracks raced forward toward the advancing monsters, swallowing them one after another. They stumbled, fell, and vanished into the fiery chasms, screaming as they burned. Moments later, every visible monster ahead had been buried underground, and jagged spikes rose from the sealed earth. The guild members and Jean stared in disbelief, unable to accept that the entire front line had fallen at once. Then the ground erupted again, massive figures burst free, and the group gasped as gigantic monsters tore themselves from their earthen prisons. These giants shook off the shattered soil and roared. Steve, however, remained composed. He activated another ability, Thorn Branch, accelerated growth. In an instant, thick green vines surged upward, wrapping tightly around the giants. As the creatures dissolved, someone shouted in astonishment that the branches were not merely restraining them but killing them outright. The monsters refused to die quietly. In a final act of defiance, they expelled several meteorites from their mouths. The guild members cursed loudly, stunned that the creatures could still cause trouble even at the brink of death. Steve remained seated, his hand pressed firmly against the ground, while the others shouted warnings. His eyes glowed with an intense blue light, and he seemed utterly focused, deaf to everything around him. Drawing on his remaining strength, he activated yet another skill. Fire fairies answered his call. Tiny red lights swirled around the battlefield, drifting toward the remaining monsters. The moment the creatures came into contact with them, they ignited, burning away as the lights danced relentlessly through the chaos. Steve activated the fire skill, and in an instant, everything around him was engulfed in hellish flames. The inferno swallowed the battlefield, and before long, nothing remained of the monsters except drifting ashes carried by the scorching wind. Steve sat at the center of the blazing devastation, unmoving, his hand still pressed firmly against the ground. Inside the command center, everyone was stunned by what they were witnessing. The president could hardly believe that Steve had summoned such overwhelming fire immediately after causing an earthquake. The ministers whispered among themselves, speculating that this must be some form of spatial energy, and they were deeply relieved that Steve was fighting on their side. Even the head of the bureau admitted in shock that he had never imagined such capabilities. Soon, one of the ministers reported that the entire monster horde had been annihilated. Still reeling, the president immediately ordered the cancellation of the nuclear strike. At that moment, several monsters that had survived the earlier devastation began to crawl out from the shattered ground. Steve remained motionless. Jim muttered anxiously that Steve had probably overheated and might collapse at any second. The monsters slowly surrounded him, drawing closer with each step. For a brief moment, everyone froze in confusion. Then, realizing the danger Steve was in, Chad rushed forward with tears in his eyes, daggers drawn, determined to protect his brother. Jean unsheathed her sword and shouted for everyone to retreat, while Donnie summoned his rifle. The group arrived just as the monsters closed in and immediately plunged into battle. Monk activated Dragon Ascension, sending the surrounding monsters flying in all directions. Far away, in a neighboring country, the sun shone brightly over a peaceful city, untouched by the chaos. A group of boys entered a store and were greeted by a blonde salesman. They chatted idly, mentioning rumors that someone in a nearby town had killed 3 young men, possibly the work of a vampire. The salesman, Hero, smirked at the mention of vampires. He remarked that such deaths were beneficial for his regression stone, and glanced at the remaining points needed to reach the next level. Taking out his phone, he expected to see news by now, and eagerly anticipated reports of the neighboring capital's fall. Instead, his excitement turned to shock as he read the headlines. Hero could not believe that Steve had destroyed more than 1 million monsters. The report stated that Steve had not only caused an earthquake, but had also summoned fire. Hero was stunned by the implication that Steve wielded the powers of fire, water, plants, and earth. Refusing to accept it outright, he wondered if these abilities were sacred powers. His thoughts drifted to a distant memory from long ago, in a snowy village somewhere in Finland. In that memory, an unfamiliar gray-haired old woman sat by a fireplace, praying softly. She asked Hero if he had heard about a god who had appeared in the north, one who could pull them out of hell. Hero, staring at his feet, asked indifferently what kind of god she meant. The woman spoke of a great savior with a scarred face, a being who commanded the wind, shook the earth, and drove away ghosts. Hero dismissed her words, saying that the world of the dead did not need a savior and that people lost their minds when faced with death. Just then, a man burst into the house, letting wind and snow rush inside. He smiled when he saw Hero sitting on the floor and said it was time to act, because the vampires were approaching. Before he could say anything else, a clawed hand pierced through his chest from behind. As the man fell, Hero briefly thought that the old woman might have been right. Yet Steve had no scar on his face, which meant there could be more than one possessor of such power. Hero began to wonder if there was a way to awaken these abilities. Anna's words about a magical peach that granted eternal youth and immortality suddenly resurfaced in his mind. He convinced himself that this divine fruit must also grant divine power. Remembering Steve's words about weakness, Hiro felt anger rise within him. To him, Steve had simply been lucky enough to obtain the fruit first. A new question followed. How had Steve managed to find it at all? Hiro decided that if he followed Steve until the next disaster, he would uncover the truth, and the divine peach would eventually be his. With a smug grin, he concluded that it was all merely a matter of regression. At the same time, on one of the islands in Hiro's country, the Secretary of Defense informed the bureau director that the U.S. fleet had been destroyed by a sea monster. He added that the monsters had clearly evolved, and that it might actually benefit them if the United States were confined to its mainland. The director remarked that it was becoming increasingly difficult to contact Steve, and that they could not afford to lose someone capable of stopping meteorites with his bare hands. A minister asked whether they should simply swallow the entire country if Steve refused to come willingly. He explained that the nation was already in turmoil, and that if contracts were offered, half the country would gladly accept them. One region was already preparing for separation. If they gained control there, the capture of the entire country would be nearly complete. He also mentioned that the gates to Kachan would eventually open in that land. When the director questioned whether forming an alliance with the people of Kachan would be too difficult, the minister replied that they were interested in sword-making, and that their finest craftsmen lived there. They recalled that the founder of the greatest craftsman's family came from the same country as Steve. The minister concluded that if they helped take over the country, Steve would have no choice but to sign a treaty. Suddenly, a large, glowing blue sphere appeared beside them. The men shouted in alarm, realizing it was a portal. Dr. Toddler stepped out, accompanied by a boy, and greeted them cheerfully. The minister welcomed Toddler and Chief Gilbert, mentioning that they had been awaiting their arrival via drone. Toddler apologized for the fright, and smiled, saying that their dramatic entrance seemed to have made quite an impression. The director congratulated them on successfully creating portals. Toddler admitted it had not been easy, and explained that the portal could only transport 2 people at a time, otherwise the coordinates became unstable. The minister praised the achievement, and Toddler asked whether they truly intended to cooperate with England rather than the United States. The man smiled darkly and said that it was time to establish a new world order. Toddler smiled in return, and said he had many stories to share, including the tale of Steve's return. Back on Steve's lands, hundreds of monster corpses lay scattered across the battlefield, waiting to be processed. Jim extracted a stone from one of the monsters and sighed, noting that there was only one, unlike in the Scorpion Cave. Munch complained that his lower back ached from working so long. Chad remarked that they needed to find an additional source of funding, as even the government was struggling. Donnie pointed out that the grain warehouses were full and wondered why they were not profitable. Jim replied that the world was on the brink of exhaustion, and that no one could afford to buy grain anymore. It would have to be distributed for free. Chad asked Donnie to handle the editing properly so he would not embarrass himself in front of his son. When someone asked why Butcher was crying, Chad said the man had endured too much pain. A boy asked Munch what he was doing, remarking that it was now clear where all the necroflies had gone. Suddenly, a distant howl echoed ahead, and the group decided that they had done enough work for the day. In the narrator's memories, one moment replayed endlessly. A red-haired vampire demanding to know where the old woman was. The memory caused Grandma to burst into tears as she called him a vampire. Melissa asked why she was crying, and Grandma complained that her back and eyes hurt. Melissa handed her the pills and reminded her not to forget to take them, adding that they had already hired an assistant. Grandma asked Melissa to bring a bottle of red wine from the kitchen. It was time to try it. Melissa stepped out of her grandmother's room and headed toward the table where Jean and Billy were sitting. Seeing her approach, Jean asked anxiously how Grandma was doing. Melissa replied that Steve had helped with the treatment, but the body was no longer the same, and neither was the mind. When asked whether Steve had returned, Jean answered that he was probably still with the guild members. Just then, a familiar voice sounded nearby, asking if they were looking for him. Jean muttered that he was dead. While Melissa mentioned that an official letter from the government had arrived, Steve frowned at the news and asked what they wanted this time. Suddenly, Bill jumped up along with the monkeys clinging to him and shouted that everything was delicious. Laughing, he ran out of the room with them, announcing that a brawl was about to begin. Steve stared after them in surprise, remarking that the monkeys had grown unusually attached to the baby. Melissa handed Steve a folder labeled Zero's Guild. She explained that once the guild was officially registered, Steve would be assigned a zero-level status, and his lands would be recognized as an independent city. Steve listened in disbelief as she continued describing what would now be known as Steve's City. Jean asked what that meant, and Melissa clarified that the city would be granted the authority of a major administrative center. She added that a state security agreement would also be signed. Jean explained that this meant they would be forbidden from traveling abroad. Steve was taken aback, realizing that he would be banned from leaving the country. Jean scolded him, saying he was a fool to be outraged in such a situation. Melissa added that the government simply felt uneasy whenever Steve was outside the country. The blonde looked at Steve with displeasure and asked what he thought. Steve replied calmly that all he needed was to protect his home. Melissa then added that the city would receive government funding. At the mention of funding, Steve immediately rushed to sign the documents, and Jean pointed out where he should sign. The blonde tried to snatch the folder back to read it properly, but Steve brushed it off, saying everything had already been explained. When the argument subsided, Melissa said she had one more suggestion. Steve asked what it was, and she requested to be taken in. Both Steve and the blonde stared at her in shock, unable to believe what they had heard. Jean thought it was a joke and asked if she was serious. Melissa smiled widely and said she was quite ambitious, promising to attract even more highly qualified specialists. Steve listened carefully and agreed without hesitation. Melissa thanked him warmly and said she would submit a formal request for the position within a week. Steve smiled in agreement, though Jean still struggled to accept that it was real. Melissa then approached the blonde and told her that she had been assigned to join the anti-vampire group. Jean asked in surprise whether those groups had not already been disbanded, and why there was still a need for them. Melissa explained that murders attributed to vampires were still occurring in the city, so new teams were being assembled. Jean complained that she was being sent away again, but Melissa reminded her that she had wanted trouble. Jean sighed and agreed, saying she would stay the night and join the group the next day. Steve suggested she rest another day since it was not urgent, but Jean refused. Steve watched her leave and muttered sadly that she did not seem well. Jean went up to her room and immediately took a hot shower, thinking about how terrible she felt. She reflected that even awakened individuals could fall ill. On her neck, 2 small marks were visible, resembling the traces of a vampire's bite. Sometime later, the news reported that a vampire had kidnapped the Minister of Defense. The military opened fire, but silver bullets proved useless, and supplies from Orokamita were delayed. Suddenly, a blonde figure leapt from a rooftop, shattering glass as she dove toward the vampire. Hearing the crash, the vampire glanced up from his victim for a split second. In the next moment, both the monster's head and the minister's head were sent flying aside. The news continued, reporting that England had begun exporting bullets from Aruka, and that the son of the DGB guild leader had been arrested for fraud. Meanwhile, a dramatic scene unfolded in the bureau. The chief grabbed Melissa by the leg, begging her not to leave because he could not manage alone. Melissa sternly told him that he would cope just fine and asked him not to exaggerate. The chief pleaded with her to reconsider, promising to give her his position when he retired, and asked where she was going. Melissa smiled and said she was going to Steve. The man stared at her in disbelief, unable to accept what he had heard. The helicopter carried Steve farther and farther from the guild, toward the long-awaited dungeon. Steve gazed out the window, and Henry, noticing this, commented that the scenery was beautiful. Steve agreed with a smile, admiring the landscape below. Henry added that the earth used to look like this everywhere, but now it was gradually turning into one massive dungeon. Steve was surprised by the comparison and asked what he meant. Henry explained that monsters across the planet were displacing humanity, transforming cities into their lairs. Steve pondered these words and realized that they rang true. He decided that he had to uncover the cause of the disasters that had befallen the once peaceful planet, and that the elves must know the answers. The truth behind the calamity, the dungeons where his friends had vanished, and the secrets tied to his own existence all demanded answers. Steve asked where the planetary portal to Aruka was located. Henry replied that it was on an island near the city of Sojip. Steve admitted he had never heard of such a place, and Henry explained that it was classified information, since public knowledge of it would lead to chaos. Steve resolved that as soon as the river was filled with crocodiles, he would travel to the planet Aruka. At the same time, in a neighboring country, 2 women were shopping in the store where Hiro worked. One mentioned that more than 40 people had died in the city, while the other insisted there was nothing to fear now that the special forces had doubled. One of the women suddenly turned and stared intently at Hiro, making him uneasy. As she left, she remarked that the salesman looked like the famous Hiro, and began telling her companion who he was. Realizing how easily he had been recognized, Hiro grimaced and cursed under his breath. Hiro's replacement arrived and apologized for being late, explaining that the bus had already left. Hiro smiled and said it was fine, adding that he would end his shift immediately. After finishing work, he stepped outside and walked along the embankment. Spotting 2 police officers ahead, he abruptly turned and descended the steps toward the ocean. A light breeze stirred his hair, and he decided it was time to move on. Hiro resolved to go to the United States. There were more people there who relied solely on themselves, which made it ideal for advancing his regression stone. Some cities in the States could hold out for 10 years after dungeon breaches. By enticing intelligence agencies with a future diary, he could also learn more about Steve. Weighing all the advantages, Hiro finally made up his mind to leave for America immediately. Meanwhile, Steve and Henry had already entered the dungeon. The moment they arrived, Henry dropped to his knees in fear, saying that he had only promised to take Steve as far as the dungeon entrance. Steve did not seem to hear him. Looking around, he frowned slightly and wondered why everything here felt so strangely familiar. Suddenly, Henry felt something drip onto his face from above. He froze and slowly looked up in fear. At that moment, Steve turned around, asking again what Henry had just said. What Henry saw made his blood run cold. He screamed and instinctively covered his face as several lizard-like monsters, armed with spears and swords, leapt down from above. Before they could even strike, green vines burst forth and wrapped tightly around the monsters, pinning them in place and forcing their weapons deep into the ground. Steve glanced at the trembling Henry and asking what he was standing around for, calmly ordered him to kill them all. Shaking, Henry pulled a dagger free from the earth. Muttering that he understood, he slowly rose to his feet. With a desperate shout, he plunged the blade into the throat of a snarling monster. Fear quickly gave way to adrenaline. Soon Henry was ripping open bellies, severing heads and moving with growing confidence. When it was over, he stood there panting, staring at the bodies scattered around him. In disbelief, he asked if he had really killed them all. Turning around, he saw Steve dispatching far more monsters with effortless precision. Steve ordered him to destroy any remaining creatures and bring back the blood crystals. Henry accepted the order, staring at Steve in awe, thinking that this must be the power he had heard about. Sensing Henry's gaze, Steve turned and asked what was wrong. Once the immediate threat was gone, Steve surveyed the surroundings and noticed deep claw marks carved into a nearby tree. They were familiar. His expression changed as he immediately recognized them as Kuro's marks. Steve frowned. If this truly was his former domain, then why were Kuro's traces here? Kuro had never invaded another's territory. Henry approached, confused by Steve's reaction. When Steve asked whether he found it strange, Henry admitted he did not understand what he meant. Steve explained that this land had once belonged to him, and Kuro would not have crossed into it without reason. Henry, unfamiliar with Steve's past, asked who Kuro was. Steve repeated the name, puzzled by the question, and Henry asked again. Remembering the massive black beast, Steve explained that Kuro was both his friend and his rival. Kneeling closer, Steve became fully convinced that the marks were Kuro's. He wondered whether Kuro had come searching for him, but more than a year had passed since Steve returned to Earth. What had happened in this forest during that time? Steve placed his hand on the ground and suddenly went still. Henry called his name, alarmed, but Steve did not respond. Activating the forest memory skill, Steve tried to uncover what had happened here. Images flooded his mind. He saw himself and his pack killing a massive snake. He saw them tracking and defeating a giant boar in a brutal struggle for territory. Then came memories in which Steve himself was absent. A pack of wolves was thrown through the air, as if the ground had shattered beneath them. In another vision, Kuro appeared, a gigantic tiger engulfed in flames. Lightning crashed down, obliterating everything around it. The final image was a black portal, but the scene blurred abruptly, as if the memory had been forcibly cut off. Steve opened his eyes and stood up sharply, steadying himself as he processed what he had seen. He knew he had witnessed something real, yet incomplete. His forest memory skill was still too weak to reveal the full truth. Before he could think further, Henry's sharp scream rang out, warning him of another enemy. Steve turned to see a massive lizard-like monster charging toward him. He grabbed the creature by the neck with one hand, and its sword slipped uselessly from its grasp. Steve noticed the modern armor covering the monster and muttered that it had no place here. Red fire fairies swarmed around the creature, igniting it instantly. Steve held on as it burned, while Henry watched in stunned silence. When the flames died out, all that remained in Steve's hand was a smoking blood crystal. Steve tossed the crystal to Henry and asked if he wanted to see how he had lived before. Henry caught the still-hot crystal and said that it would be a great honor. Not long after, Steve led him deep into the forest, stopping before a massive ancient tree. Nostalgia washed over Steve as he wondered how much time had truly passed. When Henry asked what the enormous tree was, Steve replied that it was the heart of the forest. After standing beneath it for a while, Steve began climbing the colossal trunk. Henry asked in surprise why he was going up there. Steve answered that there was something above and told him to follow. Realizing there was no point in arguing, Henry climbed after him. Soon, they stood on a wide, sturdy branch. Henry was amazed by how spacious it was, and when he finally looked ahead, he could only gasp. Steve explained that he used to come here whenever he grew tired of living in the cave. Henry scanned the area and exclaimed that he had discovered incredible artifacts. Stone tools lay scattered around. Henry remarked that they resembled Stone Age weapons. Steve smiled faintly as memories surfaced. He examined the information on the primitive axe and bow, labeled as prehistoric items. He was stunned by how ancient they were, and struggled to accept that he himself had made them. A chilling realization struck him. If these tools were prehistoric, then he must have lived in that era. He recalled the lizard monsters and their modern armor, and a disturbing thought formed. Perhaps the portal had not only transported him to another planet, but to that planet's distant past. If that was true, then he might never see his friends again. Henry noticed Steve's troubled expression and began to worry. Remembering how strangely Steve had behaved earlier, Henry decided he needed to distract him. Looking around desperately, he suddenly shouted that he saw crocodiles that needed to be caught, and pointed excitedly somewhere ahead. Steve was pulled out of his heavy memories the instant he heard the word crocodiles. Far ahead, between the trees, a wide river stretched across the land, its surface glittering under the sunlight. The two of them made their way to the riverbank, but no crocodiles were visible. Henry hesitated for a moment, then suggested using bait. Steve's eyes lit up at the idea, and he clapped the boy on the shoulder, calling him a damn genius. Henry flushed with embarrassment and thanked him awkwardly. A few minutes later, Steve was sitting calmly on a tree branch. He tied a rope around Henry's waist and began lowering him toward the river's surface. Henry writhed in panic, shouting that this had gone too far and that crocodiles would eat him alive. Steve did not respond. He squinted at the water and said he saw something moving below, deciding to lower Henry even further. Henry suddenly froze. His eyes met the cold gaze of a crocodile beneath the surface, and he let out a terrified hiccup. The monster opened its massive jaws, ready to swallow the screaming boy. Instead of Henry, however, an arrow flew straight into the crocodile's mouth. The beast thrashed and dove back into the river. Henry was yanked upward, flailing and shrieking. Steve stood nearby with a bow in his hands, smiling and remarking that it still came in handy. Moments later, the crocodile floated back up, belly exposed. Henry screamed at the top of his lungs that now was the time. Steve leapt down onto the crocodile's back, while Henry shouted at him to hurry up and tame it. Steve checked the creature's stats and admitted that he was not even sure he could tame such a ferocious monster. Henry yelled that this was not the moment for admiration. Steve, puzzled by the urgency, asked what the rush was. Henry pointed behind him. Several crocodiles were racing toward them through the water, rushing to help their fallen companion. Steve's face lit up with delight. He asked Henry whether he had provoked them, but Henry swore he had no idea how this had happened. Steve activated his taming skill, and his hand glowed with a blue light. The crocodile beneath his feet shuddered and began to move, turning suddenly and nearly throwing Henry into panic again. Steve laughed, impressed by the creature's broad and sturdy back. The other crocodiles were now almost upon them. Henry shouted that he had done his part and begged to be released. Steve calmly replied that Henry was safer where he was and ignored his protests. To reassure him, Steve pointed toward the shore, where more crocodiles lurked. Henry went silent, pale but compliant. Steve summoned the water fairies, and blue lights gathered around him. In the next moment, the water twisted violently, forming a massive vortex. One by one, the crocodiles were dragged upward, spinning helplessly into a towering water tornado. Henry screamed for Steve to stop, warning that it was too dangerous. Steve, however, praised Henry again for his clever idea and reinforced the tornado. Henry shouted that now was the perfect chance to tame them midair. Steve dismissed the tornado and immediately activated taming. The injured crocodiles could not resist. They began falling from the sky, and Henry yelled that they would break their bodies from such a height. Steve had anticipated this. Portals opened in midair, swallowing the falling crocodiles one after another. Back in Steve's lands, workers stared in disbelief as portals opened above the ditch. Crocodiles came flying through and crashed down into the moat. The workers scattered in all directions, screaming in terror. Henry called out to Steve, pointing out two crocodiles that were still resisting. Steve replied that there were several high-ranking monsters here and seized one of them. With immense force, he hurled one crocodile into the other, sending both tumbling toward the shore. Pushing off their backs, Steve flew after them. The crocodiles slammed into the ground, and Steve landed beside them. Smiling calmly, he asked whether they would now live with him. The monsters whimpered miserably. Moments later, both were sucked into a portal and dropped directly onto the workers' equipment. While Steve continued taming crocodiles, the guild leader grew increasingly furious that Steve had still not returned from the dungeon. He muttered that Steve should have been back within a minute. A soldier reported that Steve's guild had encountered crocodiles, and that although Steve had exited the dungeon, he had immediately gone back in. Soon even more crocodiles began pouring into the moat, terrifying the workers all over again. Chad contacted Steve and begged him to stop, explaining that there were already more than 800 crocodiles. A few days later, the news reported that Steve had cleared a 6th-level dungeon in just 4 days. The presenter added that his companion had managed to raise his rank from D to C. After seeing Henry in the footage, Morris angrily concluded that the government was secretly backing Steve's guild. He was convinced the rumors were true, and that corrupt officials were everywhere. Not long after, another guild received a call announcing a resignation. Sandy confidently declared that she would never set foot there again. The guild leader asked whether she had read the contract and understood the penalty. Sandy calmly pulled out her phone and asked how much she needed to transfer. The man, thrown off balance, asked why she was leaving despite having strong support within the guild. Sandy answered immediately that she wanted to join Steve's guild. The leader snapped, asking whether she too had been deliberately lured away. He claimed that rumors said most of Steve's guild profits went directly to the government. Sandy found this information interesting. The leader shouted that Steve's guild was a special government unit created to eliminate other guilds. Sandy replied simply that she was leaving because she liked Steve. She asked to be let go, and the leader grabbed his head in despair. He said he would allow her to leave for the sake of love, but only on one condition. She would be released once the guild obtained 5 top-ranking mercenaries. Sandy asked where she was supposed to find so many people, since it would take years of training in a 5th-level dungeon. The leader replied that a 6th-level dungeon had appeared 2,000 kilometers away and that he had already claimed it. Sandy calculated that it would not take that long if she recruited several A-rank mercenaries and trained them intensively. The leader muttered that her love was interfering with their plans and suggested delaying her departure. Sandy said she understood and agreed to discuss the details. Meanwhile, Donnie was broadcasting live, answering viewers' questions. Some asked about the monk's nirvana, while others were curious about Donnie's long-range weapon. Billy played with the monkeys and emerged soaked from the water filling the moat. Steve assisted the workers once more, widening the riverbanks and allowing water to rush into the trench. He jumped out just before the water reached him. The workers praised the completed work, and Chad congratulated his brother on a job well done. Steve suggested throwing a party, and Chad replied that preparations were already underway. A red motorcycle roared toward them, and the workers immediately recognized Jean. She rode up, removed her helmet and greeted them. Chad welcomed her, and Steve asked in surprise whether she had caught all the vampires. Jean replied calmly that she had left the bureau, and asked Steve to take her in. Ignoring their stunned expressions, she put her helmet back on and said she was exhausted and going to rest. Watching her leave, Chad suggested informing the bureau chief. Steve replied that he already knew. Chad asked whether Steve would now go to Aruka, and Steve asked if Chad could watch over everything. Chad said he could protect the land, but he was worried about their grandmother's health. She had still not recovered from the vampire incident. At the same time, Melissa sat in her office, thinking about the next task of recruiting talent. A girl entered with a smile and said she had brought coffee for the manager. After taking a sip, Melissa asked how Grandma was doing. The girl replied that she had not left her room. Asked about the kitchen, the girl said that real professionals were working there. Recently, Grandma had wandered into the kitchen complaining that the mice were making too much noise and asking for medicine. She left immediately, leaving the girls confused about what mice she meant. Melissa shifted the conversation and said that the final part of the generator would arrive from Sila's guild today. The girl asked whether she had heard that Jean had joined the team. Melissa replied that Jean had been fired. During a mission, she had killed a minister along with a vampire, showed no restraint with her subordinates, and now the bureau chief was buried under complaints. Their conversation was interrupted when Henry entered, carrying the item Melissa had requested. He placed a memory stone on the table. The girls stared in surprise, wondering how he had managed to obtain it. Henry explained that he had borrowed it for 2 months. Melissa smiled and praised him, telling him he had done an excellent job. Meanwhile, Jim stood outside a modest house and dialed Melissa's number. When she answered, he excitedly told her that he had found Samuel's home. That same evening, the city erupted in celebration as a party began to mark the completion of construction. Steve was sitting with Chad when he received a call asking him to come to one of the nearby settlements. Inside the house, Jim was sitting across from Samuel. The man shook his head in disbelief, unable to accept that the boy had truly spoken with Steve. He insisted that Jim was mistaken and said that such a man would surely keep his promises when the hero arrived. Samuel only laughed, brushing off Jim's insistence as nonsense. Jim, taken aback by the distrust, swore that it was true. Samuel continued laughing and replied that if Jim really knew Steve, then Steve must be Hero's son. Not long after, Steve and Chad arrived at the agreed location with Melissa. Steve immediately asked whether they had found him. Chad praised Jim, admitting that he had not believed the boy would succeed, and asked where Samuel had been discovered. Melissa explained that rumors claimed Samuel liked to drink, so Jim had searched places like bars. After wandering around, Jim noticed a disturbance near one of them. A security guard and a man were arguing loudly in the street. Jim recognized the man sitting on the ground and was stunned to realize that the Great Awakened One had been thrown out of the bar over unpaid debts. Jim reached out and offered the man a drink, which Samuel accepted without hesitation. However, the moment they shook hands, Samuel was suddenly flung backward as if struck by an invisible force. He screamed and demanded to know who Jim was, ordering him to step aside. After hearing the full story, Steve asked calmly whether this encounter had really been worth his time. Melissa replied that Samuel was known as the Celestial Swordsman Arui, and that he might possess the answers they were searching for. Steve did not argue further and simply asked whether she had brought the memory stone. Melissa handed him a small box and explained that the office had allowed him to keep it for 2 weeks. Steve closed his hand around the glowing stone and shut his eyes. Instantly, dozens of eyes appeared before his mind. along with a chilling sensation that someone was watching him. Chad watched Steve's expression shift and asked anxiously whether he was all right. Steve instead asked Chad whether everything at home was under control. Melissa then asked if he had decided whether to meet Samuel. Steve replied that there was nothing to worry about, since Jean was with them now. At that moment, the mentioned blonde woke up, rubbing her eyes in confusion at how long she had slept. She walked into Melissa's office, where an assistant greeted her and addressed her as commander. Jean reminded her that she had relinquished all authority. The assistant laughed awkwardly and said she was simply used to it, then asked what Jean was doing there. Jean replied that she had been sent on a mission to a neighboring town. With a faint smile, Jean asked where the best coffee was sold. Soon she was sitting at a cafe table, listening to the hum of voices around her. She remarked that construction had only been completed yesterday, yet today the city was already overflowing with people. The waitress explained that all the locals had gathered there, and with martial law lifted, tourists had begun to arrive as well. People filled the streets, gazing around in amazement at the flying fairies. Jean joked about it, though the crowd made her uneasy. While she calmly sipped her coffee, deep in the forest a massive orc stalked its prey. Without warning, zombies erupted from the ground, clutching at its legs. They bit into the creature, climbing higher over its back and arms. The orc's eyes soon turned red, showing signs of infection. Somewhere nearby, a monk activated a summoning skill. A black circle appeared beneath the monster's feet, and they were dragged down into it. Munch observed with satisfaction that cleansing the necropolis was now proceeding much faster. He decided to continue on toward the orc village, glancing at a helicopter passing overhead. Inside the helicopter, Steve asked Melissa where Munch had gone. She replied that he was searching for the lost. Melissa then asked what was wrong with their housekeeper, and whether she too had awakened. Steve began recounting events from the moment they met again in the new guild house. He described hearing his grandmother wailing and rushing into the kitchen to see if she was all right. She complained that she had cut her finger with a knife and showed him the wound. Steve leaned closer and asked how deep the cut was. Grandma grumbled that her eyesight had been failing, her hands trembled, and her back hurt constantly. Steve healed the cut and asked her to keep an eye on Bill while the others handled everything else. Spotting a pie on the table, Steve reached for it, assuming it was lunch. Grandma shrieked that it was poison, insisting the house was infested with rats and cockroaches, and that she intended to kill them all. Melissa doubted that such pests were really there, but Steve confirmed that they were. Sometime later, Steve noticed that Grandma seemed unusually energetic. When he asked why, she said the vitamins Chad had bought were helping her greatly. Suddenly, Grandma noticed movement behind her. In the next instant, energy knives appeared in the air and slammed into a tree just above the heads of a frightened hare and bear. Grandma screamed, and Steve noticed an information window appear, identifying her as an F-level awakened. Steve explained that among the cockroaches and mice she had poisoned, there had been awakened creatures, and as a result, she herself had awakened. Otherwise, she would not have survived the vampire's blow. Melissa was shocked by this revelation and asked why Grandma still seemed so weak, if Steve had personally treated her. Steve admitted that he had tried to heal her back pain before, yet it had not improved. That was why he had said that time heals everything. If fate allows it, their conversation was interrupted by the pilot, who announced that they would arrive at their destination in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, back on the guild's territory, a vampire lunged at a girl and tried to bite her. Jean reacted instantly, striking him with a single blow that knocked him to the ground and sent his teeth flying. Clutching his head, the man screamed in agony. Jean pressed her sword to his head and demanded to know what he was. The man sobbed and pleaded, swearing through tears that he was not a vampire. Jean replied that she had already guessed and calmly asked again what he truly was. Before he could answer, a girl holding a camera suddenly called out, explaining that they were from the MITV channel and were filming subscriber challenges. The moment it became clear they were YouTubers, both the surrounding crowd and Jean grew visibly irritated. Not long after, the news reported that Steve had arrived in a neighboring republic, followed by another article stating that 2 YouTubers had been deported from Steve's lands. Melissa later showed Steve a tablet displaying the news, pointing out that Jean had appeared on screen. She remarked that tourists would also need supervision and suggested appointing Jean as head of security. Soon, their car came to a stop. Pulling on her cap, Melissa warned that they would need to climb a bit and reminded them to stay cautious, as kidnapping for ransom was a real threat. They climbed the mountain trail for some time until Melissa suddenly shouted that she saw Jim. He greeted them enthusiastically and said that Samuel was already waiting. Samuel stared tensely at Steve, struggling to believe the man was truly standing before him. Jim cheerfully introduced Steve and Melissa, proving that he genuinely knew them. Samuel said he had been waiting and invited them inside, while Jim volunteered to fetch food. Soon the 3 of them sat facing each other in the room. Steve had expected to meet a drunk, but Samuel's eyes were sharp and clear. He asked why Steve had come. Samuel replied that he would join their guild if Steve killed one person for him. His gaze drifted as memories surfaced. He recalled drinking in a bar where people mocked Steve for supposedly running away. Suddenly, the crowd had erupted when an announcer declared that Steve had arrived at the stadium to fight Hero. Samuel had believed that all fighters who ended up in the Middlelands would tremble in fear, and that once the war on planet Kuchan ended, Earth would be enslaved. Then the announcer shouted that Steve was beating the champion, and the crowd roared for him to finish off the traitor. Samuel could not believe that Hero, who had survived the demonic world and risen to a high rank there, was losing. He watched in disbelief as Steve, transformed into a bear, defeated Hero. Now standing before Steve, Samuel repeated his request. Steve and Melissa stared at him in shock. Steve turned away and told Melissa that they were leaving. Samuel shouted after him that the man he wanted dead had killed his wife. He recalled how she had prayed with her dying breath, that at least their child would be saved. From that day on, Samuel said, the same nightmare haunted him every night. He had begged his wife's killer to spare their child, and in return he was ordered to forge thousands of swords. Samuel obeyed, pleading each time to see his daughter and know she was alive. Despite fulfilling his task faithfully, the killer never kept his promise. Samuel swore to his wife's memory that he would take revenge. From that moment on, only vengeance lived in his heart. Melissa asked if that was why he had fled to planet Kuchan. Samuel replied that the killer was still searching for him, and that no one could protect him. Steve asked who this man was that inspired such fear. When Samuel spoke the name Nathaniel, Melissa froze. Steve admitted he had never heard it before. Regaining her composure, Melissa said the request was impossible. Nathaniel belonged to one of the most powerful families on Kuchan, and killing him would bring annihilation at the hands of his allies. Steve smiled and said there was no need to worry, but Melissa insisted that things were not so simple. Steve then said that as a guild leader, he would help Samuel if he proved himself worthy. Samuel asked what that meant, and Melissa let out a heavy sigh. A faint glow surrounded Steve as he placed a bow on the floor. He asked Samuel what he thought of it. Samuel lifted the bow, remarking that handmade weapons were rare, then suddenly froze. He said it felt ancient, and asked to be more precise. Samuel explained that he knew of artifacts created 300 million years ago, yet he had never seen a bow like this. Steve was stunned, and Melissa asked if weapons had really existed back then. Steve wondered if the place he had once been might actually have been Earth. Samuel explained that it was commonly believed dungeon weapons originated from Kushan or Aruka, but his eyes did not deceive him. He said he could provide a deeper analysis once he developed the appropriate skills, provided he was guaranteed safety. He then asked Melissa why the government had destroyed all research centers in the early days of the disaster. She replied that she had not yet been appointed at the time. Samuel said that laboratories had been shut down and underground exploration banned, though he had managed to escape to Kushan. Steve wondered what the government had been trying to hide. Melissa suggested it might have been due to external pressure or a secret deal. Steve asked whether Toddler knew anything, but Melissa said he would never tell the truth. She added that Steve himself was likely part of the experiment. Steve admitted that this possibility explained the unease he had always felt. Samuel said he was not involved and would help if given time. Suddenly, a memory stone appeared in Steve's glowing hand. He tossed it to Samuel and told him to safeguard it, promising protection in return. Samuel caught it, his eyes lighting up gold. He recited the Middlelands warrior's motto about leaving a name in history and becoming legends. Melissa scoffed at it, but Steve liked the words. Samuel explained that the stone contained stories of Middle-earth warriors, an echo of the planet that preserved a hero's memories. Steve realized that the planet itself remembered and was watching him. Taking the stone back, he closed his eyes and concentrated. Once again, dozens of eyes appeared, but this time the text was clear. It stated that Earth 7 was watching him, and that his data was stored on Server 7. Steve opened his eyes abruptly and asked what Earth 7 meant. Samuel replied that he would learn in time. Steve smiled, realizing that Samuel had helped him identify the source of the question mark that had plagued him. With renewed resolve, Steve appointed Samuel as head of research in his lands. Standing up, he declared that the time for retribution had come and instructed Melissa to gather everyone. Samuel was pleased by Steve's decisiveness, but Melissa urged caution and said they needed time to think everything through. At that moment, Jim returned carrying bags of food and suggested that they eat first. A few days later, the group returned to Steve's lands, where the dense forest stood as green and impenetrable as ever. They gathered deep within it, choosing a secluded spot where no one could overhear their discussion. Samuel took a sip of his beer and remarked that it was a beautiful place, pleasing to the eye. Donnie smiled and said that it was all thanks to his brother Steve. Steve glanced around and asked why Blondie was not there. Melissa replied that she had not been feeling well recently and had been told to rest. Once everyone had arrived, Steve wasted no time and said plainly that he was going to the planet Kushan. Donnie reacted with alarm, asking why he would go there and how he planned to survive alone. Planet Kushan was a battlefield where demons and Middle-ears fought endlessly, each side driven solely by conquest. The demon lands were completely inaccessible, hostile by nature, while the middle ears were aggressive and extremely powerful. Entering such a place without a guide would be suicide. Steve pointed calmly at Samuel and said that they already had a guide. Chad asked why they were going to Kuchan instead of Aruka, as originally planned. Samuel explained that the generator required an iron meteorite from Kuchan to function properly, but importing such material was strictly prohibited. Munch said he had heard of this meteorite before, while Donnie looked surprised. If it could not be transported, then it would have to be stolen. Samuel added that the failures in the Bloodstone generators were caused by flaws in the core defense system. When he had asked whether it could be opened, the engineers said that doing so would violate their contract. The only permanent solution was material from Kuchan. The mood instantly dropped as everyone realized that another dangerous task lay ahead. Steve grew irritated by their reaction and shouted at them to straighten up. Munch was the first to stand, declaring that he would go with Steve. He said that Kuchan had many strong fighters, and he wanted to search for martial arts manuals there. Jim rose next, saying it would be a great opportunity for a swordsman. Donnie followed, explaining that stealing was his specialty. Melissa remained silent, and Steve realized that he had not told them one important detail, that killing people might be unavoidable. Steve turned to Chad and asked why he had not volunteered. Chad replied that someone needed to oversee the construction site. Steve asked whether one person would be enough, and Melissa answered that it would be, as long as nothing went wrong. Steve smiled and said that he would give the volunteers a task. He would only take them with him if they completed it. He explained that they needed to figure out a way to contact him on Kuchan in case of emergencies. The group grew excited, asking if Steve would trick them and demanding that he keep his promise. With the meeting concluded, Chad headed for the car to return to the construction site. After the others left, Melissa asked quietly whether it was really a good idea to take A-rank fighters along. Steve smiled and said it would be fine, because those fools were not going to succeed anyway. When the conversation ended, Steve turned to Samuel and invited him to breakfast. Soon, the two of them were sitting in a cafe. Steve asked why Samuel no longer drank alcohol. Samuel replied that since he held a high position now, he had given it up. After eating, he asked whether Steve gained spatial energy by killing monsters. Steve confirmed that this was how he leveled up. Samuel explained that on Kuchan, there were two paths of growth. The first was killing monsters, which the middle ears called feats. The second was mental cultivation, training to control the body's energy, known there as internal energy. At Steve's request, Samuel demonstrated. He placed a bottle of cola on his palm. The bottle trembled, then suddenly exploded, spraying liquid everywhere. Steve stared in shock, amazed by the display. Samuel explained that this level of power, known as dank, could be obtained through simple practice. On Kuchan, dank was as common as dust. Since most masters there were C rank or higher, there were even craftsmen of SS rank and above, dozens of them in every major family. Samuel revealed that their true target was Supreme Master Nathaniel, a man skilled in both internal and external energy, capable of shattering massive stones with a single strike. Steve was impressed, while Samuel was surprised that Steve remained calm. When asked about Nathaniel's rank, Samuel said that he was a triple I. Steve remembered that Hero, in his demonic form, had been an I rank. Even so, Steve said he was looking forward to the challenge. Samuel concluded that Steve was far stranger than he appeared and needed to be studied. Steve then asked why Samuel had been treated so harshly if he was once known as the Heavenly Sword. Samuel explained that his wife had been an aristocrat, and he had helped her family with construction projects. Those were the happiest days of his life, but they did not last. Kuchan was ruled by a rigid class system, and the marriage between a commoner and an aristocrat caused outrage. His wife and her entire family were executed. Only Samuel's reputation spared his life and their daughters. Even now, Samuel did not know whether his daughter was alive, and he lived only for revenge. Steve promised that he would help him take that revenge, and Samuel thanked him sincerely. Their conversation was interrupted when Jean arrived, looking for Steve. She sat down without a word and began eating. After a few bites, she turned to Samuel, who introduced himself. Jean placed her sword on the table and asked whether he had forged it. When Samuel took the weapon in his hands, his expression changed. He asked in surprise where the Iron Hornet had come from. He recalled a man on Kuchan who had begged him for a sword. As fellow countrymen, Samuel had given him one and told him to serve his homeland. Only afterward did he realize he had handed over the wrong blade. He chased after the man, but he vanished without a trace. Jean explained that the previous owner was dead, and that she was now the third wielder. The sword had been created with a curse. It devoured the souls of enemies while weakening its owner, and anyone whose blood stained the blade would be doomed. Jean said that sometimes the sword seemed to cry, giving her terrible headaches. Samuel replied that the sword was grieving because it was separated from its true owner. Jean admitted that she could hear its whining even now, and it constantly irritated her. Samuel asked whether she could hear it at that moment, and when she said yes, he took the sword, saying he should examine it properly. Steve suddenly asked Jean whether she had ever thought bats were beautiful. She snapped back irritably that if she were a bat she would bite him. Then she demanded to know whether he had lost his mind planning a trip to another planet. She reminded him that he had collapsed when he returned to Earth, and that he was still severely weakened. Despite all that, he was now talking about traveling to another world again. Samuel was taken aback by Jean's words and asked for time to think. Steve replied that there was no rush anyway, since they still needed to figure out a reliable way to communicate first. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, the water suddenly turned blood red. Hero, taking on the form of a demon, threatened his enemies, declaring that anyone who stood in his way would die. Back in Steve's lands, the tamed crocodiles had finally settled in. Donnie excitedly told his followers that he now had a goal to travel to Kushan and record a huge amount of content. Jim told the recruits that Samuel had promised him something special, and that he would definitely get to see it. Melissa and Steve examined a letter together, reading through the proposed options for adoption, only to realize that each option was worse than the last. Ideas began to fly. Jim suggested developing a telephone system. Donnie proposed building a communication station on a heap of scrap. Munch shrugged and suggested simply returning from time to time and calling when possible. Steve decided to consult the monk, and flew to the temple on a wyvern. Jumping down from the beast, he greeted the monk with a smile, saying it had been a long time since they last met. He asked about the state of the temple, and the monk replied that everything was fine. Children immediately swarmed the wyvern. One agile boy climbed onto its back and proudly declared himself a dragon knight. Steve watched with a smile as Munch asked whether his idea was not the best one after all, and wondered why Steve was not going to Kuchan yet. Billy approached and asked what they were playing, saying he wanted to join too. Steve explained that he was trying to figure out how to stay in contact while on Kuchan. Billy frowned and said it was a boring question, since he could just call. Steve pointed out that phones did not work there, and Munch confirmed it. The boys continued playing with the wyvern, begging it to breathe fire, until Billy suddenly looked at its coloring and claimed that he had made it all up. Several hours later, Steve was still at the temple when he received a call. Melissa told him that everything was ready. Steve summoned Pecky, and the dog appeared with words written across his face. "Brother, you are reading this." The sight delighted everyone. The people who had prepared the dog worried that the inscriptions might fade, but Melissa reassured them that they were made from the blood of a divine beast. A portal opened again, and Pecky jumped out with a sign proving that everything worked. The group was thrilled, yet slightly frustrated that such a simple idea had not occurred to them earlier. Soon after, Chad began shouting that it was madness to take the baby along. Billy needed to go to school, and he was barely even awake half the time. Samuel countered calmly, saying that Billy had awakened after only 3 internal energy practices, something possible only if the boy was a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Even so, the others opposed sending Billy and suggested going themselves instead. Samuel intervened again, explaining that something was wrong with the boy. During training, he had looked into Billy's eyes and seen a deep longing for his mother, the same look Samuel once saw in his own daughter after losing her mother. Chad broke down in tears at those words, and the rest of the group fell silent, ashamed. Samuel warned that if this pain was ignored, Billy would eventually rebel. The thought terrified them. Samuel added that training on Kushan could help Billy seal that pain, and immediately the group began trying to persuade Chad. Steve finally stepped in and said that if they lived in fear forever, they would never reach the summit. A few days later, the Minister of Defense of a neighboring country received a request from Steve for access to the portal. Hearing this, the man recalled his earlier discussion about Steve with Professor Toddler. He asked whether it was true that Steve had destroyed a military satellite, and another minister replied that they were now demanding compensation. Toddler had advised against provoking Steve, suggesting instead that they gather useful information. Remembering this advice, the minister ordered the portal opened. With all preparations complete, Steve and his team stood on the launch pad. The others enthusiastically saw him off, jokingly asking him to bring back souvenirs. Jean suddenly hugged Steve and told him to be careful and not to pass out again. Chad hugged his son tightly, telling him to take care of himself and eat properly. As Steve and the others boarded the helicopter, everyone promised to watch over the house. Suddenly, Steve pointed into the distance and said that Hero was there. Instantly, everyone drew their weapons and took fighting stances. Billy burst into laughter, and the group realized they had been tricked. Soon the helicopter lifted into the air. Steve shouted for them not to mess things up, and they wished him a safe journey. Several hours later, the helicopter approached the red portal leading to planet Kushan. The bureau director demanded to know why the minister had allowed access, and the minister replied that it was wiser to be Steve's friend. As the group disembarked, the Secretary of Defense extended his hand to Steve, but Steve walked past him without a glance, leaving the man seething. Now standing before the portal, Billy stared at it in awe, captivated by its beauty. Just before entering, Samuel created 3 small spheres, and told them to swallow them. They would allow the group to understand and speak the local language. The boys obeyed. Steve asked Billy if he was ready, and the boy replied confidently that he always was. Samuel warned them that the area around the portal was an active battlefield and urged caution. They stepped forward and entered the portal. Steve awoke in darkness, confused and disoriented. As his eyes adjusted, he realized with a jolt that he was chained in an unfamiliar place. He tried to summon his status window, but it did not respond at all. Suddenly Steve remembered Samuel's warning that people who passed through the portal without proper preparation would experience a sharp decline in strength. Fragments of memory surfaced. After entering the portal, his consciousness had begun to fade, and he had summoned a wyvern in a daze. Why he was now alone, and where Billy and Samuel had gone, he could not remember. A voice came from the neighboring cell, sharp and hushed, telling him to keep quiet. Steve asked who he was. Reluctantly, the fair-haired young man replied that he was a Midlander. He called himself Ars, an exchange student from Earth, and said bitterly that he would never get out of this place. Steve refused to accept that. Gathering what strength he could, he gripped the massive stake embedded in the wall and began to pull. The boy warned him that unless he was a demon, he would never succeed. The stake was forged from demon stone. Steve ignored him. Power surged through his body, and with a violent wrench, he tore the stake free, shattering the shackles that bound him. Turning to the stunned prisoner, Steve asked whether he had seen an old man and a teenager. The boy replied that he had been imprisoned for 2 days, and during that time Steve had already been there, unconscious and unmoving. Footsteps echoed outside. The boy said the guards were coming and promised to help if Steve freed him as well. When Steve hesitated, the boy added that this place was a labyrinth. One wrong turn, and he would be devoured by divine beasts. As the noise grew closer, he hurriedly introduced himself as Tangwat, a skilled craftsman. If Steve saved him, he swore to follow him. Steve remembered that Billy needed a master to help heal him. The door burst open. A towering demon stormed inside, shouting for silence. Steve's fist answered first. The demon collapsed instantly. The second guard froze in shock, then swung an iron club at Steve's head. The weapon snapped in half. Steve struck back, sending the demon flying. Tangwat stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend that someone from Earth could possess such strength. After dealing with the guards, Steve asked whether all the surrounding cells were part of this dungeon. Tangwat confirmed it. Steve began tearing open doors one by one, searching desperately for Billy. At the final chamber, which turned out to be a storage room, Tangwat said there was nowhere else to search. Steve asked if there were more dungeons, but Tangwat said there were none. Steve decided to return to the gate. He retrieved the clothes and sword that had been taken from him. Suddenly a sound rang out nearby. Tangwat rushed forward, shouting that the exit was close. A spiked club swung out from around a corner, wielded by a massive demon overseer. Tangwat warned Steve, but Steve moved faster, knocking the monster unconscious with a single kick. Before the body hit the ground, a dozen more demons rushed in. Tangwat cried out that they were surrounded. Steve crossed his arms and tried to summon the fire fairies. Nothing happened. Tangwat shouted that earthly powers and magic did not work here. When Steve asked why, the boy admitted he did not know. They needed to move and quickly, but Steve had already charged in the opposite direction. Within minutes, the demons lay defeated. Steve calmly said the path was clear. Tangwat watched him closely and concluded that Steve's technique lacked elegance, but his raw strength was overwhelming. When they emerged onto the surface, Tangwat declared proudly that this was Kuchan, the planet of the 9 heavens. He pointed toward the city ahead and explained that it was a demon settlement. They needed to escape while the master was away. Steve asked if he meant that monster. At that instant, a colossal 3-eyed demon descended from the sky, swinging a massive sword. Tangwat shouted that this was one of the dungeon's ruling family, far stronger than the others. Steve told him to step aside. The demon crashed down with a thunderous roar, the impact blasting stones in every direction. Tangwat was hurled away, while Steve was already behind the monster. Steve struck its head with crushing force, cracking its teeth. He demanded to know whether it had seen an old man and a child. The demon croaked that it had not. Steve finished it off. A system voice echoed, announcing that a feat had been gained. Steve realized that perhaps his status window was returning. He asked Tangwat what a feat was. The boy explained that feats were similar to spatial energy. They accumulated and raised one's level. When Steve asked if he could gain feats as well, Tangwat replied with a metaphor. Could one collect water without a vessel? To gain feats, one had to master internal energy, at least basic breathing and foundational techniques. Despite his guarded tone, Tangwat thanked Steve for saving his life and asked his name. Steve introduced himself. Tangwat noted that he had never heard such a name on Earth. Steve asked whether he would keep his promise. Tangwat agreed, though inwardly he endured the humiliation only to someday avenge his family. Steve ordered him to lead the way to the Earth portal. Tangwat boasted that with his speed he could reach it in half an hour. Steve ignored him and dragged him along instead. Minutes later, they stood before the portal. Steve tossed the battered Tangwat to the ground and frowned at the sight before him. A river cut through the desert, something that made no sense. Tangwat said he had never seen such a thing either. Steve wondered whether the wyvern might have been carried away by the current. He decided to start by heading toward the settlement of Miros and pointed to a distant tower. Ignoring Tangwat's warnings, Steve leapt across the river and advanced toward the city. Tangwat shouted after him that Miros was no ordinary demon. Steve replied coldly that if he tried to flee, he would die. Explosions erupted ahead. Steve forced answers out of the demons one by one. He slaughtered them all, questioning the last survivor about the old man and the child. The demon had seen no one. Asked about their leader, it gave no answer either. A deep growl interrupted the interrogation. A massive demon stepped forward, calling Steve an earthling. It demanded to know who he was. Steve gave his name. The demon told him to accept his death, but Steve said he still had many questions. A status window flickered before his eyes, mentioning a divine stone. The distraction nearly cost him. He and the demon exchanged brutal blows, both sent flying. Steve rose with a grin. He finally understood what the divine stone meant. He attacked again, driving the demon to its knees with a crushing strike to the stomach. Grabbing it by the throat, Steve asked whether it was ready to answer now. He asked again about the old man, the teenager, and any flying monster. The demon said it had seen none. Steve then asked where the divine stone had come from. The demon answered that it had been given by an earthling. Steve remembered the scientist's words. Outside the stone's area, its energy could not be used. Now with the divine stone in his grasp, the status window fully returned. Power surged back into him. Fire fairies answered his call, and in an instant, the demon's head became a blazing torch. The test was complete. Steve now knew that his abilities had truly returned. Steve realized that the wyvern summon was still active, which meant that it had either escaped on its own or passed beyond the gate. At first, he considered using tracking, but quickly understood that it would be useless for locating the wyvern. Entering the portal again was also risky. If it shut down once more, he would lose precious time. Steve returned to the settlement, stunning the locals with his appearance. The surviving demon stared in disbelief, unable to accept that an earthling had not only destroyed the dungeon, but also razed the entire demon settlement. After examining the man's skills, Steve remarked that he truly was a master and asked what kind of lethal energy technique he used. The man was shocked that Steve even knew such a thing existed, and asked how he had discovered it. Steve replied calmly that there were no secrets from him, and asked to see the technique. The demonstration impressed Steve. Tankout explained that in real combat, once this stance was assumed, all enemies died. Steve nodded in satisfaction and declared that he had chosen Tankout to be his nephew's teacher. The man immediately flared up, demanding to know what kind of family Steve thought he belonged to, that he would teach some worthless child. Steve's expression darkened, and Tankout instantly apologized, hurriedly agreeing to become the teacher. A book appeared in Steve's hand and Tankout stared at it in disbelief, asking what kind of magic it was. He exclaimed that neither Earth nor Uruchi magic should work here. When Steve explained that he had taken it from his inventory, Tankout was even more shocked. He said that Kuchin's items could be used on Earth and Uruka, but items from those worlds did not function on Kuchin. Steve realized that this meant the Divine Stone had nothing to do with Uruka. When Steve asked about the book, Tankout replied that it was a tome of great technology, a treasure more valuable than life itself. The book dissolved in Steve's hand, and Tankout sighed in disappointment. Steve told him that he would return it later, but for now, Tankout needed to go to Earth and check whether Steve's companions had returned. Steve was about to throw him straight into the portal when he overheard a conversation about a wyvern and abruptly let go. Tankout fell into the water, flailing and screaming that he could not swim. A massive eagle suddenly grabbed him by the shoulders and carried him away. Steve's voice asked whether they were heading toward the snowy mountains, and Tankout answered that they were, recognizing his master's voice. After arriving at the correct location, Steve reverted to human form and dropped Tankout. Activating the tracking skill, he quickly located the wyvern, Samuel, and Billy. At that moment, a torrent of water burst down from the mountain, and Tankout asked in shock where it had come from. Realizing the danger, he warned Steve that a terrifying creature lived nearby, and that they needed to leave immediately. Steve ignored the warning and rushed into the cave to help the wyvern. Inside, he was confronted by a snow-white snake that was nearly 100 years old. The wyvern was already weakening under its attacks, but Steve changed the course of the battle with a single blow, sending the snake flying. Billy and Samuel shouted with joy, while Tankout stared in disbelief. Fire fairies surrounded Steve as he prepared to fight, and the snake's belly suddenly swelled. A massive stream of water erupted toward Steve, completely engulfing him. Steve merely smiled and said that he had long wanted a snake for his collection. He activated the summoning skill, and a portal appeared above the snake's head. Steve called Ilgum, and a giant bear crashed down onto the snake. Without giving it time to recover, Steve kicked it, and ordered it to get up. When it lay motionless, he wondered if he had struck too hard. The wyvern opened its jaws, but Steve stopped it, saying the snake would not tolerate such treatment. Steam suddenly enveloped the snake's body, and in the next moment, it vanished. The bear noticed a tiny snake and picked it up. intending to eat it. Suddenly the snake spoke in a human voice, begging not to be killed. Steve stared in surprise, amazed that it could speak. The snake said it had only 100 days left before it would become a dragon and ascend to heaven. Steve repeated that he had no intention of killing it. Tankout interrupted, explaining that within the snake's throat was an extremely valuable crystal of eternal life. Countless Middle-ears had died to create it. The crystal could not be removed unless the snake was killed. Steve looked at the snake and asked what it chose, death or service. The taming succeeded. Steve then asked whether it had created the river near the gate. The snake replied that it often came out to drink, and the stream flowed near the settlements. After battles, rotting corpses poisoned the water, so it decided to separate the settlements with a river. Steve realized that the current of this newly formed river had carried him straight into demon territory. Looking at the snake, he thought that if he had found it earlier, he would not have suffered so much digging the ditch. Seeing that the snake was barely holding on, he ordered it to return with the other animals. The beasts returned to Steve's guild, and Chad rushed over to see whether everything was all right. On the wyvern's belly was a message from Billy saying that he was fine. Chad burst into tears of relief, overjoyed that his son was safe. On the other side, Steve hugged Billy tightly and checked him over. Samuel said that there had been many dangers, but thanks to the wyvern, they had survived. When asked who Tankout was, Steve replied that he was his new servant, Tan. At the same time, members of the Nathan family arrived at the ruins of the Demon Gate, unable to believe that everything had been annihilated. Nathaniel reflected grimly that these persecutions had haunted them for years, yet someone had destroyed their forces with ease. That night, the group lit a fire and prepared dinner. When Steve learned that he had been gone for 3 days, he was furious that they had not returned to Earth. Samuel explained that they too had been carried away by the current, but the wyvern had pulled them out. The demons, however, panicked and drove them back into the cave. Tankout added that everyone hunted celestial beasts and reacted violently to their presence. Steve introduced Tan to Billy, explaining that the boy would be his student. After the meal, Steve suggested beginning training immediately. Tan was displeased at the idea of teaching someone he considered worthless, but he stood up and told Billy to follow him. He planned to deceive Steve, thinking he could teach only basic breathing techniques. Tan promised Billy one technique, but soon noticed that the boy already possessed unstable internal energy. Tan asked whether Billy had already trained, because such power could not appear by accident. Billy answered that his mentor had taught him, and pointed to Samuel. Taking Billy's hands, Tan sent a small flow of internal energy into him. He saw that the boy was astonishingly pure, able to accept martial arts like a newborn. Tan finally understood that Billy possessed an innate talent for controlling internal energy. This child could become the future of the Tang family. Yet there was another volatile energy flowing through Billy's veins. If it could not be controlled, it would eventually destroy him. Tan declared that he had changed his mind and would teach Billy everything he knew. But since his family was closed, he could not simply teach an outsider. He announced his decision to adopt Billy, and invited him to come with him. The next instant, Steve struck him. Tan was sent flying by the force of the blow. Steve glared at him and said angrily that he had saved him for nothing. Instead of teaching properly, he was wasting time with absurd proposals. Billy laughed as he watched Steve kick the unconscious Tan aside. To him it was funny, but more than that, it confirmed what he had always believed. His uncle was truly strong. Billy barely remembered his mother, yet he never felt deprived of a father's love. Still, his father was always bruised, weighed down by thoughts of money, hiding away to cry because he believed himself weak. From a very young age, Billy knew he did not want to become like him. One day, his father's brother appeared, and at first, he seemed just as weak. But when that man turned into a demon and was beaten by Steve, everything changed. Steve proved that he was the strongest on Earth. To Billy, his uncle was the strongest of all. From the moment Steve entered his life, everything began to shift. Billy wanted to become strong too, but instead he was sent to school, a place where strength could never be forged. Then at last, his chance came. When Samuel joined the guild, he taught Billy how to sense and use energy. Billy liked the feeling immediately. He asked whether he could become stronger, and Samuel told him that to do so he would need to go to Kuchan and find a true teacher. When they passed through the portal and Steve collapsed, Billy was shocked. His uncle had always been a Superman in his eyes. Yet if martial arts could make him even stronger than Steve, then Billy would surpass him. He decided then that he would become the strongest man in the universe. By morning, they set out again. Tan suggested finding something to eat, and Billy asked for fish. When Tan asked how Steve had fallen asleep the night before, Steve replied casually that he had simply passed out while teaching Billy. Tan turned to Samuel and asked whether he had trained the child and what his name was. Samuel smiled and said that he was not a warrior, only a metal smelter. He had retired long ago and was now trying to reclaim lost time. Tan asked Samuel to examine his daggers, explaining that he had not visited a blacksmith in a long while, and that the blades had dulled. He then asked why they had come to Kuchan. Since it clearly was not just to find a teacher, Steve answered that he wanted to see the planet's memories and take revenge. Before Samuel could stop him, Steve added plainly that he intended to kill Nathaniel. Tan immediately warned him to keep his voice down. If someone from the Miram Union heard this, they would be forced into battle. Steve replied coldly that Tan must be eager to die if he spoke so freely. Tan quickly apologized, insisting he had not meant it that way. He explained that Nathaniel had become head of the Miram Council a year earlier. He guessed that Samuel held a grudge against him, and Samuel did not deny it, admitting that Nathaniel had once been his master. Only then did it dawn on Tan who Samuel truly was. Samuel confirmed it calmly. He had once been known as the Heavenly Swordsman of the Nathan family. Tan was stunned, realizing that a living legend stood before him. Samuel turned to Steve and urged caution. Any disturbance could ruin their plans. Steve, however, was unconcerned. Hearing the sound of rushing water, he suggested going to catch some fish. As they walked, discussing the surrounding landscape, Samuel asked whether the Tang family belonged to the Miram Union. Tan replied that they were not part of it at the moment, but he could not reveal the reason. Tan then asked why Steve sought the planet's memories, sensing that it was more than idle curiosity. Samuel answered that Steve was searching for himself, and those memories would help him find his true essence. Several hours later, they reached a waterfall, and Steve began fishing. Tan recalled how, after the Heavenly Swordsman appeared, the Nathan family began collecting feats and rose rapidly. He hoped his own family might one day experience such a rebirth, and reminded Samuel about the blades he had promised. They failed to notice two people passing nearby, and even when they did, they chose not to act. There was no time. Beneath the waterfall, inside a gazebo, several people were gathered, discussing Cheslov's upcoming wedding. One man asked them to stop, complaining that such adult topics gave him a headache. At that moment, guards ordered Steve to stop if he valued his life. Steve replied calmly that he had not come to fight and asked whether this was their territory. The guards ignored him and prepared to attack, when a voice suddenly shouted for them to stop. Cheslov greeted the visitor from another planet with a smile and offered him a drink on such a fine day. Steve accepted happily and followed him into the gazebo, where Cheslov said the other guests would also be pleased to see him. A guard muttered that Steve could be dangerous but followed nonetheless. Steve immediately began eating with enthusiasm. Cheslov remarked that Earthlings often wandered through these parts. He introduced himself as the grandson of the Chess family, mentioning that his grandfather was the famous warrior Manhwa. Steve repeated the name while eating, saying the food was incredibly delicious. The people at the table were amazed by his appetite and joked that both Earthlings and demons were uncultured. Seeing how hungry Steve was, Cheslov offered him wine. A beautiful girl stepped forward and filled his glass. Steve drank it in one gulp, and said with satisfaction that it was not bad. The guests admired his boldness and offered him more. Suddenly, shouts erupted from the street. Two bandits had attacked the guards and already killed several of them. The guests panicked, realizing the bandits' skills surpassed those of the guards. One guard pointed his sword at Steve and demanded to know if the attackers were his accomplices. Steve asked who he meant, and with his mouth full of food, answered honestly that he was seeing them for the first time. He gathered more round pies, calling them manti, and muttered that he knew nothing about any robbers. One guard prepared to strike, but another stopped him, saying that such a fool could not possibly be dangerous. The bandits demanded that Cheslov come with them, threatening to kill everyone otherwise. People tried to stop Cheslov, warning him not to trust such scum. Cheslov stepped forward and asked which family they belonged to, and why they bore a grudge against him. As the guards urged him to step back, Steve suddenly appeared in front of the bandits, thanking Cheslov for the meal. He said he was full but would gladly enjoy this next course as well. One bandit blocked his path and asked whether those people they had seen earlier were his companions. He sneered that since Cheslov refused to cooperate, everyone would die, including the Earthlings, and launched his attack. He never had time to draw his sword. Steve struck him first, smashing his nose and sending blood spraying. Steve frowned, more upset about being interrupted while eating than anything else. The second bandit realized Steve was fast and hurled smoke bombs to blind him. As the smoke spread, the man charged, declaring that today was not Steve's day. The next moment, Steve slammed him headfirst into the ground, silencing him instantly. The guards stared in shock. Two powerful bandits had been defeated with ease. They were stunned by Steve's monstrous strength. Steve calmly checked his manti, then announced that he was in a good mood today and would let them live. With that, he walked away, utterly unconcerned. Suddenly, Steve's companions emerged from the forest, and Billy waved enthusiastically at him. Steve asked why they had not waited, and Tan questioned why Steve was here instead of fishing. Steve replied that he had taken care of some business, and said they could leave now, handing Billy a bag filled with treats. They did not have time to depart. Cheslov suddenly dropped to his knees and asked how he could possibly let his benefactor leave like this. Steve calmly asked what he was expected to pay. Cheslov bowed deeply and said that he could not allow his savior to go without repayment. Samuel leaned in and quietly explained that this was a typical custom among the noble families of the Middle Earth. Tan confirmed that this was exactly what was happening and suggested they leave immediately. Cheslov insisted that his family would serve them the finest fish dishes they would never taste on Earth. At those words, the Earthlings froze, tempted. Tan urged them to go, but Samuel and Billy began persuading him to stay and try the food. Steve then asked Cheslov whether their settlement had historical memories stored in a forge. Cheslov replied that their settlement was built around a memory stone and possessed excellent forges. Steve concluded that this place had everything they needed, and agreed to stay for the meal. At the same time on Earth, Steve's guild was in full operation, hunting wild wyverns. Donnie fired from below with a massive cannon, counting each monster he shot down. Chad sat inside a field tent in the forest, surrounded by tamed beasts. Melissa approached and greeted him. Chad looked up from a letter he was writing, embarrassed, and admitted it was a short message for his son. Since Steve rarely summoned Pecky, Chad hoped to receive even a few lines in return. Melissa reassured him that with Billy by Steve's side, the boy was certainly safe. Donnie's cannon fire suddenly echoed again, drawing their attention. Chad noted that monsters were appearing more frequently, but anti-aircraft weapons were too expensive. As long as the wyverns understood that this was already claimed territory, they would not attack. Back on Kuchan, the group arrived at a banquet prepared in their honor. Billy stared in awe at the countless varieties of fish. The Earthlings eagerly devoured the feast, while Tan cautiously delayed, testing each dish for poison. Samuel asked Steve whether he could see the food status, and Steve replied that he could. Tan was astonished and asked where Steve had learned such magic. Since it clearly related to Kuchan, Steve answered that his awakening had occurred after returning to Earth. He added that he was now wondering why he lost consciousness each time he passed through the portal. Samuel suggested that it was likely due to an imbalance between internal and external forces. Tan added that when balance was disrupted, side effects were inevitable. Samuel proposed that Steve learn to control his inner power while they were here. Cheslov soon entered and asked whether the meal had pleased them. The group praised the food, and Billy immediately asked for more. Cheslov introduced the settlement's manager and said he could be contacted for any needs. Steve requested a forge. Cheslov replied that since they had a skilled blacksmith among them, something had already been prepared. The manager placed a suitcase on the table and announced that it contained a gift, a purified meteorite. Tan immediately recognized the exceptional quality of the alloy produced, using advanced techniques. Samuel understood at once that Cheslov was attempting to settle his debt in this way. As if hearing his thoughts, Cheslov said that such stones were not worth a life and asked them to accept the gift. Steve examined the meteorite and asked if it was truly valuable. Tan replied that it was so precious that accepting it would be equivalent to owing a great debt. Suddenly Steve's hand glowed and a pile of shining stones appeared on the table. Cheslov and the manager stared in shock. Tan asked if it was meteorite ore, and could not comprehend where so much of it had come from. Steve said calmly that he was far more interested in viewing their historical memories. In a large house nearby, the manager reported to the family head that an Earthling had dumped hundreds of kilograms of pure ore on the table. He added that it was the highest quality ore imaginable, and could not be matched with ordinary offerings. The head asked whether the blacksmith truly resembled Samuel, and the manager confirmed it. The old man wondered whether this was truly the former slave of the Nathan family, and why he had returned after 2 years. Reports indicated that the appearance of dragons in the river coincided with the arrival of the Earthlings, and that the last demons at the gate had been completely annihilated. When the head asked whether the local resident was from the destroyed Tang family, the manager replied that no survivors were believed to exist. He then reported that the attackers of Cheslov belonged to the Golden House. The head responded that such boldness demanded a heavy price and ordered them punished, while instructing that the guests be closely monitored and all their requests fulfilled. He reflected that if these visitors were truly who he suspected, then their family was extraordinarily fortunate. Elsewhere, Tan asked Steve where he had obtained so much ore. Samuel explained that the White Snake's cave contained rich deposits, which Steve had apparently overlooked. Steve declared that dinner was over, and it was time for Billy to begin training. He asked Samuel to accompany him to view the memories, and Samuel agreed. Before leaving, Steve activated his summoning skill and called forth the White Snake. The snake asked why it had been summoned, and Steve was surprised to see that it had grown larger again. He told it to shrink, then instructed it to guard Billy while he was away. Steve handed the snake to Billy and told him to keep it with him at all times. Billy said goodbye and asked his uncle to return quickly. The manager appeared and said he would escort them. They walked silently along the fortified walls. Steve remarked that such walls explained the absence of tourists. The manager replied that they were necessary for protection. The memory archive was located in a massive building at the center of the settlement, which also housed the head's office. Steve asked why they were being taken there, and Samuel explained that they needed to meet the family leader first. Since the head had not come personally, the guests were expected to present themselves. Another foolish rule. They were seated at a table, served tea, and left waiting. Steve asked whether Cheslov's grandfather was the head of the family, and Samuel confirmed it. An hour passed. Samuel finally slammed his fist on the table and stood, saying they were leaving. Steve asked what was wrong, and Samuel replied angrily that they were being deliberately slighted. Steve understood and suggested ignoring it and going to see the memories instead. At that moment, the doors swung open. The family head entered, accompanied by Cheslov. The group turned in surprise. Cheslov introduced Steve as the Earthling who had saved him from a powerful family. The head addressed them, apologizing that work had delayed him and admitting that they had been unintentionally discourteous. Steve did not stop. He walked straight past the man, stating calmly that this treatment was indeed disrespectful. Cheslov called after him anxiously, asking where they were going. Steve replied that they had already seen each other's faces. That was enough. He had other places to be. The head of the family flew into a rage at this blatant defiance, and demanded to know how they dared show such disrespect to their household.
Cheslov tried to calm his grandfather's anger before preparing to catch up with the guests. The old man, still visibly irritated, demanded to know how Cheslov felt about the disrespect that had been shown. The boy hesitated, then explained that the visitors were from Earth and did not understand the customs of this world. Although the grandfather claimed he would let the matter go, he made it clear that it was only because the situation had already caused enough damage to his grandson's life. His attention then shifted to the second grandson. He questioned whether the other boy was truly the same blacksmith they had heard about and immediately ordered their own craftsman to verify it at the forge. Then, to everyone's shock, he gave an even harsher command. A dove was to be sent to the Saul family as a warning, a lesson meant to remind the outsiders of their place. Cheslov was stunned, realizing that his grandfather was invoking the authority of the legendary elder of the Ice Palace. He tried to protest, but the old man dismissed him coldly, insisting that ignorant earthlings needed to be taught properly. Elsewhere, Samuel found himself wondering whether Steve's strength truly justified his bold and reckless behavior. As they continued their journey, Steve asked how much farther they had to go. Their guide reassured him that they were close and explained that beyond the gate lay a special stone. Once touched, it would reveal memories. When they finally arrived, Steve stepped forward without hesitation. Following Samuel's instructions, he reached out and touched the stone. However, instead of visions, he was met with a strange message. The access code does not exist. Confused, he turned back and questioned Samuel, who frowned and admitted he had never encountered such a requirement. Normally, one simply touched the stone and felt its energy. At that moment, Steve recalled Tankout's earlier words about the Chai Core, and realized that something within him was missing. Samuel concluded that Steve would first need to learn martial arts properly before he could interact with such energy. Steve agreed, though with a grin, knowing that meant training under Bill. Back at the training grounds, Tankout was already pushing Bill hard, demonstrating a new technique. To his astonishment, Bill replicated it perfectly on his first attempt. The teacher was stunned. He had known the boy was talented, but this level of mastery was beyond expectation. Praising him, Tankout declared that to pass the next test, Bill would need to strike a target using 2 blades. However, when they went to retrieve the weapons, one of the blades was missing. Suddenly, Steve appeared behind them, casually asking about the blade stuck in Tankout's back. Panic erupted. Tankout could not understand how it had happened, and believing himself fatally wounded, collapsed. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a different place entirely, unharmed. Steve stood nearby and calmly explained that he was not dead. Then, without hesitation, Steve demanded to be taught martial arts. Tankout, still shaken, questioned why someone with such incredible healing abilities would need Chai techniques at all. At first he refused, but Steve reminded him that his life had just been saved. Faced with an impossible choice and an even more frightening threat, Tankout reluctantly agreed. Though he insisted on a bizarre condition, Steve had to call him Daddy. Training began immediately, but Steve quickly grew frustrated. Despite practicing, he felt no change within himself. Tankout was confused. He could clearly sense energy flowing through his own body, so how could someone as powerful as Steve feel nothing? Unable to explain it, he admitted that he had trained since childhood, and did not know how to guide someone starting from nothing. Steve, growing impatient, ordered him to find a solution. The group headed to the market in search of guidance. Tankout suggested beginner manuals on chi circulation, and before long Bill spotted a suitable shop. Inside, the seller greeted them and offered a recently acquired book titled The Principle of the Foundations of Three Energies, which explained the basics of Kyuchan martial arts. He also recommended a second book, claiming it contained the secret to slaying a dragon in 3 blows. When Tankout heard the price, he immediately tried to leave, but Steve was undeterred. Lacking local currency, he proposed to trade it instead. Summoning a sword from the Miros tribe, he offered it in exchange. The seller's eyes lit up with excitement, and he eagerly accepted. Tankout was horrified, realizing the weapon was far more valuable than the books, but it was already too late. Unbeknownst to them, as they completed the trade, the dove had already delivered its message, setting other events in motion. As they left the shop, Tankout continued to complain, unable to accept that such a valuable war trophy had been traded so casually. Steve ignored him, focusing instead on something far more important. A notification appeared before him, confirming that he had acquired the skill of Chi Mastery. His expression brightened instantly. At last, he could access Chi energy. Eager to test his new abilities, Steve demonstrated several techniques. However, each grandly named skill turned out to be nothing more than basic sword movements: a vertical slash, a horizontal cut, and a simple thrust. Tankout could only shake his head, reminding him that titles often exaggerated reality. Deciding to take a break, the group headed toward the forge, but they were stopped at the entrance by armed guards. Despite claiming to be guests, they were denied entry. When the guards escalated the situation, Steve lost patience. Without hesitation, he charged forward. In an instant, the guards were struck down, collapsing to the ground. Tankout panicked, warning that they had just made powerful enemies, but Steve ignored him. Ordering Tankout to protect Bill, he pressed on, tearing through anyone who stood in his way and causing chaos within the forge. Watching this unfold, Tankout realized the severity of their situation, while Steve remained completely unconcerned. Unseen by them, a hidden observer watched everything with shock. Inside the forge, Samuel worked intently as several craftsmen observed his skill. Nearby, a young apprentice approached with water, only to be harshly shoved aside for a minor mistake. Humiliated, the boy apologized, but the man, already irritated, grabbed a whip and prepared to punish him. At that moment, Steve arrived and calmly asked whether the blacksmith was present. Deciding to wait until Samuel finished his work, he remained where he stood, despite Tankout's growing fear. Tankout urged him to leave, warning that enemies would soon gather after the chaos he had caused. Steve, however, seemed almost eager for the confrontation. Their conversation took a darker turn when Steve revealed his true intention. He did not simply want to kill the leader of the Muram Union. He wanted revenge for the destruction of Samuel's family, and he intended to make it public and brutal. Both Bill and Tankout were horrified by his words, unable to believe what they were hearing. Meanwhile, the frightened apprentice, who had overheard everything, stood frozen in fear. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them, sharp and hostile. Someone stepped forward and demanded to know who they were. At the same time, one of the blacksmiths declared with grim satisfaction that from this moment on, anyone who entered without permission could be killed without hesitation. At that moment, the apprentice hurried back to the forge, anxious that he might be late. As he ran, the memory of how the hero had dealt with the blacksmiths replayed vividly in his mind. Steve, however, showed no concern. He remarked that he had spared the unarmed blacksmith, then casually turned to Tankout and asked what message should be delivered to the man's employer. Tankout only shrugged, questioning why he should care at all, while Bill's confident voice cut in, suggesting they let the man keep his pride. When the group entered the forge, Samuel looked up in surprise, clearly not expecting them to return so soon. Steve spoke with him calmly, asking how long the work would take and assuring him not to worry about anything. He even told Samuel to call for food if he grew hungry. Samuel, exhausted, simply asked for water, calling for Vinar as his throat had gone dry. Tankout, however, could not relax. He warned that enemies might already be closing in, and suggested they should leave immediately. In that same instant, his instincts proved correct. Without hesitation, he launched a kunai using his technique. Gush! The blade struck its target cleanly, and a hidden spy collapsed to the ground. Tankout grimly explained that this was only the beginning, a scout sent ahead of a much larger force. Steve understood the danger at once. Poison and hidden weapons were a real threat, and staying in one place would only make them vulnerable. He announced that he would leave briefly to strike from the enemy's rear and ordered Tankout to stay behind and protect everyone. Before anyone could question him further, he was already gone. Meanwhile, the blacksmith whom Steve had spared recounted everything that had happened. His story caused immediate panic. An old man burst into the room, shouting that a disaster had occurred. Cheslov frowned, demanding an explanation, and the report came swiftly. Steve had killed 2 blacksmiths, and openly warned the family's leader not to act arrogantly. The reaction was immediate and furious. One of the family members declared that such an insult could not be ignored, as it would destroy the reputation of their house. Orders were given at once. The Yang Sword Squad was summoned and preparations began to gather an army and surround the forge. The leader even declared that a bounty would be placed on Steve's head. Hearing all this, Cheslov felt a deep sense of dread, realizing that events were unfolding exactly as he had feared. Yet the tension shifted when it was revealed that the blacksmith in question possessed extraordinary skill, rivaling that of a heavenly swordsman. The leader's anger turned into ambition, declaring that this was their chance to carve their name into history. At that very moment, something strange occurred. A cat calmly walked into the hall, drawing everyone's attention. Without hesitation, it leapt onto the table, surrounded by a faint distortion of space itself. In an instant, the cat transformed back into Steve. His expression hardened as he raised his fist, his voice low and dangerous as he questioned how anyone dared to place a bounty on him. The room erupted into chaos. Guards rushed forward to protect their leader, but Steve moved faster. He struck without hesitation, overpowering them effortlessly. One guard was thrown with such force that he smashed through a wall. Others were restrained by thick vines that appeared at Steve's command. The leader's confidant attempted to fight back, drawing his blade in fury, but he was defeated just as easily, knocked aside with a single blow. Then the leader himself joined the battle, attempting to strike Steve from behind. The attack failed. Steve avoided it with ease, and appeared behind him in the next instant, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the floor beneath the man's feet, and sent him crashing down. Before the leader could recover, Steve was already advancing for the finishing blow. Desperate, the old man unleashed his technique, Lightning Flurry. Their attacks collided with tremendous force, the impact shaking the very space around them. The old man shouted that such power could not be endured, but Steve replied coldly that it was not him who was struggling to endure. In the next instant, the old man's arm gave way under the pressure. An explosion followed, fire spreading through the building as the clash reached its peak. When the smoke cleared, Steve stood victorious over his defeated opponent. Cheslov could no longer remain silent and cried out for his father. The leader, barely conscious, could only think one thing as he looked at Steve. Who was this man? Steve, however, seemed almost amused, remarking that the old man had lasted longer than a demon he had once fought. He raised his hand to strike again, reminding the fallen leader not to act arrogantly. Yet just before the blow landed, a desperate voice cried out for him to stop. Cheslov dropped to his knees, pleading and declaring that they understood their mistake. He promised that they would fulfill any wish Steve demanded. Steve paused, then slowly lowered his hand, a faint smile forming as he asked if they truly meant it. Later, Tankout sat on the roof of the forge, still tense as he sensed a familiar energy approaching. Steve appeared beside him and calmly asked for an update. Tankout reported that Samuel was still working and Bill was busy writing a letter to his father. Curious, he asked how the confrontation had ended. Steve answered plainly. He had intended to kill the leader but chose to spare him in exchange for a condition. In return, he had claimed a powerful book and control of the forge for 1 week. Tankout immediately recognized the book as a rare technique known as the 7 Lightning Storm. When Steve asked for his opinion, Tankout explained that this outcome was far more devastating than death. The humiliation alone would draw the wrath of the Miram Union. Steve acknowledged the risk but admitted that although his chi had grown stronger, he still could not sense his core. Tankout told him that one victory meant nothing, and that true mastery required constant training. Elsewhere, the family gathered once more, shaken but determined. Plans were made to protect their interests and respond to the insult. Orders were given to spread word of the heavenly swordsman, and to prepare for the arrival of powerful allies. Soon an announcement echoed through the hall. Harry's soul, the elder of the Ice Palace, had arrived. Back at the forge, the atmosphere was strangely calm. Steve read reports from his city while Bill excitedly approached, announcing that he had finished writing to his father. In response, Steve handed him an entire stack of letters, prompting Bill to joke that his father seemed to spend more time writing than working. Nearby, the apprentice listened quietly, his expression dimming as he thought about his own father, who had once promised the same but never followed through. Bill noticed him, and casually asked about dinner. Soon everyone gathered to eat, though the apprentice hesitated, shocked that he was being invited to sit with them as an equal. Steve dismissed the idea of hierarchy, insisting that they all eat together, including Samuel. Watching this scene unfold, Tankout remained uneasy, still expecting enemies to appear at any moment. Yet Steve seemed completely at ease. Noticing Tankout's tension, he simply suggested that he stop worrying and join them for a meal. For the first time, Tankout found himself unsettled not by danger, but by how calm Steve remained in the face of it. Suddenly, a powerful explosion echoed from the direction of the castle. Steve turned toward the sound at once, while the dog beside him bristled and growled in warning. Through the fading smoke, a tall figure emerged, his presence heavy with power. Tankout immediately sensed it, and recognized the unmistakable aura of ice energy. Even before the smoke fully cleared, he had already begun to suspect who stood before them. When the figure finally stepped forward, he demanded loudly to know which of them was Steve. Without even standing up, Steve casually raised his hand in response. Tankout tensed instantly, his instincts screaming that this opponent was far beyond ordinary. One wrong move could mean death. The man introduced himself through his arrogance alone. This was Harry, the elder of the Ice Palace. He looked at Steve with visible disappointment, remarking that he had expected a worthy opponent, not a mere boy. Steve's expression hardened, and he demanded to know what he had just said. Harry only laughed, calling him a weakling. An older man nearby tried to intervene, warning Harry not to underestimate Steve, and suggesting they wait for reinforcements. Harry's expression darkened at the suggestion. He coldly asked if the man intended to humiliate him, and the warning was immediately withdrawn in fear. Harry then declared that anyone who dared follow him into this fight would be killed. Turning back to Steve, he offered him a chance. He would allow him 3 free strikes. Tankout quickly explained the situation, urging Steve to be careful, and reminding him that Harry's attacks could freeze anything they touched. Steve did not hesitate. In the next instant, he vanished in a blur, and appeared in front of Harry, striking him across the face with incredible speed. Tankout froze in shock. Harry had not even attempted to dodge. Steve smirked and casually asked, "Ice, you said?" as if mocking the warning. Harry staggered, stunned. He had not even seen the movement. Steve shrugged, claiming he had only hit him lightly, while Harry struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Trying to regain control, Harry admitted that Steve was faster than he appeared, but before he could react further, Steve struck him again, sending him flying. Fear began to creep into Harry's voice as he demanded that Steve stop. Ignoring him, Steve delivered a third slap with the same casual ease. Realizing brute force alone would not be enough, Harry activated his ring and summoned 6 spheres of ice around Steve. The air itself turned deadly. Harry commanded the spheres to attack, while Tankout shouted for Steve to escape. At the same time, Harry extended his hand and unleashed another technique, conjuring sharp ice thorns. Steve reacted instantly. Leaping into the air, he attacked from above, forcing Harry to defend himself with an ice shield. Yet even that was not enough. With nothing but his bare hands, Steve tore through the frozen barrier, shocking Harry completely. Counterattacks struck, sending him crashing back once again. Analyzing the technique mid-battle, Steve realized that Harry was drawing moisture from the air itself to form his ice. Harry, now desperate, activated another ability, Dragon Scale, attempting to overwhelm him. Steve flipped through the air to avoid the attack, but Harry assumed that he would be vulnerable mid-air. He was wrong. In the next moment, Steve transformed into a falcon and accelerated, dodging effortlessly even at that height. Harry stared in disbelief, unable to understand what he was facing. Steve returned to the ground, summoned a weapon from his inventory, and even complimented Harry's creativity. Harry responded by forming an ice sword of his own. The two clashed, their blades colliding in rapid succession. However, Steve's weapon began to freeze and crack under the effect of Harry's power. Tankout, watching in fear, reminded him that anything touched by those attacks would turn to ice. Harry smiled, convinced that victory was within reach. Steve, however, only chuckled. He asked if Harry truly believed that was his only weapon. Before Harry could react, Steve recalled a simple truth he had learned earlier, that true mastery lies in simplicity. In a single decisive motion, Steve unleashed the Golden Dragon technique, channeling his energy into a clean, precise strike. The attack was so fast that Harry did not even realize what had happened. His body split in two before he could comprehend it. Silence fell. Steve pulled his blade free as Harry's body collapsed at his feet. Resting the sword on his shoulder, he declared calmly that anyone who lived by the sword would die by it. From a distance, a hidden observer noted how such a simple technique had achieved such overwhelming results, while Tankout stood in stunned disbelief. The greatest master of ice had been defeated so effortlessly. Inside the nearby hall, the leaders struggled to accept the news. They could not believe that Harry had fallen, yet the observing ninja confirmed it. The battle had ended with absolute superiority on Steve's side. Fear spread among them as they began to consider their next move. Meanwhile, Steve showed no concern at all. Cheerfully, he remarked that he wanted another fight and casually mentioned retrieving Harry's body before heading off for lunch. When this message was relayed, the leaders felt the weight of humiliation. They concluded that facing him directly would be suicide and decided to wait for reinforcements instead. Later, on the roof of the forge, Steve and Tankout discussed the mystery of his power. Despite gaining strength, Steve still could not sense his core. Tankout examined him carefully and arrived at a shocking conclusion. Steve did not possess a normal body. Instead, he had an ethereal one. He explained that such a body allowed Steve to interact with all forms of energy and matter without limitation. It also meant that he did not require traditional methods of cultivation. His abilities were not learned in the usual way, but manifested naturally, which explained his overwhelming strength despite his lack of formal training. Tankout reflected on his own past, recalling how he had competed in the Awakened Lands and even visited Earth, yet had never encountered anyone like Steve. The realization left him unable to understand where such power had come from. When they returned to the forge, Samuel had finally completed his work. Exhausted, he handed Steve the finished weapon and named it Dachshund. Forged from meteorite material, it was said to be thousands of times stronger than ordinary blades. Steve tested it with a single swing, leaving a red streak in the air, and smiled, declaring that this sword would be used to carry out his revenge. Samuel, however, was lost in his own thoughts. As he worked, memories of his daughter haunted him, filling him with regret and sorrow. Tankout reminded him that more weapons were still needed, including blades for himself and Bill, explaining that his current daggers would not suffice for the battles ahead. Although Steve suggested that Tankout did not need to involve himself, the blonde man refused. This was his fight as well. His voice filled with anger as he revealed that his own family had been destroyed by the same organization. His imprisonment had come from a failed attempt to take revenge, and it was only by chance that he had met Steve. Samuel listened in shock, realizing that their enemies were far more deeply connected than he had thought. He promised to complete the remaining weapons within a few days so they could prepare to leave. Elsewhere, new threats were already gathering. On a rooftop, a group argued over who would claim Steve's head. One of them had already made a move, but impatience would cost him dearly. Back at the forge as the others ate, a strange man entered. His red eyes and twisted smile sent a chill through the room. He spoke of blood with disturbing excitement. Benar immediately warned Bill to be cautious. In that instant, the snake coiled around the boy's hand suddenly expanded. With lightning speed, it struck the intruder and tore off his arm, bringing the moment of quiet to a violent end. The red-haired attacker recoiled with a scream as he watched the snake slither away, carrying off his severed hand along with the weapon. In the next instant, the creature turned back, its body swelling to an enormous size. With terrifying force, it burst through the roof and shot upward. From below, the group could only watch in stunned silence as the giant serpent tore through another enemy above. Steve, clearly amused, smiled and calmly praised the creature for its work. One of the older men quickly explained that such a beast could only belong to the cult of beast demons. Another, with a thick beard, muttered in disbelief, questioning whether they were facing a true demonic occultist. At that moment, a girl stepped forward, her claws extending as she screamed that she wanted Steve's blood. She and the old man immediately began arguing over who would claim the right to kill him. Steve, completely unimpressed, rested his sword on his shoulder and looked at them as though they were nothing more than foolish children. Elsewhere, the youngest head of the family received word that the battle had already begun. One of the leaders confidently declared that victory was assured and that, at the right moment, a sword squad would storm the forge. He proudly proclaimed that this would restore their family's honor and allow them to announce their triumph to the world. A few hours later, the cost of that confidence became clear. Coffins were being prepared for the fallen, and one of the union members watched in fear, unable to understand how things had spiraled so badly. Meanwhile, Steve sat calmly, examining the rewards he had gained from defeating his enemies. Tank Out warned him that the descendants of those he had killed would now come seeking revenge, but Steve dismissed it, saying they should be grateful instead. Soon enough, more warriors gathered near the forge, openly challenging Steve in an attempt to avenge their fallen masters. Steve watched them with excitement, already eager for another fight, while Tank Out could only stare in disbelief at their complete lack of caution. Inside the council hall, the leaders reviewed the situation with growing alarm. In just 3 days, 45 people had died, including high-ranking masters and elite fighters. One man urged the others to act immediately and support those still fighting, but he was told that their forces were being preserved for a decisive strike. When the idea of retreat was raised, the leader refused, unwilling to abandon his home. An older advisor insisted that survival was more important and revealed that preparations had already been made for evacuation. The leader hesitated, clearly shaken, but before he could decide, a younger voice objected fiercely. The tension in the room escalated as doubt and pride clashed. In the end, orders were given to report everything to the Muram Union, hoping for reinforcements. Back at the forge, Samuel finally completed another set of weapons. The daggers he presented gleamed with exceptional quality, and Tank Out immediately recognized their craftsmanship. With preparations nearly complete, Steve declared that it was time to move. Seeing Samuel's exhaustion, Tank Out suggested finding a cart for travel. At that moment they noticed the apprentice, Vanir, still lingering nearby. Not long after, the boy was driving them at high speed, determination written across his face. When questioned, he admitted that he understood the danger but refused to leave them. He recalled how his own father had been killed over a simple mistake, and said that if he had to serve someone, he would rather serve a master who showed kindness. Steve accepted his decision without argument and ordered him to head toward their next destination. Along the road, another carriage appeared. Inside, a young leader pulled back the curtain to investigate. Both Tank Out and Vanir immediately recognized him. When asked, Vanir nervously confirmed that it was indeed the group he feared. Panic spread quickly. The man ordered the driver to flee at full speed, claiming that a demonic occultist was pursuing them. Terrified, the driver leapt from the carriage into a river, abandoning his post entirely. Chaos followed. As the carriage lost control, the young leader shouted in confusion, only to realize that his father had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Steve's group passed by without incident, turning off the road as if nothing had happened. Tank Out could only shake his head, remarking on the strange nature of the people they encountered. Far away, another battle reached its conclusion. An elder raised his sword high, having just slain a horned demon. His followers celebrated, proclaiming victory. Reports were given, names were honored, and rewards were promised. Yet, the celebration was short-lived. A messenger arrived with urgent news, reporting that a blacksmith and a mysterious warrior had caused a massacre in the city. The mention of demonic powers and bloodshed unsettled the elder, who found the idea of such an alliance difficult to believe. He immediately ordered further investigation. Meanwhile, Steve's group encountered a new obstacle. Their carriage came to a halt as a massive man blocked the road, his appearance resembling that of a bear. He introduced himself as the king of the mountain and demanded everything they had. Steve, uninterested, lazily told Tank Out to handle it. Although Bill wanted to join the fight, Steve instructed him to observe instead. The boy was clearly disappointed. The bandit, grinning, asked if they truly wished to resolve matters through violence. More robbers emerged from the bushes, threatening them with grim amusement. Tank Out stepped forward with a smile, eager to test the new weapons. Without warning, he threw a dagger, striking the bandit leader directly. In a fluid motion, he dispatched the others just as easily. He landed lightly, remarking on the incredible sharpness of the blades. From above, an archer fired an arrow straight at him. In the same instant, another dagger split the arrow mid-flight. Looking up, Tank Out saw Bill, who had leapt into action and proudly shouted his success. Moments later, more arrows rained down, but Steve calmly raised his hand, forming an ice shield that shattered them effortlessly. Impressed, Steve examined the frost covering his hand, clearly pleased with his new ability. Tank Out then ordered Bill to focus, and together they unleashed a coordinated technique. Their attacks struck true, eliminating the remaining archers. Steve watched with satisfaction, noting how quickly Bill had improved under Tank Out's guidance. However, the moment of triumph shifted when Bill suddenly sat down and began to cry. Confused, the others realized that he was upset over losing one of his daggers. Without hesitation, Steve activated another ability. As he spread his arms, wolves began to appear around him, summoned from thin air. Tankout stiffened in fear, but Bill's mood instantly brightened. Fascinated, he began naming the animals one by one. Steve simply gave a command. The wolves scattered at once, searching for the missing daggers, turning even this small problem into something effortlessly solved. The boy climbed onto the back of a large wolf and shouted for the group to move forward. Steve watched him for a moment, then looked down at another familiar figure and quietly asked if he was happy to see him again after so long. In response, the white dog Pecky, whom Steve had once saved, wagged his tail with unmistakable joy. Not far away, the apprentice and the blacksmith busied themselves with organizing the cart. Steve, meanwhile, sat beneath a tree and began reading the messages that had arrived from Earth. The reports were troubling. A 5th-level dungeon had appeared in a barley field. Supply trains were being attacked by monsters and raiders, and creatures were invading through waterways faster than they could be repelled. After carefully reviewing everything, Steve came to a decision. He would gather as many animals as possible to strengthen his forces. Tankout informed him that the creatures he needed could be found in a dangerous region within the lands of the southern barbarians. There was, however, a shortcut that could take them there more quickly. As they traveled, one of the watchers from afar observed Bill running alongside the wolves, daggers in hand, his movements growing sharper with each step. At the same time, their enemies were already preparing for them. Upon learning of Steve's location, a leader began setting up an ambush in clan territory. The clan's head, Jin, was known for his violent temper and immense strength, though not for his intelligence. Despite his concerns, the leader accepted that someone like Jin was necessary for the task. Plans were made, reinforcements were arranged, and it was decided that Samuel must be captured alive at all costs. As night fell, the apprentice carefully guided the horse-drawn cart through the dark forest. Along the way, Steve pointed out that raw technique alone would not be enough for Bill. He needed proper sword training. Tankout agreed, adding that the fastest way to learn was through real combat. Though hesitant, he understood Steve's intent. The hero believed that strength had to be forged early. Samuel eventually suggested setting up camp, as the road ahead had become too difficult to navigate in the darkness. Tankout proposed stopping at a nearby village, explaining that for a few pieces of meteorite, a local combat school would allow them to stay the night. Soon, through the thick fog, the outline of a settlement appeared, a place that also served as a passage toward the southern lands. As they crossed a bridge into the village, Vanir noticed something unsettling. There was not a single light anywhere. The silence felt unnatural. Suddenly, a wet, tattooed hand reached up from beneath the water. Shapes began to form in the mist, figures with glowing red eyes watching from all sides. The tension rose instantly. Vanir tightened his grip on the reins, ready to flee at any moment. Without warning, a man in a hat, leaning on a cane, dropped down in front of the cart from above. His red eyes locked onto the boy. Terrified, Vanir screamed that he had seen a ghost and panicked. He drove the cart forward at full speed, accidentally knocking the old man to the ground as he fled. Moments later, Steve and Tankout forced the cart to stop and stepped out, demanding to know what had happened. Vanir, still shaken, insisted that he had seen a ghost. Tankout glanced behind them and calmly corrected him, saying that what he had run over was not a ghost, but an old man. Vanir turned pale as he looked back, expecting the worst. To his surprise, the old man slowly stood up, brushing himself off as though nothing had happened. Steve observed him closely and remarked that he was clearly not dead. The old man sighed, commenting that he must truly be getting old if he could no longer avoid something as simple as a cart. Vanir nervously asked if he was all right. The old man responded with a hint of nostalgia, saying that in his younger days, soldiers would tremble at the mere sight of his back. But now he could only complain about age catching up to him. Steve narrowed his eyes, wondering just how strong this man truly was. The old man in turn studied Steve carefully and asked if he was a blood demonic occultist. Steve calmly denied it and introduced himself. At that moment, Tankout recognized the stranger and revealed his identity. This was the first master of the Ark, a legendary figure known for slaughtering members of the demonic race. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Steve's expression hardened as he warned that if the old man belonged to the Muram Union, he would not hesitate to kill him. Without another word, the old man slowly drew his sword, his intent clear. He would test Steve himself to determine the truth. Steve, shouting that he was not an occultist, launched himself forward and struck the old man with a powerful punch. The force of the blow sent the elders soaring high into the air. Those watching from the car could barely follow what was happening, their eyes unable to keep up with the speed of the exchange. Even as he was thrown back, the old man reacted, managing to draw his sword mid-air. Steve noticed this instantly. Without hesitation, he leapt after him and delivered a crushing kick, driving the elder down with a finishing strike. From below, the boys cheered, convinced the battle was already over. But then, something strange happened. As they looked up, delicate flower petals began to fall from the sky. Tankout's expression changed immediately. He recognized the sight. These were plum blossoms, a signature of the Wysen sect. In that instant, he understood that a far greater threat had arrived, and that orders had already been given to eliminate them. A voice rang out, mocking the fallen elder, claiming that even a legend had been sent to the underworld in a single blow. Tankout froze as he recognized the presence behind that voice.